Chapter 301 Stupid Way? If it wasn't a real major event, Ziming wouldn't rush back from Iraq in a hurry. But now it seems that the matter here seems to be a bit more serious than it was a day ago. Ziming didn't know what happened because of Tang Ran's words. After all, in Ziming's eyes, Tang Ran was a cute little girl, even if she had taken over her father's banner and became the Tang family, the patriarch of the family, but still doesn't understand anything. How could the Tang family, a heavyweight family with a history of more than 150 years and the core family of the California Consortium, collapse so easily? What really made Ziming judge was the people standing behind Tang Ran. Needless to say, Lin Muqing, Tong Gang, and Li Cheng were here. There was also Tang Jingxing, the head of the Tang family's ancestral clan association, and Tang Huiyin, the most important woman in the clan association, as well as Tang Yi, Tang Weiner and Tang Lin are here. Even Jobs is here. Since these people are here, the surrounding bodyguards are very consciously isolating them, as if a humanoid barrier has been established among the crowd. It is also because so many important people are here to pick up the plane for themselves, so the meaning is very obvious. If it hadn't been for a huge change, they would not be so boring to do such pranks. It is precisely because of this that Ziming did not rush to say anything, but first asked Lin Muqing to take everyone back to the hotel and sat down in the conference room. In fact, in this conference room, Ziming's seniority and seniority are only sitting in the middle position, but everyone's eyes are faintly centered on Ziming. This is no wonder, after all, if they can find a way, Ziming will do it. I won't come back in such a hurry. Ziming then asked everyone, Sister Muqing, what's the matter now? You called me before. Didn't you just say that Tang Yu was arrested by FBI? How come the entire Tang family is in crisis now? What? Regarding Ziming's question, Tang Jingxing took the initiative to answer. It's me. It was indeed only Tang Yu who was investigated by FBI before, but then Tang An initiated the Tang People's Bank's general meeting of shareholders to request the bank's recent business operations thorough investigation, lest Tangran Bank also provoke treason investigations. His proposal has been supported by most of the bank's shareholders and said that if they do not implement it, they will initiate a procedure for the removal of Tang Ran. Ziming stared at Tang Jingxing blankly and asked, what is this Tangan? Tang Jingxing felt a little embarrassed by this question. He is also a member of the Tang Family Clan Association, and owns 10% of the shares of Tang People's Bank. He also owns a network technology industry and an insurance company. It is a relatively powerful member of the family. Usually, relying on his influence on China Banking Corporation, he has taken care of a lot of blessings to other family children, so his call can be supported by many people, especially Tang Jingxing glanced at Tang Ran at the end, and looked very hesitant. Ziming understood his meaning at a glance, so Ziming took the conversation and said, especially to Tang Ran, right? Tang Jingxing nodded and said, yes. Ziming sighed in his heart. Sure enough, although the Tang family has Tang Jingxing who adheres to the ancestral rules and insists on selecting the most capable patriarch for the family, some people think that Tang Ran is from China. Those who robbed them of their assets were full of resentment towards Tang Ran, who finally inherited the property, just like Tang Yu at the beginning. In fact, to put it bluntly, this is an imbalance in their hearts. They have regarded the Tang family as their own property, thinking that Tang Ran and her father are just here to sit back and enjoy their lives, and they do not realize that they can bring to the family how much help. And more importantly, the development of the family can also promote their better development. They can't see the benefits brought to them by their ancestral training, nor can they see that their current industry is such an unfair ancestral training. What is brought to them will only blindly resent. It is precisely because of this kind of resentment that has always been accumulated in my heart. In the past, it was because of family rules pressing on my head that I didn't dare to make trouble. But now with Tang An's cry, naturally these people have jumped out. Of course, it would be fine if only the family rules of the Tang family were to be followed, but the problem is that this is a symbol of the rule of law and freedom in the United States, where everything must be abided by the law, regardless of the rules of the Tang family. It must be based on the law. Therefore, as long as Tang An has the full right to avoid family rules and directly file a lawsuit with the court, requesting the removal of Tang Ran as chairman of the board. The consequence of doing this is to break with the Tang family, because Tang Ran, no matter where she came from, is at least now recognized by the clan association as the patriarch of the Tang family. To remove her as the president is equivalent to opposing the family's removal of the patriarch. That what if, in accordance with California, supported the legal action Tang Asia, as evidenced by the fact that Tang Gan sure someone can do to manipulate the lawsuit, then finally forced exclusion Tang Bank chairman duties. As a result, the original of this natural Tang prestige and appeal to rely on Chinese banks to maintain, and now the only removed, Tang, then you can step aside. The rest is strength in the family speak. Originally the family pick the election rules successor is to avoid this from happening, but Tang Jingxing, order to safeguard the teachings of our forefathers, will have to support Dong course, and that sent Tang fight in the end. This will cause internal divisions down family, and this is the purpose of Tang An or the forces behind him. This made Tang Jingxing a headache, but for Tang An, he could be more unscrupulous. I sent someone to check the dictates behind them, but as of now is not got a clue. Tong Qingsheng said, I did not boast from mine. I love reporting system throughout California are very powerful, but now the police are borrowed more than special privileges, but still no results. So I can determine, this time shot, is certainly an unusual forces. Ziming expressed very understanding, to know Don and then rely on Chinese banks to shape the influential patriarch currently accounts for Chinese banks was only 30% of the shares of copies, and Tang An he will have a 10%, can be imagined know his status in the Tang family, that it should instigate such an important figure in Down's family to make this kind of thing. That behind-backed forces can imagine, do not say how strong, but certainly not simple, and if the other side really do not want to come forward, then with Tang Jingxing's energy, it was naturally impossible to find out that it is now the consortium or other family. What happened you? Ziming asked. Tong Qingwin shook his head. At present what occurred at a time too short, all consortia and family are still in a wait state. This is not unexpected. Since the opponent can plan such a split-handed trick, it is not so impatient, and will jump out when the situation is not yet clear. Ziming has changed a question. That what causes the whole thing, because it is Tang Yu is FBI arrested again. Tang Jingxing nodded and replied yes. He also glanced at Ziming before continuing. Because someone reported that Tang Yu supported the Kingston laboratory of the skunk factory and was suspected of smuggling and selling high-tech weapons to Iraq during the Gulf War, so Tang Yu will accept investigations into 78 charges including treason, war crimes and smuggling. Tang An also used this as an excuse to suspect that China Bank of China supported Tang Yu's war smuggling activities. So he requested an account investigation of China Bank of China. I'm still feeling it brings trouble. Ziming said with a smile, I did support the war in Iraq, but then Don was not involved. They have to let them investigate to investigate well. Just I thought the same at the beginning, but when I asked Tang Ran to cooperate with the accounting company to check the accounts, I found that many of the company's shares of the Tang family had been secretly sold and transferred to a company controlled by Tang and through an overseas company, under the name of an investment bank. I only now understand what the so-called auditing is an excuse. His real purpose is to split the family. At this point, Tang Jingxing sighed heavily. Why don't I hope his purpose is to check the accounts? I simply don't want the Tang family to be involved in the judicial investigation of treason charges. But his purpose is not here. So now you don't know who is behind it, and you don't know the other side's purpose. What is it, let alone how things will develop next, right? Ziming asked. So our current situation is quite passive. Tang Jingxing said. Then there is one more question. How did FBI find out that Tang Yu smuggled arms to Iraq? Ziming asked. Tang Jingxing replied, I checked. This is a clue provided to FBI by an organization called the Sea Shark Club. This Sea Shark Club is a gang organization established by the French with thousands of members. It's that simple. First of all, we first provide FBI and the police with evidence of the crime of this Sea Shark Club, and let the police destroy their dens and properties, and take their people. Then we will deal with Tangan, the industry of China, cut off his capital supply chain on the side of China Bank, and then destroy the company under his name, Ziming said. Following Ziming's words, everyone was stunned, looking at Ziming in an incredible way. Surface of the circle around stunned. Ziming asks, there are even what problem? Everyone on the visual look. Most later Tang Huiyin stand up and say, Mr. Ming, you say these methods are not easy ones down. But now is not the top priority, should be to find out behind it as soon as possible. Tang Huiyin's words were unanimously approved by everyone else, but Ziming asked, can you find it? This sentence left everyone speechless. Ziming went on to say, I know this is the original method, and I also know that the Sea Shark will have Tangan. They are just puppets placed in front of the stage by the other party. The black hand behind the scenes is still hiding in the dark, eating melon seeds and watching the scene. Of course, being able to catch the black hand behind the scenes is the most fundamental way to solve the problem. Otherwise, regardless of the Sea Shark Club or Tangan, it will treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. Ziming said that, suddenly changed the subject and said, now problem is our enemy too cunning, very difficult. In a short time we put him out from the shadows, but we do nothing, so I'm sorry. I can only use the Sea Shark Club and Tangan to operate. He who is not placed in front of the stage puppet, are they not relied on someone to help them support behind it? Then well, kill them. Behind the backing of the people have the ability to support them out. To see if the dog did not gallbladder when he continued to go to the faint-hearted. Ziming said, but if behind arrange more sea sharks and will Tangan it? Tongking Wins asked. There is a dead one, there are 2 killed and a bear, such as his outstretched hands and feet were cut, and I think he also how to do, or not to jump out himself shirtless. Ziming firmly rode. Chapter 302 Law. Haha. Ziming remarks to everyone speechless. Everyone leng Ziming, a look of emotion and sigh, that man is immeasurably, before they face the situation at hand, completely helpless. However, Ziming didn't expect Ziming to cut the mess with a sharp knife and arrange it all. Indeed, if it is calculated behind the scenes, then the best way is to solve the problem by pulling the black hands behind the scenes. Otherwise, the problems and troubles will only continue to appear if the black hands behind the scenes are not solved. However, the problem now is that this man behind the scenes is very cunning and clever, and there is no way to find it in a short time. Lin Muking, Tong Gang and Tang Jingxing are all stuck in this place. But in fact, they all made a logical mistake, that is, finding the man behind the scenes is the best way, but it does not mean that it is the only way. Ziming saw this problem and raised the issue of directly ignoring the black hand behind the scenes, directly targeting the High Shark Club and Tangan on the table, and seeing the problem solve the problem. Although Ziming himself said this was a stupid method, in fact this is the most practical method now. For this reason, Tang Huiyin gave Ziming a thumbs up. Mr. Ziming really awakens the dreamer with a single word. No matter what he does, he is the most taboo to think about things in the same place. It is best to find a point first and act. Tang Jingxing also said, not only that, once we start to launch an offensive against the Sea Shark Club and Tangan, it can be regarded as a kind of forcing the black hand behind the scenes, making him fall into the dilemma of actively standing up and continuing to hide in the dark. It is convenient for us to stand up on the initiative. If he continues to hide, even if his own person is retaliated against, then other people will have to think about it if they want to do things for him. Yes, we can't do things. Be merciful, Even a 3-year-old child understands that if his subordinates don't help with an accident, then no one will be willing to be a subordinate anymore. It is his bad luck that the Black Hand meets Brother Ming behind the scenes, Tang Ran said happily. Lin Muking hugged Tang Ran and said, Ran has reached the point. The reason why someone does something is that someone is supporting him behind his back. But once he suddenly finds that he has done something, but if no one supports him, the situation is about to change. Li Cheng put forward another way of thinking, but there is one thing to be aware of. The other party may also borrow a fake identity to help High Shark Club and Tangan. What should I do? Brother Cheng is Brother Cheng. You have a good idea, Ziming said after turning to the front. But this is also very easy to solve. No matter what he puts out, we will just kill him. I think he will pay for it. How many false identities can be presented? Li Cheng heard Ziming's domineering remarks, tears in his eyes, because he didn't seem to be complimenting himself, but at the expense of himself. Lin Muking helped Ziming analyze. We are not stupid either. With the size of the Sea Shark Club and Tangan, if the Black Hand behind the scenes can't put on a heavier identity, we will definitely not believe it, but can manipulate it behind the scenes. This identity itself is only a handful, and if one fake identity is used, there will be one less. We can easily trace the real behind thousands. Haha. Mr. Ziming, your idea is really amazing. Using children's marbles directly broke the world-class difficulty chess. I believe that the Black Hand behind the scenes knows your thoughts, and he will definitely be angry into an idiot. Jobs clapped his hands and said happily, I don't care if he will be mad as an idiot. I only know what he is doing now makes me very angry. If he can take the initiative to come forward and let me have a fight, then forget it. Since he doesn't plan to come out now, then I'm sorry, I can only choose who I can beat. Ziming then looking around the circle and asked, so now we will engage in the Dead Sea and Tangan Shark. You have no problem. If the Black Hand is really behind the scenes, we may have to weigh it, but if only the Sea Shark is like this, I can kill it at any time. Tang Jingxing said. Very good. Ziming stood up and said, so next, our goal is to kill the Sea Shark Club and Tangan who didn't know where they jumped out from. We just want to tell the man behind the scenes and get out of here. This crude remark caused a burst of laughter at the scene. At this time, Lin Muking, who knew Ziming well, suddenly asked him, what are you going to do next? I plan to see our Tangyu brother first. Anyway, he is my partner. Without him, my affairs in Iraq would be more than twice as difficult. So now he has something wrong with me. Always find a way to get him out. But he is grasping the FBI, the little things, the easy ones. Tangyi remind Weak Ming Road. Ziming said, his eyes squinted their eyes. Is not the FBI? I thought it was right across the line of fire too, as long as they are unreasonable. I think I must be a way out of the Tangyu deceives. In this regard, Tang Jingxing whispered to Ziming said, very sense thank you have done for us Tangyu is now in the FBI, that's directly under the Special Police of the Federal Ministry of Justice. He is having to deal with all criminal cases which the highest priority. This kind of priority can almost be regarded as a kind of privilege. So once someone is captured by FBI, it is almost impossible to be put back. Almost impossible. It means that there are opportunities, not it? Ziming says. Tong King Win's choked a bit. Tang Yin Hui to be connected through the Buddhist. 1,000 people, probably only 1 or 2. There are more people in the transfer of prosecutors to prosecute later, then acquitted by the court. It seems that FBI really simple. Ziming said, let me the more challenging. When Tang Ran heard it, he immediately murmured in support. Brother Ming, I believe you, no matter what he is from FBI or CIA, what you say will be successful. Of course, there has never been any unsolvable problem in this world, there are only brains that refuse to use it. Ziming Happy Road, then hit a natural palm and Don, only Tang Hui in Tang Jingxing and helpless as the one, they are completely unknown. Bei Ziming why can so confident, is simply unreasonable. Will be proposed to this end. Tang Jingxing they go back to their anti-strike preparations. while Ziming Tang is riding on a good course to prepare Lincoln Limousine, and Lin Mu King Tang then came to get their FBI building. San Francisco FBI building is located in the municipal building and with adjacent street. In the past there was a prison, because the prison was later moved out of the city center, where it was FBI took transformed into their office building, and set the detection and detention in one place. Parked the car in the parking lot in front of the building, Ziming and Lin Mu King Tang ran swaggered into the FBI building with their temporarily hired lawyers. Someone came up and asked them immediately. Ziming said Tang Yu. The staff quickly told Ziming, "I'm sorry, Mr. Tang Yu is currently our very important criminal. We do not accept any form of visits and external contacts for the time being." Hearing this sentence, Ziming brought it. The lawyer immediately stepped forward and said, "Madam, any criminal has human rights. My client has the right to visit any criminal. If you disagree, I reserve the right to report you to your superiors." The staff member looked at Ziming and the lawyer. At a glance, he had no choice but to agree to report to his superiors, and soon an agent in a trench coat came downstairs to find Ziming. "Hello, I am Agent Bill. May I ask you to visit Tang Yu's Mr. Ziming? Tang Yu is currently undergoing our full investigation. I hope that your visit time will not hinder our investigation as much as possible," he told Ming said, and then took Ziming upstairs, and then in an interrogation room on the 4th floor. Ziming finally saw Tang Yu. Everything is the same as in the movie. When Ziming came to see Tang Yu, he was being handcuffed to a chair, completely unable to move. Seeing Ziming coming in, he raised his head. "You are finally here. If you come here a while later, I'm afraid I will explain everything." Ziming smiled. "Then you have to be lucky that I came on time, otherwise you will be destined to spend the rest of your life in prison." "To have already asked my lawyer, and he said that if your allegations are established, you will be sentenced to life imprisonment." Tang Yu said, "It seems that you already have a way to escape those allegations, right? It is not appropriate to say that you have escaped. More precisely, the law does not mean that it is always enforceable. In many cases, it is just a look." Then Ziming turned to Agent Bill and said, "It's okay. Having said that, now that our visit is over, you can let him go." Agent Bill was stunned at that time. He looked at Ziming with an idiotic expression on his face and asked, "This gentleman, you seem to have made a mistake. This is FBI, not the police station in front of your house, and this Mr. Tang Yu, he is also a serious criminal. He is suspected of treason and war crimes. According to California law, you cannot accept your bail." "I didn't say to bail him, I just said that you let him go and I want to take him away," Ziming emphasized. "That's even more impossible. It's illegal," Agent Bill said firmly. Ziming had a deliberate taste. "Isn't it legal?" "I'm sorry. Although the US law is currently the world's most robust and enforceable, I still didn't put him in my eyes." Agent Bill immediately stared. He closed his eyes. "You dare to despise the law?" Ziming waved his hand and said to him, "Mr. Agent Bill, don't stare at such big eyes. I know you are a very responsible agent, but there are many things that do not as you think, because even the laws of the United States are sometimes not enforceable." "You are defying the law." Agent Bill glared at Ziming. "People of China, I will tell you, the United States and you China, it's not the same. This is a country with a completely free legal system. Everything must be governed by the law. Unlike your dictatorial country, everything is up to the leaders." Ziming looked at Agent Bill and said, "My personal suggestion, it's better for you to believe my words, because of American law." "Ha ha." Bill smiled and said, "Why should I believe your words? Or do you think this joke is very funny? You don't want to think about how many prisoners come and go here every day. If everyone tells you something like this, I will let them go, then FBI won't have to work. So now I ask you to go out. Otherwise I will arrest you together for obstructing official duties." Faced with Bill's threats, Ziming didn't take it to heart, but Ziming took Bill to the side and sat down and said to him, "Okay, now let me help you analyze what will happen next. please. It won't be long before the door behind us will be knocked and you will be called out. In the office at the end of the corridor outside, there will be a person who is much higher than you waiting for you. He will praise you first, court Tang Yu, and you will be promoted and raised for your contribution, but at the same time, you must release Tang Yu. But you will not agree, you will quarrel with him, and even threaten to resign, but the other parties stay unmoved. Ziming said at last, but in the end, no matter how painful and unwilling you are, this friend of mine will eventually be released. As if to prove something, Ziming's words were finished. The door of the room behind them was knocked immediately. Chapter 303 Pure Revenge? Bao Thanks to the monthly support of Moxie Bao Water a lot. The knock on the door behind him is very light, but it is undoubtedly like a magic sound from hell in Bill's ears. Generally, he was taken aback, and this excellent FBI agent was dumbfounded at the time. What's the situation? Could it be that, as this Chinese person said, did someone really come to let them go? Bill shook his head severely and said to Ziming, I tell you Huaxia, don't be too happy too soon. This is just a knock on the door, and it won't be a high-level official who will release Tang Yu as you said. Because we Americans are the most trusted and upholding the law, not like you these despicable Chinese people, is the most shameless destruction of the culprit of the law. Even if there are people who come, I will jail you to death. For with Bill's fierce roar, Ziming stretched out his hands helplessly. I think Mr. Bill, you seem to be a little too excited. I don't seem to say who is knocking on the door this time. Bill was stunned, because Ziming did something. I didn't say anything. But why should I be so excited? Are you afraid that what he said will come true? But this is obviously impossible, so I must calm down. And can't he be manipulated by a despicable Chinese man? Bill took a deep breath at the thought of this. But just as he calmed down and prepared to say something, Ziming's next sentence made him crazy again. And this detective, I think I need to remind you that what you just said, you want to imprison me to death, seems to violate the law you advertised. Ziming said, damn Chinese, you don't need to teach me. Bill is like a dog whose tail has been stepped on, venting his emotions to Ziming madly. I tell you, what FBI maintains is the purest law. I can indeed detain you because I can find enough. Charge your criminal evidence, and I will legally send you to jail. Ziming reluctantly said, well, I hope you can find what you want to find, incriminating evidence, but before that, I suggest that Bill detectives still have to deal with what you do outside is better. Ziming said, pointing out the door. And the people outside also knocked on the door very cooperatively. Who the hell is outside? Don't you know that I have a very important case under interrogation? Bill yelled at the door angrily. I am William. No matter what case you have right now, you must put it down right now and walk out of your interrogation room, otherwise I will let you in another way. Go away. The voice outside the door sounded, making Bill's heart startled. What? You are Minister William. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. I will come out right away. Bill ran to the door while talking. It was obviously his immediate boss, but more importantly, he heard the anger that he was holding back in Minister William's tone. He must find a way to deal with it. Ziming looked at it. Following Bill's actions, he just shook his head helplessly. Then Ziming came to Tang Yu's chair for interrogation and said to him, be safe and not restless. You can leave when Inspector Bill comes back. Of course, if he can't come back, someone else will let you go. Tang Yu looked up at Ziming and asked, it doesn't matter whether I can leave or not. I'm just curious. You really get through the relationship? This is inevitable, otherwise I won't have any reason to come here to take you away. I don't believe it. A FBI agent can be persuaded with just one mouth, Ziming replied. After a while, Bill finally returned to the interrogation room. It was not the same as his previous arrogance. He came back like a cock that had been defeated in a fight, with his head downcast, and the whole person looked nothing spiritual. As zombie-like Tang Yu came to the side, as he opened the trial of a high chair and said to him, you follow. When they can out of here. Tang Yu stood up and got about the hands and feet. Ziming said the sound thanks to Bill. And when he was ready to take you, Tang left the interrogation room. Bill suddenly asked, I do not understand. You are wrong to be America's enemy. Why would anyone come to release war criminals? Ziming stopped. I indeed America's enemies. Your president might also want to kill me, but what in the world is not a simple black and white? Just like now, your president Ming Ming is I want to kill, and yet had to use some of the law allows reasonable means within the allowable range to help me. Maybe he is now happy. Mother swore it in the White House. Something real indeed, and Ziming thought the same when he left the interrogation room with Yu Tang. The US President Walsh did temper his office in the White House, but it is not with a happy mood it wants. This shameless Chinese people, actually holding the events in Iraq to blackmail me. It is not already decided the war actually can change. This is simply no credit. War poked a finger forced Walsh desk on as if that was Ziming, and that Tang Yu, he actually dared to shoot guided bullets to kill my soldiers. He is a warmonger at all, and he is going to be hanged. This time knocking Brent walked into the office. The president's assistant for national security affairs glanced look at the Walsh and knew his thoughts, and then said to him, "It's a real president does not need too much of it." Why was affairs with Ziming were too angry? Because he was also very helpless. San Francisco's Sea Shark would provide the FBI with clues about Tang Yu's smuggling of weapons, and Tang'an was still splitting within the Tang family. Of course these things are just a surface. High Shark Club and Tang'an will not do these things for no reason. According to the information I have received, other forces retaliated against his dissatisfaction with the cessation of the Gulf War. Brent would not finish. The gesture was interrupted by Walsh. Walsh asked him, "I let you how to set up a research lab?" Brent understood that Walsh didn't want to continue with the previous topic when he asked, so he followed Walsh's words and said, "At present, there are more than 10 top doctors in this research room, and they are from psychology, behavior, economics, politics, and Chinese culture." Walsh nodded and said, "Give them all the documents without reservation. I need to conduct the most thorough research on Ziming. I need to understand his thoughts and the law of behavior, otherwise I have a hunch that both the United States and the world will surrender to his feet." "I understand, Mr. President," Brent replied. Back in San Francisco, Ziming took Tang Yu directly to Shaker Street after leaving the FBI building. This is a special street. To his left is the luxurious and prosperous business district, but on the right is the poorest, worst, and most chaotic Tenderloin area. It is also because the difference in wealth is particularly obvious. Therefore, this is also a hotbed for crimes. It is not accidental that sea sharks will rise here. In there, past on this street, you can often see gangs of gang members, as well as people on the street. As long as you see some raw faces passing here with a lot of money, they will start to rob, so this is also called by the people of San Francisco. It is the most terrifying street. However, today, the gate of this street was pulled up with a cordon. Countless police cars blocked the intersection, not allowing any vehicles to enter or exit. And from time to time there were bursts of gunfire from the street. Sitting down in the car, Tang Yu glanced at Shake Street and asked, "Did you send someone to kill the sea shark? I really didn't expect you to be able to do such a chivalrous thing." "I'm sorry, I'm just a businessman, not a gangster. So the gun battle inside was not caused by my people, but by your Tang family's hands and feet. The sea shark will provide clues to the police and destroy a drug manufacturing company." And then a group of Colombians came to fight the sea sharks desperately. It is said that the gun battle has lasted for at least an hour, and even the police dare not approach it. Zooming then down, he said, "No matter how the results of the shootout, so a large-scale gun battle, the police have arrived. Then the final result is a sea sharks will be finished." Tang Yu Ziming turned around and looked up and down. Glances suddenly asked, "I? And who seems to have not really friends? Why do you want to help me?" "Why?" Ziming some good laughs. "Old actually say your words to ask some made me laugh. Do not you think you now as I have in Iraq, like an important partner on the battlefield? If you had an accident I can stand, then how am I going to fuck?" Tang Yu smiled. "So, no matter how it say I have to thank you. the things you just do not level to. As far as I know, this sea shark others will just put out a real gun, right? The black hand behind the scenes is still hiding in the dark. Also in the Tang family, Tangen relied on his 10% of the shares to pull a group of people into a split. Then how do you plan to solve it? Of course, he also dry out and die, and what the reality is, I go back now to discuss this thing, Ziming said. Then Ziming Yutang also explained to her why direct sea sharks will kill for and the reason Tang listened to the spot in amazement. After quite a while to erect, Ziming played a thumb. Indeed, Ziming, which are mine and courage is not an ordinary person can do out. Ziming casual smile, then take back Tang Yu down family hotel. Might be about half an hour later, Lin Mutong Gang Li Cheng Ching Tang and Tang Jingxing, and then they all sat in the conference room. See people in attendance. Ziming first stood up and said, I have been from the FBI that the Tang you brought back, the road passing Shack Street. I saw sea sharks and drug dealers will rush the scene, and now the whole Shack Street has been blocked. So no matter what the outcome of this rally, the Sea Shark Club will definitely cease to exist. Of course, the Sea Shark Club was originally not our main goal. Our really important goal is Tangen, over there. Listen to Ziming, Tang mentioned. Tang then immediately stood up and gave Ziming document. This is the family information on each of the major companies. Ziming Tang ran hands, looking at a pile of files, which makes Ziming surprised. I did not expect this. Tang in the direct and indirect control of the company pretty much since this thing that I do not read. Of course, you can just tell me directly. Tang then point head again reported to Ziming, general and no difference yesterday. Chinese banks still have Tang or 10% of the shares of copies, and has a network of over 100 technology companies and insurance companies. Ziming thought for a moment listening, said, after all this Tangin no big deal, nothing more than other people with Down family, are relying on the bank's capital as the center, and then to control the flow of these funds by those companies under the name, so the first thing we need to do is to break his capital chain first, and then break down each of his companies. Finally, I want to say is that we have this time the action is purely for revenge, so please do not receive mercy. Ziming said. Article Chapter 104 Jealous Union? In the east section of Montgomery Street, known as the Western Wall Street, there is a very grand Fortune Plaza, where the headquarters of China Banking Corporation is located. Together with the Pan American Pyramid, it becomes the two most iconic buildings in San Francisco. And unlike the Pyramid Building, which is not part of the Pan American Group, the Wells Fargo Plaza is still owned by China Banking Corporation. Chinese headquarters building is a bank enough to have 150 meters high skyscraper. The building in the first 34 layers shareholders meeting room. Chinese banks was only 9 o'clock in the morning. Then after another someone walked into the conference room, then countless quarrels broke out in the conference room like a vegetable market. This is not the Chinese bank's shareholders meeting convened on the first day, and since a week ago, the bank's vice chairman Tang demanding a thorough investigation of bank accounts since the day the meeting will take will be the conference room becomes a lively market, as long as pushing open the door. The kind of noise like 10,000 ducks rushed toward your face, as if you could push people out of the door at any time. Will be meeting is to adopt to indoor auditorium style seating. Tang Hui, Tang Yan Ran, Tang Jingxing, and the central figure in the family such as a public decision-making board of directors and high on the podium. Tang right side of the position in the first row following his at this moment, he was standing the shouting something loudly, waving his arms from time to time. Everyone, I hope everyone can understand what China Bank is basically investing in within the scope permitted by law, whether it is for us, our depositors or customers, and even our employees are Americans. Then we are a downright Bank of America, including our everyday say and are also used in English. Tang then said, that it is now, one of our directors Tang Yu, he actually used the bank's capital, engaged in high-tech weapons smuggling, support the Gulf War, and this is forcing us to stand in opposition of the federal Tang in open arms. I think you have all of you are unwilling like this, So we have to conduct a thorough investigation of the accounts of the bank to ensure that there is no association of banks and Tangyu arms smuggling. Otherwise once what did FBI find? And it started to investigate the bank or other procedures, which affected the normal business of the bank and caused the stock price to fall. So everyone's wealth would have shrunk drastically. Speaking of which, Tang unintentionally paused before finally asked, that what we are willing to show their wealth to come Tang buried with it. With Tang's words, he sat in front of the right of all shareholders to follow one road shouting, "You let that Tangyu die well. We are not willing to lose even 1 cent of our investments. It is for the development of the bank, to get the corresponding income, not to save a heinous war criminal. Especially this war criminal caused me to lose more than $10,000 in the oil futures market." Some even directly to Spearhead and then pointed at the Don Downs family. I looked at all Downs family problems. Chinese bank is a modern bank, as in the past are still in use with the kind of antique family system, which is very funny bizarre practices. Also for this reason, before the birth of the Tangyu kind of war criminals. There's a 20-something year like chairman, I cannot imagine what is, and, in order to create such disgusting story. Others shouted, so I are very skeptical of the current Chinese bank property. I doubt very much that our investments have been sunk so I questioned. I asked the family down Chinese bank to get it out. Give more capable people will manage it. Hearing a roar from behind, Tang An's mouth couldn't help showing a smile. The shareholders in front of him were basically his people, even if they weren't before. After this week's meeting, everyone else was also become his loyal supporter. This democratic and unfinished chapter, please turn the page. Free shareholder meeting is really great, so that I have the opportunity to instigate so many supporters. Looking around, there is a large area behind you who are scolding shareholders. Although there are many opposition groups arranged by the Tang group on the left, they can't play a role at all in the face of absolute or suppression. Looking up at Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing sitting on the rostrum, Tang An's teeth tickled with hatred, because originally 20 years ago, his father had the most hope of getting the position of patriarch, but suddenly he didn't know from where did Tang Jingrong appear. He stole his position. It is also for this reason that it directly led to the subsequent changes in the succession order, and I was squeezed out of the top 10, because it was my turn to have all the top 10 heirs dead, which would be equivalent to a basic loss. With the right to inheritance, even if he worked hard later, he could only get a maximum of 10% of the shares. But the inexplicable Tang Ran got 30% of the shares directly when he arrived in San Francisco. Why? Tang An's heart was full of anger, hating those guys on the rostrum and itching his teeth, but then he was relieved again. It's okay, just let you be proud of it for a while. I have already received support. Now with my ability and appeal, it is enough to crush the entire China bank, or I will obediently investigate the woman Tang Ran and the entire China bank. Or just sit back and watch the division of the Tang family. Oh, by the way, even the investigation is not that simple, because I will definitely make this investigation problematic, and I will definitely pull Tang Ran from the throne of the patriarch. Damn guy, that little girl in her early 20s, she knows what a bank is and what a company is, and does she know how to make decisions? It's not under the control of those old guys. So it's better to give it to me. Tang An thought about it and grinned. I would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. I would rather wait for the Tang family to be shattered. I would become the chairman of the Tang People's Bank and become the patriarch of the Tang family in my own line. Poor 10% of the shares, I should have more. At this time, there was a voice from the rostrum, and Tang Huiyan said to him, Tang An, whether you mentioned a thorough investigation of the company's accounts, or other requirements, the board of directors did not agree, but your request was too excessive. The method is agreed. Tang Huiyan's voice fell, and Tang An immediately asked, what is excessive demand? As a shareholder of the company, don't I have the right to check the company's accounts? Or there are some ulterior secrets in it? I'm just asking you to investigate more deeply. With Tang An's rhetorical question, the others behind him also shouted, yes. We as shareholders of China Banking Corporation, have the right to know everything. Although it is not the first day to have a meeting with these guys, facing the vigorous clamor from the audience, Tang Jingxing still felt a headache. He stretched out his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and said, "Of course you have the right to know everything, but thorough investigations must be carried out step by step. It is impossible for you to ask, and you will be able to see all the documents immediately. Besides, there are many bank secrets in it. It is content that cannot be made public, but we can all guarantee that China Banking Corporation will never participate in any smuggling and war-related activities." As an attitude towards Tang Jingxing's answer, the audience booed. "What a shit, what else can't be made public? I think it's evidence of your bribery and crimes, so I can't make it public." Maybe there is a lot of trickery when Tang Ran takes over as chairman. Otherwise, she is a young girl in her early 20s, so why is she in charge of China Banking Corporation? Tang An felt very enjoyment of the boos around him. He looked up at Tang Jingxing and said, "As for myself, I want to trust you very much. This chapter is not over, please turn the page." "But I'm sorry, now we can't see any sincerity from you at all." The people around followed Tang An more vigorously and said, "That's right, no matter whether you check the accounts thoroughly or let the woman step down, you have to do things. You can't sit there and watch like idiots. That will only make us doubt you." IQ. Tang Jingxing beat the table lightly. "These damn guys." "No way." Tang Ran had no choice but to say, "Please be calm and restless. I know everyone is very dissatisfied with Tanya's affairs, but what I want to say is that everything happens in an instant, but it takes a long time to solve it. Moreover, as a multi-trillion-scale superlarge banking group, China Banking Corporation is very important for any decision. We must be responsible to all investors and our depositors." Tang Ran was interrupted by a boo in the audience before he finished speaking. "What kind of shit are you responsible for?" "Be responsible? First of all, we are responsible to us. We are all shareholders of China Bank of China. We now require a thorough investigation of the bank accounts, and we now ask you to get out of China Bank of China." Originally, China Bank of China has been standing in San Francisco for so many years and nothing happened. After I came here, all kinds of things kept going on. "You broomstar." Someone below started to scold, and some others echoed, "She is more than a broomstar. I think she is dodgy, deliberately came to harm China Bank. I also doubt why she can become the chairman of the board. Is she having an improper relationship with someone else?" She came up by walking through the back door. With the yelling, the content became less and less of the bottom line. "Go back door. I think you underestimate our female chairman. I'm afraid that she will let people go through several doors, and there are many people who have passed by. I'm afraid there are more than the Golden Gate Bridge. And that Tang Yu, ghost knowing what's going on, maybe it's our female chairman." Hearing the dirty words below, Tang Ran felt very angry and aggrieved. He obviously relied on his strength and Ziming's support to sit. How could this position be changed in their eyes? Are they all filled with that kind of stuff in their heads? Although Tang Ran knew in his heart that these people would be so abused, it was just because of jealousy of him that he could get absolute shares in China banking at such a young age, but they didn't. It was for this reason that they were united together, first Tang An, and then Tang An took the others, and they formed an alliance of jealous people against themselves. But even though Tang Ran knew this and understood that they were simply cursing for the sake of cursing, and in order to vent their jealousy, every ugly insult showed that they had the qualities of a mother but not a father. But those insulting words would still be good, sticking to her heart like steel needles. It made her want to cry very much. However, as the chairman of China Banking Corporation, she absolutely must not cry, at least not on this occasion, in front of the scumbags below, otherwise they will only think that they are weak and bully, and they will even more intensified. As for pity or sympathy, there is no such kind of emotion in them, and they will only follow with inhumanity. So Tang Ran could only bite his silver teeth and endure emotions in his heart. Anyway, after so many days, he didn't care anymore. But at this moment, A loud voice suddenly sounded, "Shut up, you guys." This voice sounded like an explosion, and immediately stunned everyone, and then everyone was stunned. Looking in the direction of Wang, I saw a Chinese man of medium build coming in with a loudspeaker. Seeing him come in, Tang Ran's tears finally flowed out of her eyes, but instead of crying, she laughed because this person was Ziming. End of this chapter. Chapter 305 Playing with Lao Tzu. The sudden appearance of Ziming shocked the entire conference room, not only because of the voice he shouted, but also because no one had thought how such a person would come out. The jealous people on the right side of the net looked at each other. Everyone looked blank and didn't understand which one was singing. Only Tang An had seen it in the old house of the Tang family's ancestral hall, and suddenly remembered it, so he jumped out and pointed at Ziming and said, "He is Ziming. He helped Tang Ran that bitch become the chairman of China Banking Corporation. He wanted to seize our property and Tanya's affairs. Planned." Following this, there was an uproar at the scene, but before other people had time to speak, Ziming cursed first. "It was planned by your mother. You have a dog with a mother but not a father. Will you speak? Haven't he learned what is civilized and polite? Haven't learned what the 3 obediences and 4 virtues are? How am I really wondering for you whether your mother threw people away and picked up the placenta to raise the placenta when she gave birth to you? Why did Wang scream?" Their abuse was like a heavy hammer hitting Tang An's chest so hard that he could barely catch his breath. Before he could think about how Ziming could curse at such a level, Tang An pointed to Ziming and said, "Choose. You are throwing at the street boy. You dare to curse me?" Ziming snorted him and said, "Swear you. If it weren't for the headquarters of China Banking Corporation, I would really want to beat you up, and then leave you in the Pacific Ocean to feed the sharks." Unreasonable. This is simply outrageous. Tang An he was so angry that he was shaking, but in the end he only suffocated such a sentence. He said angrily, "Where are the security guards of the building? Are they all dead? Isn't anyone taking care of such a mess here? Do you want to take care of it? You don't take a piss and take good care of yourself. This is called China People's Bank, not Tangin Bank. I also ask you to recognize the identity of the street boy. I don't understand why you feel so good about yourself. Did you get your mind caught in the door when you were young, or why would you be so ignorant?" Ziming said with a sigh, "I really feel sad for your parents. Why did you give birth to such a thing? You grew up eating bibimbap from the ashes of your family, right? Your father was still playing hearse drifting when he died. Did your mother have to go to the grave when he died? Just you. This IQ is still playing with Lao Tzu to spray people. Lao Tzu is a qualified person. He usually doesn't spray people if he can be reasonable, but once it sprays, it can explode to your whole family, and your mother won't recognize you." Listen. Ziming's sentence followed by a classic sentence of the times. Tang An was almost about to vomit blood. Finally, he couldn't help shouting, "I'm fighting with you anymore," and then rushed towards Ziming with his red eyes up. Of course Tang An couldn't meet Ziming. He only reached the position 2 meters in front of Ziming, and was stopped by 2 sturdy men over 2 meters. And then the 2 strong men picked him up. Don't look at Tang An, who is also about 1.8 meters tall, but in the hands of these 2 brawny men, like a little chicken, they were easily picked up and then thrown out. Seeing Tang An being thrown on the ground, all the audience was shocked with a sense of substitution, and some even sighed incorporation. Tang An fell to the ground and was stunned at the time. He had never been wronged like this since he grew up holding a golden spoon. He has always been against Tang Ran, Tang Jingxing and the others, and they dare not act rough with themselves. How dare Ziming this time? And when did the 2 strong bodyguards appear? Why didn't Ziming see it when he came in? Tang An is undoubtedly too egoistic to think this way, because Ziming dared to threaten even the President of the United States, let alone shouting the bodyguard to throw you, a guy who didn't know anything. As for the bodyguard, he came in with Ziming. No, when you see it, you can only say that you have a problem with your eyes. Ziming shook his head helplessly at him. "I finally understand what a natural disaster is when I see you. Natural disasters are that you are born with a low IQ. and that you are embarrassed when you come out. Pitying Tang in abandoning these words, Ziming bypassed him and walked directly on to the rostrum. Tang Ran stood up happily and called Brother Ming. If it weren't for seeing so many people here, Tang Ran would need to maintain his chairmanship. She really wanted to run over and hug Ziming and cry. On the other side, Tang Jingxing also stood up, but he frowned and said to Ziming, "Didn't you say that you don't want to come out? Our current layout is not yet complete. When you stand in front of the stage, why are you still? Are you out now?" "I can't help myself." Facing Tang Jingxing's complaint, Ziming said, "I'm sorry I disrupted your deployment, but I can't help seeing Ranran being bullied like that. It's not a question of being able to calm down or not, but a question of whether I can protect women. I don't know what will happen to other people, but at least I have seen my own women suffer such grievances, especially today I'm here. On the first day, I can't stand it." Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin didn't know what to say. Perhaps from a rational point of view, Ziming shouldn't have come out, but such humiliating cowardice was not acceptable to anyone. Another point is that this is Ziming's first day, but the meeting has already been held for a week. That is, Tang Ran has endured this insult for 7 days, which makes people intolerable. "But our plan," Tang Huiyin wanted to remind Ziming, but Ziming pushed back. "Don't worry, this is a plan I destroyed myself, and I can settle it." Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin, look at me and me. Looking at you, I feel that Ziming is very domineering, because if he just jumps out to destroy the plan, it can be said that he has the courage and inexhaustible, but he can manage it. This is confident domineering. Ziming turned his head and said to Tang Ran, Ran is very sorry for making you wronged. I should have come soon." Tang Ran shook his head and replied, "It's okay, Brother Ming. As long as I can cooperate with Brother Ming's plan, I will suffer more. It doesn't matter if wronged." Ziming scratched Tang Ran's, "You stubborn little girl." This action immediately detonated the scene, and Tang An, who had recovered, pointed at Ziming and Tang Ran and said, "Look, what are the dog men and women doing? How dare they blatantly fuck in front of us?" It turns out that our chairman not only has suspicions with the old guys, but also with outsiders, or in front of us. This is too daring too. We simply didn't put our entire Tang dynasty bank and the entire Tang family in our eyes. Tang An roared very excitedly, and in the end even roared, and with Tang An's words, other Tang people's jealous people also agreed. Screaming, the scene was a mess. "Look, those two dirty and shameless thieves are going to join forces to steal the China Bank, and they still use this extremely disgusting way. That man is so unqualified. Look at the ones he just came in to talk about. Then there is the curse, which sentence is not it? I think he is a Flutter Street, Aberdeen lawless, delusions with his rotten bird covet our bank. This is simply a scum. Below, you made him these words in the verbal abuse." Ziming slowly raised the big horn in his hand, and then yelled, "Shut up Falozi." Ziming's roar was no different from Huang Zongdalu under the amplification effect of the loudspeaker, and immediately stunned the people below. The chaotic scene that was like 10,000 ducks arguing just now quieted down. Ziming was very satisfied with this result. Fortunately, he had been prepared, otherwise his head would explode just by listening to these guys arguing, especially when facing so many people. He would have no room for interruption. Finally, Ziming couldn't help thinking that Lin Muking was the woman who knew her best, because it was her idea to let herself wear a trumpet and a burly bodyguard. Because originally, according to the plan, Ziming did not want to stand up and confront Tang An today. After all, Tang An is not like the Sea Shark Society, an illegal gang. Just picking things up can kill him. Tang An still has some strength in the Tang family, and they are all legal, so if you want to win him in one fell swoop, although it is not difficult, you always need time to prepare. Today Ziming just wants to listen to the meeting. However, Lin Muking knew what was going on in this so-called meeting, and knew that Ziming's temper would definitely not allow Tang Ran to be insulted like that in front of her. So Lin Muking first advised Ziming not to come to this meeting, but later couldn't persuade him, so she had to help him prepare these things that might be used. Needless to say about speakers, if a person wants to make a sound in front of hundreds of people, he can only amplify his own voice infinitely, otherwise he will be suppressed. As for the burly bodyguards, it's easier to understand. They just want to use violence because they can talk about Ziming. It's true that the army is the king of soldiers, but it's hard to beat four hands with two fists, let alone this group of people. People have hundreds of hands. Besides, the figure of the is ordinary, and it is far from the impact that these two tall and strong men bring to ordinary people. And now that it works, it's time to strike the iron while it's hot. Ziming went on and said, "Is it okay for you guys to give me a good scrutiny? Anyway, you are all children of the Tang family and shareholders of China Banking Corporation. They have a certain status and are all well-educated adults who have gone to school. Can they not be like a 3-year-old child who is at the mercy of others?" Facing Ziming's words, the following immediately came to mind and exploded, pointing at Ziming one by one and cursing, "What are you? You dare to speak in front of us and do not pee and take pictures of yourself. What do you have? Qualification? It's not relying on the trash from the upper rank of women. You are here to insult us the most. You hurry off this stage." Regarding the abuse below, Ziming didn't bother to care, just silently adjust the volume of the loudspeaker. Continued, "So you look at you now. Do you know that you put swear words on your lips? Can you pursue a bit like an adult?" Ziming turned up the volume, and the curse below did not show any weakness. The louder said, "I'm chasing your face. You, a terrapin who knows nothing. Go back to the Big Six. This is not where you stay. You will just be like a mouse crossing the street. You cannot get involved with the Tang People's Bank and the Tang family. Even that woman belongs to our Tang family, and you can't take it away." Hearing the louder voice below, Ziming shook his head helplessly. Once I increased the volume of the speaker and said, "I originally wanted to discuss the topic of self-cultivation with you, but looking at your dog's inability to spit out ivory, I don't bother to say it, but I can tell you here. I have no interest in your Tang family, and only you idiots think about getting something for nothing all day long." In this way, Ziming stood on the rostrum with the loudspeaker and Tang and other jealous people. It became infinitely stunned, and neither of you nor me would give in. However, Tang Ran couldn't help but laugh, because Ziming was talking here with a big loudspeaker. He could speak very loudly by just saying a few words, but the people below had to yell desperately, "Tang!" Of course, the voices of several people were a little dumb when they heard the voices. As a member of the same family, even if they were on the opposite side, Tang Ran couldn't help but feel distressed for those guys. This IQ is really worrying. Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan also covered their faces. These silly things are really embarrassing and lost to Grandma's house. 8. Chapter 306. I said that you guys with brain-disabled people can be quieter. Don't you think that your current practice is meaningless? I don't understand. Is Tang your biological father or mother? What benefits did he give you? Are you going to stand on his side so desperately? Ziming held up the big loudspeaker on the stage. Don't talk about it anymore. Please calm down. Now that you are an adult, don't let your emotions interfere with your normal judgment, and you don't think about yourself. You should also think about your voice and body. Or you really naively think that your voice can be louder than a trumpet. Is it? With Tang Jingxing's persuasion, the jealous people below all gradually came to their senses. When they recalled what they had done just now, they couldn't help feeling ashamed of themselves. Seeing the scene calm down, Tang Jingxing asked Ziming, "Now you can talk about the purpose of your trip." Ziming nodded and said, "Actually, I didn't have any other purpose. I just wanted to buy what Tangan was holding, 10% of the shares of China Banking Corporation." As soon as I said this, the whole scene was shocked. No one thought that Ziming would have this purpose, or that someone had thought of it, but they couldn't figure out how Ziming would actually be. I would say it so directly, without disguising it at all. Tangan, who was the center, was even more angry, because in his opinion, Ziming was simply insulting his IQ. He pointed at Ziming and roared angrily, but in the end he shouted in a hoarse voice, You bastard, do not think about it anymore. I am not the bitch beside you. I will definitely keep my status as the Tang family. The dying look immediately made the surrounding laughter, even following before. Many of the jealous men who sprayed Zhu Ming with him this time couldn't help joining in the ridicule. The ridicule behind him made Tang An even more angry. He turned his head and roared, "Don't laugh anymore. Are you all the same as that bastard Zhu Ming?" Tang An wanted to earn his face by his aura, but he was hoarse. Only when he spoke, everyone laughed even harder. "Asshole, you are a group of idiots without opinion." Tang An scolded angrily. "I want to say that Tang An, you'd better take back what you just said, otherwise you would have offended your supporter." Zhu Ming said this undoubtedly to remind him kindly, but Tang An was annoyed. Waved, "I don't need you to remind you. You thief and liar, I tell you, if you want to take my shares, you will never take away a dime from me." "Mr. Tang An, I might think it is necessary for me to correct you. I don't want to take away any of your shares. I just want to buy from you, which means I will pay in full. The price is based on the current market value of China Banking Corporation." While talking, Zhu Ming juggled out a document and said, "The current market value of China Banking Corporation is $700 billion US. So 10% of your shares are $70 billion US. I can immediately give you a remittance note of $70 billion, and then you hand over all the shares to me." Before Zhu Ming could finish this time, Tang An angrily interrupted, "Don't be delusional. I'll tell you, China Bank is my wealth. No one can take it. I will never sell it to you." Facing Tang An, who was entangled, Zhu Ming had to emphasize it again. "I say, you Mr. Tang An, I still don't seem to understand what I'm saying. I don't want to take possession of your wealth for free. I'm buying it. Do you understand? I'll pay you $. I don't want you to teach me, even if it's a purchase. How? That's my wealth. I just won't sell it to you." Tang An said to Zhu Ming, "I tell you, don't think you can take possession of the Tang family's property by doing Tang Ran's little white face. That's impossible." "Yes, at least you can take away my power." Tang An screamed desperately, sounding like the sound of dry branches rubbing. Zhu Ming didn't want to take advantage of him anymore, so he put down the loudspeaker and said to him in a very thoughtful manner, "I'm stressing it again, I'm not here to take advantage of you, and I don't want to bully you. The truth is, I said this to you today for your consideration. If you agree today, you will keep your wealth. At least you will not lose money. If you do not agree, you will suffer a big loss." Tang seemed to hear the world's funniest laugh, then the general laugh, then suddenly ferocious forward to Zhu Ming said, "You too? For such a child will not believe Mongolia will be able to trick me if I believe you are the stupidest idiot in the world, right?" Zhu Ming reluctantly shook his head. "Unfortunately, the rare one was so sincere. I do not want to install B. Come forward. Tang, only hope you do not regret later." "Just fine. I regret it." "Are you too ridiculous, or are you too confident?" Tang, grinning to Zhu Ming, said, "How it, since you are so generous, that I might give you a bit of news to disclose, and I can tell you, this thing cannot. You thought it would be simple. If you want to take care of this, then you will have a big deal." Zhu Ming smiled and said, If you say so, I can rest assured." "You said let's the event, to the more violent it." At the same Brighton White Villa garden, Adam's family patriarch Christopher was sitting in his study with participating in a conference call, his phone to his ear, listening to the voice inside. "Excellency, I am very sorry to take the liberty to disturb you, but I also really have a very important thing that you want to report." Crystal, with a very respectful tone on the phone, said, "Before I had met in San Francisco's mission, it's a big trouble. Originally, we wanted to capture Tang Yu to teach Chinese Zhu Ming a lesson, but now he has destroyed the Sea Shark Club and is now dealing with Tang An." He had listened carefully to the other side of the issue and said, "Lord, according to my understanding of the Chinese people, he is a very deep, very strong and divergent thinking of people, so I doubt very much that the purpose of his practice is now to force the person behind the scenes to show up. Of course I understand that he cannot be your opponent, but I can guarantee that his purpose is like this." Then Christo hung up after talking on the phone for a while. He let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, This is really good news. I didn't expect Your Excellency to arrange it personally, so I can't wait. I want to see the helplessness of the Huaxia people. Chapter 307th Fallout Attack. Big Brother Ming, why did you propose to buy that guy's shares today? Didn't we say that we have to crack down on his industry first, and buy it at the lowest price? Wouldn't we tell him in advance? If he is today, wouldn't you lose out on Brother Ming? Tang Ran asked curiously. Now that the shareholders' meeting of China Banking Corporation has ended, Ziming, Tang Ran and other core members of the family's decision-making team all came to the lounge next to them. Thinking of the situation in the meeting room just now, Tang Ran had such a question. And as Tang Ran asked a question, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin also curiously moved their heads, because they also wanted to know what Ziming thought. After all, they have seen too much impossibility in Ziming, whether it is to push Tang Ran the Patriarch the position of Tur of Tang, the clan, alone or in war to go to Iraq, to change the situation almost impossible, and the United States force president of the still could not sit. Each of these thoughts is very unexpected, and it is precisely this way that they can't help but wonder, what is Ziming's thoughts this time? However, facing the curiosity of all the Tang family members, Ziming replied with both hands together, what can I think of this? I came here today and stood up because of some unexpected circumstances. I didn't expect any other excuses for the time being, so I used this to fill the bill. Besides, I also have a certain understanding of Tangan. I don't think he would agree with his character, so I just said that. Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin were stunned when they heard Ziming's words. They stared with a pair of eyes. Looking at Ziming in disbelief, he asked in a daze, it's just like this? Are there really no other ideas? Ziming's confirmation nodded ruthlessly shattered their final fantasy and messed them up, because they were expecting Ziming to come up with an idea that surprised them. Now this idea is really unexpected, but they don't take this seriously. How can they temporarily make up for such an important thing? What about the emergency? Indeed, based on Tang An's character, he would definitely think his dignity was insulted and rejected, but he might also agree to it directly, even if it is 1 in 10,000 chance, isn't it? What if you win a lottery? How could Ziming not know their thoughts? So he continued, in fact, it doesn't matter if he agrees. Anyway, our ultimate goal is to buy his shares and stop the division of the Tang family first. It's just the difference between spending more and spending less money. Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin were very helpless. Indeed, as Ziming himself said, their previous strategy was to draw salary from the bottom of the pan. The reason for Tang An's appeal is, in the final analysis, the shares he holds in China Banking Corporation. Then, as long as they remove his shares, everything can be solved. After all, most of those who follow suit, if they threaten their interests, yes, they will naturally compromise. There may be a few diehards, but it is difficult to deal with a group of people. But it is very simple to deal with a few people. But the strategy is correct, but it doesn't seem to be so casual, and it's not as simple as spending more and spending less a little money. At least there is a difference of tens of billions. How can it not make people worry? Ziming also understood that what he said just now was a bit irresponsible, so he scratched his head and said, actually, I thought about it at that time. If Tangan really agreed, I will pay out the money that may be lost in the middle. A billion is tens of billions. I don't think I can't afford the money. Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin were relieved, but before they could speak, Tang Ran said, okay, Uncle Tang and Auntie Tang, now this matter has passed, and things are still in accordance with our estimation, so no matter what Brother Ming did, he was right, and Brother Ming himself was helping our Tang family. Even if Tangan really agreed today, we can't let it. Brother Ming gave this money. Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin looked helplessly at each other. They remembered that even though Tang Ran was the patriarch of the Tang family, she was probably surnamed Z in their hearts. Thinking of this in their hearts, they had no choice but to follow Tang Ran and say, Mr. Ziming, we actually didn't mean that. We just hope that this can be done in secret. It doesn't matter whether compensation or not. Our Tang family it's not that stingy. Then Tang Jingxing asked Ziming again, The matter has passed, and now it's just trying to fix the situation. Compared with this, what do you think Mr. Ziming should do next? Next? Of course, just do what we should do. I think our plan is ready. The F1 ag we set up at the meeting today must be remedied by ourselves. Otherwise, we will really be beaten. It's not a glorious thing, Ziming said, so starting tomorrow, all the plans will start together. Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin both nodded and said yes. Then Ziming took Tang Ran away, and as they left, Tang Huiyin said with emotion to Tang Jingxing, "It seems that our patriarch will really have the surname Zhu." Tang Jingxing just smiled and said nothing. Tang Huiyin went on to say, "But fortunately that Ziming gave us the Tang family's surname. There are no crooked thoughts about the property." Although this is difficult to understand, this is also the main reason why I will trust him. Tang Jingxing said, "Actually, I'm very curious why he is not tempted by our wealth. Is it because he feels that if he catches Tang Ran, it is equivalent to dominating the entire Tang family?" Tang Huiyin said, "I don't think he would think that way. If I want to say that I think he despises the wealth of our Tang family," Tang Jingxing said. Tang Huiyin's eyes widened at the time. Tang Jingxing went on to say to her, "Don't do that. Look at me. I know this is incredible, but I feel that way, because he is destined to stand on a higher level, just like an adult. You think he will grab a toy that a child regards as a treasure, is it?" Tang Huiyin felt that his three views had been subverted at the time, and felt that his past cognition had been biased. Know that their Down family, as the core family of the California Consortium, dominates more than $1 trillion of fortunes, and even includes the skunk factory, the most cutting-edge technology company in the United States. Such a family is actually likened to a child. Toys are also helpless. Finally, Tang Huiyin gave up and rubbed his temples and said, "I don't think about it anymore. I will never think of your ideas anyway, but I believe your vision is like you gave up your inheritance rights to help Tang 20 years ago. Ran's father is the same." Tang Jingxing smiled. He looked at Tang Huiyin and said, "Thank you very much. Actually, I know you helped me a lot behind the scenes. Sometimes I also wonder if we are not related by blood." On the same day, the Tang family and Zhu Ming's targeting of Tangin's industry began. Speaking of this targeting, the actual approach is the same as that used by Zhu Ming at the meeting. Tang An's investment in the industry, regardless of the cost, slapped him fiercely. As a member of the Tang family, Tang An's investment industry has no secrets at all in front of the Tang family. His main industries are network technology companies and insurance companies, so these companies suffered disasters because of Tang An's reasons. First, the network technology company. Tang An's main investment is an email and desk company, and it was attacked by hackers that night, and the server was paralyzed at that time. The following day, the newspaper published a report that there was a huge loophole in server management, and all users suffered huge losses. Although this company activated the emergency mechanism in the first place, it still could not return to normal in a short period of time. And when Tangin's internet technology company had an accident, all the outdoor advertisements in San Francisco suddenly appeared on Yahoo Mailbox and S-Ads. This was a website invested by another member of the Tang family, and it was also used by Zhu Ming and Tang Jingxing. Come to defeat Tangan and take over him to open up the market. Damn bastard. This shit Yahoo company must have been made by Tang Ran's little gangster. The purpose is to grab the market with me. And what kind of hacking is their method? It is simply dirty and despicable. Tangan he swears in his office, but his swearing does not solve the problem. On the same day, the media in San Francisco revealed that Tang An's main investment insurance company had agreement fraud, overlord clauses, and an action in claim settlement, and even broadcast it. A video of reporters disguising themselves as ordinary policyholders going into insurance companies to apply for insurance and signing insurance contracts, and asked professional lawyers to comment on the problems. According to the film we saw just now, I can be absolutely sure that this bodyguard company has serious fraud, because when you go to sign the contract, the salesman of the insurance company will promise you a lot of insurance, but it can be seen that these promises have actually become ambiguous in the contract, which shows that the insurance company does not intend to honor this promise. In addition to the salesman's commitments, as well as in the contract, we can also see that insurance companies have many restrictions on claims, but they do not mention their own requirements, and also use a lot of vague vocabulary about their responsibilities. I can be sure that the person who helped the insurance company conclude the contract must be a master who is proficient in the law, because only in this way, when you have a problem, the insurance company can easily negate its responsibilities. With the broadcast of this survey, people in San Francisco were once again shocked. At the same time, the advertisements of several other insurance companies also appeared on several major channels during prime time, and they all chose to buy insurance. You have to choose an insurance company that can be assured of responsibility. There is no doubt that they are all aimed at Tang An. In Tang An's office, he pushed all the things on his desk to the ground and smashed his favorite pair of blue and white porcelain vases. Finally, Tang An picked up the phone and yelled at the other side, "You guys have listened to me. No matter what method you use, I must reshape the company's credibility, and I can invest in you again. 1 million and 10 million, as long as you support me and defend your own market. Even if you kneel down to beg your customers, you can't let our customers lose. Do you know that?" After the last sentence, Tang An dropped the phone severely again, and then panted and said, "Okay, you guys, are you going to tear your face to deal with me? But you can't beat me, because I still have 100 in my hand. 10% of the shares of China Banking Corporation, our profit and loss are one, so no matter who you offer it, I can benefit." Thinking of this, Tang An grinned again. "I know you want to force me to submit, but you are doing this dreaming," Tang An said in his mouth, but he still didn't realize that Ziming and the Tang family were attacking him in all directions. Chapter 308. The bank on the cusp of storm. At there, an Audi drove into car at the Golden Gate Villa area of San Francisco, and finally drove to Tang Jingxing's villa. A middle-aged man with thin hair got out of car and walked in at the guidance of an under housekeeper. The villa came to the study. "Dear Mr. Tang, as an old friend, I am very happy to be a guest at your home, but I don't want to hear about your internal struggles in the Tang family anymore. At the same time, I am also very curious. You have always only maintained. How come the guys from the Tang family have begun to intervene in business? Don't you finally plan to continue to be an antique?" As soon as he entered the door, the middle-aged man crackled these words to Tang Jingxing. Tang Jingxing was right. "This is just a slight smile. My old friend, we Huaxia people have always paid attention to the time and the situation, and I always have to take a very attitude towards some extraordinary things, otherwise I always hold the same old things." "That is true. Become an old stubborn." There. Middle-aged man laughed and said, "So, I thought you finally figured out that you want to take over the Tang family." Tang Jingxing shook his head and said, "This is impossible, since I chose the ancestral clan at the beginning. Yes, I won't violate my vows, and it's very easy not to participate in the performances in front of the stage." "What a boring guy," the middle-aged man asked, sitting in front of Tang Jingxing with his lips curled up. "What's wrong with me again?" Faced with this question, Tang Jingxing took out a videotape on the table and pushed it to the middle-aged man and said to him, "I hope it can be broadcast on the noon news. I can assure you, this is definitely a very hot news." There. Middle-aged man curiously picked up the videotape and glanced at it a few times and then asked, "Can you tell me what's inside it?" Shah edited video about the recent shareholder meeting of China Bank, which records the internal division of the Tang family. Tang Jingxing replied. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was dumbfounded on the spot, as if a child with dementia looked at Tang Jingxing. If he didn't understand Tang Jingxing, he would really think that this guy was joking with himself. After all, for any family or business, in terms of speaking, shouldn't it all be as far as possible to prevent yourself from being negative? Has the news been exposed? How come now that he has come to the Tang family, he still has to take the initiative to expose such things. Isn't he worried about China Banking Corporation? Are they affected by this? These thoughts made him feel that his logic was challenged immediately, so he had to say to Tang Jingxing, "If you persist, I will do this for you. I just hope you won't regret it in the future." Tang Jingxing shrugged meaninglessly and said, "Of course." The middle-aged man then got up and left. After he left, Tang Jingxing couldn't help but laughed. "I didn't expect the feeling of doing such an unexpected thing really feels really good." That's cool. Just seeing that his expression just now looks the same as that of a fool. It seems that the best choice is to follow Zhu Ming's ideas. And as the videotape was taken to the TV station, at noon that day, the San Francisco channel broadcasted it. A piece of news about the internal division of China People's Bank was broadcast, and a video of Tang An and his envy league against Tang Ran and demanding Tang Ran's resignation was broadcast. The broadcast of this news immediately caused an uproar in San Francisco, the entire California, and even the United States. After all, China Banking Corporation is one of the largest superbanking groups in the United States by market value. It has a huge influence, and Tang An and the jealous people opposed it in the video, vast and determined. My God, China Banking Corporation is the pride of our Chinese people. It is the core of a stable financial institution in California. How could such a thing happen? And that Tang Rangxin's appointment as the chairman of China Banking Corporation didn't follow the formal procedures? Why did it happen? Let a young girl in her 20s take up this position? Is China Banking going to play herself to death? Is this a lie? It doesn't look like this. Because there was an internet company yesterday. When I was sniped with an insurance company, I was still discussing with my friends why someone dared to attack the assets invested by the Tang family. Now it seems that this is caused by a split within them. I think now, but it's not that I'm worried about China's future problems, but whether the problems of China's Bank of China will affect his stability. My entire life deposits can be in China's Bank of China. If China's bank is really split as a result, then what can I do with my money? There is also the loan I am applying to China Banking Corporation. I am still waiting to use the money to buy a house. Now it seems that China Banking Corporation can't figure it out. I have to contact others as soon as possible. The bank thinks of a way. Various sayings in the society have become popular, but the most central idea is that China banking is going to end. However, the China banking, which is at the center of the vortex, has chosen to be silent. The silence of the bank has deepened the panic in society. Such a panic was directly reflected in the stock market. On the day the video was publicly broadcast, China Bank's stock price fell by more than 3 percentage points. Although it did not seem to be much, it was only for ordinary small listed companies. In other words, a real large enterprise group should be stable, and even if there is a profit or loss, it will remain at about 1 percentage point. The reason is simple. It is difficult for such a huge enterprise to be shaken by a little bit of speculative hot money. Otherwise, the stock price will often plunge or inexplicably rise and fall, which will only attract a large number of speculators, but cannot retain real investors. Nor is it the norm that a normal enterprise should have. For these reasons, the China Banking Corporation, which has always been floating at 0.34%, suddenly dropped by 3% this time, and it suddenly became another explosive news. That night, on the economic channel of San Francisco TV, a special commentator said, "It is obvious that the video caused the stock of China Bank to fall. But in fact, this should not be considered an insolvable problem for China Bank of China." The problem, but after the video was exposed and the stock market had reacted, he was still indifferent and chose to remain silent. This is the biggest problem now. It is conceivable that all the energy of China Banking Corporation has been used internally. No one cares what will happen to China Banking Corporation. They only care about whom the wealth of China Banking Corporation will eventually go to. So if it were me, I would immediately withdraw capital from China Banking Corporation. I can also foresee the decline now. From the very beginning, in the future, China Banking Corporation will face continuous weakness and decline. If investors want to reduce their losses, their so-called stock investment is simply to give their money to the company to become a part of the investment object. If the market value of the target increases, then their own money will grow, and vice versa. Because of the nature of stocks, most investors are obviously unwilling to continue to lose money with China Banking Corporation, so many people choose to sell China banking stocks. This led to a further decline in China Bank's share price. For this reason, the governor of California cannot sit still. After all, China Banking Corporation is the largest bank in California. It not only has the largest depositors, but also has huge investments in various fields in California. If you compare the entire California economy to one in the case of a machine, then China Bank is the engine. No matter how advanced the machine is, if the engine fails, the whole machine is bound to be affected. The Tang family's ability to become the absolute core of the California consortium also benefits from this. The same is true in California now. Once the China Banking Corporation has a problem, the projects he invested in will cease to operate, some loans will also have problems, and financial problems will lead to larger-scale social problems, and run turmoil is inevitable. So California State Long Tang Jingxing cannot come out to talk about, and when they met in the governor's holiday villa, the governor said to Tang Jingxing, "Old school, I tell you exactly what the problem is yet." Tong King wins this. Liang Zuitan said, "And what you see like, within our family, there is a problem, but very unfortunately, the situation was to shoot down, also on the news." State Long this reluctantly shook his head and said, "Old school, I think to me between their relationship, you do not say take this rhetoric to fool me now with Down's family relationship and television, even the latest, all TV buildings in China are looking for loans from your China bank. Do you think they would broadcast such news at all without your approval?" Tong King wins. Liang Zuitan, who knows, maybe recently rated San Francisco TV station is too bleak a bit, so for their investors, they need to play some more juicy news, such as an internal Chinese banking division problem. State Long felt a little headache. "It seems that you are not going to tell me, then I ask you to change the way it is now. Such a thing happened. How are you going to end?" Tong King wins. Then he looked up to face the governor, said, "I do not, and you joke. Old school, I know that for now the situation of Chinese banks, you bear a lot of pressure, you need to worry about the economic crisis that may arise. But I can assure you here that what you are worried about will not appear, because only the current decline can exchange for further growth of China Banking Corporation in the future." The governor thought about it for a while and nodded and said, "I believe you. Is this your new patriarch's method? Like the previous emperor, exclude dissidents?" Tang Jingxing shook his head and said, "I think the governor's wording is wrong, because this is not to exclude dissidents, but a performance of a strong man breaking his arm. That is, some people in our family have developed very bad ideas, so we have to use some extraordinary methods to get rid of him in order to preserve the normal operation of China Banking Corporation, otherwise it's really troublesome." Their governor nodded silently and asked, "So the current situation is still in your hands?" Tang Jingxing nodded and said yes. The governor was relieved. "If that's why I'm relieved, but I still have a question. If I remember correctly, today I asked you to come with your niece Tang Ran. Why are you alone?" "It's her. Don't you like to meet strangers?" Faced with this question, Tang Jingxing's expression suddenly became embarrassed. "Old classmate, I think you should not know the answer." Hearing Tang Jingxing's words, the governor immediately stared. His eyes and curiosity were raised infinitely, but no matter what he thought, he couldn't know that Tang Ran was just accompanying Ziming to sunbathe by the sea with Lin Muking. This is what embarrassed Tang Jingxing. At such an important moment, using a videotape to push China Bank to the forefront, and even the entire California economy will be affected. This initiator actually enjoys a beach holiday. Two beautiful women accompanied, especially one of them was the current patriarch of the Tang family and the chairman of China Bank. This made Tang Jingxing couldn't help feeling that he was really old. and his heart would never be able to keep up with the thinking speed of young people. Sometimes Tang Jingxing couldn't help but be jealous of what kind of virtue Ziming had accumulated in his previous life. Only in this life can he have such good luck. It's really more popular than ever. Chapter 309, People Waiting? When the eyes of the entire California and even the United States are focused on the internal stability of China Banking Corporation, China Banking Corporation is of course not indifferent. On the third day after the stocks fell sharply, China Banking Corporation, the general meeting of shareholders was held again. The location is still in the conference room of the headquarters building on Montgomery Street, but what is different from the last time is that all shareholders who come to the meeting must go through strict inspections. Of course, this is actually unnecessary, because of the last video. It was not an accident at all, but Tang Jingxing found someone to record it below. Therefore, this is just a full set of acting. Although it is not that no one can guess the truth, it can be guessed, but if you do nothing, it is too much. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Ziming, Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing and other members of the decision-making level arrived at the building, but of course they did not enter the meeting room the first time. I walked into the meeting room when I was there. As the door of the conference room was opened, there was a sudden burst of noise, which made it feel like 100 people were sitting here preparing for a meeting, but 100 annoying ducks. Seeing that the door next to them was opened, these shareholders lowered their voices subconsciously, but when they saw Ziming who was following him, all of them opened their eyes wide, and some of them couldn't help but screamed, "Oh my god! Why did that guy also come to the meeting last time?" I think the Tang Dynasty Bank and the Tang family will be in charge of outsiders in the future. It's about to be over. Facing the following exclaims, Ziming she ignored Tang Jingxing, but Tang Ran pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction, but seeing that Ziming didn't speak, she also swallowed her dissatisfaction back into her stomach. However, their big belly did not exchange for understanding from the audience. On the contrary, they felt that they were taking the ground, so they became more energetic, especially Tangan. The last time he was humiliated and insulted by Ziming was still vivid, so he stood up and pointed at Ziming and said, "Look, everyone, what is that? Why does that guy come to our shareholder meeting? Do not tell me, just rely on his investment in a bitch." Tangan pointed out the other shareholder beside him also stood up and followed his direction and cursed. Moreover, our shareholder meetings were kept confidential in the past. Since this guy came last time, the video of our meeting has been exposed. And I think everyone can understand the reason even if I don't say it. So what I want to say is that some people are so shameless and can do whatever it takes for their own interests. Tang then said, "It's real. I personally do not want for anyone, but some asshole degree, but cannot help people made. So this shameless son of a bitch, we must get out of the conference room." In his under there echoed each other. Tang behind, envious of those who have followed, shouted, "Get out of the conference room and we do not spy meeting with Tang Bank of things to be themselves." Hearing the shouts behind him, the corners of Tang An's mouth turned up slightly. He felt that he was just caught off guard the last time, so this time he was already prepared. As Ming who didn't know where he came from. "Can you turn to the sky?" It's just that he is a qualified nobleman, and he can't scold him again with this kind of bastard who is rolling in the mud. It is simply an insult to himself, so it's good to get him out. Tang to himself off to a near-perfect head, then on stiff smile on his face, because he saw the hand. Do not know when Ziming took a microphone. Wait, why does this guy have a microphone in his hand? Tang felt uneasy for a while. He subconsciously looked to the left and right, and saw that different speakers were placed on both sides of the rostrum. 3 days ago Ziming dominated the whole scene with a big horn. Let the terrorist himself Horsethroat are unable to compete once again reminded. It makes sense. Tang front of a piece of black soul filled with screams. Without such a play, you guys are opening up. On the podium, Ziming Tang then sat beside him. He took from the microphone to Cough Throat and then said softly, "Everyone please be quiet about it." Noisy quarrel is not a result of which the last meeting in it has already been proven. Of course, if you all think that your voice has been raised and you can talk to the horn again, then I can only say that everyone's challenges are welcome. Here's Ming, then the audience, who was immediately and Tang like to vomit blood. And special, what's this guy how the megaphone curse, it is not cheating it? The audience of people and therefore pain curse. Ziming said, with what you have mic, and why do you use a megaphone? How can you take us to the bar on the outside of the horn? Assess what you want to hear. Have a special? You have tarnished our tradition, you despicable villain. Ziming couldn't help but listen to them. He didn't expect that after the previous lesson, these guys also brought speakers today, but they were stopped by security guards. This made Ziming feel very grateful. Fortunately, he prepared an extra hand so that Tang Ran arranged a security guard to conduct a strict investigation outside. Otherwise, if they were to bring the speakers in, then today's meeting would not be necessary. Thinking of this, Ziming said, why, I tell you just to sit on the podium now and you sit down. If you have the ability to buy China Banking Corporation, you also have the right to speak with Mike, otherwise you just close it. Your mouths are obedient, or you can continue to yell at the speakers. Ziming's words made them feel extremely humiliated. Even if they remembered that they lost their voice 3 days ago when they shouted at Ziming's horn, some people were still very unconvinced. What about you? Why are you sitting on the podium? Can you buy China Banking Corporation? Of course I have, Ziming said. I said at the last meeting. Do you want to buy the 10% of Mr. Tang An's shares? Or are you all forgetful to such a degree? In their face of Ziming, Tang An could feel countless eyes staring at him behind him. He knew that it was all contempt and contempt. Tang An was so angry that he trembled. He only had 2 words to describe Ziming at the moment, and that was shameless. When did I say that I would sell this 10% of the shares to you? Don't spread rumors here. Tang An scolded angrily. Regarding this, Ziming said innocently, Mr. Tang An, you have wronged me. I didn't say that I bought it. Besides, it doesn't matter if I bought it. Anyway, you will sell it to me sooner or later, Ziming said. Before he finished speaking, Tang An interrupted him. What do you mean by selling to you sooner or later? Don't have this kind of dream. I tell you it is absolutely impossible. I will hold the shares of China Bank to the world doom, and you will never be a member of the Tang family. Ziming shrugged and said, I don't know if I can buy the 10% of your shares, but I still feel that don't say it is so full. You should always leave some leeway for yourself, lest. Tang An interrupted Ziming's words once again. You should leave the leeway to yourself. It is not your turn to intervene in my affairs. You can say what you want. Your mouth grows on you. It can't be stopped. But your attitude has been greatly improved compared to before. It seems that the last time has taught you enough lessons, which is very good, Ziming said with satisfaction. Tang An stared at Ziming dumbfounded, and almost no old blood spurted out. He asked Ziming, what do you mean by this? I am not afraid of you, but I am a very educated person. I am not like you, to scold people like that, because that would defile myself. Tang An said this. Before Ziming had time to speak, Tang Jingxing and the others shook their heads helplessly. Tang An's temper was a little too straightforward. Now, don't you say that there is no silver 300 pls here? Ziming took his words very lightly and said, well, I understand, Mr. Tang An, you are a high-level and well-educated person, and I can't compare to you, so please close your for the time being. With a well-educated mouth, stop talking to me, okay? Because this meeting has been delayed by your well-educated mouth for almost half an hour. Then Ziming sighed and said, you said you scolded, I can't scold me again, and I refuse to sell me the shares in my hand. I just know that it's disgusting to squeeze like a big lady there, Ziming said, and laughter broke out at the scene. Even some of the jealous people who were on his side just now, they all laughed at him with contempt. In the laughter, Tang An's face was blue and white, and he looked at Ziming viciously, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. You did a good job, let's wait and see. Tangan gritted his teeth and dropped this sentence and then left the meeting room angrily. But I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. The moment Tangan closed the door of the meeting room, he suddenly heard Zuming say on the stage, "Well, there are no more people waiting here." Then the shareholders' meeting of Tangran Bank, it's time to officially start. Tangan immediately stopped. He clenched his fists tightly, shaking his whole body, and didn't even feel his nails pierced into the flesh. "What's wrong with this gentleman? Is there anything I need help?" The security guard at the door saw that something was wrong with Tangan, so he asked, but was pushed away by him. "Get away, you trash, don't touch me!" Tangan yelled at the security guard at the door. "I tell you, I am a shareholder of China Banking Corporation." "What kind of shit Ziming is he, a woman who is in charge of him?" "Little white face, what qualifications does he have to sit there?" "He also said that I am a juggernaut." "I think he is the biggest juggernaut." "Sir, we don't understand what you are talking about, but this is a very important meeting. If you don't continue the meeting, please leave as soon as possible. Noise is forbidden here." The security guard reluctantly persuaded Tangan, but as if he could not hear him, he continued to roar, "That scumbag, I won't let him go, and those bastards who dare to laugh at me, I will make you all pay, I swear." In the face of Tangan's reluctance, the security at the door had nothing to do. Set up him and forcibly threw him out of the building. "What are you bastards doing? Are you all Ziming's lackeys? You dare to treat me this way? Do you know who I am? I am the largest shareholder of China Banking Corporation, and I am your boss. Call your supervisor to come, you stupid pigs. Don't come to work tomorrow if you do this." Tangan continued to roar, but the security guards obviously didn't care about that much and threw him out of the building. Lying on the floor at the entrance of the building, Tangan looked at the sky. He didn't continue to scold because he couldn't scold anymore, and he didn't get up. After a while, he took out his mobile phone from his waist and dialed. He gave a number and said, "I agree to sell all the shares in my hand to you, as long as you can fulfill your original promise, save my business, and bring down the China Bank." He put his phone on the floor after making the call. Throwing it away, he grinned and said, "I'm not having a good time, and don't think about it. If I can get it, you don't want to get it." Chapter 310 I was threatening you? In the shareholder meeting room of the headquarter building of Tangran Bank, when Tangan was angered away, the atmosphere here was very subtle. The aggressive jealous people just now suddenly became at a loss. "Everyone, look at me, I don't think you are at all. I know what to do." However, this situation is not unexpected. After all, Tangan is their core. Whether it is against Tangran or asking for a thorough bank investigation, they are also instigated by Tangan. They are also used to following Tangan's habits. They agreed with whatever they said, and now Tangan was suddenly kicked out. Losing this core, they suddenly became like a flock of sheep that had lost their first sheep, and became a pan of sand at a loss. Of course, in addition to Tangan being the core leader of all jealous people, there is also a very important point, that is, their methods are based on their own interests, are not harmed, and they can make a little good is a little good. Just in case. Has your goal been achieved? It doesn't matter if it is unsuccessful, right? To put it simply, it means standing and talking can't hurt your back. And following Tangan against Tangran, who is unhappy, why can a little girl in her early 20s become the chairman of China Banking Corporation? Anyway, the law does not blame the public. Even if they are held accountable, they will first trouble Tangan. You see, Tangan is a major shareholder holding 10% of the shares of China Banking Corporation, and is an important figure in the Tang family. There will always be no problems following him. But now Tangan has been angered away. Let them face Ziming and the Tang family directly. They will not do it. It is like those crowds who are not afraid of big things. You can let them follow along, but once let them face the police, and they all ran faster than the rabbits one by one. As for the current atmosphere of the scene, Ziming was well aware of it. He tapped on the table lightly and said, "The idlers are waiting to leave, which means that our shareholder meeting can officially start." But there is something before the meeting. What I still need to tell you is about the video. It is indeed that I asked someone to record it, and I let the San Francisco TV broadcast it. Ziming's words caused an uproar on the scene, and everyone whispered to each other and felt very unbelievable. This is not to say how unexpected this incident itself is. In fact, many people have thought of it a long time ago, but they couldn't figure out how Ziming would directly say it in front of so many people, including Tong Keng-wins and Tang Huiyin. Also very surprised to see Ziming, whispered asked why he would say this, and this is not consistent with the original script. Not to Ziming did not respond to them, but then down, said, I know you have to figure out will be surprised, that's okay, because then I will tell you. I aim to do is to just leave for the idler waits. Just as I said, I want the 10% of the shares of China banking in his hand. If Ziming's words just surprised everyone before, then Ziming's words made them completely dumbfounded. What's this all about? Why do you want to say this here? This doesn't seem to have much to do with today's meeting, right? These problems arise spontaneously in the brain of all. Ziming continued his amazing speech and said, I know Don ran into the chairman of the Chinese bank. You are not convinced. You only think you have this qualification, so you am constantly making trouble for her, not hesitating to use any absurd things as an excuse, as long as it is disgusting. I can understand that you are, after all, you are all shareholders of Chinese banks, at a time where you ran longer than Tang and more. I am willing to believe that you do more for the future of Chinese banks to consider. Ziming comes suddenly changed the subject here. No. These things only go so far, because such things make people very offensive. As this sentence was spoken, the scene. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It exploded once again, and everyone had an interactive discussion. The focus was on Ziming. How could anyone dare to say this in front of so many people if they couldn't understand Ziming? And what dislike? You take yourself too seriously, right? I know you are very not convinced. You would think I who the hell, what to say, right? Ziming, then for all involuntary nod, Ziming went on to say, I do not know you how relations were kind and Tang. Do not know whether you know him. Recently invested enterprises all have suffered attacks, and I think what I'm telling you is that I did it all because what he did made me extremely disgusted. Speaking of this, Ziming laughed. Actually, I don't mean anything else when I say this to you here today. I am threatening you. Don't think you are shareholders of China Banking Corporation. Don't rely on your large numbers. Do whatever you want in front of Tang Ran. If you really have ideas, I don't mind having a good fight with you. Real swords. Arrogant. It's so arrogant. This is the only thought in everyone's mind at this moment. Their eyes when they look at Ziming are also full of anger. Even those who were still on Tang Jingxing's side are also full of dissatisfaction with Ziming's words and feel that this young man it's too much. In the face of the anger of the audience, Ziming was unmoved. He asked, do you think I am very domineering? I think you should reflect on yourself first, because Tang Ran became the chairman of China Banking Corporation. For a month, she hasn't done anything in the true sense. Why do you oppose her? Is it just because she is young, or is it because she is from the mainland? But in my opinion, to judge whether a new leader is really competent, shouldn't it be to give her a certain amount of time to prove herself? It's not based on some Yeon's subjective judgment. Ziming said here, he stretched out his hand to the audience. Look at you. Those things that Tang Yu did are obviously an accident. The Tang family and the major consortia in the United States have not smuggled arms for a day or two. Why should Tang Yus be arrested? Thoroughly investigate the Tang People's Bank. What about the accounts? Can you be more shameless with your borrowing? Facing Ziming's question, many people below bowed their heads in shame. Indeed, who has never done anything like smuggling arms? As far as businessmen are concerned, how can there be any justice? Even the President of the United States can start a war and then give weapons to the warring parties. What can they not do? Tang Yu was arrested, but it was just a conspiracy, but they took advantage of the problem. Whether it was a thorough account check or whatever, The target was directed at Tang Ran. They were really shameless to target a girl in her 20s in this way. But I can forgive you. After all, you were all provoked by Tang An, Ziming said. Many people breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, but some people reacted later. Why would you, Ziming, forgive us? What do we want you to forgive? You are a bit too much to pretend. However, Ziming's subsequent sentence immediately attracted their full attention. The most important thing for us now is China Bank. We all hope that China Bank's wealth will increase day by day. No one wants their wealth to shrink every day, I believe. Recently, the turmoil caused by that video has made you depressed to kill people, right? Many people in the audience nodded subconsciously, and Ziming went on to say, so I can tell you very responsibly here today. The bank's decline is only temporary. After we deal with the immediate problems, China Banking Corporation will surely make a bigger leap. And you are the luckiest, because you are all shareholders of China Banking Corporation, and your wealth will follow. Crazy growth. All you have to do now is to stabilize your mind and support Tang Ran. This chapter is not over. Please turn the page. The eyes of all the people below are lit up, and some even wave them involuntarily up his fist. Of course, some people have doubts. Why do you make this guarantee? Ziming smiled at this question and replied, on the basis that I can really use 70 billion to buy the shares in Tang An's hands. You believe me? Will I use these 70 billion funds to squander it at will? Or will I believe that I will try to expand this 70 billion into 100 billion? Ziming's answer made everyone at ease, and some even started. I look forward to why Tang An didn't give Ziming the shares quickly. He would only be even more unlucky when he held it in his hand. He really stood in the pit and didn't shit. Looking at the expressions of everyone below, Ziming knew that he had passed today's barrier. After all, they, as shareholders of China Banking Corporation, who hold such a large sum of money in their hands, would certainly not be idiots. How could they not understand the family rules of the Tang family, but don't understand how Tang Ran came to power? Well, even if you don't understand this, just a single point. Tang Yu appeared as a traitor, selling weapons to hostile belligerent countries. This way, he can be released from the FBI with conclusive evidence, showing the strength behind the operation. Before they followed Tang An, it was nothing more than trying to control the China Bank of China. Now that Ziming didn't move them, and he said he wanted to accumulate the wealth of China Bank of China even higher, Tang An obviously couldn't match Ziming. So everyone is asking for money. Why do they have to hang themselves on the tree in Tangan? He is not his son or grandson or something. Having said this, Ziming returned the microphone to Tang Ran, who also presided over this shareholder meeting as the chairman of the board. Of course, thanks to Ziming's foreshadowing, Tang Ran's meeting was held well later. There was no resistance at all, and everything was very cooperative. Only after the meeting was over, when they returned to the lounge, Tang Jingxing questioned Ziming entangledly, if you have any ideas, why don't you discuss it with us in advance? Ziming understood that Tang Jingxing asked this at the beginning of the meeting. I took the initiative to say that the video was something I did, and the provocative words that I said to them later. To be honest, Ziming himself knew that it was very risky, but it was precisely because of the risk that they could not be discussed in advance, because they might not risk the real division of the family to try this approach. Not everyone would be like Tang. However, like Lin Muqing and Su Han, they trust themselves 100%. However, Ziming could only think about it in his heart. On the surface, he still had to pretend to be silly and stunned. The situation was so urgent at that time. I didn't expect Tang An to leave directly. I just thought that I must seize such a good opportunity. Okay, so I don't have time to discuss with you at all. I'm sorry. Regarding Ziming's answer, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan's black lines filled their foreheads. They only felt that their IQ was insulted. You said that you thought of it temporarily. How could that be possible? Are you lying to a 3-year-old child? And if you think about it temporarily, then you are too courageous to take other people's home seriously, right? What if it really breaks up? You are an outsider who can bait your butt and leave. So what shall we do? We still have to guard this house. They wanted to yell at Ziming's nose, but in the end they still didn't do it. First, Ziming had given them enough face, and secondly, the most important point was that the current situation only depended on Ziming can better continue. In such a case, Tang Jingxing had sighed and said, "That it later if we have such a situation, you must first consult with us. After all, the middle of the shareholders' meeting is allowed to rest." Ziming smiled and said this must, however, understand that both sides are really just say that such a say. End of this chapter. 311 chapters of the main action set off war. At about 4:30 in the afternoon, Tang drove to the San Francisco International Airport, but instead of going to the exit corridor to wait like other passengers, he went straight into a special reception room, which was dedicated to picking up private jets, provided by our customers. Chinese greater than ... Of course not. You say you take a private jet, friends. Since you can, you need to provide specific information and private takeoff and landing aircraft at the airport. Then only after success can you be allowed to enter. Tang waited here for about half an hour. The airport staff came to inform him that the plane he was waiting for had arrived. Tang immediately got up and followed the staff into the airport by the shuttle bus, then heard a huge roar array of aircraft engines, a small private jet landing in the aircraft on the runway field. The cabin door opened, a young man came out. Seeing him, Tang happily jumped out of the shuttle bus and waved at him and shouted, "Mr. Wood, I am here." "You are very welcome." Aside shouting, Tang passenger car as he ran, but only to the front immediately opposite by two strong black bodyguards stopped to come. "Hey, pay attention to my friend, it's not a good habit to run around." Black Paul Dart. Tang looked up and down, eyes very mean. Let Tang in some kind of cold shudder. He can feel it. This is definitely two bodyguards killed a man. He is very sure that if they dare to tamper with random, if they do, they will be happy to break their necks. There was no way. Tang had to focus on the young man behind the bodyguard. "Mr. Wood, Tang, you do not know me yet?" "Only by telephone before us," Tang said to him. Wood raised his eyelids and looked up and down Tang a few times, and said calmly, "It turned out to be Tang. I think I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. I thought it was the ground staff at the airport." Undoubtedly Wood's remarks were excessively provocative, but Tang did not dare to make the case, but said with embarrassment, "Mr. Wood can really laugh, and the ground crew can ignore the pickup." But Wood shook his hand very seriously and said, "I'm not joking, because Mr. Tang, you should be a very confident person in my impression, not like you are now, more like a wagging tail dog." Tang somewhat taken aback. He totally did not expect Wood turned out to be such a direct say these words, which makes him feel very humiliated. He hung his head, grinding his teeth. He said, "Mr. Wood, you're right. I now it really looks like a begging dog. It was caused by the guy named Zuming. That's why I begged Mr. Wood to avenge me." Before he finished speaking, Wood laughed loudly. "Hey, Tang, I'm just making a joke at random. Why are you so serious?" Tang raised his head and looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression, completely unaware of the meaning of this joke. At this time, Wood stepped up from behind the two bodyguards, hooked Tang shoulders and said, "Dear friend, I think the most important thing for us right now is to go to the airport lounge first, and then first make our business clear." Speaking of Wood, he took Tang to the special lounge where Tang was staying. Wood came in unceremoniously and sat directly on the sand and said to Tang, "Now I can tell, what is happening here. It's up, you called me over in such a hurry, and you said that you want to sell me the shares of China Banking Corporation you hold. Don't say it's just because you had a nightmare face on this issue." Tang suddenly became angry again. "Mr. Wood, it was a very bad cake back memories. There is a guy called Zuming. He wanted me out of the Chinese bank. Zhu took over how Tang an inscription in Chinese bank shareholders meeting on how arrogant, how he is being treated as outsiders such as to throw the building. These things gave Wood spoke again, son of a bitch, He is simply coming against me. I have never suffered such humiliation. I am the owner of China Banking Corporation. He has no power at all for the clerk who relies on the woman. By Tang in phase of anger. Wood is still very calm. His finger pounding the table and asked, "That it is? Say, is this guy called Ziming? It destroyed our plans." Wood listening to such a question, Tang hastened nodded, "No fault is his. The Tang you released from the FBI interrogation room for him, and now he wants to snatch away my Chinese bank, that he destroyed all our plans, so I have had to deal with him." Wood smiled meaningfully, "Are you serious? But why do I think I have to thank him? Because if it weren't for him, Mr. Tang would not have thought of selling your shares to me, is it?" Tang was stunned. He didn't expect Wood to have this idea. For this reason, Tang could only gritted his teeth and said, "I think Mr. Wood, you should not be so confident." "Indeed, I will sell shares, but then it is on the premise that you can help me solve Ziming's collapse of China Banking Corporation. Without this premise, I would rather rot in my hands than sell these shares." "You think there is still room you choose it?" Wood asked him and said, "And you do not feel very funny? Then it is self-contradictory. If I do not help you, do the weak Ming would not want did you force you to sell to him? Judging from your current situation, you can't get any advantage from him, and if I really help you break the China Bank, what do you think your share of shares can have? Use it?" Tang was stunned again. He recalled what he had just said, as if he really slapped him in the face, which made him feel discouraged at once. Wood then said to him, "Not me, this one is very heavy feeling, since I arrived in San Francisco. Your question, I would certainly help you." Speaking of Wood, he took out a document to Tang and said, "This is a Swiss bank account. It has already prepared $60 billion for you. Don't be too small. This is based on the recent changes in the stock price of China Banking Corporation. The calculated result. If you want to blame, you can blame the culprit, and then you only need to transfer all of your shares to me." Tang take over the document. He muttered, talking about $60 billion document. Suddenly hard shot on the table. He called to say, "No mistake, these are all issues that Ziming, he is moving. I have lost my money, so I must have him pay the price." Finally, Tang made a decision. "Mr. Wood, don't give me the money for now. Let's get rid of Ziming first, and the most important thing is to destroy the China Bank. Or if you need it, you can also take China Bank as your own. Although the collapsed China Bank will no longer have that great value. Trust me, the accumulated investment and assets of the family over the past 100 years are still there. It's huge." Tang decision undoubtedly made Wood feel overjoyed, because he originally wanted to deliberately scare this poor Chinese man. The purpose was to make greater profits. But he didn't expect Tang to give all the shares to him. It's really good news that even if he can bring down China Banking, even the entire bank can give it to himself. You must know that China Banking Corporation is the financial core of the California Consortium. Its fixed assets alone have reached tens of millions of dollars. Even if China Banking Corporation goes bankrupt, it is a huge wealth that can support the rise of the consortium. Of course, Wood didn't think he could really bring down the California Consortium that had lasted for more than 100 years, but even if it only caused him a huge turmoil, just lying on the consortium and sucking blood would be an unimaginable wealth. "Think of here," Tang Wood said, "I have a partner. According to my original position should not be your wealth. I would not take advantage of the kind of person, but you and your Tang so many enterprises need the rescue. Coupled with the fact that China Banking Corporation is so huge, it needs a lot of financial support. Now Tang, you are still so kind, so I can only accept it reluctantly." Wood went around a long way, just wanting to express that he didn't deliberately take advantage, but was forced to accept it. Of course, wealth can only play the biggest role in the hands of the most suitable people. I don't have the ability to use these wealth to the best, so I can only place my hopes on you. Tang said to Wood. Haha. Wood laughed and have said, that do not worry, you use it the wealth that is not in place, the iBuy will help you use it in place. In this way, Tang and Wood made a very fucking agreement in the special lounge of San Francisco Airport. However, it cannot be said that Tang An's decision also mobilized Wood's enthusiasm to the utmost. On the day Wood arrived in San Francisco, the Centennial Investment Bank, which he had 100% holding, announced very high-profile capital injections into Lombard and Hamilton Insurance. At the press conference the next day, facing reporters from across the U.S., Wood said, "These two companies have great potential. It is only because they have been squeezed out by some speculative forces that they have caused operational difficulties. I am very sad, but in fact, as long as the amount of funds can be guaranteed, I believe they can create better performance. That's why I persuaded my board of directors and finally made the investment decision." Beside Wood, Tang An also said very cooperatively, 100 Years Investment Company is a strong investment company. As the chairman of the board, Mr. Wood is also very experienced in investment. I have benefited a lot from the communication with Mr. Wood. 100 Years consultant team. I will be stationed in Lombardy and Hamilton within 1 week. I am very confident that Mr. Wood's management and investment experience will bring the two companies a better exhibition, and I am very much looking forward to it. We have always been sure the future internet market is infinite, and we also need a network company that can confirm our ideas. Therefore, today's cooperation with Mr. Tang An is just the beginning. In the future, we will rely on Lombard companies to further acquire and merge more networks. Company Wood paused here, and then continued, I know that San Francisco relies on Silicon Valley. There are many internet high-tech companies that are emerging. Lombard has always been at a disadvantage in the past. But that's all in the past. Now, whether it is Yahoo or any other company, it will be eliminated in the constant competition, and the only thing left is my Lombard company. I am very confident about this. Wood's powerful words beat everyone's heart, making everyone suddenly startled, and they involuntarily felt a surge of rain before the war was coming. And they were actively starting a war against the San Francisco network. The war between technology and insurance companies. The essence of their 312 ND Chapter B. Bow. Thank you XXXZ for your monthly ticket support. When Wood and Tang An's press conference were held, the Tang family got the news right away, and even returned it through the technical means of the media. Real-time broadcast at home has been realized. When Ziming and Tang Ran and Lin Muking got the news, they rushed to Tang Jingxing's villa. Tang Jingxing also let his housekeeper wait at the door early, and when Ziming arrived, he took him to the study room as soon as possible. At this time, it was on his TV. It just happened to be Wood's vision for the future of Lombardy and Hamilton. Looking at this strange face, Ziming couldn't help but pointed to him and asked, "Who is this person? Doesn't it look pretty awesome?" Regarding this question, Tang Ran told him, "Brother Ming, this person's name is Wood. He is the first heir to the Eatley Wood family, the capital of Michigan, and has taken over many of the family's industries and has a very important position." Ziming's knowledge of the major consortiums in the United States is not as detailed as the Tang family's, but at least he did his homework, so after hearing Tang Ran's name, Ziming immediately remembered. The Big Wood family is also a very important family in the United States. Perhaps it is not as well known as the Rockefeller and Morgan family consortia, and even the presidential political family such as Adams Kennedy can't match it, but it must be placed on the historical map of the United States. But it is a very important family, because he occupies the largest heavy industry base in the United States. Ytley is located in the center of the Great Lakes Industrial Zone. Relying on shipping railways and abundant mineral resources, Ytley has been the center of heavy industry in the United States for a long time in the past. Not only the headquarters of the 4 major U.S. automobile companies are located here. The production of steel, instruments, plastics, glass, tires, engines and other parts related to the automobile manufacturing industry is quite developed. It is no exaggeration to say that out of every 4 American cars in the world, there must be one from Ytley. This is undoubtedly a very exaggerated number, and relying on the industrial cluster foundation brought by automobiles, Italy also has a very strong strength in other heavy industries such as airplanes and tanks. If Italy is the huge and terrifying automobile kingdom in the United States, then the Bigwood family is the royal family of this kingdom. He has absolute controlling rights in all automobile companies here, as well as the largest shareholders of other steel and metal processing industries, whether it is GM, Ford is still a car group like Chrysler, or other ordinary processing plants. As long as it is within the range of Italy and even Michigan, it cannot escape the control of the Bigwood family. From such a powerful control, it is not difficult to see the great strength of the Bigwood family. Even if it is sorted by the strength of the family alone, the Bigwood family can still be ranked among the top 10. Only super families like Rockefeller and Morgan can rank ahead of him. And now the young man who is holding a press conference with Tang on TV can only be the first heir to the Bigwood family would 8. Following Tang Ran's prompt, Lin Muking obviously also thought of the Bigwood family, so she immediately asked, "So now that he has openly appeared on TV, is it openly expressing his support for the division of the Tang family, showing that he is behind Tang An's backing? Is it the man behind all this?" Tang Ran immediately echoed Lin Muking's conjecture. "Sister Muking, you guessed it, and as far as I know, although the Great Wood family controls the car kingdom, it is also because they are in the car kingdom. Excessive investment in heavy industry and over-reliance on local mineral resources has led to their financial weakness. This is also an important reason why they have been unable to compete with the consortium of the eastern and western regions. They have always been eager to have their own bank, the group, but because of the obstruction of other financial groups and families, they have not succeeded. So now they will set their sights on our China Bank and support Tang An to split the China Bank at any cost." Tang Ran guessed it. Ziming shook his head and said, "He supports Tang An to split the Tang family. He wants to get Tang People's Bank for sure, but he may not be the real Behindthasens." Lin Muking and Tang Ran didn't quite understand these words. Ziming went on to explain, "It's very simple. If we are determined to deal with a certain group, do you think we should hold a press conference to tell the other party with great fanfare, or quietly prepare and wait for a suitable one? When the time comes to attack suddenly, how about throwing the opponent out of position? Of course, it's better to quietly prepare for a sudden attack. If a press conference is held with great fanfare, it would be too much. But since they are not behind the scenes, why did you choose to stand up and help Tang An?" Tang Ran asked again. Ziming didn't answer this directly, but prompted little by little, "I don't know if you remember what I said before. The real Behindthasens man will not come forward directly, but he will manipulate the forces he can manipulate to disgust us. So Brother Ming, do you think that the Bigwood family that suddenly appeared, like Tang An and the others, is the evil dog that came out behind the scenes to bite us?" Tang Ran asked. "From the current situation, this is the case," Ziming replied. "I guess they will hold this press conference with such a high profile now, just hoping to turn our attention to them." For this answer, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiying couldn't help but breathe a breath of air, because a family like Bigwood can be used as a gun. And this family is so willing to take the initiative to come forward to find things for themselves. How terrifying is such a force? That's conceivable. Thinking of this, everyone in the room felt the tremendous pressure and fell silent. They didn't even react to the end of the news conference on TV. After a while, Tang Jingxing asked Ziming Dao, "So now that the Bigwood family has stepped forward, what should we do next?" Ziming thought for a while to answer. "From the current situation, since the Wood family has stepped up to set themselves as a target and declared war on us through this press conference, then we don't need to think about it anymore. For other things, just fight directly. Hasn't he just injected capital into Lombardy and Hamilton? Then we will aim at them first. Is this really good? Because of this, won't we be led by their noses?" Tang Jingxing asked tentatively. Ziming shook his head and replied, "No. Because this is only a temporary solution. We don't know what the Wood family thinks. If possible, I hope I can have a good chat with this Mr. Wood 8. I think he might have the same idea." As if to prove Ziming's idea, when his voice fell, The phone on his waist suddenly rang. That was a future concept mobile phone specially equipped by Jobs for Ziming. Although Ziming thought it was just a very common push-button mobile phone 10 years later, it is indeed true for the age when bricks and pages are everywhere. It feels very future. There was a caller ID on the phone. It was a completely unfamiliar number. Ziming answered the call, and a slightly flirty voice came out. "Hello, is this Mr. Ziming?" "This is Wood. I think you should already know it. My business, right? Then I will make a long story short. I called you to meet you. Let's have a good chat face to face. The time is set at noon today. The location is up to you." "I heard it is Wood." Ziming immediately turned on the hands-free, so everyone heard what Wood said, which made everyone confused. They didn't understand what Wood was doing. But this dumbfounding is just the beginning, because then Wood went on to say, "If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ziming, you must be a hands-free speaker on the phone, right? Maybe you still use the latest version of Apex. The product is a very compact and practical mobile phone. I think this portable mobile phone will become the mainstream of the society in the future. If possible, I would like one very much." It seems a bit off the topic. Let's get back to business. I'm very sincere to ask you to meet, because I know you must also want to see me very much. Wood continued on the phone. Even if it's a gang fight, everyone has to figure out what the other party is doing before actually drawing the gun. Not to mention that the war we are about to start is much more powerful than the gang rush, isn't it? Speaking of this, Wood suddenly remembered something. "Yes, there is one thing I think you should be very interested in. That is, I have prepared tens of billions of funds for this war between Lombardy and Hamilton, and I heard that Mr. Ziming, do you really want the 10% of Tang An's shares in China Banking Corporation? I think I'm sorry to tell you that these shares will probably be transferred to my name in the future." Following what Wood said, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin no longer knew what to say. Lin Muqing and Tang Ran also frowned. Undoubtedly these words are very anxious. It is true that Ziming just said that he was going to talk to him about the situation, but now he directly said that he had taken away the shares in Tang An's hand, and that he had prepared tens of billions of funds. This does not mean that he is fighting. The landlord is just grabbing. After the card is over, you will directly show the 2 kings, 4 twos and 3 aces in your hand. How can you play this card? But if this Mr. Wood didn't have such a supreme deck in his hand, he wouldn't call him so arrogantly, would he? Of course, tens of billions of dollars will not be able to defeat China Banking Corporation, but the problem is that these tens of billions are just an introduction. His purpose is to use this introduction to cause problems within the Tang family, such as Tang An's. After all, Tang Ran inherited the family business as a foreign patriarch, but he has not yet formally managed the family. In other words, it is now the time when the family cohesion is lowest. If they cannot solve all the difficulties strongly, it is difficult to say those. What will the jealous people do? This is what Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin worry about most. Otherwise they would not support Ziming and Tang Ran in this way. But when everyone else felt a little weak, Ziming took Wood's words and said, "I think I already understand what you're going to say, but Mr. Wood, your pretense is a bit too much." Wood did not expect Ziming would suddenly pop out such a sentence, and some did not react at the time, and subconsciously asked, "What do you mean by that?" "What I want to say is that I originally planned to invite you out for a chat, because I want to know what your purpose is. But now you have told me all in one mind. Then what else do we have to talk about?" "What?" "You touched your conscience and asked if you were brain dead, or pretending to be too much." Ziming said helplessly, "I just want to ask you, brother, how long have you been silent? Tell me." "Such a bunch of bullshit." "In the end, let me teach you. The essence of pretending to be B is to say the most bullish B words at the most appropriate time, not just like you come up with nonsense, just like you fight. Landlord, come up. Just 4-2 with 2 kings. You said that you are playing an imposing manner, but in the eyes of other people, you are a stupid thing. So child, let's have a snack in the future." Ziming said bitterly. Chapter 313, prologue to the offensive. Ziming hung up the phone after speaking. This shocked Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin. They stared at Ziming and asked, "You just hung up the phone? Don't you want to invite him to meet and talk? Isn't that too sloppy?" Ziming shrugged unnecessarily and replied, "It might be a little sloppy, but it doesn't matter, after all." On the phone, his attitude has been so clearly expressed, so what else is there to say? Everyone can do what they should do, and see the real chapter under your hand. What kind of real chapter is under your hand? Now it's hard to take the initiative over there. After the call, he finally got the chance to chat with the other side. He just put on a high-profile posture on the phone. Your boss is okay, but he just hung up the phone directly. If you say that you are there, if you pretend to be B, isn't you pretending to be bigger or too much? Tang Jingxing was beating Ziming loudly in his heart. Of course, his face was not very obvious, but he just said, "I'm sorry, I'm very sorry." Understanding from the expression on the secret of convenience, it is not difficult for Ziming to guess what he is thinking, so Ziming said to him, "Then let's think about what he said." First, he said that he had prepared tens of billions of funds to support Lombard and Hamilton. Then he also said that the 10% of Tang An's shares would also be transferred to his name in the future. Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin both nodded, apparently still impressed. Then what does this show? It shows that he cannot compromise with us on this matter. Ziming said. Seeing Tang Jingxing, they are all the same. The face was incomprehensible. Ziming had no choice but to continue. Then let's analyze it bit by bit. What do you think of the scale of the two companies, Lombard and Hamilton? Do you need to use tens of billions of dollars to compete? Their words were shocking, and they reacted shockingly when they heard Ziming's words about Tang Jingxing. Although the two companies Lombard and Hamilton were regarded as large and powerful companies in the media, they were only for ordinary people. After all, they all have more than 1,000 employees. But in the eyes of a large consortium, they are not very ordinary small companies. At least they are not the kind of large company groups that need to invest tens of billions of funds. And you must know, the development of a company is a gradual process. It cannot be achieved simply by investing more money. It is impossible for a WeChat business to invest tens of billions of dollars to become a treasure. Anyone who sells computers can give him he can become Dell with a few tens of billions of investment. If this is the case, these super companies have become a little too cheap. They all say that they will be a big deal if they get too big. So this preparation of 10 billion will be directly blown to the sky. Yes, but is it even more harmful to the business? If an ordinary person who doesn't know how to manage would think so, it would be excusable, but it would be unreasonable for a person like Wood who has been influenced by his family since childhood to think so. There. Tang Jingxing this purpose frowned, said, "This is indeed very logical." Then you say he was deliberately say it? The purpose is to scare us? Or could he say that this money was to save all the companies under Tang An's hands? If this is the case, it makes sense. Ziming said, if this is the case, then I'm relieved, because he has to disperse so much energy to go to other places, and he must be unable to do anything. Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin were both rolled out in shopping malls and naturally understood this. One point. If you have enough energy and money to concentrate on a certain investment, you will probably get a good return, but if you invest a lot of places at once, you will easily be overwhelmed. To say simply scare is not right, because then he also mentioned Tang Han's that 10% of the shares part. Ziming said. Tong Kingwins suddenly remembered something. Ziming, are you saying that the money had been intended to buy those shares from the hands of Tang in it? Ziming shook his head. Specific things is how it kind of my way of knowing, but now it seems in addition to this there is no other explanation of this damn Tangan. Is he really going to sell his shares to outsiders? He is a traitor to our Tang family, the biggest shame. Tong Kingwin's road rage, he could not help the anger. Past Tang, whether it is noisy or do other things at the shareholders meeting, have always maintained down or the name of the family banner making, but now he has openly colluded with Wood Shares family, Should Chinese banks handed a 10 percentage points in the hands of outsiders? Outsiders have controlled Tang Chance banks. How could Tang Jingxing not be angry when faced with something that might bring down the China bank, which his ancestors worked so hard to create? Currently to say that still does not use nervous, because I believe it will definitely still Tang shares to control in their own hands, only do things when would there. He would sell. Ziming speculation road. I do not care now that he actually sold the shares, did not buy. We must prevent him from doing so. Tong King wins, said, as for the first ancestral family would be, I must not let this happen. You said Ziming, whatever I do, I will cooperate with you. The purpose of my existence is for the family. Flowers open to each table header when Tang Jingxing here to listen to Ziming. An official dispatch, on the other side of the phone, would listening to the phone constantly coming busy tone when time froze in there. Was your phone hung up like this? It seems that Wood is unwilling to accept such a reality. After all, as the heir of the Bigwood family born with a golden spoon, even the governor has to be polite when he sees him. How can anyone dare to criticize him like this and hang him? Phone, this is too bad for him, right? Seeing Wood was stunned. Tang and guessed what Ziming had done, so he boldly went up to see the needle and said, Mr. Wood, did that fellow Ziming say something? Don't be angry. After all, it's just an idiot, you can't be familiar with him. In fact, I'm used to this attitude towards him, so when you said you wanted to call him, I would advise you not to fight, because that bastard doesn't understand attitude and respect at all. Tang deliberately say so, shares sure when his voice was off. Onward added, I have to teach him what a good attitude of respect. We plan to begin immediately. I'm just waiting for your words. Tangin said Wood, then turned away, his face irrepressible smile. He thought in mind, explanations. Yeah, Ziming, did not think you really dare to do it, but he'll have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I believe Mr. Wood wouldn't be really angry. Then, you wait to accept the bitter fruit of your angering him. Not over this time. Wood's voice suddenly came from behind. Don, do not think I do not know what you're thinking. You yourself hate nothing more than that Ziming, but did not own but do not want the ability to directly confront him and the whole Tang family, so it's like borrowing my hand to deal with him, even taking out 10% of the shares of China Banking Corporation, am I right? Would this single word came Tang listening to the body is a chill because he thought so, and even he still thought the best family as well as that Downswood and Ziming, a lose fight. His last out to pick up the pieces, control wealth in your own hands. If you are lucky, you can split the Tang family without paying any price, and you can get a lot more wealth than now. Tang has not yet been witty and clicked countless likes. But now it seems that his ideas are very naive. Although the successor of the Bigwood family is a bit arrogant, he is not an idiot. These brain thinking, Tang come back to smile apologetically said, Mr. Wood, me how it will be this idea. It is certainly I hated that Ziming, but even if I give 100 courage, I do not calculations. You. Before Tang An's words were finished, Wood stopped his words and said, shut up, trash, you don't need to tell me this. Because you can't calculate me. All I want to do is what I want to do. Yes, do you understand that? Tang didn't actually understand Wood's words, but he still nodded desperately. Of course I understand, Mr. Wood, you are very clever, and all my tricks appear to you. It's just a joke. What you did was done according to your own ideas. Wood shook his head disdainfully and said, it seems that you still don't understand. This matter is not as simple as you think. Then Wood said again, forget it, it doesn't matter. We will proceed as planned. Tang nodded and said, no problem. I have already contacted several media outlets in San Francisco. They have promised to give us the best time to do it. Advertising, and outdoor advertising. Wood interrupted Tang once again, these are not enough. You have to know that we have 70 billion funds in our account now, so you don't need to worry about anything. The question of money, what we need now is to open up the market through investment. Do you understand? So our advertising scale needs to be expanded. I want all the TV stations in San Francisco to broadcast Lombard and Hamilton advertisements, and all outdoor advertisements, including the most conspicuous large screens, as well as the bus stations and rail transit stations with the most traffic, must have our most eye-catching advertisements. Wood thought for a while and said, "Besides, our advertisements also need some special adjustments." Tangan looked at Wood in a daze. He didn't understand why the advertisement he had just produced needed adjustment again. Wood said, "Because our ads are too soft. I need to have a harder ad. I need to use ads to start a propaganda war with my opponents. I need to dominate the entire San Francisco market." The patients in the hospital bed are still white-collar workers at work. Even children in the kindergarten must know our products, and at the same time they must like us and hate other brands. Tangan was shocked. Only then did he understand why Wood would directly say tens of billions of funds on the phone to Ziming. He thought it was just to scare the other party, but he didn't think he might actually use the money. It is such a large-scale propaganda war. After all, advertising is a very money-burning thing, not to mention that it is overwhelming like him. It is completely out of money. As for the issue of income, that is not what is being considered now. After all, if the entire San Francisco market can be occupied through publicity, then no matter how much money can be earned, only mediocrities who have no vision and no confidence in themselves will be reluctant to invest money. Thinking of this, Tangan laughed again. Although he didn't know what the real reason for Wood did, he believed that his company would be stabilized as long as the Big Wood family attacked, and as long as he could stabilize the downward trend. "I can gain the trust of other Tang family brothers and sisters, and it is more likely to see Tang Jingxing and the others going to play in person." Chapter 314, Memes Marketing, ? After the phone call with Wood, the situation in San Francisco suddenly fell into a strange calm. Not only did no new waves be set off, but at first the Tang family used their own. The frantic suppression of Lombardy and Hamilton by superior resources has also been reduced a lot. Regarding this situation, many caring people can easily smell the calm before the storm, and some people who know the inside story are looking forward to whether Wood, the heir from the automobile kingdom, can be like they just defended the NBA championship. Like the Pistons, he created his brilliance. As for Ziming and the Tang family, it was because Ziming had chosen the policy of allowing him to take the initiative and let Wood take the initiative. Tang Jingxing once had questions about this. Why don't you seize the opportunity? Take advantage of Wood's arrival in San Francisco when nothing is ready? Or contact the media, not to mention that their advertisements are taken down. At least not. It's too easy for them to get on. Ziming's answer to this is, it's not necessary. Since we have chosen to let them do the first thing, let them do as much as possible. If we choose to let them do it first, we will make all kinds of tricks in the middle. It can only be like an athlete who clearly lets the opponent run first, but stretches out his hand to pull the opponent's clothes, which is plainly ridiculous. As for the first opportunity, it is not necessary, because generally the first opportunity is to go when you are not sure about it. We do, but now we have the most important trump card in our hands. We are not afraid of them at all. It doesn't matter if they take the lead, Ziming said. Besides, I'm also very curious about the heir of the Big Wood family. What kind of marketing plan he would have. Listening to Ziming's words made Tang Jingxing feel confused. The reason is simple. Most people instinctively feel fear when facing the unknown methods of their opponents, but Ziming does not panic. On the contrary, he looked very happy, like waiting to see a drama, which was incomprehensible. Probably it was Ziming's style of not putting anyone and anything in his eyes that allowed him to come to today step by step, creating so many impossible miracles. So in this weird calm, the time soon arrived. The next day. Early that day, Tang Ran hurriedly called Ziming. It's not good, Brother Ming. Very strange things have happened throughout San Francisco, Tang Ran said to Ziming. Because Tang Ran still shoulders the responsibility of the entire Tang family, she got up before dawn in the morning. From reading and remembering family information to looking through the accounts of Tangran Bank, and listening to the servant secretary's report, she was very busy. Yes, and Ziming is much more leisurely than that, and he can sleep late in the morning. Of course, this is because Lin Muking and Tang Ran are both here, otherwise they would still be able to warm their bed with a girl in their arms. After receiving a call from Tang Ran in a daze, Ziming was stunned for a while before asking, "Strange things? Today should be the day when Wood and Tang An attacked. What did they do?" Facing Ziming's string of questions, Tang Ran said anxiously, "What they did is too strange. No, it is not known whether these things were what they did, or maybe they did it deliberately to confuse us. Maybe, oops, Brother Ming, this matter is not clear on the phone. You still come to Fu Kwok Plaza. It is not right, or I will go back to Brother Ming and you will talk about it." Tang Ran hung up after speaking, leaving only Ziming on the phone is a bit inexplicable. Completely don't understand what Tang Ran is talking about. But one thing Ziming had heard clearly was that this matter must have something to do with Wood and Tang An. After confirming this, Ziming got up from the bed immediately. When he washed, not finished, please turn the page and finished his breakfast, Tang Ran's car also arrived at the door. "Brother Ming, Sister Mu King, come out with me to see. Something very strange happened." Entering the room, Tang Ran shouted at Ziming and Lin Mu King, and took them out to Tang Ran's car. Lin Mu King couldn't help asking, "What the hell happened? Are you going to take us in the car in such a hurry? Can't you tell us first, Sister Mu King?" "I'm sorry, but I am true. I don't know how to say it. I think it's best for Brother Ming to see it with his own eyes," Tang Ran replied. Now that Tang Ran said so, Ziming and Lin Mu King didn't ask any more questions. Then Tang Ran asked the driver to drive to the nearest bus stop with a lot of people. "Brother Ming, I said that the strange thing is there." Tang Ran pointed to the bus stop over there and said to Ziming, "But what's wrong with that bus stop? I'm not familiar with it here." Lin Mu King asked curiously. "It's an advertisement." Ziming helped. Tang Ran replied, "There are no advertisements on this bus stop." After Ziming's reminder, Lin Mu King suddenly reacted. She looked at it carefully and she did not see the advertisement on the bus stop. The display board with large advertising posters is usually pasted, but at this time it is a white bottom plate. This made her feel surprised. This is really a magical thing. I remember this is the bus stop with the most people nearby. It should be the hottest place for outdoor advertising. But why is it like this? Is it because the workers of the advertising company who changed the ads suddenly went on strike, causing no ads to be replaced? Then Lin Mu King herself denied her statement. No, if the workers went on strike, then at most, they should still be the previous ads. It shouldn't be exchangeable without advertising as it is now. Moreover, yesterday we got the news from the outdoor media contacted by Tang and that he should have contracted all outdoor advertising in San Francisco. Is this the job of an advertising company? Is it a mistake? Faced with this question, Tang Ran told her, "Sister Mu King, this is not a mistake, because on my way back, I saw many outdoor advertisements like this, even including many large advertising panels." According to Family News, not only the places I saw, but the entire outdoor advertising panels in San Francisco have become like this. Tang Ran raised his finger to the billboard not far away. It turned out to be a piece of white, and no ads were released. What's going on? Was it because Wood was overwhelmed with love and felt that all kinds of outdoor advertisements were too annoying, so he took it all out of his mind? Or is their advertisement really unprepared due to rush? This situation is so strange. When they see the display boards without advertisements, they will definitely ask such questions, Wood said with confidence. At this moment, he is sitting in the courtyard of Tangin Villa drinking milk with him, just to talk about the outside advertising. They will inevitably find it strange, because all advertising and marketing methods can only be marketed after advertisements. Now all outdoor display boards are blank and there are no advertisements at all. What kind of marketing is this? Tang echoed Wood said. But at the end he still asked one more question. Just when will our real advertising appear? Wood gave him a contemptuous look. Tang, I know you still don't believe my marketing methods are right? Tang shivers, what was about to explain, but Wood was first added. Don, I've been told you, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Very imaginative promotion and marketing strategy. First, we spend a lot of money to persuade those advertising companies to remove all the ads. At this time, people who are accustomed to advertising will be curious about the ads. Where it goes. Is there something special? And as long as people have had this question in mind, curiosity will drive them without any active interest in the content of the billboard. Then the next, as long as we put our ads suddenly put to the full, you can get the best effect. Wood also emphasized, especially these advertisements are our latest and they are very targeted. Tang Pointhead echoed, I am very confident, Mr. Woodhouse Wood is indeed large family out of the door. The idea is beyond the era. Before I really cannot think about advertising and marketing can actually do so. Yes, you opened the door to a new world for me. Tang An's tone was very excited. He half complimented Wood and half was really amazed by his thoughts. After all, generally speaking, everyone is working hard on advertising content in advertising and marketing. Why would you ever think that there is still a way to buy advertising space and ask the media not to advertise? You should know that many of these outdoor advertisements are in places with dense traffic, and the prices are very expensive. There are countless businesses competing wildly every day. The advertising spaces in those prime locations even need to be booked a year ago, and if you squeeze in temporarily, you usually need to pay several times the advertising costs. All the advertising costs in San Francisco add up to several $1 million a day. If it is simply advertising, this is normal, and some companies have even spent tens of millions of dollars. However, now Wood just bought these advertising spaces for a big price, and left them empty, allowing the millions of dollars a day to be spent in vain. If it weren't for having absolute confidence in his plan, and not bad in his pocket, people with money can never do it. In fact, not to mention several $1 million, it is just an advertisement display board at a certain bus stop that is empty there, and only a few $1,000s are burned every day. If you change to Tang An himself, I am afraid that you will feel distressed to death. After all, it is theoretical. It's all simple and easy to convince people, but the only person who can really make this decision and dare to do so is Wood alone. For this reason, Tang An admires Wood's courage very much. Then our advertising is ready now. Although this is our plan, I don't want our display board to be left empty for too long. After all, our purpose is marketing, not to lose money. Not to the point of a prodigal, Wood said. Regarding this, Tang An patted his chest and said, Mr. Wood, don't worry. All the advertisements have been produced today. They are produced according to your requirements. We have not only invited Hollywood's most popular stars, we also cryptically mentioned the problems of other internet companies in the advertisement, and said that our service and all the foundations are the best in San Francisco. Wood nodded and reminded, but be careful not to look too directly. I'm talking about which company, otherwise we will be convicted of unfair competition. Sir, I have always kept your request in mind. I have read all the advertisements repeatedly, and it must be no problem. Tang An said. That's good. In fact, it doesn't matter if there is a problem. Anyway, what I do is a marketing method. If the advertisement finds a problem, we can replace the original advertisement with good results, but it is not as targeted as it is now. Wood finally said, then let's wait patiently for another 2 days. As long as 2 days, I can bring San Francisco a marketing miracle. End of this chapter. Chapter 315 Wang Yang and Sai. In 2 days, the blank outdoor advertisement became the focus of news throughout San Francisco, and everyone talked about it in their spare time. Has been 2 days. Those damn ads for 2 days has disappeared from our site, although I always curse those ads to die as soon as possible. But I have to say I think they are, after all, be able to look at those topless breast-exposed bitch stars are better than facing a whiteboard. I think I am more curious about who did it than beauty. I haven't heard the news about the strike in the media industry, or have all these outdoor advertisements expired, but I haven't signed new ones to join in. God. Looking at those white things all day, I feel that I am going to be dyed white. Which advertisement do you think will appear first? I bet it must be a very famous company, such as Coke. Or I almost often go to the house burger business. You know how to eat the damn fat pig. If I say it may not be a well-known company, I think it is likely to be a new movie to be released, such as a blank exhibition board. When the whole of San Francisco was making various guesses about the blank advertising panels, the change came on the third day. In the early morning, San Francisco was still asleep, but groups of workers took to the streets. They were all employed by outdoor advertising companies. They came to various bus stations, subway stations and other outdoor advertising panels with advertisements they had prepared. They are all skilled workers, so it took less than an hour to change the advertisements for the main locations in San Francisco. Morning. When a woman went out as usual after eating breakfast later, she came to the bus station when suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, what? There actually been labeled a new ad. Let me see it. It's an advertisement for the Lombard Network." This is not a single case. It has happened in various places in San Francisco, especially in places with very dense traffic. People even surrounded the advertising panels, pointing to the above and talking about it. This star I know. He is the hottest sexy actress in Hollywood right now. I didn't expect this Lombard Network, who has never heard of her name, to invite her. This surprised me. This shows that the company is even more difficult. Another person said, "You read the advertisement and said that they are the most responsible mailbox." This is great. The emails I sent in the past always failed to send. See Get Up. I can try another option now. It's second to be responsible for this. The key is that other emails can send too little content. Look at this email. He can actually support us to send any files. That's not enough. Is it as convenient as faxing? My computer is directly connected to a printer, and I can directly print out. It is such a convenient and versatile email address. It is my choice. Also, they are specialized network technology companies. They have other services besides mailboxes. Their Lombard company made a sensation in San Francisco along with these outdoor activities. As the target of Wood and Tang's, the Tang family naturally got the news at the first time. The facts: in the early morning of the deceit, all the advertising companies had started to install the ads when they had already known it. In the conference room of the headquarters building of China Banking Corporation, Tang Jingxing, Tang Huiyan and 8 other core members of the Tang family sat face to face, discussing the situation. "Attractions brother, I think we should now act decisively. Taking advantage of the advertising has not caused enough big impact. Immediately contact the advertising company to put their ads all checks into our side of advertising." One Temples the white middle-aged man said loudly, but Tang Jingxing didn't make it clear. He just said, "I understand what you said, but let's wait for Tang Ran and Zhu Ming to come." This made others disgusted. Why wait for them to come? I can understand Tang Ran, after all, she is our new patriarch, but what is Zhu Ming? Why should we listen to him? Some people questioned. Furthermore, Tang Ran, although she is still young and still in the learning stage, many things are not understood. Those of us stayed here to help her, so now that this kind of thing has happened, we can call the shots for her. As Zhu Ming listened to him at the beginning, and we missed the best opportunity to stop Wood. How can we still listen to him now? When they were clamoring in the meeting room, suddenly the door of the meeting room was pushed open. Zhu Ming and Tang Ran and Lin Muking walked in. "I'm sorry, uncles, we are late." Tang Ran apologized first, and then they sat in their seats before they sat down. Tang Jingxing asked her first, "These outdoor advertising panels at all bus stations and subway stations this morning, there was a Lombard advertisement. Do you all know about this?" "Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped." Tang Ran nodded and said, "I see. Brother Ming and I were still discussing this matter on the way here." This answer made everyone very happy. "Really? Then it seems that you all have an idea, right? At the beginning, you suggested that you let them do this. I think you must have a solution, right? There are no mistakes in many words." Tang Jingxing raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He told Tang Ran, "Before you come, we have already having discussed this issue. We all think that this matter should be resolved immediately. I don't know what your thoughts are. Why? We think it is completely unnecessary. Tang Ran said, with a startling word. Everyone including Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin was stunned. They didn't understand why Tang Ran said that. Could it be that Wood has already begun an offensive on his side, and he still wants to let it go? When they didn't have time to say anything, they saw that the door of the conference room was pushed open again, and Tang Jingxing's secretary walked in and reported to him that there were also Lombard advertisements on TV. This shocked them all, and then they immediately turned on the TV and saw the advertisement of the Lombard company as expected. The first advertisement was in a very ordinary company. A boss was opening his email box, but he found a bunch of garbled codes. He lost his temper and found his own technical staff. In the end, the staff told him that he only needed to use the Lombard mailbox, which uses the latest encoding technology, is compatible with all systems, and can send any mail without such a problem. The second paragraph was also in an office. A boss was mad because he had a fax to send. But it happened that the company's fax machine broke down. He called his technician to get angry, and the technician told him that he could use the Lombard mailbox. Send. The boss smiled with joy. There is also the third paragraph. The boss is complaining that there is no usable mailbox at all, and the resources on the internet are too few, and then his technician told him the Lombard mailbox, and everything is solved. After reading it with these advertisements, a member of the Tang family immediately stood up. This is too ridiculous. These advertisements are clearly maliciously belittling other email functions that are too poor. They are belittling the malicious competition of the opponent. Our Tang family, we can't just let these outsiders bully like this. We must do something to defend our market. Ziming glanced at him and knew that he was mainly investing in the internet, and he had several websites and emails under his hands, so facing the advertisement of the Lombard company, he would jump out so excitedly. Uncle, I can understand your feelings, but please calm down. Before Ziming could finish speaking, he roared and interrupted. Now that the situation is like this, how do you want me to calm down? Can't you see these advertisements? It's just that they are writing to us. Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. This is what I am writing to them. In the office of the chairman of the Lombard company, Wood was sitting on the chair that originally belonged to Tangan, and Tangan was sitting opposite him. Wood said to him, these advertisements are the essence. The core of their content is to point out the problems of other email addresses, but they did not point out the specific email addresses, so they can't help me with me. Tangan also said, yes, Mr. Wood. This is really a genius plan. Just now, the company's technical staff has sent a message saying that our traffic has increased by nearly 10,000 and the number of new users has reached 1,000. This is a very remarkable achievement. With this achievement, it means that our market share will be more. First, remove all outdoor advertisements and use no advertisements to attract people's attention. When everyone is wondering why this is the case, we suddenly release our advertisements and get the best results immediately. This kind of marketing planning is master craftsmanship. Tang An continued. No, even a master may not dare to do this, but Mr. Wood, you dare, which shows that you are the best. Wood raised his hand to interrupt Tang An. After all, I came to San Francisco from Italy. No matter who my opponent is, I can't allow me to come here in vain. So I naturally have to be prepared. At this point, Wood sighed. Tone, it's just a pity. I thought they could make me happy. Who knew that they made us succeed without any resistance? It's really boring. Of course, facing you, Mr. Wood, as far as their IQ is concerned, I'm afraid you can't think of what your thoughts are, right? There are a lot of words that are correct. What else can you talk about to stop you? I think they have nothing but size. Tang An said happily. So Mr. Wood, let us crush them in one fell swoop. There are no mistakes, many words. Wood spread his hands on this. I don't care. Since this war is gone, I will end it as soon as possible. I use all the things I prepared. At last Wood sighed. It's just a pity. The backhands I prepared are useless. It seems that I really valued them. I thought they could still. What makes me excited, The result is so lifeless. It seems that this China banking corporation is the same. After Wood said, he turned to Tang An, when this matter is over, you will use his influence to contact you again. Those friends, this China banking corporation has been in the hands of those people for more than 100 years, and now it needs to be replaced to take charge. Chapter 316 Rebellion? The rise of Lombard is a natural miracle of the Internet. At the Stanford Internet Expo 3 years ago, some people predicted that the Internet will be the hottest economic growth point in the future. The rapid growth of the Internet in the past 2 years has indeed proved this, but the Lombard Internet Technology Company once again proved it. The Internet economy can also achieve growth in this way. By removing all advertisements, he perfectly aroused people's curiosity, and then suddenly released his own advertisements, and pointed out all the problems on the Internet now, and launched his own products in a timely manner, so as to achieve the right in the shortest time. Occupation of the market. This is undoubtedly more perfect marketing than a textbook. He accurately grasped the psychology of the market and made the most appropriate response at the most appropriate time. Although Lombardy currently only has a market share of less than 10, with this successful advertising and marketing, their market share will only continue to increase in the future. The prospects of Lombardy are very good, and their stocks have also grown for this reason. Very strong. It has grown from the initial $20 to $30, an increase of up to 50%. This is a very terrifying growth. It also shows that Lombardy is very trustworthy by investors. With a bang, a stack of newspapers was thrown away. On the table, Tang Jingxing rubbed his temples and said, "These are the major financial newspapers published in San Francisco today. They all published the Lombard marketing miracle on the front page without exception. Email and websites have also seen a surge in visits. According to the ratings of authoritative rating agencies, Lombardy has now become San Francisco's most investment with the Internet company." Tang Jingxing was sitting in the high-rise lounge of the China Bank's headquarters building at this time. Ziming was sitting across from him. At the same time, there were Tang Ran and Lin Muqing sitting here together. Ziming reached out and picked up the newspaper. As expected, he saw news about Lombard marketing on the front page. A picture of Wood's finger was very arrogant. The photo is placed in a very eye-catching position. Ziming remembers that this was on the second day of marketing, when Wood held a press conference in the hotel to emphasize the future development direction of Lombardy, and this gesture was that he was going to San Francisco. Internet company declared war. Tang Jingxing saw that Ziming didn't say anything. He said again, "I know, Mr. Ziming, you have your own ideas, but things are already like this. I think we'd better do something, otherwise many people will think that we have failed and will switch to Tang An." Suffering from difficult to see the truth, I want to say is that these people come out to the also not necessarily a good thing, because they do so to prove they did not have much of Down's family loyalty, but also to understand exactly who the family I can absolutely trust. Ziming said, "It's reality. It is a very good fishing opportunities. If I were you, I would not so easily wasted, cards in hand, waiting for those who own rebels just jump out." And besides, Ziming went on to say, the problem of looking for Mr. Wood's vision is still very good. At least he can find there is currently a huge problem and improve the Internet service, which is our Internet business future. The improvement is a good direction. For example, Yahoo, which I invest in, is currently drawing on some Lombard ideas and is developing in a better direction. After talking, Ziming raised his eyebrows at Tang Jingxing. Tang Jingxing knew that Ziming was asking what he thought. Tang Jingxing could only smile bitterly and judge Ziming to be really calm. But I'm afraid this is also because of Ziming's surname Zhu. After all, no matter what kind of crossroads the Tang family is at, they have little to do with Ziming. Weak of hope. Xian Xingming, your ideas can be realized, or if Down's family, what's wrong? I cannot forgive you. Must. Tong King Sheng, said Ziming. Face a threat to the Tang Jingxing. Ziming suddenly smiled. He nodded and said, "No problem. I accept this responsibility, if I cannot reverse the situation. How would you like me? No opinion." Ziming's voice was off. did not speak next to Don, then also firmly said, "Tang, shush you, I am down family clan Long, has always insisted Ming brother who is my method, so if you have any questions, let me come and take responsibility." Brother Ming is not named Tang. Ziming and Tang ran calm but let Tang Jingxing become embarrassing, because he had just wanted a guarantee seeking a peace of mind. No one would think Don then suddenly stood out, which makes Tang Jingxing immediately felt no particular play, and actually even in the affairs of his own family, he still needs an outsider to guarantee that he has been living and going back more and more for so many years. Think of this in Tong King Win's helpless smile. "I'm just joking, since I choose to believe Mr. Ziming, it will naturally support in the end. Always afraid of the wolf scared the tiger before the hesitant. That's a big thing to do, bogey." Finally Tong King Win's Ziming looked at another thumbs up. "Not too much pressure on the whole you, Mr. Ziming, a person's body, so you can actually tolerant. Really amazing, is how much 56 a 10-year-old politician can't do this. You are less than 30 years old. It seems that China is really a continent of China, and it can be regarded as capable people come out in large numbers." Ziming this casually promised, but my mind was a little embarrassed. After all, some things that only you know. He was just a pseudo-young, because the relationship between the actual Rebirth have been almost 60 years old. In addition, in the past few years of Rebirth, I have experienced so many things. No matter how bad the psychological quality was before, now I have exercised tenacity. Not been the most important, is currently handling about Down's family. Ziming is a Yanglao consulted, and the second in China after the founding of the Great Way to eliminate strong support for the family. Why is the hammer better than sand? It's because every part of the hammer is firmly united, and the heart wants to move from one place to the other, while the sand is countless loose individuals, each with its own personality and no cohesion. This is the worst thing about a group. This is the original words of Old Yang, and Ziming believes in this. Although he has done many incredible miracles, they are all because of his rebirth. It is really more visionary than calculation than leadership. Those people who have left a reputation in the history books are more powerful. Because of this, Ziming strengthened his determination to continue waiting for those half-hearted people to jump out. As if to prove this, in the afternoon, Ziming received a call. "You bastard. Are you stupid by what's combination of punches? How about your mind and your methods? Have you eaten it? Or do you have the same idea as Tang An and want to watch the Tang family split?" Hearing this string of abuse made Ziming surprised. "Tang, did you eat a grenade and exploded in your mouth? Or did something happen?" It was Tanya's voice that came out on the phone. The person who has always looked at Ziming unhappy since Ziming came to San Francisco to support Tang Ran's competition for inheritance rights, even though Ziming helped his skunk factory fight for his skunk factory because of the Gulf War. There was a huge order, and even now, there was still a steady stream of anger. But Tang Yu and his family still mentioned Ziming's gritted teeth, but he didn't think he actually called now. Of course, if it was just a simple verbal abuse, Ziming would just scold him back. Wasn't that the way it was when verbally criticizing Tang An? Just listening to him is obviously not that simple. What else can be done? Of course it is about the important events of the Tang family. My father and several uncles have contacted Tang An and the others, and they need to redistribute the resources of the Tang family. Tang Yu said. Finally someone jumped upside down, but I didn't expect that it would be Tang Yu that you gave me the first news. Ziming said helplessly, "If Tang Yu is convenient for you now, come over to the China Bank building. I'm here, waiting for you in the lounge on the 21st floor. When you want to scold me, it's up to you." Ziming hung up after speaking, and then he dialed Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing respectively. After telling them the news, about 10 minutes later, they and Tang Huiyin were all waiting in the lounge on the 21st floor. Half an hour later, Tang Yu opened the door and walked into the lounge. He was planning to swear when he saw Ziming, but then he suddenly realized that Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin were also here, and he was immediately persuaded. "Uncle Tang, Aunt Huiyin, Why are you here? Tang Yu asked in a daze. You said that your father and other people are discussing about splitting the family. Can I not come and listen? Tang Jingxing said. Tang Yu hurriedly shook his hand and said, it's not Uncle Tang. My father and the others just think that the current situation of the Tang family is too confusing. So if there is a chance to redistribute the property, the family will develop better. Do not mean a kind of it. Tongking Winds interrupted, then said, Yu Tang, the Down family stability. A large part of the reason is based on the current configuration of the property. If the property configuration has changed, then who are the few who take more to get it? Why to reassign it? And how to ensure that no person in the reallocation of tricks during it. Here Tang Jingxing deliberately paused, and finally asked, that it? Who can guarantee that this redistribution of property, it is not a split family? Face of the Tang Jingxing questioning, Tang Yu felt a tremendous pressure, a unit of smoke suddenly cold sweat from his forehead. He subconsciously took a step back. Not to Ziming, but then stood up and said, well, Tang Yu, Tang shush you are scare you, the reason we called you here today, just want to hear your thoughts, that you support the redistribution of property, support split the Tang family? I certainly do not support. Tang Yu replied without thinking, then thought for a moment and said, not without support. I was very anti-right. My name is Tang. Tang is a man. I should want to maintain Tang family's unity and stability. How can a little because of their selfish interests? It is necessary to split the family. Why? You want to know if you succeeded his father, the family's property was reassigned, then later spread your wealth in the hands of more numerous, Ziming asked. But the family is gone. Tang Yu said, furthermore, this kind of detriment to public and private interests may not be successful, because the wealth held by the Tang family is too huge. If there is a split, other families will not be indifferent. If other families, especially the large consortium in the East, reach out, don't we just make wedding dresses for others by doing this? Why should we make foreigners cheaper for the wealth accumulated by our ancestors over 150 years? Listen Tang Yu rhetorical questions. Tang Jingxing suddenly laughed. Yes to. Why cheaper outsiders? Yeah, nest eggs will survive without hesitation. How such a simple truth? Those old guys just do not get it. In fact, they don't understand. They just pretend that they don't understand because they are blinded by their interests. Hearing Tang Jingxing's emotions, Tang Yu was stunned again. He didn't understand what had happened. At this time, Ziming told him, in fact, we've already expected it. Or we've been waiting for such a day, waiting for this. The guy jumped back on his own, but he didn't expect Tang Yu to tell us. Tang Yu looked at Ziming blankly, feeling that his brain was not enough. Chapter 317 This is a trap? Tang Yu looked at Ziming blankly and asked, what do you mean? What are you waiting for? What is waiting for me to tell you? Ziming told him, it's actually very simple. From the moment Tang jumped out to split the Tang family and received so much support, we felt that it was very unstable within the family. Now we have always treated Tang. The actions of Wood and the others were indifferent because they were waiting for the unstable factors within the family to be exposed. So that's the case. Then is this a trap? Tang Yu asked. Of course, otherwise, do you think that based on your ancestral hall leader Uncle Tang's position in the family, no one will tell him about Tang and Wood? Ziming asked with a smile. It was this rhetorical question that reminded Ziming of the existence of Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin. He really did not trust Ziming's loyalty to the Tang family, even if Tang Ran, who has become the patriarch, count them, but outsiders are outsiders after all. And he still doesn't trust their loyalty. But Tang Jingxing is different. Not to mention how good his character is. Just talk about his connection with the Tang family. The family is never allowed to split. But now these two people who share the same will and were with the family, they know the things that Tang and Wood are doing together, and know the meaning of what they do, but still choose to be indifferent. This has to be thought-provoking. Tang Jingxing also said to Tang Yu, you have studied medicine before, so you should know that many diseases have a certain incubation period, and it is difficult to diagnose early, and once the condition is very strong after the outbreak of the disease, the strongest medicine must be given to completely cure it. Otherwise, if the symptoms are only a little troublesome, the medicine will only be delayed and the real condition will become more difficult to deal with. I think I understand what you mean, Uncle Tang. You want to take this opportunity to clean up the family, so as to clear the obstacles for the future development of the family? Tang Yu said this with a wry smile. I just can't think of me. My father was the first to jump out, and I stupidly came to you to file a complaint. I really don't know if I should cry or laugh. I think you should be thankful, or your father should be thankful. There can be a son like you, Tang Jingxing said suddenly. Tang Yu looked at Tang Jingxing in a daze, and didn't understand what was fortunate about it, or that Tang Jingxing's words were just an irony to him. Tang Jingxing saw the thoughts in Tang Yu's heart, and then said to him, because if you were not there, you would become ordinary families when purging the family in the future, but because you told us the news in time, we know you. The heart is toward the family, so at least you have reserved the property you currently own for you and your parents. Tang Jingxing Kong shook his hands. Nothing in keeping all you have now. I think the difference is still very obvious. Seems to be true, but Tang Shuxiu, if I am wrong, then, use this opportunity to set up a full purge. Ziming family is definitely that guy's idea, right? How do you believe that he will succeed? Tang Yu asked. This sudden question made Tang Jingxing a little confused about how to fight it. After all, it was a very embarrassing question. As the head of the Tang family's ancestral clan association, he actually had to listen to an outsider when facing a family decision. The decision, which cannot help but feel too ashamed. In this regard, Ziming actually very relaxed, said, Tang Yu may ask you so wrong, Tang Shuxiu he never believed in me, but now you have no more a good choice, as to whether my approach will succeed in the end. Don't you know if you continue to read it? Tang Yu grinned, you guy is still so annoying. You know I'm looking forward to your failure. Then I am afraid I will disappoint you. Ziming shrugged and said, but now, more importantly than this, I want to know who you know your father is approaching Tang and to redistribute the resources of the Tang family. You should remember, you made me betray my father. I have to say, Ziming, you are really a bastard. Tang Yu cursed. Positive righteousness and selfishness which always have to make a choice. After all, this world is fair. In order to have nothing to pay, it is not possible. Ziming said. Then Tang Yu said the names one by one, and when Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan heard these names, they were immediately shocked. They never thought that they had been in the Tang family for a lifetime, and they still didn't understand them at all. If not for this time, if it weren't for Ziming's insistence on letting things go, I'm afraid I might never know it. When Tang Yu returned home, it was night before he walked into the house and saw his father sitting on the sofa in the living room, facing him. This situation shocked Tang Yu, because it was only when he made serious mistakes. I still remember the last time I faced this situation when I was deprived of inheritance rights because of interference in the inheritance assessment. So what is this for now? Tang Yu gingerly walked in front of his father, pointed to the sofa and motioned him to sit down. So after he sat down before asking him, listen to say you went to the Chinese bank's headquarters building today is to see Ziming yet? This problem has Tang Yu heart surprise. Some guilty conscience replied, yes, some arms deals in Iraq and he needs to make it clear, and I was from before FBI that outside. Tang Yu words have not finished, it was interrupted by his father waved his hand, after him listen have to deal, once you let the arms trade is FBI arrested, and later also Zipuding what other things. Moreover, the situation within the family has also been very bad recently. If you don't understand, don't mix up, don't go to the China Bank building as much as possible, okay? Tang Yu nodded and said that he knew that his father stood up and told him to rest early, and he was ready to go out after he finished speaking, but Tang Yu suddenly stopped him. Dad, are you going to a party again? Tang Yu's father stopped and gave Tang Yu a strange look. Tang Yu hesitated. But in the end he mustered the courage to ask him, I know you and some uncles are secretly touching Tangan and Wood. thinking it is necessary to split the Tang family and redistribute the family's resources and wealth. But have you ever thought that all this might be a trap? Tang Ye's father smiled. A trap? You young people like this kind of conspiracy theory, and often like to ignore the comparison of the situation before you. No one can steal the Tang family from us. This is unfair. It's time to change the way of inheritance long ago. After leaving such a sentence for Tang Yu, he walked out of the room, and looked at the door after his father left. Tang Yu also smiled. Why? You guys have to be calculated by that guy Ziming. Greed is the biggest source of power. Some wheels cannot be stopped easily once they are started. This is the original words of that guy. I didn't expect you to explain it completely with practical actions. You are all stupid pigs. At the beginning, Tang Yu still hated iron and steel, but in the end he shouted out loudly. The other side, Tang Yu to his father drove to the building where the company Lombard. He walked straight into the campaigners' conference room, and when he pushed open the door, where 10 people have been sitting up, and would also Tang, it's all here. Just walk into the room. As soon as someone said to him, King Ming, today you can come too late. The situation inside your home, how kind your son did not tell us what to go. Tang Jingming is Tang Yu father's name. He was the face of these problems, said, of course not. He had just talked about the problem of arms trafficking inside before the Gulf War. I can guarantee here, my son cannot make any betrayal things come. It's real, even betrayed it will not matter. Tang Yin stood up and said, today here are the most important resources. Hold the down family man. He and Ziming Tang ran. What? Do we have to fear them, is it? And now we still have Mr. Wood's help. He is the heir from the Big Wood family of the automobile kingdom. The previous marketing methods were also from his hand. With his help, we don't need to worry about it. Tang ran down's family clan long, that's the premise we think. If we do not recognize, she would be nothing. Tang then said, it's real. I always thought that no matter who serves as patriarch, gave only his stake in Chinese banks is a good provision, because this way we do not have to worry about these Serbs' lost property to outsiders. The family down. I think maybe our ancestors were preventing this from happening today when they made this rule. The really, Tang then she is to rely on dirty tricks. As for Tang, chairman of the bank, but that's about it, because Chinese banks are the core of the family down, but definitely not all of the family. So long as we these people are an important resource for holding family can come forward together, we can to put her from the family rush down the long position. Let down's family back to our own hands. Tang loudly said. After Tang, Wood also said, the same kind as an important American family. I think I can quite understand Mr. Tang feelings. After all, to see their favorite family will become someone else's stuff, and certainly will be very sad. Wood and later said, and from the current situation, they are completely unqualified successor. Only know the simple use of the resources of the family to deal with their own people, to suppress the development of Lombardy and Hamilton's, and when I funds after entering San Francisco, they were at a loss. Wood here laughed. Not since I too negative. I do not think how successful their marketing strategy, but no one thought they actually do not have the slightest way. This is very disappointing. I am afraid that the family handed down there will also be a huge disaster in their hands. Listening to Wood's words, the 9 people, including Tang Jingming, shook their heads with regret. In fact, this is also an important reason why they will unite again. Tang Ran's performance is too weak. People who have been corrupted, it is better to fight back to your own hands. So for the future of the Tang family, we must take the Tang family back to our hands no matter what. Even if the family is split for this reason, we will not hesitate to divide the family. The resources of the family must be redistributed. Tang Jingming speaking loudly. His words were unanimously approved by others. Face of all nod. Would laugh more happy. Chapter 318 The Naive Evaluation That Can't Escape. On March 18, 91. Harker Investment Bank announced that it had reached a strategic cooperation with Lombard Company. Lombardy will be Harker Bank's special corporate email address and dedicated internet as for information maintenance services. The Lombard company's stock continued to grow by 8% that day. The stock price has now exceeded the $40 mark, which is 100% higher than the increase a week ago. It continues to lead the stock market and become the company with the most investment value. On March 21st, registered users of Lombard email formally passed Yahoo, becoming the email with the largest number of users in the US, and the number of visits to its comprehensive website has already surpassed Yahoo. The new chairman of Lombard, Wood, said, "The Yahoo era has become a thing of the past, and Lombard is the only existence of the future internet." Stimulated by this major news, Lombardy's stocks soared again, rising by more than 10% that day. Lombardy once again proved that its title of the most investment-worthy company is worthy of its name. On March 23rd, Lombard Technology announced that it would start the construction of a classified directory site, and plans to launch it in 3 days. At the press conference held, Lombard chairman Wood told reporters that his current strategy is not to retaliate against Yahoo before, but that he feels that there is a lack of a similar comprehensive website on the current internet. Lombard as just for this was born. Their purpose is to allow all users to experience everything about the internet in Lombardy, simpler and more convenient. In addition, Wood also said that the Lombard company also plans to conduct research on search engines in the future, as well as consulting and online community services. On Monday, March 25th, driven by the new projects of the Lombard company last weekend, the shares of the Lombard company continued to lead the stock market, and the opening stock price exceeded the $50 mark. The major investment banks on Wall Street said that it was unpredictable, unscientific miracle. The Wall Street Financial Statement commented that the future internet technology will be the biggest driving point for the stock market. While the Lombard company was frantically expanding its company territory, other internet companies such as Yahoo controlled by the Tang family were not idle. In response to the crazy expansion of the Lombard company, these internet companies chose to acquire and merge into the new Yahoo company, and this new Yahoo company made more than $100 million in investment on its first day of listing. This news was originally very hot, but because the Lombard company is the current leader in the internet, the establishment of the new Yahoo company and the absorption of gold are only mentioned in the subsequent subpage. Haha. Zming, you smashing street boy did not expect that in front of my Lombard, no matter how much you do, it will be futile. Your Yahoo will always be stepped on by me. Tangan said to himself. He laughed excitedly in his office, while Wood was sitting in his boss chair and looking at the news about Yahoo reported in the newspaper. He also laughed disdainfully. It can be seen that they are very I want to struggle again, but they have chosen the wrong direction and the wrong opponent. Perhaps the average company is indeed afraid of such a combination, but in front of me, no matter how you unite, you will still be as immature as a child. Tang An immediately flattered and said, "That is inevitable, Mr. Wood, you are a genius cultivated in the Ka Kingdom. How can they be your opponent?" Wood waved his hand and said, "Okay, Tangan, your people are there. How is it going?" "Now we can see that our opponent has been killed by our offense to the point of throwing away their helmets and abandoning their armor. I think we can change the venue. What do you think?" "Of course, Tangan," then he said embarrassingly, "but maybe we will have to wait for some time at this time, because they have not yet reached an agreement on the redistribution of wealth. But I think it won't take a week at most before they can negotiate." Wood said very contemptuously, "A group of greedy guys. If they hadn't held the important bargaining chip to split China banking, I would have refused their cooperation. From this point of view, they would have fallen." "It's not as good as Zming." Tangan didn't know what to say about this. After all, the faces of those family members discussing the future distribution also made him feel sick. They obviously didn't have any power at all, but they all wanted to dominate the China bank. Everyone wants to let their family control more wealth, and hope that the company they own can take this opportunity to merge with other companies in order to achieve the purpose of expansion again. After thinking for a while, Wood finally said to Tangan, "But as a starter, I think many things should be started as soon as possible. After all, if it is only the expansion of the Lombard company, The opponents that are like babies will not be able to give me any sense of accomplishment, so I need a bigger battlefield. I also need to be a little more advanced, at least can give me a little troublesome opponents, that can make people feel happy. At their end Wood turns to the front, otherwise Mr. Tangen, you probably need to control this situation yourself. Tangen shuddered unconsciously, and nodded hurriedly. Please rest assured, Mr. Wood, I will convince them as soon as possible, even if I give up some of my own interests. Anything. At the same time, in the small meeting room of the headquarters building of China Banking Corporation, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan were facing questions from several elderly family members. What happened to the Tang family? I've been too old and haven't been involved in family affairs for a long time, but this time I can't help but come out to see the situation. In fact, personally, let Tang Ran be a little girl. I don't have any opinion when I came to the stage. It was to ensure the stability of the Tang family. How could this happen now? I need an explanation. On their other hand, an old man with white beard was questioning Tang Jingxing, and at the same time he threw out a newspaper at the meeting. On the table, Tang Jingxing only glanced at it to know what was written on it. That was a Wall Street analyst that published some so-called inside information. This time this newspaper pointed out that, while the Lombard Company was advancing all the way, the China Bank on the other side was in a downturn, and the Lombard Company was actually run by a company. The majority shareholder of China Banking Corporation holds a controlling stake. Then the same holding, why can Lombardy create miracles one after another, while China Banking Corporation is constantly regressing, which makes us wonder, what is wrong with China Banking Corporation? It seems that since the video of the China Banking Corporation was exposed and a shareholder was expelled, it cannot help but make people wonder whether the newly appointed president of China Banking Corporation was sent by the enemy to completely destroy the entire China Banking Corporation. In other words, China Bank of China itself has a huge problem, so it is directly exposed to the stock market, causing the stock price to continue to fall. If this continues, China Bank of China may inevitably fall into an unprecedented crisis or even split. It is not impossible. Seeing the newspaper, Tang Jingxing smile, said, I've seen the newspaper, but in fact he was not the first to say so. As early as yesterday, San Francisco's Vestia table had a similar comment. That are you still indifferent? The old man frowned and asked, San Francisco News is controlled by Huaxia. If there is no insider of the Tang family, he would definitely not dare to make such news. There. Old man paused here. Then he said, in addition, I have also received some news that some people in the family are in private contact to discuss some matters to redistribute the family wealth. Is this true? If so, isn't this splitting the family? What will your ancestral clan association do with such behavior? Do you watch a show? If you have any qualifications to do this meeting, get out early. Tang Jingxing brazenly called out his uncle in the face of the old man's words. The old man waved his hand very annoyed. Don't call me uncle. Tang Jingxing was taken aback but still insisted, Uncle, I actually know all these news. There. Old man stared at him and interrupted Tang Jingxing again. I know. Since you know why you didn't think of a solution earlier, you were also very smart at the beginning. So why are you so confused now? If you really can't help it, at least you should discuss it with us. What's it like? Do you really want to watch the family break down like this? What is your intention? Tang Jingxing did not answer this question from the old man. Because the door of the meeting room was suddenly opened, Ziming and Tang Ran walked in. Ziming said to the old man, Hello, Uncle Tang. Actually, this matter is not to blame, because it was all my idea. I asked Uncle Tang not to interfere with these things for the time being, in order to clean up the entire Tang family at once. Listening to Ziming's answer, the old man was stunned, as if he didn't believe it. He knew Ziming, and he was surprised if he knew, because if Tang Ran could understand, after all, the patriarch at that time. But what was the situation with Ziming, who was completely irrelevant? Why do you want to decide things about the Tang family? This was too joking. The old man didn't believe it at all. but then he confirmed it after inquiring about Tang Jingxing. The old man then said again, I didn't expect that, Jingxing. I thought you were just poor in ability, but I didn't expect you to be so confused. How can you let an outsider be the master when it comes to important matters concerning the future of the family? What do you think of the clan? Ziming still answered him. This time, Uncle Tang, I think you still misunderstood, because Uncle Tang loves the family very much, and it is precisely because he loves that he will listen to me. I suggest, at least this is the best way for now. There. Old man smiled, and he looked at Ziming disdainfully and said, Little baby, I didn't say you just let it go. Why did you jump out by yourself? The best way at the moment. What do you think you know? Just put Tang Ran in the position of patriarch and feel that you are invincible in the world. Can you not put anyone and anything in your eyes? Then I just want to say you are really it's too naive. Ziming said tit for tat. Uncle, I think your words are very reasonable, but I can return them all to you. I admit that you are qualified to talk about me, but you don't know what you are doing. If you swear in a situation, you feel that your judgment is correct and that other people's ideas are worthless, even if you put anything in your eyes. Isn't this also naive? The old man's eyes narrowed into a dangerous color. He looked at Ziming and said, I can't think of your mouth, but you can say it, but it can't be said more than the truth. At least now, Tang and Wood are struggling with each other. Forced, from Lombardy as the source, you showed your abilities to other people, and then wooed other people, and constantly strengthened to prepare for the final split. On the contrary, what did you do? I didn't do anything. Ziming answered honestly, because my idea is to wait for all the half-hearted guys in the Tang family to jump out, and then catch them all. There. Old man disdainfully said, your thoughts. Very good, but still can't escape a naive evaluation, because this method is easy to use when you are in an absolute advantage. But I'm sorry, I don't see any hope. I only see Tang and Wood and their forces are getting stronger and stronger, and you will be more and more marginalized until you finally have a great upheaval and the Tang family faces a split. Ziming shook his head helplessly. There is no way. Then look, if I don't want to make some achievements, it will be difficult to be convinced. If it is before they really become popular, I can look forward to it, but now, I am afraid I can already prepare for the family. The old man said. Then I can only say sorry to you, uncle. Your wish will come to nothing. Ziming said. Chapter 319. This is called a slap in the face. Bow. Thanks to the monthly support of Feng Shen Yu Shao and Feng Yu Wanzi. Ziming, you are really courageous. You know what the old man was just now? Who? He is my uncle, my previous ancestral hall, and even Tang Ran's father can become the patriarch, and he can't do without his support. He just ignores the Tang family, otherwise his prestige and the strength he possesses is now the first person in the Tang family that is well deserved. Tang Jingxing said to Ziming. His tone was very incredible. They are still in that meeting room now, but the old man has already left, and only left is Ziming, Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin. When Tang Jingxing finished speaking, Tang Ran exclaimed, "Wow! Didn't you expect that old man was so powerful? No wonder Uncle Tang you are so afraid of him. If it weren't for Brother Ming, you don't know how to answer." Faced with this, Tang Jingxing felt that he was choked, his face was a little embarrassed, and then he explained, "Actually, it is not as exaggerated as you said. It's just the inner respect. Perhaps Tang Ran has grown up now, and has also become mature under Lin Mu King's rape, but the unconscious natural blackness still exists, especially when others are targeting Ziming." At this time, Ziming stood up and said, "Uncle Tang wanted to say that I was rash, but I want to say that whatever the old man's past has, it doesn't matter to me, because I am not the Tang family, a member of the family, so I just need to tell the matter." Tang Jingxing realized that he was Ziming, and it would be unscientific if he was easily frightened. It is true that his prestige and the strength he possesses are the Tang clan, the highest in the family, but that is also for ordinary people. Ziming does not belong to this category. He is not in the Tang family, and even the President of the United States dares to calculate. Naturally, he can't do anything to him. For Ziming, anyway, I can't move half of my hair, so I can argue who you are, and I can refute you with nothing to say. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter if you hang up high. It's Ziming's mentality. Thinking of this, Tang Jingxing shook his head helplessly. He said to Ziming, "Okay, but what he said just now is not unreasonable." As Tang and other Tang family members get closer and closer, the situation is already clear, then naturally we have to move. After all, this time the newspaper's comments on the analysis of the Tang family's splitting are likely to be their throwaways. In addition, because of Tang's support for us, we also have a lot of lists. These people are now in secret contact with Tang, and it can be imagined that these talents are the most unstable factor in the family. As for the next step, I'm afraid there will be only some clutter, so I think this time we are targeting us. No matter how many people there is no need to eliminate so many. It is true that the Tang family cannot be divided, but it is still necessary to maintain a most basic state. Tang Jingxing said while carefully paying attention to Ziming's attitude, looking at Ziming. "No objection," he finally asked, "then you can close the net now?" Ziming smiled at Tang Jingxing's caution. "Of course it's okay. I didn't intend to split the Tang family apart. After all, it is still yours, isn't the patriarch? It's too much. I'm no different from Tangan. No matter what my origin is, I was not ready before, so now Uncle Tang, you can go to Peru with us and we can start. Tang Jingxing knew Ziming's plan, so he nodded with a sigh of relief. Finally we can start. Shall we leave right away? It can be done at any time, but before we go, it is best to take a look at the major media throughout California and even the United States. Make this news as big as possible. After all, it has been clamoring for them for so long. If you don't slap them heavily, they really don't know that the sky is so great. Ziming said, "You can rest assured that all the major media have been cured a long time ago. Just wait for this day." Tang Jingxing said happily, patting his chest, "And I also got another news, saying that it was Tangan's rumba." At the bottom of the company, there happened to be a press conference at the Stanford Hotel, and we could also borrow that venue with them. Hearing Tang Jingxing's words, Ziming felt a little helpless. He thought he was a little deliberately retaliating. Thinking of this uncle in his 50s, he is even more serious than his own mentality of revenge. But in any case, the matter was settled, and then Ziming, Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin went out to Peru City. They came out in an extended courtesy car. Looking at the scenery that was retreating along the way, Tang Huiyin couldn't help but sigh. At the beginning, Ran came to Peru to evaluate her inheritance rights, but he didn't expect the Tang family today. The family has to go to Peru to solve this problem again. It seems to be a kind of natural providence. Tang Huiyin was talking about this with emotion, but Ziming felt that he had heard it. This lifetime of rebirth is really called God's will in the dark. Indeed, I very much agree with Aunt Huiyin's words. This is God's will. But I believe that we must have our own efforts before we can have God's will to help. On the contrary, if we lose the precondition of hard work, then I think God, even if you want to, there will be no way to help, Ziming said. Tang Huiyin smiled and nodded and said, "Yes. So I was very fortunate that I chose to help you with Gengxing, instead of messing around with the juniors or watching you with prejudice." Their car drove very smoothly. After an hour and a half, when they arrived in Peru, they came directly to the headquarters of Apex, and Jobs personally greeted them at the gate. Seeing Ziming and them all got out of the car, Jobs opened his arms and said loudly, "I welcome you very much. And I would like to send you my most sincere blessings on behalf of myself, and I wish you all the best." Ziming, Tang Jingxing and all of them were in the past and hugged Steve Jobs, and then took them into the ECP headquarters building. In the past, although Mr. Jobs had left Apex for some reasons, but later due to the continuous decline of Apex's performance and market share, on the other hand, Mr. Jobs, on the other hand, because of the successful investment of BIS Animation Studio, a Toy Story fame in the industry, in this case, Mr. Jobs returned to the helm of the company ECP. A sidewalk, Don ran to the side of Tang Hui in Tang Jingxing and introduces Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs also introduced changes in the situation in Iraq after he went to Ziming. Ziming listened and nodded, and that in fact he can remember Steve Jobs to not much difference. The only difference is the time, which should be introduced only after 4 years of Toy Story, and now because of their own reasons brought forward to 90 years. Jobs also returned to Apex in advance. I just don't know if Jobs will still fully support the development of multimedia players and digital operating systems, and Apex, which will be popular all over the world in the future. Have to say Steve Jobs is a genius to change the world. It really could be like if you were thinking that it would be to change the world hit a perfect assists. The other side, Steve Jobs introduced Fei Stang Ran. He is humble and said, "It's real, I could go back XP company, or rely on the help of Mr. Ziming, if not the success of Toy Story, if not his proposed if I use the internet for marketing, I think it's not that easy for me to come back." See what Steve Jobs Ziming to say. He said, Mr. Ming, you do not humble. If you are not, I am afraid that just talks and Disney, I'm going to take several years. How can it be so easy? Ziming is not a sentimental person, since Jobs has already said so. His chuckle, Jobs, you may think I am too noble, and I did not want any modesty. I just want to say, since you know I was the one who helped you a lot, so this time you will give me a good job. You are the important person in our turnaround this time. Yes, if Jobs, you helped us this time, I will definitely keep you from being driven out at least. Tang Ran said after Ziming. Regarding Tang Ran's natural blackness, Jobs was a little bit dumbfounded. He could only nod his head and replied, "Don't worry, I will do my best for anyone." About 10 minutes later, Ziming and his party followed Jobs to Apex. In his reception room, Ziming and the others sat here and waited for a while, and Jobs brought them 2 copies. This is a list of Apex's rental services, mainly about the Lombard Company's website and email server. Simply put, their servers and equipment are all leased by Apex. Their systems are also leased by Apex. The company is responsible for maintenance. As Jobs said, he handed the pieces to Ziming and Tang Jingxing. So as long as we stop their services, they don't have any internet services. Whether it is a website or an email address, right? Tang Jingxing asked. Jobs replied, "Strictly speaking, this is a violation of the contract, but if it is requested by you, I can do this." Ziming waved his hand indifferently and said, "What does it mean that we are in breach of the contract? At that time, we will say yes to the outside. They violated the contract, so we have no choice but to terminate the service. If the lawsuit comes, we will pay a barrister team to come over and look for it item by item in the contract. I don't believe that they did not have any breach of the contract." Tang Ran also followed Ziming with a smile and said, "Yes, they violated the contract first. What do we do?" Tang Jingxing also said, "Because of their breach of contract, we not only have to stop the service, we have to sue them to court, and we have to hold them accountable. And we also demand compensation from them." Tang Huiyan also added, "Isn't compensation alone? I think they should also disclose Apex in the media. Apologize." Listening to these people's discussions with you, Jobs suddenly felt a bit of silence for the Lombard Company. "You said that you have to provoke Ziming. Is this someone you can provoke? Now it's okay. Your inexplicable website and email address will all be forcibly stopped. Not only will you not be compensated, but you will have to compensate others, and you will have to apologize. It is estimated that you will have to change your psychological tolerance and you will be angry." He vomited blood. What is a backlash and a rake? This is a real backlash and a rake. The key is that I hate you and I am still standing on the commanding heights of law and morality. Of course, these requirements are actually the same. After all, the other party also has people like Wood backing up. It is sure to invite a team of capable lawyers to help out, so this lawsuit may not be able to be solved. However, for Ziming and the others, it doesn't matter whether the lawsuit wins or loses. The key is that they have to drag the Lombard Company from the momentum of the crazy exhibition abruptly. and this lawsuit has been fought for several years. I'm going to be a little bit darker and hold his data directly, so that he may not find other service companies temporarily, and that's the end. Finally, Ziming glanced at the time and said, "It's already 12 noon, or we will eat first, and then the news conference in the afternoon. I can't wait." Chapter 320 I just came to slap my face there. 2 In the afternoon 50 grand a press cloth will be held at Stanford Hotel. Many reporters came to the hotel's banquet hall, chatting with each other, waiting for the start of the news cloth will. After another 10 minutes, with a burst of exclamation, Tang and Wood walked into the banquet hall under the escort of bodyguards. They walked to their seats and sat down. Tang Ran looked at so many reporters on the scene. He said happily to the general manager next to him. This time the conference was very well organized. I actually invited such a multimedia and well-known media such as the Wall Street Journal and the National Economic News. I am very capable. Facing Tang while saying thank you for the praise, the general manager was also muttering in his heart where these media came from. As for the company's general manager of Lombardy, he does have a lot of social relationships, but these relationships are also more in San Francisco range, or rely on the identity of the Downs family Tang gangster-only open relationship. Also for this reason, the Lombard company was not well known before Wood's investment, and can only be regarded as a middle-class internet company. Old actually say this was held in the city of Perot press cloth will. In fact, he is very resistant. He did not know how accomplishing here, but now it seems their fear is unnecessary. This is the credit of President Tang and Chairman Wood. It is your marketing methods that have made the Lombard company very well known. Naturally, these media have come here. After all, as long as they are in touch with us, they can get more attention. The general manager said flatly. This as shot Tangin very pleased. Tangin said to him, "Very wrong, continue to do so. And now the company has invested Wood, chairman of the Lombardy company. We will get better as well as what the Wall Street Journal, the National Economic News media. They will line up one by one to come to us for news. So you have to master the ability to deal with these media, you know." The general manager nodded very excitedly and said, "I will work hard to exercise my abilities and witness the Lombard company becoming a top company in San Francisco." Tangen nodded in satisfaction, and then turned his gaze to the media in front of him. He cleared his throat and said, "I welcome you all from the journalists very much. Today is the latest project presentation of the Lombard company. Next, we will introduce the company's latest web search engine to everyone. I am very confident that this will become a very important growth point for the company in the future. I wonder if you have anything to ask about it?" Tang An's words were only finished, and someone immediately raised his hand. Tang An stretched out his hand to signal him to speak, but he heard that person say, "Hello, President Tang. I'm a reporter from the Wall Street Journal. I heard that before I came here. The press fabric will have a very today Madden news to release. Do not know is referring to what it does. I have been ready for this news headlines." Tang An feels very strange about this question. I don't think I understand what your definition of Madden is, because the news I have just now is very Madden. Because the internet search engine will definitely be the future trend of the internet. Don't know if there are other questions. Following this, another reporter raised his hand and stood up and asked, "I can believe in the future of search engines, but with all due respect, this will attract some investors at best. Interest. It is difficult to resonate with ordinary people, because you said that today's conference will shock the world. If it is just a search engine, it is difficult to have such an effect." Now, Tang An Wood and that person, the general manager, was completely dumbfounded at the time, because they didn't understand what these reporters were talking about. How could there be any news that shocked the world? They are just promoting their search engine today, and it sounds like something went wrong. So Wood asked, "I'm sorry, I don't understand what the hot news you are talking about." What channel did you get? For this question, these reporters did not need to answer. The door opened, and Zhu Ming took it with him. Tang Ran, Tang Jingxing and the others came in and said, "I told them that there will be big news today." Ziming said this very lightly, but stopping in everyone's ears undoubtedly exploded a heavy weight. Everyone was shocked at the time. The atmosphere on the scene froze for an instant, because many people didn't understand what happened, and those who knew, when they reacted, they started to press the shutter frantically at Ziming and Tang Anwood. Just kidding, they are the opponents. Now that they appear on the same occasion, don't they have to be crazy? This is an explosion of news. Sure enough, as Ziming and Tang Ran entered, Tang An's face was pulled down at that time, and he looked at Ziming fiercely, as if he was going to swallow him alive, since he was insulted by Ziming at the Tang People's Bank that day, so that after being expelled from the venue, he hated Ziming deeply. Uncle Tang, Aunt Huiyin, and Chairman Tang Ran, how are you? I'm sorry to miss you, An Ying, because I don't remember having invited you. Tang An finally turned his attention to Ziming. As for this gentleman, please get out. You are not welcome here. Hearing Tang An's words, Ziming smiled. President Tang is really careful, but I'm sorry, you don't have the right to invite me out, because I have a share in this news conference today. You have a share too? Tang An couldn't understand. Are you kidding me? But unfortunately this joke is not funny, or is your IQ already so low? Behind me, the banner on it says Lombard. The news conference, where does it matter to you? Or do you want to join my company? In that case, I don't mind interviewing you here. It's just that your IQ is something the company doesn't need. Mr. Tang An, you feel a little too good about yourself. Don't you think you can't invite many of the media here? Ziming asked back. Tang An hates Ziming for being a shareholder, but he is not a fool. He was shocked when he heard Ziming's words, because he was surprised by the many media here from the beginning. After all, the recent news conferences are also relatively frequent. He knows which media will be invited to attend. Today's situation is indeed a bit abnormal. At first, he thought it was the credit of his general manager, but now it seems that there is another reason. Tang An subconsciously glanced at the general manager next to him, and saw that his face was a little embarrassed, and Tang An was even more suspicious. Is it really this guy? Tang An is not sure about this, but it is not the time to discuss this. Even if it is really invited by Ziming, he has to grit his teeth and persevere. But if you insist, what if he does something else? When Tang An was uncertain, Wood next to him suddenly asked, "What? Are you here now to find the place you lost?" I can't help but say, your approach is really bad. Wood finished speaking. Then he said to everyone, I think some reporters and friends here might not know this Mr. Ziming. In fact, I don't know either, because when I invested in a Lombard company, I would indeed expect it. It will have an impact on other companies, but I didn't expect to directly bankrupt some companies. And this Ziming friend is one of those losers. Actually, I have always regretted this, but there is no other way. The shopping malls are full of competition. Only those who are able can survive, and the garbage will be eliminated. As Wood finished speaking, Tang An immediately agreed with him. Say too good, that's all. He is a gentleman. Ziming was out of the garbage. Fact, we gave you a lot of opportunities, but unfortunately it was not your own ability. It is no wonder that we have a face. Tang Ran couldn't bear the ridicule of Tang An and Wood's sentence after sentence. Hey, I don't understand what you are happy about here. Your self-feeling is too good. Even me, I can't help being embarrassed for you. Ziming also said at this time, then I will tell you the truth. I am here today to slap you in the face. It is not only Ziming, Tang Ran, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin. At this time, the elders couldn't stand it anymore, and they showed a caring and mentally retarded expression, and felt sorry for the family to have such a person. When Tang An and Wood heard this, they all laughed as if they heard the funniest joke in the world. Slap us in the face. I said you haven't woken up yet? The Earth is too dangerous, you still hurry back to Mars. This time Ziming did not argue with them anymore, but invited Jobs out. Jobs walked out wearing a very casual shirt and jeans. These reporters raised their cameras in a frenzy. Even though they didn't know why Ziming did this, the instinct as a media person made them feel something. In the click of a camera, Ziming took Jobs to all the media and said, "This is Mr. Jobs, the chairman of Apex. We are here today because of the breach of contract by the Lombard Company." Ziming. After the introduction, Jobs said in front of all reporters, "Hello everyone, I'm Jobs. I think many of my friends here must know me, maybe because of Apex, or because of Toy Story, but I'm here today. I want to announce one thing in front of all friends in the media. That is, Apex's current Lombard Company has a large number of breaches of contract when using Apex's equipment." Jobs paused here before continuing. "So after careful consideration, Apex decided to terminate all network services to Lombard in accordance with the provisions of the contract, including but not limited to leased servers and all other network equipment, and Apex's information services, and will prosecute the Lombard Company's breach of contract." Jobs then turned to the other side and said, "In addition, due to the particularity of the Internet and information services, Apex will sue the Lombard Company. The database will be sealed until the end of the lawsuit." Chapter 321 is a relatively good result. Bow. Thanks to the 3 monthly support of Moxie Bow Water Duo. It's so awesome. Following Jobs' remarks, speaking of it, there was a dead silence at the scene. Everyone looked at Jobs dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe it was true. After all, the media reporters who can be invited here today have some knowledge of internet technology, and they all understand that the most important thing for an internet company like Lombard is servers and data, because he didn't change it out of thin air. Whether it was an email address or a search website, it needed a server to carry it, and all his users also accessed his server to perform all services. Now Apex has to stop the operation of all servers, which means that all business of the Lombard Company must be forcibly stopped, which is undoubtedly very unacceptable. However, the stop of the server is acceptable. After all, it would be fine to change the server, but the sealing of the database is the most complete blow to the Lombard Company, because it is the company's information, the code of the website and the information of all customers, etc. Wait, it's all in the database. It can be said that the database is all of the Lombard Company. Once the database is blocked, it is equivalent to the company burning and burning everything. Although the company's shell is still there, everything in it is gone. All things must start from scratch. This is as if an internet master was writing a peerless novel on his computer. Suddenly the computer crashed and he did not save it. Although he could create from scratch, his mood at that time was undoubtedly desperate. But the key is that some things have been spread out, and the author will definitely not be that way no matter how they write. Especially if the interval is too long, readers will even forget your previous plot, and naturally they will not chase it anymore. Mr. Jobs, are you kidding? Tangen asked in a daze. Mr. Tangen, do you think I am joking now? Jobs asked Tangen, I am now officially representing API to inform you that due to your breach of contract, we will have to stop the contract and all the services of the company, and seal the database. Jobs said again. His words seemed to be a blockbuster bombing Tangen at the time, and the other reporters were in an uproar. They raised the camera again and faced him again. Jobs kept taking pictures, and at the same time he threw out questions such as, is this true? Is Apex and Zooming to suppress the Lombard Company, and is this also a way of competition? Wait, the question. As for these questions, Jobs wanted to answer them one by one, but obviously Tangen would not give him this opportunity. When the reporters only started to ask, Tangen shouted, enough is enough, waiting for their reporters. When he was dumbfounded, Tangen said to Jobs, I always thought that Apex was a big and honest company, but I didn't expect it would do such a dirty thing. Mr. Jobs, you said we breached the contract, then I think, excuse me, where did we breach the contract? It is so serious that we have to stop all services and seal data and prosecute us. Before Jobs could answer this question, Zooming stood up to help him answer. I'm sorry, there is no comment. Tangen was almost out of breath. He pointed at Zooming and cursed, what is helpless? This chapter is not over, please turn the page. I think it's just your idea, our Lombard. In fact, The company has not breached any contract. Everything is a scam by yourselves. If you insist on thinking it is a scam, why don't you dare to take our lawsuit or call the police directly? Doesn't this mean that you have a ghost in your heart? Tang Ran was surprised. Then Jobs followed along and said, Mr. Tangan, if you want to prove that you have not breached the contract, isn't the best way to pass the law? The United States is a country under the rule of law. If you can win the lawsuit, then you have the right to be in the law. With the support of Steve Jobs, I asked Apex to compensate for all the losses suffered by the Lombard Company during this period. Tang Ran's words only made Tangan speechless, but Jobs' words made Tangan vomit blood. Tangan was born and bred in the United States. Of course, he understands the method of claiming compensation in litigation, but the key is time. A lawsuit like this kind of company can easily be lit for several years. After a few years, even if he can prove that he has not breached the contract, he can still ask up for compensation. But so what? The best time has passed, and other companies have long since replaced Lombardy. Not to mention that when it comes to compensation, it will be another lawsuit. At that time, I have nothing to do, and there is no money to fight that lawsuit. I understand, Jobs. You, Ziming and Tang Ran are in the same group. It is not that we have breached the contract, but you deliberately found an excuse for this breach of contract. The purpose is to maliciously target my Lombard company, which is no longer able to compete due to normal methods. So I wanted to carry out a sneak attack through this despicable way, right? You are a bunch of shameless villains. Tangan first accused Ziming and Steve Jobs, and then said to all the reporters, I think everyone has seen it. Are you here? This is Ziming and this is Jobs. They are a group of lawless gangsters, bullies in the business world. They see that the rise of Lombard on the internet is unstoppable, and their companies are defeated one by one. They will have to pass this very bad behavior to force containment. Can you understand this behavior? Tangan said, it's like in a basketball game. One team sees the other team leading more and more, he will immediately tear off his civilized veil and seek victory by breaking the opponent's main player's hands and feet through dirty fouls. This is a very ungentleman way and is to be spurned. Tang Ankan scolded, and Ziming also said to all the media at this time, I think everyone knows who is lawless and who behaves badly. There are problems that can be solved by law, but he has to abuse here. Nothing more. I just want to go through a channel other than the law. Why? Except that he knows his breach of contract and all our actions are reasonable and legal. I can't think of any other explanations. Talking nonsense and calling out to catch the thief. We do not have any breach of contract. We have always abided by the contract when using Apex's equipment. It is clear that you deliberately used this excuse to find trouble for the Lombard company. Tangan was very angry. If things are really like what you said, then let's say it in court. Why do you want to reverse black and white in front of friends in the media? Ziming asked. Of course this is a thorny problem that the law itself is difficult to solve. If I didn't resort to the law, the court would immediately support my claim and make you lose money. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. This time, Tangan said. Finish. Wood just stopped him and said, of course, the law does not exist any problem. If they can sue successfully, it shows us there may be some aspects of the mistake, so we also need to support our legal justice. With Wood's words, Tangan suddenly realized how stupid he was just now, and he actually counted the law down. What is the difference between talking like this and a child rolling all over the floor after being wronged? After reacting, Tangan also felt that Wood could stay awake in such a situation. And it was very difficult for him to say this. What Wood was so refreshing made Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan surprised, and Zuming was wary. This was a difficult opponent to deal with. Wood then stood up and walked in front of Zuming and said to him, I didn't expect you to hire a pie company and start with Lombard's software and hardware facilities. The shot was indeed accurate, but that's it. Don't worry, as long as you bring this lawsuit, I will help Lombardy win this lawsuit, and then I will make you lose your fortune. Leaving this sentence for Ziming, Wood took Tangan and other Lombard company members out of the room, and as they left, the reporters on the scene cheered warmly. Wood and Tang walked outside the door. Listening to the cheers from inside the door, Wood scolded Tang angrily, "You don't have a long memory. You were so embarrassed just now." "I'm sorry, Mr. Wood," Tang said honestly, "but I was so angry just now. How could they be so shameless?" It was obviously an excuse that they found out to be untrue, that is, to stop our business and call so many people. Reporter: "This is clearly intentional." "So what?" Wood interrupted Tang, and before he finished speaking, "The fact has been created and it is still irreversible. You can only accept him." Rather than rolling around like a child who can't get candy, it would only be regarded as a joke. Think about it, when Jobs said that he wanted to sue you, did everything you say seemed like a joke? Like a clown performing? Tang lowered his head. "Mr. Wood, this is really very sorry, I am too reckless. But I am really unwilling." Wood laughed at this time, and he said, "You will not reconcile, because you regard Lombard as the only one now. Do you think that a small Lombard company can really shake the big tree of China Banking Corporation? Or have you changed your goals and no longer consider China Banking Corporation as a goal?" "Of course not. This is my biggest goal." Tang replied to Wood, "Since China Banking Corporation is your goal, why should you stick to a Lombard company?" Tang Wood said, feeling very puzzling. "If it is not easy to save it, but it still can't be saved, let him die. Since Ziming and the others are going to destroy the Lombard company, let them do it. Our next goal is to officially launch a full-scale battle against the situation within the clan." Tang smiled in relief, said, "Yes, we still have a lot of friends. They have already stood on the opposite side of Tang Jingxing. With their help, we will definitely win." So today's event can be regarded as a relatively good result. "At least the things I really prepared for come ahead of schedule," Wood said with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 322 Schrodinger's Cat? The Lombard network has encountered an unprecedented Jedi crisis. Yesterday at the press conference at the Stanford Hotel, Apex's chairman Jobs came to the scene in person and announced in front of all the media that Lombard Technology had violated regulations when using equipment leased from Apex. Therefore, Apex, the company, decided to terminate the contract with the Lombard company in accordance with the agreement, stop all services in terms of equipment and information, and seal up the database. Jobs said that the move was to preserve evidence, and Apex will sue Lombard. If Apex wins the lawsuit, Lombard will face over $500 million in damages. At the scene, Tang, vice chairman of Lombardy, accused Ape's act of perfidy, and said that it was a conspiracy by all other internet companies to unite against him. However, Jobs said that Tang's accusation was unreasonable, and Ape's act was only a reasonable and lawful act against the contract. Tang's accusation was simply to divert the attention of public opinion, hoping to pretend to be a weak person posture to win the sympathy of the public. At the same time, Jobs said that if the Lombard company can win the lawsuit, Apex will pay any amount of compensation as required by the law. But this kind of thing will not happen in the legally sound United States. According to the analysis of our special commentator, no matter what the final judgment is, Lombardy will be in a very difficult situation. Due to the suspension of equipment and even the storage of databases, all internet services in Lombardy will not be able to perform. Re-renting the server, recoding to establish the website and email, but doing so is only a remedy. However, the website and email address can be rebuilt, but the credit cannot be bought back. After the crisis of Apex, customers and investors of the Lombard company will definitely doubt him. What should he do if he breaches the contract again? Under such circumstances, his clients and investors will be lost to lot. So this morning all fund companies and venture capital institutions have raised their investment risks in Lombardy to the highest level. To put it simply, it is the probability that you can get a return from investing in a Lombard company. It is better to give a beggar $1 when you go out, and then in 10 years that beggar will become a rich man and come back and give you $1 million. This is the morning news of the economic channel of San Francisco TV. One of the protagonists in the news, Steve Jobs, the chairman of Apple, is eating breakfast with Ziming and Tang Ran, as well as Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin. After the press conference ended yesterday, Ziming and the others went back in no hurry and stayed at the Stanford Hotel. After reading this news, Jobs said to Ziming, "Now the impact of things has come out. Today, when the stock market opens, the shares of the Lombard Company have fallen below 20%. Heard the news. Tang then was screwed up your own cute little nose." Jones said, "Live, the who dare to scold his brother to the Ming brother also copying ideas, and also his brother Ming internet companies compete, still thinking about splitting the Tang family." He asked for the result today. "Isn't it just an internet company? What's the best?" Tongking wins and Tang Huiyin Tang. Then the words are a bit dumbfounding, because Don Ran first care about Ziming, and only then they Tang. A patriarch made this. It is estimated it was only her. Ziming then said, "The really able to get rid of his Lombard Company is off to a good start, but it was not the most important. After all, no matter how powerful an internet company is unable to shake the family of former down after the play, to come back is a positive piece." As Ziming this, the atmosphere of the scene has become imposing up, because that is what they are worried about. Or Jobs first said, "I'm sorry that I am not a member of the Tang family, and I don't understand the operation of the consortium family." This chapter is not over. Please turn the page. I won't be able to help anymore. But if there is anything I need to do, I will do my best to finish it. Tongking Sheng Huiyin and Tang both said the sound thanks to him. Then Tang Jingxing said, "This thing will cause two things, either to give up, the second is cohesion." Tongking wins out of two fingers. Give up very simple, because Tangin can say move other family members, must rely on his understanding of the Chinese bank shares. Tang and his natural and ancestral family will be on the situation advantages. This advantage gave others the illusion that they can succeed by following him. Now that the Lombard Company is destroyed and his advantage no longer exists, then others naturally give up. Another possibility is the combination. Tongking wins goes on to say, past Tang and others reason why there has been no action. Most likely they have disagreed on some of the distribution of benefits. And now with the Lombard policy, the failure of this will give them a sense of crisis, which will then prompt them to give up some entanglement in the minutiae, and quickly reach an agreement and unite. Two diametrically opposite possibilities. We didn't know their thoughts before the other party started to act. This is the Schrödinger cat. Before the box was opened, we didn't know whether the cat was dead or alive. Tang Ran said, "It's real cohesion to determine whether they were or give up the right to decide or in our hands." Ziming, then make everyone feel very surprised, because they do not understand how this decision in their hands of it. Ziming then asked, "I know you are very puzzled, so I ask you to give up or our worry they gather it." Of course, to unite, and only he who produces action we worry are, if they give up, we have nothing to worry about it. Tang Huiyin said. Ziming immediately then said, "That right, according to Murphy's law, if you worry about the occurrence of a situation, he would be more likely to happen. So now that we are worried that they will unite, then they will certainly gather." Face interpretation of the Ziming, everyone laugh and cry. Steve Jobs said, "I did not expect weeks." Ming, you actually still a philosopher. I'm not interested in boring philosophy. I'm just a businessman purely pursuing money. Ziming said, "Actually, I talked a lot of nonsense just now. What I want to say is very simple. That is, we can't place any hope on others. It's our own efforts, because if we are prepared ourselves, then it doesn't matter what their final result is." After hearing Ziming's words, Tang Jingxing laughed immediately. "That's right. Look at my mind. I live for a few decades and am going back more and more. Yes, what is the result of them? As long as we prepare ourselves, naturally we don't have to be afraid of them." About 20 minutes later, after eating early, Ziming, Tang Ran, Tang Jingxing, Tang Huiyin, and Jobs all left. After all, they all have their own company to deal with. No matter how big the trouble between Tang and Wood is, they cannot always surround themselves. Turn them around. After they were separated, Ziming and Tang Ran came to the airport and looked at the time. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a special plane from Hong Kong City landed at San Francisco Airport. The plane soon stopped. Ziming and Tang ran following the airport ground staff into the apron. The hatch opened and a familiar face appeared. Cousin Muking, welcome back. Tang Ran waved happily, because the person who got out of the plane was Lin Muking, and behind her were Tong Gang, the chairman of the Hong Kong Shipping Group, and Li Cheng, the chairman of Cheng Industrial. Looking at Lin Muking wearing a waisted small suit with a pair of pencil pants, she looked mature and fashionable. The small suit and pencil pants also perfectly highlighted her proud figure. Although Tong Gang and Li Cheng are well-known business tycoons in Hong Kong and even the world to the end of this chapter, please turn the page. Lin Muking walks in front of them at the moment without feeling any pretentiousness, as if everything is natural. Ziming himself also feels a little bit emotional. It's really the environment that changes people. Although I felt that she was very mature and elegant from the first time I saw her, it was only for a small place in the 760 factory. Later, when she arrived in Hong Kong, she was a little scared. However, as she took over the Jinming Fund Company that she left to her, and later became the chairman of the Gangqing Joint Investment Fund Company, this momentum became even more powerful. Ziming noted Lin Mu clear down the escalator when the airport staff following hand to help him up, not even looking at her courage at all. Cousin Muking, I want to kill you. Ziming here, not enough time, said Tang ran on to shout toward Lin Muking. Fury, Don looked at and then flutter in the arms of Lin Muking. Lin Muking spoiled, rubbing her hair look like. It would be difficult to imagine the relationship between them should be regarded as rivals in love. On the tarmac, Ziming and Lin Muking they simply say hello. After all, very noisy outside the airport, also very cold. Then they went back to the lounge. He had sat down in the lounge. Where are our own people? Welcome. So Lin Muking first report to Ziming said, I have things here have been doing. And you said all those companies' communication has been completed, including some contracts have been signed by our entrusted representatives. It can be said that all other procedures have been completed except for the formal handover. Ziming nodded, then asked Tong Gang and Li Cheng said, that investment owned this one did not see what problem it say investors will not have any objection, or to funds will not be obvious like. He had his head together, answered by the Cheng Li. Are not, because already invest in Lin Muking, chairman of the Joint Investment Fund in Hong Kong City more than 2 years. All of our investors have great confidence in him. In addition to this one of a lot of money too, it's all from the Tang family, and there will be no problem. The only thing to worry about may be the flow of funds. Cheng Li, and said, I have the transfer of funds is done through offshore accounts, and also through the casinos and nightclubs companies such as running water account, but if you want to check off, then the total is still able to check out. After all, time is limited, and so we are transferring the bulk of the funds. In order to completely hide is impossible. Ziming followed by a turn Huifeng said, not over time for both sides are equal. Our time not enough, the other party's time is also not enough. After all, Cheng, you still walked away from the casinos and nightclubs. Even if you want to check, it is still a certain degree of difficulty, so the problem is not big. At the end Ziming stood up and said, well, I know Chairman Tong and Brother Cheng, you must be tired after the long journey from Hong Kong City. Then I will send you back to rest first. Then Ziming took them away. At the airport, Ziming arranged 2 cars, one for Tong Gang and Li Cheng, and one for Ziming and Lin Muking and Tang Ran. When he got into the car, Tang Ran knew that Lin Muking had been away for so long, so he sensibly took the initiative to sit in the front. However, even in this unsealed car, Ziming would not really do anything he loves with Lin Muking, but touched her pretty face distressedly. Sister Muking has worked hard, and Lin Muking is looking at Ziming with blurred eyes. As long as it's for you, I won't work hard. And I don't want you to just talk about it, it will take some time to act. While talking, Lin Muking still touched her delicate hands on Ziming's chest. Ziming took a breath. After all, no matter how many goddesses or queens are Lin Muking, no matter if others don't even have the courage to look at her more, She is still a woman after all, and she still needs a man to accompany her, and there is only one man who can conquer her and let her take the initiative to let go of her restraint. It is Ziming. End of this chapter. Chapter 323 is troublesome. User show 1 semicolon in their villa room. Although the curtains have been drawn, there is still a hint of mischievous sunlight that wants to shine in, but these the sunlight sneaking in maybe for peeping or something. Because in the room, men and women's clothes were scattered all over the floor, small suits and pencil pants and high heels. These are Lin Muking's clothes, but at the moment their master is fucking like a proud female knight. But if there is no chest, the words of the big hands covered. A voice of coquettish sex echoed in the room, especially Lin Muking's voice was neither sharp nor waxy, but a very greasy feeling that he wanted to bear but couldn't help it. Every time Ziming heard it, it would make his blood boil, and then he worked harder, and while Lin Muking shouted Ziming no, her voice became more tired. Finally, as Ziming let out a low roar, Lin Muking raised her swan-like slender neck high, and everything calmed down. It was still daytime, but Lin Muking missed Ziming too much, even a little teasing Ziming in the car, so they returned to the room and they started naturally. Of course Tang Ran didn't stay. On the one hand, she didn't want to listen to the root of the wall, even if she couldn't accept it no matter how generous. On the other hand, as the patriarch of the Tang family, she did have her business to do. On there, Lin Muking was lying on Ziming's body, her white and slender fingers circled Ziming's chest. Ziming bowed her head and kissed her and asked, "Sister Muking, why didn't you let me pull it out just now? Are you not afraid of getting pregnant?" Lin Muking did not directly answer this question, but raised her head and asked, "Do you want me to be pregnant?" Hearing this question, Ziming's first thought was a very stylish and beautiful person, the female president, but the picture of a big belly, this is undoubtedly a very sense of accomplishment for men. But that's just thinking about it. Ziming stroked Lin Muking's pretty face and said to her, "There is no hope and no hope, Sister Muking, you are my woman. Of course I will be responsible for you, but I don't spoil you indiscriminately." Hearing these words in Lin Muking's ears, her whole heart was melted. She raised her head and took the initiative to put on her perfumed lips. At this moment, she hopes to be able to blend in with Zhu Ming's body is the same. In this way, they stayed warm for a while, and Lin Muking suddenly asked Ziming, "What you said at the airport just now, did you deliberately tell Tong Gang and Li Cheng to listen to it?" Ziming was taken aback first, then laughed. He replied, "Sister Muking, you know me best. I did say that deliberately. The purpose is not to worry about them." These words surprised Lin Muking. What is there to worry about? Could it be that this time it's not that simple for the family? Ziming then told Lin Muking of his previously guest behind thousands and front stage thugs. This shocked Lin Muking at the time. She couldn't believe it. "Ziming, you said that from Isn't who came out of the Car Kingdom the man behind the scenes? He was just pushed out by the man behind the scenes. Li, like Tang An and the others, come to make trouble for you guys?" Do not blame Lin Muking. I will not believe it. You know the Bigwood family is ranked one of America's top family, and when he can make, and what kind of forces can do. This is too incredible, right? Ziming is very positive nodded, "That is so. So you go and night will always go. Running water can be hidden from most people, but hiding from everyone, especially who the real culprit, I'm not sure whether he would be aware of this," and told Wu Germany and Tangan. Lin Muking dignified expression also up, that the forces now are able to Wood family when thugs, then to their ability, so the bulk of our funds transfer, and certainly no hiding from them, and then once they traced up, Ziming the plan does not completely exposed yet. Well, as a result, the whole situation with Down family. Not to risk danger yet, Lin Muking said, and poured himself inhaled air, followed by annoying chat as self-comfort. No, they should not noticed, certainly not. But not how you gonna be able to kind of things in this world. Here was annoying chatters when Lin Muking, and her cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Muking was taken aback, Ziming from to take the head since the phone looked Li Cheng is a number code. Ziming and Qing Lin knew as a right and then turned on, and soon the familiar voice came from the phone. Ziming brother, right? I'm sorry to bother you at this time, but I really have a very important thing to tell you. Is that sum of money on us? Following Li Cheng's words, Ziming and Lin Muking's faces couldn't help but become solemn, and Ziming said to him, Brother Cheng, please say it. Li King loudly said, is this, I'm not telling you that money after our turn came in through offshore accounts after and night always the water at just now. I got my friend's phone. It is said that someone is tracking the money. Is who in the tracing? Would family or something else forces? Lin Muking hastily asked. Is to get the United States under the Financial Crimes Investigation Agency Sauer County. They suspect money laundering case with the bulk of this huge amount of money transfers were related to their place in the territory. Cheng Li then said, not to my friend said he suspects it is likely only the next plane to say. Because with him to help us make the water company accounts are subject to monitoring, and the Port City of Financial Crime Investigation Department has also been action. And such a large-scale approach is obviously not the energy that a county-level investigation agency should have, so this investigation must be controlled by a more powerful force behind it. After listening to Li Cheng's words, Ziming said something helpless really the case, then he thought and asked, that it? Now the other side of the investigation has been to what extent? Li Cheng thought a moment and replied, according to the present situation they should still check to estimate the funds, although our funds are and night through the entire program is always in the water, but if you really want to check, I guess it will not take more than 1 week to find out, and if the other party can pressure the Hong Kong city government to involve the city's Financial Crime Investigation Agency to assist in the investigation, this time may be shortened to 3 days. That is to say the worst case scenario is that the other side will be completely locked the flow of funds to it in 3 days? Ziming asked. Li Cheng answered a yes. Ziming took a deep breath and said, that being the case, I have here the action is necessary to speed up, so I can only say I'm sorry, your brother and children to the president. I'm afraid I will be deprived of the rest time. Li Cheng that side laughed and said, I had. They do such a thing did not intend to sleep soundly. Then Ziming and only account of a few hung up the phone, then looked at Lin Muking said, Muking's sister, this the next big trouble, it seems we'll have to play. And some things have to rush to do before the other found. That's fine. Lin Muking said, although Murphy's Law is usually very accurate, I think I still hope that the other party will find out a little later. Ziming and Lin Muking spoke to pick up my clothes play day, then the door on the car destined for the Chinese bank headquarters building. But this time at the Golden Gate Hotel conference room, Tangin and its importance to his Dan's family members were sitting around a conference table. Wood was not present at the meeting seemed to have no beginning, they were just drinking in the chat board tea. In the end, Tangya's father, Tang Jingming, couldn't help it first. Tangan, what's the situation now? We are all here, why don't the meeting start right away? Is there any newcomer who wants to join in? Tang Jingming asked. Tangan replied, Mr. Wood hasn't arrived yet, so please wait patiently. As Tangan said this, everyone was unhappy, and a middle-aged man with glasses stared. He raised his eyes and said, why wait for him? Today we are obviously talking about the Tang family. Why must we wait for an outsider to start? Another middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle also said, that's right. Couldn't our Tang family be our own masters? Why should we wait for an outsider to give orders here? Who does he think he is? And we don't even know what Wood is to our Tang family? What kind of attitude? How can we give our own destiny to him? We must make our own decisions. Someone pointed the finger at Tangan, and you, Tangan, actually want an outsider to replace Tang. And why do you want to make a decision? Have you forgotten your surname Tang and you want to transfer to the Wood family? You, a traitor of the Tang family, you must die. At last Tang Jingming also said, everyone said it's alright, Tangan. If you don't have the ability to make a decision, please don't say anything. It would be nice if we all have this meeting by ourselves. Tang Jingming's words were unanimously approved by others, and they all responded to Tangan, booing. Tang An couldn't help saying, now that we can have this situation is brought to us by Mr. Wood, how can we abandon him at this time? We need his guidance. Tang An said. More ridicule. I said, Tang An, you are not brainwashed. When do we need him to guide? And what did he bring us? If my news is correct, the one you did before what Lombard Company, is not Ziming has been brought down to them, or borrow your press conference to fight your face. It will blow you also what to do. Get out now. Amid boos, Tang An was very angry. He wanted to argue but couldn't find any reasonable explanation. After all, the previous failure was the original sin. But at this moment Wood suddenly walked in, and the scene suddenly became quiet. He walked over and sat down casually. He looked around and then said, I was outside the door just now. I heard you guys seem to be discussing a lot. It's lively. Why don't you guys speak anymore? Facing Wood's questioning, Tang Jingming stood up and said, because that's the Tang family, it's inconvenience to tell you. Tang Jingming's words got other people's words. Unanimously, Wood also nodded and said, yes, because I am an outsider, this should be the case, so I should not attend this meeting, right? Then I think there is some news that you don't want to know anymore. It's about Ziming and Tang Ran. There are Tang Jingxing and the others. Wood's words made everyone stunned at the time, but soon someone said, are you a lie? What news do you have? Wood said meaningfully, I didn't want you to believe it. If you doubt it, just go out. As Wood pointed his finger at the door, he leaned on the chair with his hands and looked at it with a calm expression. Everyone, faced with Wood's provocation, everyone was persuaded. The last fat man stood up and said roundly, Mr. Wood, we were just joking just now. Now we are all in the same boat. Of course, what information is there? I'm going to share it with each other. I'm sorry just now. It's almost the same, Wood said with a curl of his lips. As for my news, you must be mentally prepared. The super large-scale transfer of funds, due to the money laundering through the government and nightclubs. The whereabouts of the funds is unknown. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Chapter 324 said to let you go. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin arrived at the headquarters of China Banking Corporation. Ziming, Tang Ran and Li Cheng were already waiting here. Before Tang Jingxing walked in, he threw out a series of questions to Ziming in a row of words. What happened? Why did the bank's directors ask for an internal board meeting so late? Did they find something? Or what's the conspiracy in the meeting? Or what happened to the situation? And hello, Mr. Li Cheng. Faced with this question, Ziming asked him to sit down before telling him, in fact, these questions of yours are in the final analysis a question. You know Mr. Li Cheng, so let him answer it for you. Later, Li Chengqing told Tang Jingxing that someone was tracing their funds. Although Ziming mentioned it to Tang Jingxing on the phone before, after listening to Li Chengwen fully explain it, Tang Jingxing still feels it. The situation is serious. I didn't expect to miss this point. If it was just Tang An and Wood, even if the big Wood family behind them were added, I think our transfer of funds would not be so easy to be discovered. But I forgot the real Behindthesens man. Tang Jingxing said helplessly, and then asked, so, is it possible that our plan will be exposed within 3 days? Ziming shook his head and replied, Tang uncle, you are a little too depressed. According to Cheng's intelligence speculation, the other party can at most find the flow of funds, but it does not mean that they will be able to associate our plan. Tang Jingxing still shook his head and said, I believe. But even if the other party can't guess our plan, they will doubt and be prepared when they learn about our large-scale fund transfer. After all, China Banking Corporation rarely has internal board meetings held at this time. This is almost the same as a family meeting. If it weren't for a very important event, it would be impossible. This is very clear to Ziming. Anyone who can become an internal director of China Bank of China is an important member of the Tang family, and is also a major shareholder of China Bank of China. To a certain extent, this kind of internal board meeting of China Bank of China in terms of level, it is even more important than the ancestral clan association. After all, China Banking Corporation is the real core of the family. Now, they have heard the news that someone is tracing the flow of funds at their front feet. Tang An eagerly requested the meeting that night. There is an internal board meeting, which has to make people suspicious. So I think they may not know what we are going to do, but they can definitely guess that we will do something. Do you understand me? Tang Jingxing said. I understand. But so what? Ziming nodded and asked back. Tong Qingwins froze a moment. He apparently did not think Ziming have such a rhetorical question. But then also followed Ziming. Tang then said, yes, they know you know, so what do we do and therefore not afraid? Did you go to this meeting? Of course I don't mean that. I just think that since such a big change has occurred, we should plan first. Tong Qingwins trying to explain what you want. But they interrupted him. Ziming said, Tang shush you, plans never keep up with changes, and our plan is to grasp the whole situation when it is done, but now we do not know each other, already know how much information, do not know each other's intention. I have no guess if just by here to go according to plan, it is very unrealistic. Ziming finally said, so I think we might as well let go of the idea to attend the meeting without all the baggage directly to see if they really want to do, when to make a decision. Regarding Ziming's thoughts, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin looked at each other, and they were surprised in each other's eyes. Although Ziming's words could be understood by both of them, there is indeed a great hidden danger in formulating plans based on their own random guesses. But at least you can think of several general directions, right? For example, they guessed what countermeasures should be used, and what countermeasures they didn't guess. They all waited until the scene to think about it. How broad-minded it is. Not to Ziming seems like this has been also rely on their own ability to change the situation in this moment of strain. Now, they can only rely on intuition explanations of this extraordinary, because in addition they sense there is no other way. Zhi then went to Tang Ming, Tang Huiyin, Tang Jingxing and then with a conference room, and this is due to the internal board meeting Chinese banks, and this has been explanations what an identity-sensitive person, obviously a plus Li Cheng is not coming sensible, therefore, Li Cheng consciously left after the talk, and went to do their things with Lin Muking Tong and the others. After all, they spent a lot of time to transfer so much money out of offshore accounts, and even went to Hong Kong City to go through the process of money laundering. They weren't used to put the bank to eat interest, but to do big things. When they arrived in the meeting room, Tang Jingming and other co-members of the Tang family had been here long ago, and even Tang An, and when Ziming opened the door, Tang Jingming and Tang Jingming could be seen whispering to each other. I don't know what they are talking about, but from their triumphant expressions and the frowning and contemplative looks of other people, it is not difficult to guess that it is definitely not a good thing. Unexpectedly, even such an internal board meeting would allow this guy to participate. It seems that the ancestral Hall clan has really assumed that he is a member of the Tang family, but even so, he doesn't have shares in the Tang People's Bank. It's not an internal director. Why is he here? Tang An pointed to Ziming and said, so now, as the vice chairman of China Banking Corporation, I ask you to get out of here immediately. Tang An then mobilized the crowd to say, everyone said, let this messy people who don't know where they come from, get out of the meeting room of our Tang family, okay? Tang An's words were echoed by other people, and they booed Tang An one after another. Tang ran, dissatisfied with this, he said, how can you do this? And Tang An, you are just the vice chairman of China Banking Corporation. Why are you giving orders here? Tang An spread his hands together and made a very innocent bear, with an expression, I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, I didn't dare to give orders in front of you, and I didn't give orders for implementation. I'm just asking for your opinions. Isn't that okay? That's your dictatorship. Tang Ran wanted to refute a few words, but Ziming first said, it is of course possible to ask for your opinions, and we are very supportive. After all, it is a meeting. It is always a meeting. Ziming suddenly changed the topic. He added, but asking for advice does not mean deceiving. If you ask for advice in a deceptive manner, then of course it won't work. But I didn't deceive, it was you, a miscellaneous person who deceived you. Tang gritted his teeth and said to Ziming, especially the phrase waiting for idle people. Obviously he was still brooding about the last shareholder meeting. Ziming smiled lightly and said, "Of course you cheated. You say you are the vice chairman of China Banking Corporation, but if I remember correctly, a vice chairman who is about to be dismissed also has no right to participate in this internal board meeting, let alone solicit opinions here." Tang frowned. "There are indeed such regulations. But the problem is that I have not been dismissed." "That's just what you thought." Ziming turned his head and asked Tang Dong, "This person is going to be dismissed. Has it been dismissed?" Tang said very cooperatively to Ziming's question, "Of course, this is the first thing I need to do when I come here today." Because Tang colluded with the Bigwood family, he planned to fight against the Tang family. Tangren Bank is unfavorable, so I propose to revoke his position as the vice chairman of Tangren Bank. As Tang finished speaking, Ziming said to Tang, "Mister, borrow a word from you, now you can get out of this. Is the meeting room available?" Hearing Ziming's words, Tang was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He didn't expect that Ziming and Tang would be able to do such a thing, face so many family members directly, and open their mouths. It is to revoke his position as the vice chairman. Isn't this just playing with the company's rules and regulations and the family rules? How can you do this? Too lawless. But the key point was that the other party's request was quite reasonable, so Tang pointed at Ziming and Tang and in the end he could only gritted his teeth and said shameless. As for the others, it is the first time to hear the remark Tang then later froze in force on the ignorant that they could not understand how it Yinberge Tang then how to propose to revoke a vice chairman, and not knowing that she should be said to be decisive and domineering. It should be said that she is a playful. But whether it is domineering or trifling, what cannot be said is that they really kicked Tang directly with this hand, and then pressed him to the ground and rubbed him casually, but he had no way at all. Of course, this meeting shouldn't be so violent. It's good to have some knocks. So Tang Jingxing then came out to be a peacemaker and said, "It's good to just make some jokes, and don't take it too seriously. After all, there are too many things happening, and the atmosphere here is too depressing. It's still a good way to adjust the atmosphere just by joking, but just don't take it seriously." Hearing Tang Jingxing's words, Ziming immediately answered, "Of course, I'm just cooperating. Mr. Tang is here to make a joke, right?" Face of Ziming thrown over the issue. Tang would like to say to you right B, but he knew that he was absolutely not say that, because once said himself to B, and Tang, then really put proposed revocation of their duties. Shall he can you resist to blame? I can only blame them for being so shameless to this point. Tang Jingxing also condoned to this point, and actually allowed them to be such a playful. Of course it's a joke. Ziming is a friend of the Tang family. Why would I invite friends out? Tang cut teeth, saying these have let his lungs exploded, but then he smiled, and my heart ferocious thinking, Ziming Tang then you this bitch, now let you be proud of the good. I'm afraid you still don't know that your secret has been mastered by me. Wait for my exposure later, see how you can deal with it, and see who will be the real winner at that time. Chapter 325 Tang An's raised arm? With the proper Tang's association, the conference room on the return to calm, although seemingly small, but this episode is just an accident of birth. But all minds are aware that this is in fact a preview of this meeting. Nothing greater than Chinese less than dot. After the incident, Ziming, Tang and Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin both sat down. As the chairman, Tang first called everyone present, and then said, "All the internal directors of China Bank of China have arrived. The meeting can be held." Then Tang vice chairman, "Why do you request this internal board meeting so urgently?" Ziming just Tangin is going to blow air into the vessel, but now he has nothing but have adjusted back. Face Tang he exposed a confident smile, heads held high to stand up and answer. I am so anxious to request this internal board meeting because my existing people have privately carried out a large-scale transfer of tens of billions of funds from China Banking Corporation. Tang An's remarks were like dropping a blockbuster, which immediately aroused an uproar at the scene, but Tang An seemed to feel that the effect was not satisfactory. So he went on to take out a document. This is the information released by the Nassau County Financial Crime Investigation Agency. It shows that more than 30 billion funds were divided into 1,300 times from 40 offshore accounts, and then transferred through the port city casino and nightclub accounts. Speaking of this, Tang An suddenly paused before continuing. For entertainment companies like casinos and nightclubs, everyone here must be familiar with them, and you have even cooperated with him in some aspects, because such places are money laundering. It's the best place for you to just go through the account and walk the flow. It is easy to change the money from black to white, and at the same time it also has a very good confidentiality effect on the flow of funds. And takes our county financial crime investigation agencies to track down the clues here cut off. It is clear that this happens is that the money started flowing money laundering program. Tang's staring eyes. Tang then finally asked, then what I would like to ask the chairman Tang, this how it was, where banks are so large sum of money actually go. Why do you want to carry out such a large sum of money transfer without going through a meeting of our board of directors to discuss? Who gave you this power? What is your purpose for doing this? Face of this sentence by sentence Tang questioning. Ziming Tang Ran Tong King and Wins Tang Hui in there is always the waves of frustration, no matter how prayer, which is most worried about the situation really is born. Tang so urgent convening of the inside directors the meeting really came for the money. Tang Ran frowned her eyebrows. She looked at Ziming, and seeing Ziming's smile made her feel a little bit clear. No matter what happened, as long as Brother Ming is here, there is nothing that can't be solved. With this kind of confidence in Ziming, Tang Ran readily admitted, this money is my decision, because I have found a very special investment field, and my investment is small in batches. The amount of investment is within my personal power, so there is no need to submit it to the board of directors for discussion. Well, one of your personal within the power. Tang An interrupted. Tang Ran then said, if only a pen hundreds of millions of money transfers, then I certainly will not find you the trouble of trouble. But now the total amount of funds you have transferred has reached tens of billions. Such a huge transfer of funds can even make the US financial order lively. Is this still your power alone? But in fact, Tang Ran and no irregularities, and the US financial order is also not affected, is not it? Ziming asked. Shut up. You don't have the right to speak here. Tang's appointed Ming ferocious say, but then he laughed again. And do not think you do not say, I guess you really roll out of the use of such a large amount of money. Tang An went on to say, although the Nassau County Financial Crime Investigation Agency has not finally found out the final flow of the money, it is logically judged that you have worked hard to launder money and will certainly not use it for charity. The money will definitely return to you. And you, as outsiders of the Tang family, suddenly see the Tang family with such a huge wealth. You will definitely want to take possession of the magpie's nest as your own. That it. Let us look at what you have done recently, right? Tang An said, through video leaked manufacturing Chinese banks had negative shareholders meeting message so that plunged the stock price of the bank market value has shrunk by despicable the means of creating unnecessary breach of contract cancellation and cooperation with Lombard companies, and now large transfers of funds. These circumstances can all show that you have a very evil plan behind it. A word most how Tang An Leighton said, the plan is that you say will help you to buy back shares of Chinese banks with funds to be transferred out, right? When talking, Tang An's eyes were fixed on the expressions of Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin. After a while, he smiled confidently. It seems that I was right. Your eyes were surprised and flustered just now. With who Tang An and sigh, said, I just did not expect it. You are as a human ancestral family will be the most prestigious. It has also made them follow this kind of thing. It seems behind the inheritance patriarch, but also a lot of hidden and unspeakable secret. Or maybe this is a conspiracy in itself. When Tang An threw out this conspiracy theory, the scene was horrified, and someone immediately shouted, "I always thought that only me could betray the family. I didn't expect that Tang Jingxing, you guy with big eyebrows and big eyes, would also betray the family." However, many other people were shocked and grateful. The shock was that they couldn't understand how Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan were so tightly bound to the Tang family that they would allow such a thing to be done. Fortunately, Tang An is now only with this situation can the loss be reduced as much as possible. Listening to other people's support for him, Tang An raised his head arrogantly. He finally said, "So the reason why I am holding this internal board meeting today is to prevent this kind of sad thing from happening, and to ensure that down the interests of the family, so I propose to recall Don, then chairman of the bank's office, and from now on, then freeze Tang Hui, Tang Yan, Tang Jingxing and all their powers in the Chinese bank." Tang's voice was off. Tang Jingming on the first one stood up and supported, "Yes, their power must be restricted. We can't tolerate any situation that may endanger the interests of the Tang family." Under the leadership of Tang An and Tang Jingming, everyone else also one by one they got up and announced their support. Faced with the fierce crusade in the entire conference room, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan had to stand up and explain, "This is not the case. We don't want to harm the family's interests, nor do we want to betray the family. To ensure the normal implementation of the family rules as much as possible, Tang Ran's inheritance rights have also been unanimously certified by the entire family, and there is no favoritism. The 30 billion capital flow is due to another reason. He would never hide in his own pockets, nor would he go back to buy shares in the bank. It was only because of the recent situation in the family that he had to use it for other purposes," Tang Huiyan said. However, their painstaking explanations were of no use, and Tang An brought others to question even more severely. "What else can it be if you don't buy bank shares back? Is there any proof that this is done for the family situation, and in other respects? What is it? Why can we trust you? Why can't it be raised at the board meeting before that, and still sneak in?" At the end of the day, these questions turned into accusations, so this is a complete scam. Now that things have been revealed, you are delusional to pass these shameless explanations. This is impossible. We will never believe you. Your infinite power must be restricted in order to guarantee the interests of the Tang family. Of course, among the accusations, some people escalated the accusations into abuse. "You are the most disgusting liar and rubbish in the family. Your selfishness will harm the whole family. Why do you still sit at the core and tell the family things without shame? Why are you still polite? In fact, you are the most filthy bastards." Listen to the whole. Tang An felt very useful to Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan's fierce accusations and abuses in the conference room. However, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan felt a kind of powerlessness in their hearts when they faced so many accusations and even abuses. They wanted to explain their actions, but the other party didn't listen at all. They just scolded for the sake of cursing. How could this not make them painful? Compared with Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing's weakness, the smile on Tang An's face is getting thicker. Come on. The accusation and abuse will be more violent. Tang An felt like a leader at this moment. As he raised his arms, others would follow him desperately. No matter where he was pointing, they would attack each other without hesitation. What Ziming, Tang Ran, Tang Jingxing, Tang Huiyan, these are just rubbish. In addition, the expressions on Tang Jingming and their faces are also very proud. Obviously, the current situation is what they hope. First, pick Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing, Tang Huiyan from the core. By then China Bank of China will be their world has changed, and then according to the distribution method they discussed before, the Tang People's Bank and other Tang family wealth will become their private property in a few years. At that time, your own wealth is your own wealth. You don't have to worry about the inheritance rights of your children, and you don't have to worry about suddenly not knowing where it comes from. The equity of the China Banking Corporation gave orders to them. As for Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan, even though they had anticipated the meeting before they came, They never thought it would be such a one-sided situation. As the most prestigious people in the ancestral clan association, have they ever been questioned and abused by so many people pointing their noses? Those accusations and insults are like a knife, which drew blood to their hearts, and at the same time filled them with despair. Is this the end of the matter? Will the Tang family, which has passed on for more than 150 years, be split by these bastards? Why do other people just don't believe in themselves and are always provoked by them? Could it be that this time supporting the clan rules and supporting Tang Ran's inheritance, did he really do something wrong? Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin also began to doubt, but they turned to look at Ziming, only to find that the expression on his face still did not flinch. Ziming felt the gazes from Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin, turned his head and smiled at them and said, "Leave it to me." Then Ziming turned his head back and said to everyone, "Shut up, you rubbish." Chapter 326 Blame Me? What Ziming said was like a sudden thunderbolt, and everyone was bewildered on the spot, because no one would have thought that Ziming would suddenly curse such a sentence at this time. Greater than when. Everyone was stunned. Ziming stretched out his hand and pointed at everyone, saying, "You people take a good look at yourself. You are all core members of the Tang family, and business tycoons in your respective fields, high-achieving students who graduated from famous universities, but what about you now? All of them are like ants in the vegetable market, just picking up a swarm of them. Can they have their own brains?" Even though Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin are incapable of despair made Tang An feel very happy, but his attention was still focused on Ziming, so now that Ziming spoke, he was the first to react. "Is a miscellaneous person eligible to speak here anytime?" Tang An asked disdainfully. "Do you have anything to explain about your embezzlement of China Banking Corporation?" "There is nothing wrong with the crime. I just want to say that something fictitious can make your words lifelike. It's a pity that you don't go to Hollywood to be a screenwriter, Mr. Tang An," Ziming said. After saying this, Tang Jingming immediately stood up and asked, "Ziming, do you want to completely deny your crimes?" "I deny your mother that there is nothing at all." Ziming cursed when he turned his head back angrily. Before Tang Jingming could speak, he continued, "Everyone think about it. Why do you think that I, your chairman Tang Ran, and Tang Jingxing's uncle Tang Huiyin and aunt Tang Huiyin of the clan association, we will embezzle Tang people's bank? Are they all Tang? What and told you?" And Tang An himself contradicts Tang Ran and me. Under such circumstances, why is his accusation convincing? Ziming went on to explain, "It's like I went to Tang Ran yesterday, and his mother, and let his mother and his wife together and serve me, so he grudge against me. Then today Chinese bank was robbed, he would testify that I grab. And you think this testimony is valid?" For Ziming's explanation, many people nodded suddenly, because thinking about it, it seemed that this was the case, but this metaphor was a bit embarrassing. "Didn't you see Tang An trying to tear Ziming there?" But Ziming deliberately asked, "Mr. Tang An, do you have a different opinion on this?" "I have a different opinion of your mother," Tang An blurted out. The latest and fastest update. However, Tang An immediately regretted this sentence, because following his abuse, those around him showed very surprised expressions, and Tang An realized that he was their leader. As a representative of justice, how can you curse these damn bitches? Is that fellow Ziming your father or mother? Do you want to take care of him like this? Tang An scolded others for treating him differently from Ziming, while forcibly calming his feelings. "Mr. Ziming, what I want to say to you is that verbal abuse does not solve the problem. But I don't. There is no unreasonable abuse, it's just that you brought up the problem, so I have to take you as an example." Ziming innocent then down, he said, "I did it what to say, because you told me then charges against Tang Jingxing uncle aunt Tang Yin Hui fundamental that no evidence is entirely based on your fantasy invented some of." Tang picked up in the hands of files, opened his mouth about to speak. Ziming grabbed the first, said, "You do not take the garbage out of your hands, share a disgrace." "Friends, you share files I have just seen. Above only a record of 30 billion funds being transferred to the accounts of Hong Kong city casinos and nightclubs. and relevant departments are investigating this. There is no final flow of funds, and it is only suspected that those offshore accounts belong to China Bank. Are there information? Not at all. That what in this case I have to ask, and Ziming staring Tang asked, in no case evidence. How can you say that Mr. Tang offshore bank account is Chinese? But also why should we say that such a large sum of money has been laundered by casinos and nightclubs and then flowed back to our accounts in the United States? In the end, it is even more unreasonable to prove that we want to use this money to buy shares in China Banking Corporation. Ziming's every word as General Huang's Hongdolf beat in everyone's heart, so that they just came round to react. These allegations are indeed Tang brain fill out. And in fact there is no evidence. This is a bit embarrassing, but Ziming didn't intend to end this way. He then asked everyone, in addition, I would like to ask everyone present here. Several of you have heard of this so-called Take Sao County, know where Nassau County is? Face on this issue. Everyone, including Tang Jingming, including a spot on the ignorant force. After all, the United States had Guangga 51 ordinary city county countless more, then came out with a baffling Nassau County. Devil knows where are you? Tang looking at the left to the right side are ignorant forced to face. He was about to speak, but yet to Ziming said, I would like to make is to come up with Mr. Tang file you must know, in fact, Nassau County in New York by the side, but what about it? He still does not belong to New York. So even the New York State Financial Crime Investigation Agency in New York City did not respond to anything. I don't understand how a Nassau County who has never heard of it is eligible to come in charge. So I have reason to suspect that the purpose of the survey documents, and document the authenticity of the survey itself, and Mr. Tang is the survey documents obtained through what channels? Ziming said. Tang hand piece slipped in on the table, his auntie should come about to speak. But still the first to Ziming said, that it according to such a trumpeted-up document, Mr. Tang on urgent request of inside directors convened this meeting or I have reason to suspect that Mr. Tang an intellectual quotient, to what I have reason to suspect that the purpose of Mr. Tang Yin Mu. This was everyone's first reaction after hearing Ziming's speech. Even Tang Jingming looked at Tang An with very suspicious eyes. After all, he suddenly made concessions so readily to gain their support this time. The point is indeed very strange. The suspicious eyes from all directions made Tang An feel extremely frightened, and he could feel his teeth trembling. Tang wanted a what interpretation, but Ziming has once again grabbed the first. I know you would certainly think there is a conspiracy. In fact, I was thinking, I am afraid that some people own shares and down family of Chinese banks his wealth has moved greed, so the thief must shout and catch the thief and pour dirty water on others first, right? For this reason, people from other families have even come to San Francisco. This time, Tang An didn't wait for Ziming to finish talking stupidly, and directly yelled and interrupted, enough, Ziming, you damn fellow. Give me enough. Tang An shouted hysterically with these words, and even his voice broke. One can imagine how hard he shouted. Ziming interesting meaning of looked at him and asked, how? Why Mr. Tang? Me if you have any dissatisfied. Tang An said to him viciously, you have been interrupting me since just now, and you have not let me speak, so I want to ask you where is your intention? Ziming very innocent spread his hands. Originally, I interrupted you, then I'm sorry I do not know but since you want to talk you had any brains, why put such a person eat? What's it like? Okay, now I'm not going to talk about it, it's your turn to talk. Talking about Ziming, he also made a please gesture to Tang An. But when Tang An stood up to speak, he was suddenly stunned. After a long time, he said, damn Ziming, all the words are for you. After that, what else do I have to say? Ziming shrugged, said, how it, blame me slightly overseas. Account transfer large sums of money laundering blame me, there is a lot of money unaccounted blame me, Chinese bank shareholders meeting video outflow caused by stock price volatility blame me, now Tang you don't know what to say and blame me. Face pair of innocent face of Ziming, Tang felt his sanity once again being challenged. He would like crazy, then go to Ziming's face to catch bad. But this is absolutely do not do. At this time, Tang Jingxing, as the most prestigious person here, stood up and said, "Of course this matter is not to blame anyone. It seems to be just a misunderstanding." Then I don't know if there are any questions for others to discuss. I think that since this time the internal board meetings have all been held, and everyone still speaks openly to avoid any misunderstandings. Tang Jingming, he had lowered his head all this, but those who are not in cahoots and tang their hands and asked, "King Win's big brother, you is I who will be ancestral family, are the people we trust the most. I need you to give us an exact statement. You really didn't transfer a large amount of money, nor did you manipulate the stock price to buy yourself the shares of China Banking Corporation, right?" Tong King wins this very solemnly. In this regard I can responsibly tell you, things do not happen. With Tong King wins the answer, a lot of people a little relieved. Then Tang take advantage of inside directors announced that the meeting would end up here. Will be meeting ended. These Tang's co-members one by one got up and left, including Tang Jingming. Them included are of course also Zuming, Tang Hui and Tang Jingxing. They apologized, but only Tang Ferocious leaving the sentence before leaving. "This time you can go through the blunder, but at most 3 days, I can find out the exact movement of the funds, and I will see if you have any explanations at that time." Zuming this responded by saying, "This is certainly good, but I hope to be able to provide Mr. Tang little more evidence, rather than one pair of non-existent brain supplement." But that's what I said. When everyone left and only Zuming and the others were left in the conference room, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan's brows were tightly closed again. Tang Jingxing sighed, "I didn't expect that. Our most worried thing is still happening. The key is that they have completely guessed our plan. What can we do?" "They will be able to track the flow of funds in 3 days. What should we do then?" "What?" Tangren Bank's shares were originally very sensitive. It is very difficult to buy them back within 3 days. Now they have guessed the direction. We have no way to do it. So what should we do? Tang Huiyan also asked. But their saddest thing is that you lied about this matter, Brother Jingxing. How do you maintain your prestige in the family in the future? Tang Jingxing shook his head. These are all secondary. At most, I quit the ancestral clan. It's fine if the meeting is inappropriate, but the most important thing is how to save the situation right now. To the size of Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan, Ziming said directly, "The original method is different, so let's change it." That's it. Besides, I didn't intend to buy China Bank of China. I just wanted to drive Tang An out of China Bank of China and transfer the shares held by Tang An to Tang Ran. It was Uncle Tang Jingxing and Aunt Tang Huiyan that you had to do. So do it. Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan were a little embarrassed about this. Tang Jingxing asked uncertainly, "It seems that we were wrong, so is your method really feasible?" This time, Tang Ran did not wait for Ziming to speak. Said, "Uncles and aunts, don't worry, Brother Ming's method is absolutely no problem." 327th chapter 3 days 1. This damn Ziming, he is the most villainous bastard in the world. One day I must slam his mouth under his feet. And slam it. Tang An scolded and walked into the room. This is a conference room in a hotel industry, and Tang An came here after the internal board meeting. Tang Jingming and others who were moved by him followed behind him, and another important figure, Wood, was already waiting here. Tang looked. Mama Lily came. Wood, interesting meaning of looked up and asked, "You're such a performance point of view, must be inside today's board meeting is not successful the right. Far more than did not go well, it's simply not going well." Tang An forcefully sat in front of Wood and said to him, "Mr. Wood, you are not there. I don't think you can imagine how hateful Ziming is. He actually used my parents as a metaphor. Actually, it was like he went to my mother yesterday and asked my mother and wife to serve him together. It would be a loss of conscience." Compared to Tang An's excitement, Wood and Tang Jingming were a little embarrassed. Of course I understand how much Ziming said too much. But even if he is too much, what the hell are you repeating it now? This can't help but make people doubt your IQ. However, when Tang An's mentioned Ziming, He did have a taste of IQ arrears, but then he explained the matter clearly. After listening, Wood said, "It seems that Ziming is a master of sophistry." Of course, this is also related to the fact that the evidence we have is really limited, which is not enough to convince everyone. Tang An immediately took over and said, "But it will only be now, right? With the cooperation of the Hong Kong city government, we have 3 days you can get the most critical evidence." Tang Jingming said, 3 days is only an estimated time. As for the time required for the end, only then will we know what we can get in the other 3 days. Only the flow of that amount of funds still needs to be reversed to find evidence that the funds were illegally extracted from Tangran Bank, not to mention that during this period, the other party will not sit still. Damn it, Ziming and the guys don't. We'll sit and wait for death. Will we do it? Tang An asked Tang Jingming in surprise. Can we not check the source of the funds in 3 days? Can we not target the shares of China Banking Corporation to death? Faced with Tang An's question, Tang Jingming had nothing to say for a while. At this time, Wood had to stand up and ask Tang An first, "Although I believe you, I still want to ask you again just to be on the safe side. You are really sure? Is their target a share of China Banking Corporation?" Tang An nodded and replied very confidently, "I am completely convinced of this, because when I said this, I stared at the eyes of Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin. I saw the panic in their eyes. The emotion was a disguise. It won't come out. So I'm pretty sure that their goal is here. They hope they can control more voice by holding more shares of China Banking Corporation. If this is the case, it would be great." Wood was pleased. Said, "Then it's better to do it no matter how much you say. In these 3 days, please take care of Tang Jingming's shares in China Banking Corporation, whether it's stock market fluctuations or any company that wants to acquire. No matter what the acquired shares are. How much must be submitted to your board of directors for deliberation?" Tang Jingming nodded confidently and replied, "Mr. Wood, don't worry, we can't hide the trick of gathering less into more. I will also let him understand that we are the core of the Tang family." So Tang An and Tang Jingming set their future plans in this way. But Ziming's actions once again exceeded their expectations. On the first day, 2 percentage points. Although the change was small, it still affected Tang An and Tang Jingming's nerves. After all, their previous guess was that Ziming would buy the shares of China Banking Corporation little by little. Rising stock prices generally mean that someone is buying stocks, but the purchase amount is not large. However, after Tang Jingming checked it, it was discovered that this was just a normal market fluctuation. And indeed someone was buying shares of China Bank, but that had nothing to do with Ziming. "Jingming, are you sure you have found out that it is really just normal market fluctuations? Could it be that Ziming borrowed other companies or individuals to buy stocks in small sums?" Although there have been repeated explanations over there, but Tang An still asked again uneasy. "Are you suspicious of me?" Tang Jingming asked dissatisfiedly. "I said that I have checked it out clearly. That is normal market fluctuations. I can't completely rule out the possibility of Ziming borrowing other individuals to buy stocks, but that may be negligible." At their end of the speech, Tang Jingming also emphasized, "Besides, those shares that are just outside and do not have voting rights, even if he buys them, it is useless." So in other words, it is still very possible, right? Tang An still didn't give up. "I also understand that those shares do not have voting rights, but maybe Ziming just wanted to confuse us and lure us in this way. Make us make a wrong judgment." And then he suddenly shot. Before Tang An finished speaking, Tang Jingming interrupted him impatiently. "It's impossible. I will keep staring at the stock market. I think Tang An, you made the wrong judgment." Tang An wanted to say something, but Wood answered the phone and said, "Hello Tang Jingming, I am Wood. I am very happy that you can be the first time the shareholders fluctuate. After calling, it shows that you are very responsible. I also believe that you have checked it out clearly. After all, your sense of responsibility will not allow you to lie, right?" Tang Jingming replied, "Of course," and Wood nodded graciously. Said, "Then to end this topic, I still want to ask Ziming's itinerary monitoring today, including his travel and phone calls. The trip was monitored. He did not go out this morning, just went with Tang Ran at noon. I went to Chinatown and ate the bridge rice noodles. Now they are shopping on Jukwa Street, and there is no other action. Tang Jingming continued. But the phone ... because he has a bodyguard with a very strong anti-surveillance awareness around him. Our people, I tried many methods, but I still couldn't monitor his phone. At this moment, Tang An suddenly said, Mr. Wood, there must be a huge conspiracy hidden here. We can't monitor his phone, so he will use the phone to remotely control the transaction. The trip is just for us to see. Tang An's voice was so loud that even Tang Jingming on the other end of the phone heard it, so he immediately said, Mr. Wood, I don't think whether we can monitor the phone or not is not important. Wood, after thinking for a while and saying, what you mean is that no matter how the other party manipulates it, it will eventually sell the shares of China Banking Corporation. Therefore, as long as we keep a close eye on the shares of China Banking Corporation, we will be able to control the situation, right? As expected, it is Wood. That's what I think, sir. Tang Jingming praised. So, this is indeed a good idea, as you would want to do it. Wood and later said, not to note also that there is no movement. Ziming perhaps is also because of yesterday's meeting. He knew we have been here for mastery of his wants, and therefore we have them in order to avoid any tangible evidence. It had to temporarily stop the action. Tang Jingming that side, then took downward said, but ultimately this is only temporary. After all, they have limited time. They are very afraid of us and to investigate the sources of funding, in time of persecution. Even then they do not want to be. We have to act, and we just need to move the stool, raise the kitchen knife, and wait for the bastard to stick his head out. That is so, but we cannot totally waiting for them, and sometimes also in the back of their ass with clubs and more to catch up with what is. Wood says, I can reveal a message that is on that some Sanbai remittance of funds has been verified. 10 accounts are directly or indirectly part of Chinese silver lineup. This news is really great. Tang Jingming said, with this news, we can continue to hold shareholder meetings to question them, and continue to whip them so that they can show their feet quickly. So in the afternoon of the same day, Tang Jingming and others convened a shareholder meeting of China Banking Corporation, and at the meeting directly questioned Tang Ran what was going on with the transfer of funds from an account. This is not a small sum of money, but 30 billion. I think this number definitely exceeds the total net worth of most of the people present. Now it has been transferred like this, and neither the general meeting of shareholders nor the board of directors have received any news. I don't understand. If China Banking Corporation is not a joint stock bank, can the chairman of the bank have the final say on bank matters? Will be in the meeting? Tang Jingming, standing in front of the public, questioned Tang. However, and with his questioning, other shareholders are also behind with Tang. Then questioned, they think they are common to all Chinese banks. Tang then no right to mobilize such a large amount of funds without notifying the general meeting of shareholders. However, this did not speak Ziming and Tang Jingxing addition to stand up and say, I understand everyone's feelings, but I also want you have a better understanding of difficult chairman. It is true that you are all investors. You have the right to understand the operation of the bank and the whereabouts of the bank's funds. But this does not mean that every decision made by the chairman needs to be reported to you. It's a servant who has no autonomy at all. Tang Jingxing paused here and then said, in addition, China Banking Corporation is a bank with very active capital operations. Every day, the number of capital flows approved by the chairman reaches hundreds of transactions. Do you need to convene a general meeting of shareholders for every capital transfer? If you say it is necessary, it is very good. From now on, we will report to you one by one. Don't leave if you haven't finished the report. No, if we leave, we must belong to our own power. We want the chairman of the board to report to us, and we are the masters of China Banking Corporation. Many investors below roared in dissatisfaction. But when Tang Jingxing sent people to transport these funds transfer documents, all the talents were dumbfounded, because it took 10 strong staff to move in all 10 minutes. and they piled up to be the size of a ping-pong table. One person is taller. These are today's transfer reports. It is expected that the report will be completed at least 1 or 2 in the morning. This is not the time for everyone to discuss. So should we start now? Tang Jingxing asked. Tang Jingxing deliberately made such a problem. The shareholders below were all booing originally. Now that they saw the pile of documents and heard that they would not leave until at least early in the morning, they stopped doing it and the situation was immediately reversed. Think about the chairman still needs to have his own power. We all believe in the judgment of the chairman. The general meeting of shareholders is to discuss important issues of the bank. Of course, there is no need for details. Of course, some smart people also said, I believe the mobilization of funds. Tang, then chairman of that, some offshore accounts certainly have their own reasons. We have not much say in, and afterwards we went to see their own files just fine. Do not take the trouble to report to us. The chairman of the board. Article Chapter 28 3 Days Part 2. Although Tang Jingming used the news from overseas accounts to successfully bring up a wave of rhythm at the beginning of the shareholders' meeting, it was nothing more than that. When Tang Jingxing moved out documents as high as the hill from now on, all those who made the boos were immediately persuaded. Therefore, the first day passed without risk. And then in the afternoon of the second day, Tang An took the initiative to dial Tang Jingming's phone number. Actually, he should have called him after Tang Jingming discovered the situation, but Tang and she couldn't wait and could only call it forward. Although Wood felt uncomfortable about this, he also wanted to know what was going on today, so he acquiesced to Tang An's behavior. Soon the phone was connected, and Tang An couldn't wait to ask, Jingming, what's going on with Ziming and the others today? Why is there no news on your side? Because there is no abnormal situation. Tang Jingming answered, today, the stock price of China Bank of China only fluctuates very slightly. After verification, it can be determined that it belongs to normal fluctuations. As for the investment shares of the bank, there are only a few customers who are negotiating in the past, and there are no new customers. There have been no large-scale changes in shares and funds. Tang An was stunned, because this should not be the case in his expectation. At this time, Wood thought for a while and grabbed the phone and asked, so what about Ziming, Tang Ran, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin? Did you continue to follow? Do you know where they went today and what they did? I want to say that their behavior today is abnormal and very abnormal. And it is no problem to say that it is not abnormal. Tang Jingming's answer made Wood and Tang An a little bewildered. They didn't understand what it meant. Tang Jingming followed. Then they said, they only went out at 10 o'clock in the morning today. At noon, they had lunch together at Saint Nas private restaurant. This time the lunch time was longer, but nothing was unusual. Then in the afternoon they took a cruise from the inland sea pier to the sea. Then did your people go out to sea with them? I think there must be something wrong with their weird behavior, or there are special guests on that cruise ship, Wood immediately asked. In response, Tang Jingxing's tone suddenly became awkward. Mr. Wood, of course my people tried to follow them on the cruise ship. In fact, it was not a private cruise ship, but a ship belonging to a gaming company. They opened a box on the cruise ship to play mahjong. There were only 4 of them, and they have not left until now. Tang when the time ignorant of the force, and to get to know Tang Would explain mahjong is also ignorant of what later to force a. He had Inbo color tour playing mahjong on the wheel for a day. What does this mean? Does he do not know we are about to put their misappropriation of funds to tell your pocket out of it? Why are they so calm? This is not scientific. Or is there any other mystery in their mahjong? Would Aberdeen reflect a long pause before saying, I want him they should play just ordinary mahjong. After all, this is just the next day. They will still think they can turn around time of day, so they will do it on purpose. Come to confuse us. Let us gradually lose patience and stop monitoring them. After Wood's reminder, Tang An also reacted immediately. I understand, Mr. Wood. You mean they are pinning their hopes on the last day? If we give up, we will fall for them. Tang Jingming also said, this kind of trick can only deceive children who are easily impulsive. and I will never be fooled. Not to anyway, the must be pegged to Ziming, and I believe that with less and less time, they will only get panic. That time is our chance, Wood said. So the second day passed, and the time finally came to the third day. On this morning, Wood Tangin and Tang Jingming got up very early, because according to their initial estimate, it was the latest to trace the flow of funds. The results will be available tomorrow, which means that today is the last day. In order to seize the opportunity, they think Ziming and Tang Ran must act today. Not only had 7 in the morning, called the Tang Jingming Tang on the phone, King Ming, the situation today is what kind of guys. Certainly Ziming went out very early, right? Tang Jingming can answer, but let Tang very embarrassed, did not, at least now and then, regardless of Ziming. Tang Hui and Tang Jingxing still without any movement, from the observed situation. As if he were all still in bed. Wood and Tang An were stunned when they heard this answer. To know that today is the third day, Ziming, who was originally expected to be as anxious as ants on a hot pot, are still lying in bed. What is the situation? Mr. Wood, I think this may be another conspiracy of theirs. Like yesterday, they wanted to confuse us by deliberately getting up late, so we should be patient and continue to monitor. They will definitely not be able to bear it. Now as time is getting less and less, the situation will only become more and more favorable for our side. Tang An said with confidence. Tang Jingming also said, yes, we will continue to monitor them here, as well as the stock market shares of China Banking Corporation. People are also watching. All channels are locked for them. See if they can still play. What tricks come with this insistence? Wood, Tang An and Tang Jingming waited for news in their respective rooms. This is another morning. From 7 o'clock to 10:30, Tang An, after waiting to be mad to pull off his hair, he finally waited for Tang Jingming's call. Tang An couldn't wait to get on the phone and asked, is there anything from Ziming's side in Jingming? Where did he go, or someone came to look for him? Or are they finally starting to deal with the shares of China Banking Corporation? Faced with this string of questions, Tang Jingming smiled bitterly. Tang An, don't worry about it. I just got the news. Ziming just got up and went out. It seems that he is going to go to the private dining room for dinner. On the other side, Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing and Tang Huyin are already on their way to Union Square. Tang An's eyes widened unexpectedly when he heard this answer, and then some collapsed angrily. Eating? Ziming, are you special? Haven't you eaten in your previous life? Why do we wait for you to get up all morning and go to the St. Nas private restaurant to eat? Don't you know that it's the most dangerous time for you? You don't have much time. Can't you just put down your chopsticks and do what you should do? The shares of China Bank are beckoning to you. Tang An shouted and cursed and finally roared. Wood persuaded him, we must not be in a hurry now. Perhaps the other is waiting for us in a hurry to make mistakes. Tang Jingming's side also said, yes, but now it is only noon. Plenty of time. Maybe after dinner they should have done down to business. So under this guiding ideology, Wood Tang An and Tang Jingming began to wait again, but unfortunately, Ziming's actions once again made them crazy. About 1:30, Ziming Tang Hui and Tang Jingxing and then 4 private dining room to take leave from the San, who first went to Chinatown temples were worship, eat a lot of snacks in Chinatown, then drove destined Stanford University, participated in the high-tech fair to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They finally came to the Fisherman's Wharf, the point where a part of the most luxury Chinese seafood dinner. When you hear Ziming after their dinner at Fisherman's Wharf began to appreciate played a concert at night, could not help but cast off Tang phone. Ziming bastard, he really want to do him. Is the one who circumnavigated in this circle today is playing with us? Tang Jingming, this is speculation, said, the really he who move these days is too strange, as if they really are the same on vacation. People simply do not have any clue. I think they know that we are not these days staring at them, so they did it on purpose. He had definitely intentional, Tang An said firmly, but then he himself but to overthrow their own ideas, but the family partnership he did not care. Time yet flows about their funding. in relation to the results of tomorrow. Why are they not anxious at all? This extremely weird attitude made Tang An feel mad. He squeezed his hair hard and screamed loudly. The face of such a performance Tang An, Wood and Tang Jingming did not know what to do, because Ziming those inexplicable move also does make people want crazy. I do not know if they had a mentally challenged myself or the other of the mentally retarded. It felt that if they could, they even wanted to grab Ziming over, smash his head with a sledgehammer, and then see what was thinking in his mind. In such a tight time, they are all nervous to death. Ziming, why can you be so leisurely? This is Wood and Tang Jingming brain with the thought of a problem, but of course they did not know. Ziming 3 days of practice, said also deliberately, not willful also, this time in the Music Square Fisherman's Wharf. Ziming Tang however, Tang Huiyin and Tang Jingxing 4 people sitting on the luxurious lounge, looking out across a famous musician playing G-small violin sonata tone. Listening it is said to be inspired sonata from the devil. Dom ran very emotion, said Ziming, Ming brother, this song is really good to listen to you. These days have been very happy, and if so can every day Ju Howler. Ziming smiled and blew on her little nose. Joan said, I'd hope, in this way, a good day today, but unfortunately we could run it. Ming brother, you are next. Day and Wood Tang they should let the bad guys on those capital flows overseas accounts turn out are checked out of it. On course not full dookie mouth, those family partnership also really be evil. This is all such a long time. So they actually have to chase us, pursued that's for sure, but now I'm afraid plus they have a right to be mad. Ziming said. Tong King Wins turned around and asked, are you so sure that he had been watching us? Will do. Ziming spread his hands, that, of course, because as I think if you Tang shush you change in their position, you certainly do, after all, and now we have the initiative, and they are little recourse but tight staring at us. In addition to the people who are staring at us, the shares issued by China Banking Corporation on the stock market, as well as all the companies that have traded with China Banking Corporation in the past 3 days, I am afraid they are all staring. Not through them that it is bound to be wasted effort. Monitor their last can only be Ming brother you as a bodyguard to accompany us to play everywhere. Tang then laughing said. Tang ran laughter. Tang Huiyin suddenly said, Ziming, your friend Lin Mutong Gang Li Cheng King there, they will be able to do things right. Of course, Ziming replied with a smile, not too Tang would also as they found it, our time really is too hasty a number, just do not know tomorrow, what is the first to get their results. We still have our business done first. Chapter 329 The script is not written like this. 3 days passed in a hurry. These 3 days were very relaxing and enjoyable for Ziming and the others, because they spent 2 days playing mahjong, shopping and listening to concerts, and enjoyed the gathering of Fisherman's Wharf seafood feasts from all over the world. In contrast, Tang An and the others are going to be forced a lot. They sit in the room every day, nervously waiting to monitor Ziming's news. There is no doubt that they want to wait until Ziming and the others are right. Tangran Bank shares released the news, but in the end all they waited for were the news of Ziming and the others eating, drinking, and having fun. This undoubtedly made them feel crazy. They can't figure out why Ziming and the others can be so leisurely. On the morning of the 4th day, Tang An was sitting in the living room of his villa. His eyes were blank, and he wore heavy dark circles. It was conceivable that he must not sleep well all night. This is indeed the case, or that Tang An hasn't just slept well all night, he hasn't slept well in the past 3 days. Yesterday was the last day in theory. When Tang An wanted to come here, there should be no movement during the day and night. But as a result, he waited all night and the phone was stunned. This caused him to collapse. Wood got up in the morning and looked at Tang An's half-dead look and said, there is no news from Ziming, right? A lot of words have been told to you. If they want to move, they must do it during the day. It is very difficult at night. Is there any more action? Tang An was puzzled and said with a distorted face, but why is this? Why don't they act? Are they all idiots? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Don't think about it. You think Ziming and the others are almost mentally retarded, So take a good rest and don't forget that the results of the funds should come out today. This is the most important thing. Would tell him. Tang An was shocked when he heard the words, and then he reacted and went back to the room to sleep. Wood shook his head helplessly. In fact, his condition was not much better. These 3 days consumed too much energy. The most important thing is that he also feels incomprehensible to Ziming's behavior pattern. Could it be that he has guessed wrong, and others are not interested in China banking at all? This question came to mind. Wood himself laughed. China Bank is a wealth that makes superfamilies like Rockefeller and Morgan coveted. How could anyone not be interested? This is as ridiculous as saying that a butcher is a devout Buddhist believer. So he is still manipulating something behind his back. But isn't it just that people like him have not grasped it? After all, there is no way to monitor his phone. It's just that when all the shares and assets of China Banking Corporation are firmly fixed, what tricks can he play? Wood thought about these questions and felt that his head was about to explode, but he was different from Tang An. If he could not get an answer after thinking hard about a question, he would not think about it again, lest he would become a brain dead. Not to mention that today is already the 4th day. As long as the results from the Hong Kong City side come out, it proves that Tang Ran and the others have indeed mobilized the 30 billion funds of China Banking Corporation, and they will be able to make them irresistible. Both Wood and Tang An were about to force themselves into a brain dead, and God naturally gave them face. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the 4th day, Wood received a call from the family saying that the port city was there. The manager has cleared the flow and obtained key evidence. These evidences can prove that the 30 billion funds were indeed transferred from China Banking Corporation, and finally transferred back to the United States, respectively, and remitted to Lion Yang Investment Company, among the 10 accounts opened in the names of companies such as Siming Investment Company and Jinming Fund. Hearing this news, Tang An immediately jumped up happily. Great. As long as we have this evidence, we can have sufficient reasons to convince the entire board of directors, and then let Ziming and Tang Ran get out of the China Bank. Wood also took a sigh of relief. No matter what calculations Ziming and the others are doing, as long as you hold this evidence, you will be invincible. This is definitely the most wonderful news I have heard. La Tang An then grinned. I am looking forward to the convening of the shareholders meeting tomorrow. I will definitely stamp their reputation under my feet. On the 5th day, China Bank of China held a shareholders meeting. Tang An and Tang Jingming and the others came to the meeting place in the headquarters building early. None of them brought important documents. It was a San Francisco overseas financial news. The headline on the front page was that the Hong Kong City Financial Crime Investigation Bureau uncovered a huge amount of money. In the money laundering case, it is reported that the money came from offshore accounts of China Banking Corporation overseas. We see this news. Everyone was surprised, but they have incredible asked, is it true? But we are not legitimate banking institutions. Why it went all the way to Hong Kong City launder money do? Surface regarding these questions, Tang An and Tang Jingming pointed out indignantly, why can this be? Because of greed. The Tang Ran was not originally from our Tang family. Of course, she would not have anything to do with the Tang family. Responsibility and sense of belonging. She became the patriarch to possess the wealth of the family, and now she does it. Actually, I am not surprised that Tang Ran would do this. I even questioned it when selecting the patriarch. This may happen, but our ancestral temple clan would not know why they gave up so many outstanding children in the clan, and finally chose an outsider. This is undoubtedly a mistake, but perhaps at the beginning of the decision, some people did it for themselves. It was so selfishly decided. There may be tens of thousands of reasons for the matter, but one thing we must be sure of is that Tang Ran is no longer suitable to serve as the chairman of China Bank. She must surrender all of the bank's equity. In addition, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin must also be responsible for this, and they must also hand over their equity. Under the instigation of Tang An and Tang Jingming, all the shareholders who came to the meeting were excited and shouted loudly. He wrote, Tang Ran, get out of the China Bank. Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin are the scum of the family. Of course, Not everyone wants Tang Ran and the others to leave the China Bank, but now facing the evidence that Tang An and the others have brought out, no one else can do the slightest refutation, and finally can only follow the trend. Soon the time came around 8:30 in the morning, which was the time for the shareholders' meeting. As the chairman of the board, Tang Ran led Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin into the venue at the forefront. And as Tang Ran and the others entered the scene suddenly booed, and there was even more chattering from below. I really can't think of how they have the face to convene this shareholder meeting. I'm afraid they still don't know that they have privately transferred the bank funds to Hong Kong City to launder money and then transfer them back to their pockets. Don't you know? How can they be so shameless? People still want to show their face. It's a little girl who really knows people and doesn't know her heart. She looks so innocent and beautiful. How can she be so greedy? Is the wealth of the chairman still unable to satisfy her? It might not be Tang Ran's idea if you want me. After all, you think she is so young? Especially when I heard that she is not a member of the Tang family. If you give her so much wealth at once, she will be easily satisfied. But now when things turn like this, there must be another guy who is not satisfied. So you also think about who put Tang Ran in that position, and what is he for? That's Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin, really two old men. Bastard. I originally thought they were the most prestigious leaders in the family, but I didn't expect them to be the masterminds behind the scenes. I really misunderstood them. Listening to Ziming's abuse of your words, this made Tang An and Tang Jingming and the others felt very useful. And Tang An still grinned and shouted in his heart, more curses, just to let the bastards above hear how unwelcome they are. Tang An looked up and glanced around on the stage. He was surprised that he didn't see Ziming's figure, but then he thought with disdain, that guy must have received some news in advance, so he didn't dare to face it. That's why the anger of the general meeting of shareholders was hidden. What a cowardly fellow. But it doesn't matter. Our goal is to get you out of the China Bank. As for the personal grievances with you, we will calculate it after I get the bank. Tang An thought this in his heart, and then he stood up and signaled everyone to be quiet before saying, about today's general meeting of shareholders, I have a very important news to announce. I hope that Chairman Tang Ran will be mentally prepared first. When Tang An spoke, he held his head high and looked directly at Tang Ran. He was very confident in his speech. But what he didn't expect, Tang Ran said, no matter what you have, Vice Chairman Tang An, please postpone it, because I have a more important thing to announce here. In the face of Tang Ran, Tang An said, laughing loudly with the others. Tang Jingming also said to her, Chairman Tang, I advise you to let Tang An say it first, otherwise no matter what you want to say, it will become a joke. After Tang Jingming, other shares also laughed and said, yes, Chairman Tang, I think you haven't figured out the current situation. You should let Tang An talk about it first. No matter what, I think it's still the same. His is more important. If you talk about it first, it will be very embarrassing. With the support of almost all shareholders, Tang An stood there with his head raised, watching Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing Tang Huiyin confidently on the stage. At this moment, Tang An felt that he was a general with a million army and was commanding a key battle. After occupying an absolute advantage, he looked at the opponent who was about to fail, and that feeling was not to mention more comfortable. However, Tang Ran didn't care about the aggressive public opinion at all. She took the microphone and stood up and said, what I want to say is very simple. I think I'm no longer suitable for the position of chairman, so I want to submit a request to the general meeting of shareholders. I resigned from the post of chairman of China Banking Corporation, and all the shares I hold will be handed over to someone who is more capable later. I hope everyone can approve it. As these words were said, everyone on the scene, they were dumbfounded. They looked up at Tang Ran dumbfounded, as if they hadn't realized what was going on. But before the shareholders responded, Tang Ran repeated it again, and this time both Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin stood up and said, like Chairman Tang Ran, we also think that we are no longer suitable for any role in China Banking Corporation. We are now in office, so we also hope to leave the board of directors and hand over our shares to more capable people. Tang An and Tang Jingming also looked at the stage in a daze, and their hearts were screaming, nothing. The script is not written like that. Chapter 330 Resign if you don't agree? In the shareholder meeting room on the 34th floor of the Tangran Bank headquarters building, when Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing Tang Huiyan successively stated that they would resign all their positions and were willing to surrender their own shares. People are messed up. Net greater than all shares, including Tangin and Tang Jingming, including East, cannot keep them all this time. They have a kind of a feeling that they simply cannot imagine Don then as chairman of the Chinese banks, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan family as the most prestigious down people. How can they resign if they disagree? Is it because they already know that their 30 billion fund transfer has been exposed? If so, that would be also said in the past. It can be crucial in the field and no year-old child. Naturally no one would believe this nonsense. San Bai Yi really is not a small number, but only for the average person, but for a large family is down. But that is a little difficult to nothing digital, especially natural or Tang Hui and Tang Jingxing, and they to say Tang then he had to know was not so clear. But Tang Hui and Tang Jingxing and many shareholders are aware, they are rooted very deep in the ground down family, and controls many companies. Do not say is pay back these 30 billion, it's easy, but at least it's not to the point where they can only choose to resign, and they have to return all the equity shares they hold. This is incredible. But if it wasn't for the 30 billion, why did they choose to resign? I still chose to resign at the same time today. If I didn't mean it, I didn't believe it at all. Now that I have said everything, Mr. Tangan, now we can listen to you. Tang Ran said. Following Tang Ran's sudden remark, Tang An suddenly became embarrassed. Below, he replied, my business is to be told to the chairman of China Banking Corporation. Since you are no longer there, then I will not say it. Something solid. He could not embarrassed, because he had such a specially convened meeting of shareholders today. It is to come up with evidence that 30 billion to Tang then press them. But now he has not said anything. Please take the initiative to the other side. Quit. What else can I say? Is it possible to continue to hold Tang Ran and the others accountable? This is not impossible. After all, 30 billion is not a small amount. However, the shareholders have heard about the internal struggle between Tang An and Tang Ran. Although it was Tang Ran who was wrong this time, now they take the initiative. Please resign and leave. If you have to kill them all, it will leave a very bad impression on other shareholders, which is absolutely impossible. It was also for this reason that Tang An could only endure 30 billion words, and he had to wait for the gust of wind to pass. It's just that despite saying this, Tang An deliberately stabbed Tang Ran both inside and outside the words to show his pride as a winner. However, Tang An very dissatisfied frowned. She followed for Tang and said, I had a quasi-prepared to give you my shares, but now I think we should go to the board meeting. Our first an equity transaction would be better. What do you think? Tang An was a little strange about this, and Tang Ran explained it again later. It's very simple. We paid a lot for the bank's shares. Therefore, today our equity is not paid in vain, but what we need. The shareholders want to take the money. If Tangin Deputy Director Long does not have any advice on this, I can take my shares to anyone, as long as he can pay the price. Frey's voice has not fallen before the scene of the shareholders has not crazy up. Tang hurried to take over and said, of course I hear. I saw was this very opinion. These are the shares with equity. How can I buy it at will? A board meeting must be held. Tang course is to intentionally see, after all. Speaking of his reason for devoting so much thought, put Tang ran them off, to be nothing more than to share these with equity. These stocks with equity are different from the junk stocks that only paid dividends in the stock market. They are the shares that have real management power over China Banking Corporation. They are usually only in the hands of certain people. They are all in the same position as the patriarch. They are passed down from generation to generation. One generation, which can only be inherited after the death of the previous generation, cannot be bought at all at ordinary times. It is completely priceless. And now if it is cheaper for other people, then he really wants to cry without tears. It is precisely for this reason that Tang An and Tang Jingming echoed Tang Ran's words in the first place and responded positively to a board meeting. Seeing the cooperation of Tang An and Tang Jingming, Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan quickly ended this shareholder meeting and left the scene. Tang An and the others immediately ended the meeting when they saw it and followed them. So a few minutes later, they were all gathered in the boardroom. Chairman, and King Sheng, what is going on? Why did you all resign suddenly? Is it really because of the 30 billion fund? But you all understand that it doesn't count at all. Tang Ran's father had something more powerful before. Didn't we all carry it over? There is also something to say about surrendering shares with equity. This is a major event that shakes the fundamentals of China Banking Corporation. You must think twice. Someone came into the conference room and hurriedly asked Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing to persuade them, but Tang An and Tang Jingming would be unhelpful. I agree with you, but since this is the decision of Tang Ran and King Sheng, I think we still have to follow it. Besides, Brother Jing Sheng has been looking after the entire Tang family for 20 years, so long. He should be tired, and we should let him rest. Tang Jingming said. Facing Tang Jingming's words, everyone focused on Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing. Tang Ran shrugged unnecessarily and then said to Tang An, even if our shares are on the board of directors, it is a transaction. Therefore, Mr. Tang An and Mr. Tang Jingming, if you want, you must first prepare enough funds, otherwise I won't. Tang An and Tang Jingming both waved their hands readily. This is you. Don't worry, since we want to buy, we must have prepared the money. Even if the money is not enough, we will collect the money when we drop our own company. Tang Ran raised an eyebrow. The company won't need it anymore. If you really have money not enough, it's okay to take the company's mortgage. Deal. Almost at the moment Tang Ran's voice fell, Tang An clapped his hands happily, but he didn't know that it was their ecstatic words that brought them down, brought into the ditch. And when Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing were discussing the stock transaction in the boardroom of the China Bank of China building, on the San Francisco Bay, Ziming was negotiating another transaction. It was a luxury cruise ship that departed from the inland sea terminal. This luxury cruise ship belonged to the Port City Shipping Group. It was originally used for ocean trips, but it happened to be in California. So Tonggang gave the ship a secondment. He had come, originally huge luxury Mandarin ballroom now been converted into a conference room. Ziming Lin Mu Tonggang Li Chengqing sit on the sidelines while there opposite, then sat a dozen people. These people face explanations. They looked at each other, and finally an elderly black-rimmed also a number of people asked, Mr. Fu, I am grateful thank you to our luxurious hospitality, for which we even today a lot of things they are all pushed down. But you have to tell us what exactly you want to do. Someone has taken the first. Others also have echoed, no. I was wrong. Chinese bank shareholders, and the shareholders meeting this morning, there are Chinese banks I did not go. I have a very important meeting today, when the governor will to participate. My future delivery is today, but I waited for this year's. I have to go and vote. Owned person meeting. Face these grounds raised by these people, Ziming laughed and said, I understand why you an excuse to talk to me so much. I just have to deal with you to talk about, and do not have any meaning you want to house arrest. Regarding Ziming's explanation, these people just smiled. Some people looked out the window. It was obvious that the ship had already sailed to the sea. Isn't it up to you to decide what to do? He had meant Ziming. How can I not understand? But to explain too much trouble, so do not bother to explain altogether Ziming. Let them just a good guess. Ziming said to them, I am really come and we are talking about the transaction about the shares of Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company. We have to feel that these two companies have absolute controlling rights. Listen, Ziming explained that these people not only did not understand that they are even more confused, but I am. They did not hand you say what it shares in the two companies. Ziming went on to explain, I know you have not. In fact, to acquisition of the equity of the two companies is not so simple. but I know the company you invested all holds some equity, so I'm going with you today. The deal in question is that we need everyone's help to acquire the shares of these two companies that we can see. Speaking of this, Ziming paused and then said, of course I won't let you do things for me in vain. I will purchase at a fixed price, and some price difference will inevitably occur in the middle. Ziming looked at it. Everyone in front of you said, you are all very smart businessmen. I think you must understand what I said, right? Following Ziming's words, many people smiled, or the one with black-framed eyes people said, this is really a very complicated acquisition. It requires indirect acquisition through the company we invest in. I think there will be a lot of losses in the middle, but we are all businessmen. If the price difference in between is high enough, I think I'm still very willing to do it. Ziming waved his hand very refreshingly. You can rest assured that doing business with me will definitely not let you lose. Then let's rest assured. With Ziming's assurance, many people breathed a sigh of relief, but some people asked curiously, as far as I know, both Gengyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company are very powerful companies. The amount is huge. You have to buy at a high price. Do you have that much money? You don't have to worry about money. Since I have chosen the transaction, I will definitely do it. There may be insufficient funds in the middle, but I will also do it through the company or other asset mortgages. Ziming replied. He saw that some people didn't seem to believe it yet, so he finally said, there are the Gangqing Joint Investment Fund, the Gangqing Shipping Group and the Cheng Industrial Group. Guarantee. What else can you worry about? Moving out of these three major companies in Hong Kong and even the world is a guarantee. These talents believed it, and seeing them believe it, Ziming took a sigh of relief. 8. Chapter 331 Hoarding and Waiting for the Price? Ziming got off the luxury cruise ship at 2 o'clock at noon. Ziming only invited them on the cruise ship to have lunch and then left. But of course, from time to time, Ziming was stingy and reluctant to pay for this lunch, but because time was very tight, he could do things one day earlier and try not to delay the next day, otherwise God would know what would happen after another day's delay. Stepping down the escalator, watching the guests get on and leave one by one today, Tong Gang suddenly said with emotion, today's things are finally settled. It seems that it is best for you to be the best brother. Ziming. Li Cheng also followed sent to pass with emotion. These indeed so, like when we are chasing them one by one to talk about, can pity him they are simply ignored us. Ziming, little brother, you just come forward, pulled them together, let them agree, which is very surprising. Do not blame the child just so surprised and Li Cheng, after all, in the previous 3 days, when with Ziming Tang Tang Hui and Tang Jingxing and then eat, drink everywhere in this great time in San Francisco, Lin Mu Tong Gang King Li Cheng is helping to find Ziming of these customers. Tong Chairman, as well as a brother, you are really too kind. I just stick it up your light. Feels if there is no work done before you, I cannot guarantee he can convince them. Ziming said, because as I ate a 4th time to just eat bread, and it cannot therefore say 3 bread before I eat for free, right? Many are a free word. After listening to Ziming, then, Tong Gang and Li Cheng happier. They also compliment a few Ziming, not to say that bread is not completely a thing. After all, if we cannot have that courage out of your little brother Ziming, the price is offered, so it seems that it doesn't make sense for us to follow along. Compared Tong Gang and Li Cheng compliment, Lin Mu King suddenly asked him, not to Ziming, you drive the price so high. We really could get out that much money. No, wrong, not jump word. We don't need to worry about money. I think someone will come to give us money. As for the amount of money, it depends on how much the people in the China Bank building can spend today. Ziming finished. King Tong Gang Li Cheng Lin Mu took back the car, and then drove back to San Francisco, Chinese Bank building. Due to the relationship they have resigned Tang Tang Jingxing and then did not go. Thus directly came to the Tongking Windsor Villa next to the Golden Gate Strait. Only after parking the car in the parking lot, Ziming saw Tang Ran greet him at the door. Tang Ran happily ran forward when he saw Ziming and the others came back. Big brother Ming and sister Mu King are finally back. Seeing how you look, you are sure that everything is done. right? There are no mistakes. Of course, with your brother Ming going out, how can there be anything wrong with it? Lin Muking said to her. Ziming rubbed Tang Ran's hair and asked her, what about you? If you don't have the money to sell shares on your side, it will be difficult for me to deal with it. Brother Ming, just do it for you. Don't worry. When those guys heard that I was going to sell their shares, their eyes were about to stare. They only buy too little by themselves, so how can there be undesirable reasons? Tang Ran was right. Tang An's attitude is obviously very contemptuous, and as you expected, Brother Ming. They can't come up with so much money at once, and they will have to mortgage some of their own companies to pay. Ziming nodded. That's it. The method that I and the other side finalized is not entirely in the form of funds, and there will still be part of the mortgage payment in the form of corporate shares. That's fine. Tang Ran felt very fortunate and said that she then laughed again. But if they know that the money they used to buy shares will eventually cheat themselves, I'm afraid they even have the heart to die. At this time, Tong Gang suddenly asked, although I know that I shouldn't be disappointed at this time, I still want to ask, don't they think it's strange at all? Don't they doubt it at all if you suddenly resign and sell your shares? No mistakes, no skipping. Of course they were skeptical. But we told them that we had surrendered in this confrontation according to what Brother Ming taught, and we just want to get these funds for the rest of our life. Tang Ran replied. Do they really believe it? Tong Gang and Li Cheng felt incredible about this. Tang Ran replied with a meaningless shrug, or else. This made Tong Gang and Li Cheng extremely dumb. At this time, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan heard the sound at the door and came out of the villa, and they helped Tang Ran make an easier-to-understand explanation. Actually, the reasons are the same whether you tell them or not. They definitely don't believe them anyway. They will guess by themselves, and most importantly, they have always focused on the bank's shares. They also think that the bank's equity is the most important thing. As long as the equity is in their hands, we will never have any chance again. At the end, Tang Jingxing was a little embarrassed, because we had the same idea at the beginning. We didn't know that the original company's shareholding system could still be played like this until after listening to Ziming's method. It really opened my eyes. Tong Gang and Li Cheng said in the same way, this is true. Except for genius, it is really difficult for us to have any other words to express our emotions. Regardless of any business model, he only has to take a look. You can accurately find the key to the problem. Ziming scratched his head embarrassedly and said, don't you praise me so much, I will be embarrassed, or at least wait until this matter finally succeeds before you praise me. It's too late. Following Ziming's words, everyone burst into laughter, and compared to Ziming's joy, Tang An and Tang Jingming were in a state of depression and busyness, and even a little bit of splitting. When the time came the next afternoon, Tang Ran received a call from Tang Jingming, saying that they had prepared the funds and the corporate assets to be mortgaged, and they were ready to conduct transactions. Under Ziming's gesture, Tang Ran replied that he certainly had no problem, and then they made an appointment for the time and place of the transaction. So at 7:30 in the evening, Ziming and Tang Ran took Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyan to the private restaurant of Shengna, led by the waiter in the restaurant to the box that Tang Jingming and the others had opened. Pushing open the door of the box, Ziming and the others only saw Tang Jingming and others, but did not see Tang An. Tang Ran could not help but asked curiously, where is Vice Chairman Tang An? If I am not mistaken, after resignation, the next chairman of China Banking Corporation should be him. Why didn't he come today? Or did he go to the toilet and cause his absence? Tang Jingming was a little embarrassed in the face of Tang Ran's question. Miss Tang Ran, I don't think it makes any difference whether Tang An comes or not. After all, this is a transaction between us, isn't it? As long as we can actually pay you. Hearing Tang Jingming's answer, Ziming said meaningfully, it seems that you should have some irreconcilable contradictions with Tang An, right? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. As if to prove to Ziming, when Ziming finished speaking, another person walked into the box and yelled as soon as he came in, Tang Jingming, you treachery bastard, a greedy villain, in vain. Mr. Wood and I have thought of so many ways for you, and now you have heard that there is a chance to buy shares. Have you run over like dogs? I really feel sick for you." Ziming and the others turned their heads. Sure enough, the person who came in was Tang An. He also saw Ziming, saying to him, "Ziming, you are really a good method. It's just the news that we are going to give up our shares, which split us internally." Tang Jingming immediately retorted this, said, "What is split? We have always made our own decisions, and there is no alliance. Perhaps we tend to agree on some issues, but that is just a coincidence within the same family. I don't think this is counted as a coincidence." "What? Right?" "There are a lot of words right." Tang An cursed a disgusting mess of Tang Jingming's retort, and then said to Ziming, "I know he came to you today to talk about buying shares in Tangren Bank, right?" "Me? What I want to tell you is that they have betrayed us and want to get more shares." Before Tang An finished speaking, Tang Jingming interrupted him, "Mr. Ziming, and Tang Ran and Jing Sheng, brother, don't listen to his nonsense. These are nothing. We are just very religious and simply want to discuss the issue of shares with you. We don't want to be exclusive to China Bank of China. We also hope that you can continue to stay in China Bank of China. Only as a last resort, we will next." "You fart!" Tang An immediately yelled. "Tang Jingming, if you are still a man, tell us what you really think." Listening to Tang An and Tang Jingming, they scolded each other here, and Tang Ran couldn't help but smile. "Brother Ming, you really guessed right." They really started arguing by themselves. Regarding Tang Ran's words, both Tang An and Tang Jingming felt very embarrassed. Ziming then said to them, "Actually, none of you should say more. I have no interest in your internal spoil sharing meeting, and you should not say anything as a last resort, because all of us know what is going on. You continue to say so just to hide your ears and steal the bells and insult your IQ." Tang An and Tang Jingming both lowered their heads in shame. Ziming went on to say, "It is also certain that Tang Ran and Tang's uncle and aunt will sell their shares. They will no longer belong to China Bank of China. We can control any conspiracy. So if Mr. Tang An is here to interrupt our talks, please go out." Ziming said and made a please gesture to Tang An, but when Tang An was angrily about to leave, he added, "Of course, please rest assured that our transaction today is only part of the shares, and we will also leave part of it to you, and even we will leave part of it to see who you sell. The price is more appropriate." After listening to Ziming's words, Tang An looked up and down Ziming's eyes very seriously. "You really are a very good businessman." After that, Tang An left the box. Tang Jingming came over and said to Ziming, "Please don't worry, our bid must be higher than them. So you still don't leave the other two parts?" "There are no mistakes in many words." Ziming didn't say anything about it. He answered directly, but instead asked him, hoarding for strangeness and waiting for a price. "I think Mr. Tang Jingming, you must have heard these two words and you know what they mean." "There are many words without mistakes." Tang Jingming asked this. Very embarrassed, Ziming went on to say to him, "However, Mr. Tang Jingming can also rest assured that the transaction between us and you will definitely be satisfactory." Chapter 332. I want everything you brought. Is it? User Show 1. Bow thanks for the monthly ticket support of Fatty Scholar 7CR. In the private dining room of Shengna, there is a table of delicious delicacies on the table, and there are king crabs that were caught on the same day by airlift from the Gold Coast, French foie gras, special OR7 pizza, and perhaps the only suckling pig in the United States. Greater than it can be said that all the dishes on this table are expensive high-quality goods. If you want to change it to others, you must taste it carefully. You may not even have the chance to eat it once in a lifetime. However, here today, they are all placed on the table. No one is interested in them, as if these are not the delicacies of the mountains and the sea, but the most common egg fried rice on the street, because they did not really come to eat today. Ziming and Tang Ran took Tang Jingxing, Tang Huiyin and Tang Jingming and they sat at the two tables. From the previous situation, Tang Jingming had come to the conclusion that Ziming was the real core among them. Although this is exaggerated, it is a fact. So Tang Jingming took the initiative to approach Ziming and said, Mr. Ziming, although I hope we can make a bigger deal, if you really want to keep the shares, I also respect your choice, but I still need to remind you. In a word, sometimes stocking goods may not be able to wait for the high price. Ziming smiled at this and said, I have made a decision, so I hope that Mr. Tang Jingming will not spend any more words, so as not to delay us. The current transaction. This seems to be just a question of nonsense, but it allows Tang Jingming to really confirm his thoughts. Of course, he also really hopes to get more shares of China banking in this rare transaction, but now facing Ziming's attitude, he has no choice but to give it up. All right. Tang Jingming shrugged senselessly, seeming a little regretful. Then he took out a few documents and gave them to Ziming. These are some of our offshore accounts, which contain 80 billion that we have prepared. After receiving the document, Ziming just glanced at random, then turned around and handed it to Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin. Then he looked at Tang Jingming and said, after seeing that he didn't mean to speak anymore, it's right to divide the shares into 3 shares. You can't even get one of them. Tang Ran also followed Ziming and said, yes. The market value of China Banking Corporation is now $700 billion. In terms of market value, the shares we hold in our hands are converted to nearly $400 billion. If these shares are divided into 3, the value of each share is about $130 billion. This is a very simple one. What's more, moreover, it is definitely more than that in terms of the real value of our China Banking Corporation. More importantly, these shares are not just surface value. These shares represent the control of China Banking Corporation. It's different from the junk stocks in the stock market that can only pay dividends but cannot participate in the company's decision-making. Tang Jingxing continued. Tang Ran said, so if we really need to do the calculations, even if we cut into 3 shares, the price of each share can be calculated as $400 billion casually. In the face of Ziming, Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing's singing, Tang Jingming could no longer help but bait the table. Enough. Don't think I don't know, you are just sitting on the floor and raising the price. The shares of Jingxing and Huiyin are both its their own. But what about your shares in Tang Ran? It was originally reserved for the patriarch in the family. You are not qualified to take it out, you know. After Tang Jingming, other people beside him also said, furthermore, with such a large scale of China Banking Corporation, besides us, do you think there is anyone else who can spend so much money at once? Are you not afraid of others making fraud? You know, for such a large benefit, many people will do it. Take the risk. After hearing the protest from you and me, Ziming resolved it with a slight smile. He calmly asked them, why? Do you want to bargain? A very simple sentence. Their words are all back to their stomachs. They dare not say anything more. After all, the other party can hold genuine shares in their hands. If they are not happy, they just give them all the shares to Tangan, then they want to cry. No tears. Moreover, Tang Jingming and the others are not fools. They know very well that the actual value of the shares of China People's Bank is absolutely beyond what they said. The reason why they want to protest is nothing more than to give the other side a prestige. What if the other side is frightened? After all, as they themselves said, in the face of such a huge benefit, it is normal to take risks and even make comparisons. But now obviously can't help. Tang Jingming had no choice but to say, Mr. Ziming misunderstood. How can I bargain for such an important share of China Banking Corporation? That's an insult to the Tang family itself. Ziming just laughed at this. Without laughing, Tang Jingming continued, but I think Mr. Ziming, you should also understand that we are all people with our own companies and investments. Most of our funds are invested outside, and we also need to ensure that we have a certain amount of liquidity, capital, otherwise once our company has problems, our situation will be very difficult. But what does that have to do with me? Ziming said before Tang Jingming finished. Tang Jingming was stunned at the time, and then Tang Ran also said, yes. What does your hardship have to do with us? A transaction is a transaction. Since you can't make any money, Don't make this transaction. Really, it's a waste of time. Ziming and Tang Ran's words slapped Tang Jingming in their faces like a slap, making them feel a little embarrassed. In the end, Tang Jingming gritted his teeth and said, "Well, if you say that, we can only carry out corporate mortgage transactions in accordance with our previous agreement." Tang Jingming said as he conjured up a handheld device. Box said, "This is the company information that we can take out for mortgage transactions. These companies are wholly owned by us. We can choose wholly owned shares or take out part of the shares and convert them into specific amounts to pay instead of cash." Seeing this suitcase, Tang Ran was surprised. "Have you been prepared for this? Then why were you crying poor in front of us just now?" These words made Tang Jingming and the others even more embarrassed. Now, every one of them doesn't know what to say. Ziming watched them helplessly, shook their heads and said, "Of course we want to have wholly owned shares so that we have the right to operate. Otherwise, what's the matter if only half is required? I don't believe that the companies you gave can definitely bring me come to benefit." Tang Jingming gave Ziming a thumbs up. "Mr. Zimingo An is very thoughtful, but you can rest assured that we are all honest transactions, so we will never do anything in those mortgage companies." Although Tang Jingming solemnly promised, but Ziming still didn't comment on it. Tang Jingming just said that. Then Tang Jingming turned to the main topic and said, "Mr. Ziming, let me introduce you first. Hansen, this is a large-scale factory with integrated circuits as its core business, mainly for internet companies' integrated circuits and chips. The current market value is estimated at $30 billion US. Tang Jingming said, turning out Hansen's data files. Then handed it to Ziming, and then introduced him. "Mr. Ziming, I think you should also know that the future of information technology is the core of the exhibition, so any chip component manufacturer is very valuable for investment." Before Tang Jingming finished speaking, Ziming raised his hand and interrupted him and said, "I will read it myself if I have information, and you will introduce the others." Tang Jingming was stunned for a moment, and then he took out an introduction. "This is a relatively veteran investment bank and one of the top investment banks in San Francisco. Its investment fields include fund stock futures and even venture capital. The annual return on investment exceeds $1 billion US. This is very amazing. The current market valuation of this investment bank is $10 billion US. In addition to chip companies and investment banks, I have other companies here, and the market valuations are all over 10 billion. Tang Jingming said it was lucky in the end. They put their suitcases directly on the table and handed them to Ziming. They watched Ziming take out all the documents, and then hand them to Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin to look through them. After a while, Ziming said to Tang Jingming, "Yes, I have seen these companies, at least in terms of market valuation. They are quite convincing. Of course, I said that we are all very honest. Yes, we have asked the most professional evaluation team in San Francisco to complete the stock prices of these companies." Tang Jingming said, "Then Mr. Ziming, have you chosen which company you want, or you don't have the answer right now? Do you have to eat before making a decision?" "Why do you have to eat before making a decision? These are very good companies, and I think this decision is not difficult," Ziming said. Tang Jingming was stunned for a moment, and seemed to have a very bad premonition. "Then what is your decision?" "I want all the companies you just mentioned," Ziming replied. This answer was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, which stunned Tang Jingming at the time. Not only him, but the others around him were also stunned. They couldn't believe that Ziming was so domineering, so they just said, "He wants it all." Tang Jingming stunned. "Mr. Ziming, are you kidding? You have already read the information. Then you should know that the combined market valuation of these companies has exceeded 100 billion, or Ziming, my husband is more concerned about the company, and need less capital. No, I mean the 80 billion US you have prepared. And these companies, I want them all," Ziming said. Tang Jingming's expression became serious. "Mr. Ziming, I hope your jokes can be stopped. Then I can answer you very clearly. I am not joking." Ziming paused. He replied, before waiting for Tang Jingming to speak, he said first, "But Mr. Tang Jingming, In fact, your companies are worth 100 billion, I am afraid that only you know in your heart. Besides, you have brought them all. Are you really not planning to trade it out? Tang Jingming became embarrassed again when Zhu Ming said this. What are you talking about, Mr. Zhu Ming? Why don't I understand it? Zhu Ming sneered when he saw him. Say, Mr. Tang Jingming, I don't think you know. I usually only want to deal with smart people. If you continue to play stupid, I don't think we will be able to trade anymore. I personally think that even if it's a real $118 billion, someone will definitely be willing to take over. Mr. Tang Jingming, what do you think? Zhu Ming stood up after saying that. Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin also stood up, and then went out together. Go. At this moment, Tang Jingming panicked. He hurriedly stood up and grabbed Zhu Ming and said, Mr. Zhu Ming, don't rush to go. I was just joking. All the companies I brought today plus $80 billion. It's done. Zhu Ming reached out to him with satisfaction. Then I wish us a complete transaction. Tang Jingming looked at Zhu Ming's spring breeze smile, and he suddenly had a kind of self-improvement. A miserable illusion. 8. Chapter 333 Did you eat this shit? The transformer burned. There was a power outage in the whole area yesterday and today. This chapter is coded in an internet cafe. In the general dining culture, talking about things is true, drinking and eating it's just a way to adjust the atmosphere, but if the business has been negotiated, the table full of dishes can't be wasted. Zhu Ming and Tang Jingming had the same idea in the luxurious box of Shengna's private restaurant, so they all started to enjoy the delicacies here. They ate this meal for more than an hour. When the meal was over, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhu Ming and Tang Jingming parted ways. However, Zhu Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he took Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin waited in the lobby of Shengna's private restaurant. Tang Jingxing was a little worried about this. Do you think he will really come? Zhu Ming replied with confidence. Of course, if he would not come, he would not be here today. As if to prove Zhu Ming's words, when his words fell, I saw Tang and S figure suddenly appeared in the field of vision, and quickly walked over here. You are waiting for me here. Didn't you negotiate a deal with Tang Jingming and the others? Tang An walked over and asked. On the contrary, our transaction was very successful. Zhu Ming thought for a while and said, or it was very successful for us. Tang An said with disdain, I will believe you if you think you say that. Are you all ready? Tang Ran asked him upset when he heard this sentence. Did we say you want to believe it? A rhetorical question made Tang An very embarrassed, and he touched his nose very uneasy. Xiao smiled and said, I think Mr. Zhu Ming's is still very sincere. What you say must be something. I just want to ask if I still have a chance to trade. Zhu Ming leaned on the chair and said, it depends. Mr. Tang An, your sincerity, because today Tang Jingming brought 80 billion account funds and 100 billion corporate appraisal shares, which made me see the full sincerity. I understand. Tang An said, of course we are also very sincere. I have my own 30 billion account here, and several companies with a market assessment of more than 80 billion, including the Deluxe Research and Development Center under the California Arms Group. With the 7 words of R&D Center being spoken, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin immediately took a breath and looked at Tang An with incredible and more indignant gaze. They could see it. If they could, I really want to kill this guy with a knife. The reason is simple. This R&D center is a very important part of the California Arms Group. All the materials that have been produced in California for high-end weapons have been basically provided by this R&D center. Like the well-known stealth bombers and the F-22 fighters that will be acclaimed in the world in later generations, the light and stealth coating materials on their bodies are all provided by the Deluxe Research and Development Center. It can be said that once the Deluxe R&D Center is lost, the skunk factory will not be able to build an aircraft in at least a year, even if it is a very mature F-16 fighter jet, because there is no material. It is also because the Deluxe R&D Center is so important that the Tang family spent trillions of dollars, and 2 generations of more than half a century, before Tang An and his family finally took the R&D center from the hands of the declining Locke family. The controlling stake has been bought. However, this is the result of the half-century strategic layout of the Tang family, and now Tang An has been thrown out so easily. How can this not make Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin so angry that they want to kill? However, Tang An didn't care about it. He still confidently said to Ziming, "Maybe you don't know about this D-Lock R&D center, Mr. Ziming, but I think Miss Tang Ran, the patriarch of the Tang clan, definitely knows. I think now my sincerity is deeper than those of Tang Jingming, right?" Listening to Tang An's words, Tang Jingxing couldn't help but shoot the case anymore, pointing to Tang An and yelling, "You guy dare to develop D-Lock. The center is sold? Do you know that your father and your grandfather took their entire lives to get it for the family? If they knew that you made this kind of selling decision, they would definitely be angry, jumped out of the tomb and killed you." Tang An said meaningfully, "Because I know that the D-Lock R&D center is so important, I will sell it to you. Please take care of it. Cherish him." Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin were choked by Tang An's words, and they didn't know how to pick them up. At this time, Tang An went on to say to Ziming, "How? From their performance, I think you can already see the importance of this D-Lock R&D center, right? I understand the degree of importance, but what does it have to do with me? I am not going to enter the arms industry. I just want more money. Now Tang Ran and Tang Uncle and Aunt have paid everything. Give me full authority, then I have to act according to my own ideas. I think it is true that it is possible," Ziming said. Tang An felt uneasy when he heard Ziming's words. He cautiously asked, "Then what do you mean?" "It's very simple. The price you paid is not enough," Ziming replied. This answer was expected by Tang An, but he immediately jumped up when he heard it. "Ziming, you are trying to find fault with me on purpose, right? Didn't you hear what I said just now? This D-Rock research and development, the center is very important." Ziming interrupted Tang An's words. "I think you didn't hear what I said clearly. I don't care how important the R&D center is, it's for you, but in my case, he is worth as much as he should be worth. Do you understand? If you have any dissatisfaction, our talks will end here. Don't think about the shares of China Banking Corporation. Or don't you still have 100 million account funds?" "But I want more," Tang An said. "I didn't say not to sell it to you, but the premise is that you have to spend more money," Ziming said. "You are difficult for a strong man. You know that Tang Jingming and the others are a collection of many people, but I am only one person. How can you want me to be like them?" Tang An explained to Ziming. Ziming smiled. "I said I already know your difficulties. So you can buy as many shares as you have, and now you have no money and want more. You make it difficult for me to do it. Or why don't you try to find your ally, Mr. Wood?" Tang An was silent, and then said after a while, "Okay, I understand. Actually, I didn't intend to use Wood's side. I want to keep Tang People's Bank in the hands of the Tang family in its entirety." When he said this, Tang An's eyes were fixed on Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin. His purpose was to hope that these two ancestral clan members could come out and say a few words. After all, no matter how they want to give up, they have to talk to their own Tang family, break. But in the final analysis, they still share weal and woe with the family, and China Bank, as the absolute core of the family, will certainly not really bear the heart to let outsiders. Tang An's idea is certainly correct, but he obviously wants to go wrong again. Any entrepreneur understands the truth about employing people without doubt. Why would Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin fail to understand? Not to mention that they no longer regard Tang An as the Tang family at all. Because if he really cares about the Tang family, how could he think of taking out the D-Rock R&D center for a deal? This is clearly to satisfy one's own desires. Therefore, Tang An's winking eyes are destined to receive no response. After a long period of embarrassment, Tang An had to laugh and say, "In fact, Wood has prepared 70 billion funds for me. This is my sincerity. Is it enough?" Ziming nodded and said, "It's pretty much the same. If Wood's 70 billion funds can be put in place, plus your own 30 billion funds, and 80 billion corporate shares evaluated by the market, then they are the same as Tang Jingming. Hearing this, Tang An couldn't help but interrupt Ziming and said, "Wait a minute, 80 billion corporate shares? If I remember correctly, the D-Lock R&D Center has 300 billion dollar market has been evaluated." "I know, so I just counted the D-Lock R&D Center," Ziming said. These words were like a knife thrust into Tang An's heart, making him almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Originally, Tang An wanted to take out the D-Lock R&D Center and wanted to save a fortune. Although he is in an alliance with Wood, it is most appropriate for him to control the shares in his own hands. Otherwise, if there is a part of it in Wood's hands, there will be many uncontrollable variables in the whole situation, and even the importance of whether I can still be on Wood's side is uncertain. Now, since I have no choice but to move out of the 70 billion fund that Wood has prepared, I definitely want to save the D-Lock R&D Center. How can I keep this R&D Center, and finally leave myself a way out, but Ziming just to break this back road? It is for this reason that Tang An immediately took the table and stood up. "Ziming, don't go too far. I have already taken out Wood's 70 billion fund. Why are you still reluctant to give up? Do you know that the D-Lock R&D Center, the actual value can reach hundreds of billions? Either the D-Lock R&D Center or the funds of the Wood family are required." Ziming spread his hands. "I'm sorry, this person is so greedy. I think about both." "Yes, if you can't accept Mr. Tang An, then the door is behind you and you can leave at any time." Damn it. This sentence again. Tang An's blood rushed to his mind in an instant. He was only angry at the moment, because at the shareholders' meeting, Ziming drove him to leave like this. His departure at that time made him a laughingstock, and he also left at that time the capital. But now it is gone. Is there really no other choice? "You know what you do is no different from a robber," Tang An said. Ziming chuckled. "In fact, you already have the answer to this question yourself." As Ziming said this, Tang An suddenly collapsed in his seat, and his whole body was discouraged because he really knew Ziming well. Now that he has said this sentence, there must be no discussion. More importantly, he also understands that his price is within his acceptable range, not to mention such things as the shares of China Banking Corporation. The two have sold them, but he can only accept them if he wants them. However, Ziming's next sentence made Tang An feel that the world had deceived him again. "In fact, for this transaction, I divided Tang Ran and Tang's uncle and aunt's shares into 3. Now only 2 of them are sold, and the remaining one depends on the sincerity of which of you is better." "Who do I trade with?" Ziming said. If Ziming's words were just Tang An feeling that he was stabbed, then Ziming is now using an electric drill to drill frantically. Tang An never thought that he had been discussing it enthusiastically for a long time just now, and it was only 1/3 of the shares. Tang An's face was green and white. If he could, he wanted to shoot an axe at Ziming frantically. But the result was not good. He didn't even dare to have radical words against Ziming. It was like Ziming forcibly fed him a mouthful of shit, but instead of vomiting it out, he could only choose to swallow it, and he couldn't dislike the other person and feed himself shit. This feeling made Tang An not want to be crazy. "Then Mr. Tang An, your final decision? Do you want to eat this shit?" "Oh no, it's this deal. How do you think about it?" finally Ziming asked. "I agree." Tang An gritted his teeth, as if he was really agreeing to eat this shit. Chapter 334. Is the deal ready? These damn bastards. In order to satisfy their own desires, they have no bottom line at all. Which of those companies has no potential to be among the world's top 500? But now they are betrayed by these. The bastards of the ancestors were all sold out, just for the worthless shares of China Banking Corporation. I don't understand why this is. Hasn't the family brought them huge profits for a long time? They wanted like this regardless of the consequences, especially Tang An. He is a scumbag at all. I didn't expect that he would actually take out the D-Lock R&D Center to deduct the funds, but the family spent trillions of manpower and material resources before waiting for one opportunity to get the shares, but he ran out so lightly. His behavior is basically betraying the family, using the family's century-old layout to satisfy his own selfish desires. Tang Jingxing cursed very indignantly. Ziming, Tang Ran and Tang Huiyan were right next to him. It was 11 o'clock in the evening, and they had already left Shengna's private dining room and returned to Tang Jingxing's villa. They came back here and remembered that they were in Shengna before. Tang Jingxing couldn't help but scolded loudly for the situation in the private restaurant. Ziming understands Tang Jingxing very well, because as he has always been, he is firmly tied to the Tang family. Even if he voluntarily gives up the shares of Tangren Bank, it is for the family's overall consideration. It can be said that safeguarding the interests of the family is his mission in this life. But with such a person, he saw Tang An's behavior like this with his own eyes. How could he not be angry? Thinking of this, Ziming stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder and said to him, "Uncle Tang, I can understand your feelings very well, but although Tang An's approach is very jerk, at least he is right. It is indeed not a bad choice that this Diluc R&D center is thrown into our hands. If there are other things that require him to easily mortgage this R&D center to outsiders, it will be the worst." Tang Jingxing said. He sighed and said, "I understand what you are saying, but it is not a good feeling in my heart to think about it. How can they be so stupid? I don't think they are stupid. In fact, I believe that these have passed through Stanford University graduates. No matter how they are superior elites, now they will do such stupid behavior, but they are blindfolded by the benefits, and also because their wealth is too easy to get the result." Ziming then said. An example said, "It's like Uncle Tang, you picked up $100 on the road one day, then you don't care where the $100 was spent, right?" "Nothing is wrong," Ziming added. "Even if the dollar was picked up at home, it is the same." "In your opinion, it was picked up?" Tang Jingxing nodded silently. "I understand it. At present, only let them eat it thoroughly. They will understand once they lose money. Only by keeping them away from the center of the Tang family is the best way for the family. Uncle Tang can understand it." Ziming stood up. "Then we will do it. Let's go first, and we'll see you tomorrow." Tang Jingxing did not hold back Ziming's departure. After Ziming and Tang Ran left, Tang Huiyan looked at Tang Jingxing's sigh and stepped forward and said to him, "Brother, it's nothing." "I'm worried? This is what you expected at first, isn't it?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Tang Jingxing looked up at Tang Huiyan in amazement, because Tang Huiyan rarely called him brother directly, so Tang Jingxing was surprised. But this also showed that she also understood her feelings from another aspect. "Expected? Maybe at first I chose to give Tang Ran a chance, and finally helped her rise to the post, because of the checks and balances of these factions that have a lot of wealth, but at that time I could not expect the result of today. If there is a mistake, that would be the consequence of the destruction of this century-old family." Speaking of this, Tang Jingxing smiled helplessly. "I dare not predict the consequences, nor do I dare to predict them, because I can't face the consequences." It can be said that the things Ziming did for Tang Ran have completely exceeded them. Take control. Or, since I chose them, what they did has never been under our control. "But it's not your fault." Tang Huiyan wanted to help him to explain it, but Tang Jingxing but apparently not this explanation interrupted. "That's my fault. But my mistake has brought a turning point in the past that might get rid of stagnant situation for the family. After all, it is these practices of Ziming are not what ordinary people can think of, especially now. It is an eye-opener." In the final Tang Jingxing are feeling up, or after the end of the promise of this thing, I should also look back home, and that the provisional provincial Chuyanghui County, as well as the south. What kind of soil and water and air transport only by cultivating such a prodigious talent. Listening to you, it seems that you are not worried about the transaction starting tomorrow? Tang Huiyan quipped. Of course, it is Ziming him this ability. Only his pit copies of others. Others are not likely to pit him. Tong Kingwin's confidence rode. All in all, it is like Tong Kingwin's and Tang Huiyan dialogue as a time to start. The next day, They began their transactions. Ziming, Tang Hui and Tang Jingxing, and then with their own legal team, they first went to a hotel under the name of Tang Jingming Morning. The same Tang Jingming, their lawyers are also on site. In this way, Ziming and Tang Jingming, under the witness of their lawyers, conducted an equity transaction in China Banking Corporation. Everything, as he had agreed upon, as Tang Jingming they have brought $80 billion bank accounts, and company shares of the company authoritative assessment. According to the process of the entire transaction, Tang Jingming, he who was paid the $80 billion fund, and the rest of the shares transferred, because it is a relatively trouble a lot of things, so take that way, are successively transferred. As for Ziming's side, it also followed the previous agreement to divide the shares of Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin into 3 equally, and took out one of them and handed it over to Tang Jingming and the others. However, these shares were only incompletely owned. Only when Tang Jingming and his company's shares are transferred, those shares truly belong to them. But despite this condition, when Tang Jingming and the others got the share agreement, they still jumped with joy. But they were only happy for a while, and then they reacted to the problem of sharing the spoils. Everyone wanted more shares, but no one else would allow it. They didn't know how they would choose to divide the spoils. Ziming, after all, it had nothing to do with him. Compared with Tang Jingming's troubles, Tang An's side is much simpler. Their trading partners are only 2, Tang An and Wood. Seeing that there were only these 2 people, Tang Jingxing couldn't help but jokingly said, "It seems that you really have parted ways with Tang Jingming and the others." One sentence made Tang An feel uncomfortable, but Wood said, "I don't think this can be done. People's greed can't be stopped. Even if it's the family's own things, as long as it is something that can generate benefits, someone will pounce on it like a wolf dog." Tang Jingming's words were pushed back by Wood. He felt a little humiliated at once, but Ziming soon helped him find a place. Ziming said to Wood, "I remember a saying in the United States that wolf dogs will always involuntarily look for his kind, and then they will fight for food. Fighting against other powers, it seems like that." There are many words without mistakes. As Ziming said, Wood and Tang An could no longer find a reason to refute. Ziming said at this time, "But today I came to deal with Wood. I hope you can bring your capital and business as promised." Wood replied to Ziming, "I can tell you very responsibly here that my integrity exceeds my life." Speaking of Wood, he took out the account and corporate documents he had prepared long ago. Then, just like the situation in the morning, Ziming and Wood and the others made a transaction. The same thing was to pay the funds first, and then Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing, Tang Huiyin and San. One part of the shares will be handed over to Wood, which is also only part of the equity, and the remaining will be transferred after the transfer of the shares of the company. Although this method is to avoid the situation of people failing to account to the greatest extent, when Wood heard the news, he had a very unpredictable hunch, which made him very impulsive and almost stopped trading. Of course, in the end Wood still supported the deal, because from a rational point of view, there was no problem with this transaction. But Ziming noticed Wood's face, so after the transaction, he immediately said to Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin, "I have also completed a deal as soon as possible, or if they react, then we will fall short." Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin certainly understood such a simple truth, so they naturally handed over all the money to Ziming and asked him to prepare the next day's transaction. The transaction on the second day was naturally the stock transaction of Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company. Since the stock transaction for these 2 companies was an indirect transaction conducted through other holding companies, it was also dealing with many people, so compared to the any-day deal of people like Tang An, Wood and Tang Jingming, this deal lasted more than a week. In this time of more than a week, even though these people raised their own problems one by one, and some wanted to sit down and raise prices, Ziming successfully solved them all. When the last one after the transactions were to win, Ziming looked at the mountains of paperwork. Emotion sentence, "is finally over it." Not to Tang Jingxing then suddenly said, "Here is over, but Chinese banks have to total chaos. This is not expected of you. Tang onward and people like Tang Jingming, we introduced them to do the masters of Chinese banks, or else the problem that was strange. Ziming went on to say, now the cards have been sorted, and you can go to a showdown with them at any time. Then today to it. Tongking Win's road cannot wait. I know that tomorrow Chinese banks have a general meeting of shareholders. Ziming laughed. It seems really Tang Shushu has been panic. Laughed, but I cannot now. Do not panic. I served on the boards of other friends. They told me that they really Tang and Tang Jingming down to destroy the family. Tongking Wins explained. Very arrogant. Then we will go tomorrow with Chinese bank building, headquarters, and they say you go do it. Ziming said. 330th chapters off the reins of the general meeting of shareholders. Bao Sensksi Chiefing Candy a lot of water, 1 tours and monthly support. Too much to force it. Tang Jingzi is another very important figure in the Tang family. Although his shareholding in Tangren Bank may not be as good as Tang An and Tang Jingming, his shares are spread across other important family businesses and control the family's expansion. Direction, including the Department of Tangin, have the opportunity to get Dialoch Research Center. Also ask the Tong Qingqi of Love, Rong Sheng Ming. The words, is the name given to the glory of Dan's family this generation. Greater than Chinese network. In there, Tang Jingrong Tang is the predecessor of the patriarch. Tang Jingxing is an ancestral family will be, but also the most prestigious Dan family man. Tang Jingming has a very strong appeal, and may be together openly and Tong King Tang victory challenged. Then, Tang Jingzi, who has the same character generation as them, is not difficult to understand his status in the Tang family. Tong Qingqi has always been family, Kin down on behalf of Ken, when he was the fourth pick of the family heir. The possibility is very small in itself, coupled with his character, so he never wanted to inherit Tang after Tang Jingrong became the patriarch. He obeyed his leadership very much. In his opinion, it doesn't matter who is the patriarch of the Tang family, as long as this person can make the family better and more prosperous. He is also willing to obey his orders. Down in the whole family, to say Tang Jingming Tang Jingxing and they are two opposing factions, then Zitong King is among them, neutral faction, and not involved in any disputes, only to the family. Its actual practice is not how selfless, but this way can gain more benefits. After all, whether or Tang Jingming Tang Jingxing, to fight for him as a centrist level of support to overwhelm the other, no matter what will some of the benefits promised to them, their status will therefore rise. Tong Qingqi department that they also have believed in this doctrine. Only in this generation he got the King Kai word generation. Tong Qingqi also firmly follow their own this department ancestral training. Whether in 20 years ago Tong King of Glory and Tong King wins the battle position of the patriarch, or later compromised Tang Jingrong Tang Jingming and, finally then sudden death shortly before Tang Jingrong, Tang natural inheritance, and then Tang Jingming power struggle, he has always stick to its neutral position. He is also not wrong, but just recently, he suddenly felt the belief that I insisted on seems to be wrong. Tang Jingzi has always believed that he is the smartest person in the Tang family and the most able to make decisions, because it is very wise to find one's support between the two factions, but recently, these seem to be biased. Big brother, what's the situation with the family now? Did the clan chief Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing really give up their shares in China banking, and they want to give up completely and hand them over to Tang An and Tang Jingming? Suddenly a question brought Tang Jingzi back from Sheniutanwai. He was sitting in the lounge of the China banking headquarters building. Opposite him were friends from his neutral faction. Tang Jingzi knew that they were all waiting now. Answer their case. Kai Tong King thought this answer. Unfortunately, due to a long time and he did not have contact, so I do not know Tang Jingxing and then exactly how they want, but the situation from this point of view a few shareholders meeting, I'm afraid they are very likely to admit defeat. Tong Qingqi's side of the voice was off. It was immediately exclaimed, But how can they throw in the towel? Do not they know it? Tang Yin and Tang Jingming they do is to split the family. Tong Qingqi was not happy. What is this nonsense? Tang Yin and Tang Jingming, although they disagree on many issues, but the family has always been like this. Do not just now replaced by Tang Yin and Tang Jingming. That's it. How could it split the family? Although Tang Jing's righteous words are strict, in fact he still has no bottom in his heart. After all, the current situation has completely out of his cognition. The people on the opposite side saw Tang Jing's resolute attitude and had to ask, "Boss, what should we do now?" Tang Jingzi shook his head. He looked up at the clock on the wall and sighed, "Time is running out. It's early. Let's go back to the meeting room." Regardless of what is going on with Tang Yan and Tang Jingming, or Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing, at least this shareholder meeting must be finished right now. After saying this, Tang Jingzi stood up first. He walked out of the room. Behind him, no one else could follow him out. The lounge and the meeting room were on the same floor. A few minutes later, Tang Jingzi took his allies back to the meeting room. Pushing open the door of the conference room, he immediately felt a deathly silence, but Tang Jingzi knew that this was only the surface, and the real problem was behind this seemingly calm. When Tang Jingzi and his friends sat down, someone immediately stood up on the stage. It was Tang Yan. He said to everyone, "Since everyone has arrived, then let's continue our meeting. I am the Vice Chairman of China Banking Corporation. After Chairman Tang Ran resigned, I will naturally preside over all matters of the shareholders meeting." He said that, and Tang Jingming on the other side immediately stood up and said, "Mr. Tang Jingzi, I think that in your capacity, I am afraid that you cannot preside over the general meeting of shareholders." "I can't?" Tang Jingzi said with a smile. "I don't know if I heard it wrong, or you made me a big joke." "You heard it right. This is not a joke. That's what I said." Tang Jingming continued, "Because China Bank is the bank of our Tang family, I will never allow any outsider to get involved with him." "But you, the deceived master and ancestor, actually carried all of us and helped an outsider to buy the shares held by Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing." Then Tang Jingming turned around and said to all the shareholders, "I think it doesn't matter whether it is new or not. You are still someone else. At least everyone disagrees with what you are doing now. So I want to say that Tang Jingming, you are very narrow-minded. There will never be anything set in stone in this world, including the shares of our China Banking Corporation." Tang Yan continued, "I don't know if you still remember the past. For more than 100 years, the shares of China Banking Corporation have been held by outsiders, and after those shares were controlled by outsiders, they finally got a bigger development. This is the professional manager position that a company should have. So those are destined to be only an accident." Tang Jingming emphasized, "Professional managers are responsible for the management of the company, and the shares are owned by the company. As the vice chairman of the company, I think you must eat Tang Yan. It's medicine." This time Wood stood up and replied, "I want to say that Mr. Tang Jingming's remarks sounded very reasonable at first, but that was just a seemingly good word. In fact, he was here to make strong words." Tang Jingming directly interrupting Wood, "Mr. Wood, I respect Italy very much, but you are just an insignificant person to the family, so please leave here now." "I think Mr. Tang Jingming, you must be involved." "What's wrong? I have shares in China Banking Corporation, and I am also a share in China Banking Corporation, so no matter what name you use, you can't let me leave here." Wood shook his head disdainfully, as if he was watching a clown. "You didn't win by legal means, so it doesn't have any legal effect. Our Tang People's Bank must have our Tang family to call the shots. So Mr. Wood, you must go out." Tang Jingming said very resolutely. After Tang Jingming finished saying this, many people in the shareholder meeting room followed Tang Jingming to blast Wood away. Wood curled his lips on this. "It's really a horrible thing to slip the world. My method is the same as yours. Why doesn't it have any legal effect?" Wood then said, "But I know Mr. Tang Jingming, you are how to buy these shares. You only got them after you sold the company shares under your hands. So from this aspect, Tang Jingming, you are the biggest traitor to the family." Face this Tang Wood and Tang Jingming their battle, Kai Tong King held onto his forehead, feel very helpless. It is the case. This is the third meeting this week. Every time they come to the meeting, they are so noisy. Aren't you tired? Tang Jingzi wanted to question them loudly, but he knew that this was useless, because this was the content of the 3 consecutive shareholder meetings, otherwise he would not be so helpless. Tong King Chi very clear that he had such a tit for tat. It is nothing but to assume the final ownership of Chinese banks, and no one wants that position, and then leaving Tang Jingxing and now also left, to balance chairman who is not now. It can be said that whoever has the control of China Banking Corporation will have unprecedented freedom and power. How can this not make people's hearts be moved? Not over now. Tang Wood and Tang Jingming, 2 parties at loggerheads. This is a great harm to the Chinese bank, because the problem is a direct result of Chinese banks embroiled in endless internal friction. It is important to discuss the layout of the shareholders' meeting can no longer bank on the future such issues, and the vacancy of the chairman of the board will only make China Bank of China more and more things piled up. If something unexpected happens at this time, even China Bank of China will suffer heavy losses. Tang Jingzi didn't want to see such a result. But facing the 2 factions on the stage that were at odds with each other, Tang Jingzi didn't know what to do. Is there really no way? Do they really want to let them speak so much on the stage and make this general meeting of shareholders a place for them to attack each other? If they continue to do this, then the China banking division will become inevitable. Now, who can rescue China banking? Could it be that this 150-year-old Tang family can't escape the end of division and weakness? It was only then that Tang Jingzi suddenly reacted. It turned out that Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing were the ones who really checked and balanced the situation. They held the reins of the chains, holding Tang An and Tang Jingming in their hands. Now Tang Ran let go of the situation. It fell off immediately. Tang Jingzi sighed heavily in his heart, and he smiled helplessly. What use is this thinking at this time? The situation has reached the point where it is now, and it is impossible unless it is a masterpiece. However, at this moment, suddenly the door to the general meeting of shareholders was opened again. Someone came in and held up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Mr. Tang An, Mr. Wood, Mr. Tang Jingming, I want to say something to you sincerely now." That's it. Chapter 336. Who has no bottom line? A huge shout rang through the entire venue, suddenly attracted everyone's attention, and Ziming, Tang Hui, Tang Yan Ran, Tang Jingxing and 4 people, so everyone's watching, pacing slowly walked into the venue. He watched them walk into the venue. Kai Tong King suddenly eyes moist, he can say with certainty, since has never been like today, so surprises too, even if it is in getting the King Kai this character generation time, because then I felt that I should get what I should get after working hard, but now, Ziming and the others appeared when he was most helpless. 3 days shares general meeting, only Tang An and Tang Jingming in the endless bickering, for their power Chinese banks, for which they will be other things that Chinese banks are left behind. Tong King Chi is very clear, he let them go on like this. Chinese banks and even Down's family, only split one way to go. This is not a situation that Tang Jingzi and even all the people of the Tang family are willing to face. After all, Tang An and Tang Jingming are going to quarrel like this and split the Tang family of Tang People's Bank. They must have come prepared. But Tang Jingzi and the others, the neutrals, are different. Once the family splits and they are caught off guard, they will probably have nothing. But also because the future is for this reason that these 3 days they have been living under great fear, over time, especially when you know Tang An and Tang Jingming has been a natural stake in the Tang Jingxing, but also become more and more desperate. Can say that every day they come to this shareholders meeting, is waiting to see the last minute Down's family, however, did not expect that, Tang Jingxing, and then they came back. They are the last savior to save him, have it. That is the dark last silk bright, drowning people can seize the last straw. How can you not let them ecstatic Tong King Chi it? So when all the shares after the East react, they shouted out loud and crazy and ran Tang Jingxing name. It was a song tribute to heroes, no matter what kind of resentment before they have or comments on Tang Jingxing and then, but they no longer have at this moment, because at least they are, Chinese banks will be in, they will not split. Face of blowing cries, Tang Jingxing and Tang Yanhui stopped, because they are the first time I heard this cry, even if it is ancestral family would be the first of Tang Jingxing. He never enjoyed during the past 2 decades this treatment. But, before Tong King wins more than enjoy, then next to Don immediately said, "Everyone, please be quiet, I want to tell you, the reason why today we can come back here, next to me all the zooming Mr.'s credit, he is the person to whom China Bank and our Tang family are most grateful." With Tang Natural, then, Tang Jingxing this reaction over today's hero does not own. So he said, "No wrong, Mr. Ziming is the way it gives us an opportunity to keep the Chinese bank." However, Tang Tong King and wins, then like a blockbuster in general, for all astonished, but the scene and exclaimed uproar is a will to do, because I do not know who should take the lead immediately shouted Ziming's. The other people also yelled out the name. Although many of them didn't know who Ziming was, they knew that this person must be the absolute protagonist today. Not too Tangin and Tang Jingming cannot let that last too long cry, but most are too sudden. Ziming began to appear, they do not just let it react. Ziming Tang Hui and Tang Jingxing then, why would you be here? You do not have to resign and together with the shares are sold to us. Tangin together and Tang Jingming asked, and do not order for you with a horn, we afraid of you, and tell you that today we are on stage, we have a microphone. Tangin at that road, apparently is the first time Ziming to take the horn. Hate I was brooding about the hoarse voice. Ziming this calmly, I'm sorry, I did not intend, and you wailing. Howl. I am speaking of the truth, but if I remember correctly, the current progress point of view, I just sell you mastered shares part of the Toth herds and 1/3 of the shares still in our hands, so as to master the 19% stake in Chinese bank's largest shareholder. We certainly have the right to participate this time, shareholders. The conference is over. While talking, Ziming led Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin into the venue. On the stage, Tang An and Tang Jingming unconsciously took a step back, as if they had encountered some invisible pressure. Head of the patriarch, you sit here. Tang Jingzi stood up and waved to Ziming and the others, and voluntarily gave up his seat in the first row. Ziming was naturally doing his part, but when Ziming sat down, there was another change on the stage. Mr. Tang, it seems that this Mr. Ziming also has your patriarch and the head of the meeting. They are all people who have no spirit of contract. I think we should temporarily put aside the problems between us and teach him to abide by the contract first. What do you think? Would ask Tang Jingming. I totally agree with you. He is playing with us as idiots. I will never accept such a shame. Tang Jingming gritted his teeth. Obviously, with the sudden appearance of Ziming, Tang An and Tang Jingming, who were arguing about the interests of China Banking Corporation just now, instantly formed an alliance again. Wood first stood up and looked at Ziming condescendingly and said, "It's undeniable that your appearance really surprised me, but it also disappointed me because I thought you were at least a person who obeys the rules, but how can I?" Unexpectedly, "You are such shameless villains." Wood then raised his head and said to everyone, "I know that the shareholder meeting these days has caused you to misunderstand both Tang An and Tang Jingming. It doesn't matter, but at least there is one point. Our shares are really real, and they were sold to us by Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing. Originally, we paid them a high price for our transaction. They agreed to withdraw from China Bank, but today it suddenly appeared. Obviously violated his promise." Wood finally said, "I don't know how you would think of this kind of behavior, but to me, this kind of behavior is the worst and the most shameful. He regards his promise as a toilet shit. He can betray us today, and he can betray you tomorrow." "Shut up!" Tang Ran scolded Wood. "This is the Tang Bank of the Tang family. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to judge us here?" Wood smiled. "Of course I am also one of the major shareholders of China Banking Corporation, Madam Patriarch. I don't know if you are a noble person, but you nodded too much. But it doesn't matter, there are still you here. A member of the Tang family then would invited Tang An and Tang Jingming out. Tang Jingming said, Ziming, I'm sorry I was not surprised by what happened today, because you are a full man in my eyes. A treacherous bastard, there is no bottom line at all for the benefit, but it is Tang Jingxing that I can't think of. He then led the words to Tang Jingxing, Brother Jingxing, I used to respect you very much, because you are for the Tang family. The family can be willing to give up their inheritance rights, but I did not expect that you would do such a shameless thing today. You have promised to give up the shares, but today you followed Zuming to make trouble. You don't think you behaved like this? Did it fail, or did you lose the bottom line? Tang An said more seriously, the most disgusting people can do the most disgusting things. Do you think that your sudden visit will catch us by surprise? You are wrong. Now, you are just showing your dirty and nasty side. I will not be defeated by you. I will only sympathize and pity you, and feel sad for your failure. Facing Tang Jingming and Tang An, Ziming didn't stubbornly criticize him. Instead, he chuckled and said, are you a little too excited? We didn't seem to say anything. You don't need to say anything. Your behavior it has proved everything. No matter what you say, you can't change the fact that you are a scumbag. Tang An and Tang Jingming both cursed. Ziming shook his head. In this case, it seems that you don't want the remaining 19% of the shares. Because before I divided the shares into 3 shares for trading, I traded 1 share with you alone. I originally wanted to complete the transaction today. Tang An and Tang Jingming were instantly stunned. They couldn't even think that Ziming had come to give away shares if they wanted to break their heads. It's just unexpected, but they both made a decision in an instant. The two made smiles almost at the same time. Tang An said to Ziming, misunderstanding. Everything just now was a misunderstanding. In fact, I knew Mr. Ziming for a long time. He is the person with the most contractual spirit. Miss Tang Ran can become the patriarch and Tang Jingxing can become the head of the meeting because of their noble character. For a long time, you have been my idols. Tang Jingming also said, Mr. Ziming, you should have said it earlier. I was just joking with you just now, because I understand that with your noble integrity, you will definitely follow the law of the contract. I am also very welcome and happy that you can come here today. Tang An, the sudden change of face with Tang Jingming caused an uproar at the scene, because if they had been accused of shame on Ziming before, then there would be no lower limit to them at this moment. You are simply rascals on the street. I can't imagine that you still have the face to stand here. It is really the biggest failure of China Bank to have you. I have read many books, and I have seen all kinds of things from them, bastard. But you have surpassed the most hated bastard in all the stories. Please get out of here. China Banking does not need you. Their shareholders in the audience were scolding Tang An and Tang Jingming. Even those who support them don't have the face to stand on their side anymore. At this time, Tang Jingxing stood up and said, everyone has seen it. This is the true colors of Tang An and Tang Jingming. You are all deceived by them. They don't want to help China Bank to develop better. They just want to break down the China Bank, and then lie on the body of the China Bank to suck blood. They want all of you to help them rise. Tang Jingxing's words caused an uproar at the scene. And then these shareholders scolded Tang An and Tang Jingming. Incredible. Amidst the scolding, Wood seemed to have a taste. He suddenly asked Ziming, is this another conspiracy of yours? Deliberately took the remaining 19% of the shares to Liu Tang An and Tang Jingming. Didn't you expect you to start unscrupulous? Before, when people told me that they were dirty, they would have dirty thoughts. And they would even think that they were as dirty as myself. I didn't believe it, but now that I heard what you said, Mr. Wood, I completely believe it. Ziming said, what I want to say is I'm sorry, I don't have the same idea as you said. We have brought this 19% of the shares today. If any of you can offer the price, immediately sell it to him. It's okay. Talking about Ziming, he asked Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing to take out the remaining share documents and showed them to everyone. This time the scene exploded again, because no one would have thought that Ziming was serious. he really intends to sell the remaining bank shares. Chapter 327 I want you to choose one of the two. What's the situation? Are they all crazy? Tang Anwood and Tang Jingming looked at each other. They didn't understand what kind of medicine Ziming and the others were selling in the gourd. Although they all hoped that this was true, when Ziming really took out the documents, they were confused again. Chinese dot. Less than dot. The other shareholders on the scene all exclaimed, Mr. Ziming can sell it. They bought the shares not to make China banking better, but to split the bank. You don't know that the nearest shareholder what they were doing at the conference. They were all arguing. They wanted to divide the China bank into two, and as you guessed, they wanted to take the wealth of the China bank as their own. Others said, I apologized. The Patriarch's Council, I know that we did not choose to support you and believe you in the past. These are all stupid mistakes we made. We apologize to you. We promise that we won't be any more. You are the pillars of the Tang family of the Tang People's Bank. Without you, the earth won't turn around. Facing the fierce voices on the scene, Ziming motioned to them to be quiet and said, in fact, in this situation, these shares are gone. The effect is the same in our hands and selling to them, because today we are here on behalf of Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company. As Ziming said these words, the huge venue suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at Ziming in a daze, as if the whole world suddenly disappeared. Everyone looked at Ziming with their brains full of question marks. They were not ignorant of the two companies Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company. On the contrary, as shareholders of China Banking Corporation, they renamed the two companies. I am not familiar with it, because as the second largest bank in the United States, China Banking Corporation is not just a banking company, but a bank group composed of several major financial companies, and these two companies are the most important of them. Component. This type of financial combination group is very common all over the world. Since the antitrust law that was implemented 100 years ago, various giant companies have adopted the parent-subsidiary method of the combination group in order to avoid antitrust investigations. To put it simply, it is to split the original large company with comprehensive operations into several or more subsidiaries, each of which operates its own different business. In this way, these subsidiaries may still belong to the parent company in name, but in fact they belong to two relatively independent economies, with their own independent legal persons and investors, and even have overlapping and competing business scopes. Can get rid of their own monopoly suspicion to a large extent. Like the world's leading Citibank, he is by the retail banks, pension insurance, life insurance and Smith Barney and other 10 large financial companies, a combination of financial conglomerates. In China Bank of China, Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Co. Limited have carried more than 50% of China Bank's business, managed more than 64% of its assets, and created more than 45% of China Bank's assets. Profit. Judging from this data alone, it is actually easy to understand the importance of these two companies to China Banking Corporation. In fact, since the two companies are dealing with personal assets of more than $1 million and group assets of more than $1 million for customers with more than $100 million, China Banking Corporation only faces ordinary individual customers. From this point of view, the invisible meaning of these two companies is the most important. After all, ordinary people save $1 to $2 million in the bank, and the bank needs to gather less to make more money to be useful. But for large customers, it is often tens of millions of financial services. Even if they don't understand finance at all, people in the country can also understand who is the bank's most important source of profit and capital protection. You know. But Ziming said that you came on behalf of the two companies Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company. What does this mean? Facing everyone's questions, Ziming then took out another document and said, this is the letter of appointment from Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company. Jingyue Private Bank has appointed Tang Ran as the chairman of the board. and Tang Yin Institutional Asset Management Company also appointed Tang Jingxing as the chairman, so I said that I came here on behalf of these two companies. Ziming's words were like thunder in the ground, and the scene was immediately unbelievable. In an uproar, both Wu Tangyin and Tang Jingming on the stage were shocked by the news. They looked at Ziming in disbelief and muttered repeatedly, "Impossible. How could this be? Why do we have no news about the high-level changes of Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company?" Indeed, generally speaking, due to the parent company's holding of the subsidiary, the general subsidiary has to replace the chairman of the board. It cannot be concealed from the parent company, but there is no absoluteness in everything. If a subsidiary company is really determined to conceal it, it is not impossible. Not to mention that the power struggle between Tang An and Tang Jingming is still happening within the parent company, even less concerned about the matters of the following subsidiaries. In fact, there is nothing impossible, because we did not directly buy the shares of Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company. Instead, we bought them through other third-party holding companies. The transaction method of the company will not go through the parent company, and you will not know it. In the end, our vote is when we have obtained absolute controlling rights. Therefore, the voting went very smoothly, and it is even more unlikely for you to know. Ziming, he went on to say, "Of course, this says it would like to thank you. Because either you give us generous 360 billion of assets, we are probably not so easy to grasp the absolute control of the two companies." With Ziming's words, all the conspiracies finally surfaced. It turns out that Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing Tang Huiyan wanted to sell the shares of Tangran Bank in order to raise funds to buy Jingyue Private Bank and Tang Yin's Institutional Assets Management Company. Since Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company are only part of China Banking Corporation, even though Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing only sold 2/3 of their shares, they can still easily obtain the shares of these two companies. Absolute controlling rights. After obtaining a controlling stake, they can in turn challenge China Bank of China. This is the textbook like Ming Xiu Plank Road secretly Chen Kang. React Tangin and Tang Jingming. Ziming played a commanding cursed, "You son of a bitch. You despicable villain." Is there no other skill yet only know that behind these gimmicks to steal playing it? It also diverted the attention of other people. Look, they are the real bastards who want to split China banking. They are relying on the Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company that they control. They came here today to force the palace. Yes. Their purpose is to separate from China Bank. And they still use the most shameful method of transferring all the assets to themselves. Tang Jingming also said, "Yes, now we have been deceived by them. The next thing he is going to lie is you all." Ziming raised his hand and pointed at Tang An and Tang Jingming and said, "Shut up to me." Ziming's words seemed like an irresistible force. Following his words, Tang An and Tang Jingming dared not speak anymore. Ziming continued, "We are indeed here today to force the palace, but it is not the palace to force everyone, but the palace to force you. In short, it is Uncle Tang and Auntie Tang and Tang Ran who are very dissatisfied with your finger pointing at the China Banking Corporation and hope to deprive you of your power. But our power is given by the shares we hold, and you have no right to deprive it." Tang An rushed to interrupt Ziming. Ziming nodded and said, "That's right. So on the premise that you don't give up on your own initiative, we have to change another way. You all want the shares of China Bank. We can give you, and even let you get absolute controlling rights, but this is not necessary, because the market value and appeal of China Bank are derived from its subsidiaries, especially the two companies Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company. Once they lose these two companies, not to mention that China Bank will become an empty shell, but at least the strength will be reduced." Ziming looked up at Tang An and Tang Jingming on the stage and finally asked, "So now I will give you two choices. One is that you continue to quarrel here over the actual control of Tangran Bank, and then we take Jingyue Private Bank and Tang Jingming Silver Institutional Asset Management Company to exit the group." Voice was off. Rush the stage. Tang Jingming replied, I cannot. Lost two companies, Chinese bank and no investment value. So it seems only could be the second choice. Ziming said, you give up real control of the Chinese bank, you can still retain your shares, and a dividend based on earnings each quarter. You see how? Face on this question. Tang An stood up and asked with a cold snort, it sounds good. It said that there are two choices, but in fact we don't have to choose at all, right? Ziming smiled at this. You can't say that. Because from our standpoint, we don't want to see the breakup of China Banking Corporation, so it's better for everyone to make money together. On the stage, Tang An and Tang Jingming listened to Ziming's words, and they both trembled in anger. The eyes that looked at Ziming were all spitting of fire, and an expression wishing to slash Ziming with 1,000 swords. Because in their opinion, what they don't want to see the China People's Bank split. What is good for everyone to make money together. These words are basically an insult to their IQ. If you don't want China Bank to split, what two options do you say? Wasn't your first choice to withdraw from the China banking group a separatist behavior? And to make money together, why should the parent company give up power and only let the subsidiary make decisions? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Tang An and Tang Jingming both roared loudly in their hearts, but they could only roar a few words in their hearts, because as Tang An said earlier, now Ziming is holding Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company. They have no choice at all. You must know that once the two companies exit at the same time, the market value of the entire China Bank will instantly shrink by half. This is unacceptable to them anyway, not to mention that all major customers are also the responsibility of these two companies. They are gone. The impact on the stock market, the impact on all depositors. These chain reactions can make the remaining empty shell subgroups instantly bankrupt. However, the most annoying thing here is that Ziming and the others can complete the acquisition of Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company. They are all the money they paid. How can this not make them so angry that they will vomit blood? What? In the audience, Ziming, regardless of whether they were going crazy or vomiting blood, Ziming just raised his head and asked, how did you make a choice? Tang An and Tang Jingming looked at each other and finally bowed their heads. Wood said to Ziming, we have decided, so we will choose the second option. We give up our actual control of China Banking Group and only take dividends from the shares. Ziming gave a thumbs up. This is definitely a wise choice. Chapter 338 Never Divest? Bao thanks to Yao Songxian for the support of the 2 monthly tickets. Bao and thank Pleasant AE Sluffy for the monthly support. Ziming, this damn bastard. He is simply a shameless and without any limit. Miscellaneous. He actually used our money to control Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company, and then used these two companies to force us. Doesn't this mean using our money against us in turn? How could there be something worse than this in this world? Tang An cursed Ziming loudly. He was at the main entrance of the China banking headquarters at the moment, and Wood and Tang Jingming were also nearby. Because they chose to admit defeat in front of Ziming's ultimatum, they didn't have the face to stay in the meeting place, and left directly after they said their decision. What is it for the China Bank of China? I think they are for themselves, so that they can control the entire China Bank of China more comprehensively. Tang Jingming said bitterly, I never understood why they wanted to find clans from China. People come to inherit, and they keep saying what the ancestral rules are, and they are all shit. They really want to control the patriarch through these so-called rules to achieve their own goals. Tang Jing wrong 20 years ago, that's right, and the same is true of Tang Ran now, but what I didn't expect was that they controlled the patriarch, but now they have reached out to the subsidiary company below. What are they doing? Is it Tang Jingxing's name? This is all shit. Tang Jingming scolded. Compared to Tang An and Tang Jingming, who were scolding, Wood was relatively calm. Although his hand was clenched with his fist, at least on the surface it was not as good as theirs. You are all enough. If you lose, you lose. If you feel unconvinced, just find him and get the place back. What does it look like here? Don't you think I am not embarrassed enough today? Wood angrily reprimanded them. Faced with Wood's reprimand, Tang An and Tang Jingming both smiled awkwardly. In order to divert the embarrassment, Tang An immediately asked, although we have experienced such a failure this time, I want to use the strength of the big Wood family. Is it easy to want to make a comeback? Wood looked at him and said, make a comeback? Don't think I don't know what you are thinking about. Leave me to do it yourself. And even you are about to fight. Now that you have failed, you think of the big Wood family again. What do you think of the Wood family? Do you use paper to wipe your ass? Of course not. Mr. Wood, we have always respected and yearned for the big Wood family. Tang An and Tang Jingming were anxious to explain something, but Wood interrupted their explanation and said, you don't need to explain to me. Two don't want to listen at all, because your ideas don't matter to me. Besides, you have lost value and gave up the power of China Banking Corporation. But I have downs. Still important members of the family, we are in Chinese banks can still make a difference. After all, there are so many Chinese shares our hands the bank. If we also used their way, who says they cannot be from then hands control over those subsidiaries to recapture it? As long as someone in the back can support us. Tang An and Tang Jingming desperately solution release. Do not over Wood, but is he too lazy to listen to their explanation, but self-serving, said, tomorrow I will be back to Italy. Do not over you cannot think that I was afraid of that Ziming. I was ready to come again. I will find the face beaten in Fuquoc Square today. At the same time, the Chinese bank headquarters building, the shareholders meeting is still held with, and not because Tang Jingming and their exit came to an end. All shareholders stay here, because their large amount of investment is here. They really want to know what kind of situation China Bank will usher in after today's incident. They need to make an adjustment to their own shares. Risk assessment. Please leave Tang An and Tang Jingming, Ziming, Tang Ran and Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin naturally sat on the stage. Of course, in front of the stage, Ziming also by asking, since Tang Jingming the largest shareholder of the bank have left, let Tang shush you aunt, and then they came to the meeting. For this problem, the scene of all shareholders must be agreed on, by actually originally Tang Tong King and then wins they are the decision-making Chinese banks, but because before to lead Tang An and Tang Jingming undercover only resign. But the actual not only did they not reduce their prestige, but because of Tang An and Tang Jingming's relationship to a higher level. So now when Tang An and the others left, it was only natural to let Tang Ran and the others take the stage. Ziming Tang then took them to sit down at the table, and then after getting Tang Jingxing permission, Ziming took the microphone to everyone, said, first for everything born today, Don and I ran as well as Mr. Tang Jingxing and Miss Tang Huiyin, I apologize to everyone. After talking, Ziming stood up with Tang Ran, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin, and then bowed deeply to the shareholders. This situation was obviously unexpected by all shareholders. Therefore, when there was an uproar at the scene, many shareholders could not help but stand up and bowed back to Ziming and Tang Ran. After bowing and apologizing, Ziming sat down again. He looked around the scene and said, a lot of things happened today. I also understand why you stay here. Then I can tell everyone responsibly now. Now China Banking Corporation is in a very unstable period. We use Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company to push the palace against them. They will definitely not sit back and wait for death. Ziming then said, so now if any shareholder thinks the investment risk of China Bank is too high now, and it is no longer willing to invest in China Bank, you can now withdraw. And the shares you give up will be settled at the price when China Bank's market value was the most stable a month ago. And at the same time, the shareholder dividends as of today will be settled. So does anyone want to give up? With Ziming's question, there was an uproar at the scene, because no one expected Ziming to say such things. Surprising? According to the general routine, if a company has internal power disputes, the first thing to do after the dispute is over, shouldn't it be to stabilize people's hearts, clean up all available resources, and then exhibit. Why is it that Ziming is here now, but he still has to extrapolate his investment? Isn't he afraid that the shareholders at the scene have really withdrawn their capital? You know what Ziming said is calculated based on the market value a month ago. At that time, the stock price of China Banking Corporation was about 10 percentage points higher than it is now. Any investment of 1 million would have a gap of 100,000 US dollars, let alone even more. Settlement of dividends for all divestment personal shares. Could it be that Ziming and the others really got a lot of money from Tang An and the others? Are there really nowhere to spend it? With such doubts, some shareholders immediately asked loudly, Chairman Tang and Big Brother Jingxing, is this true? Why do we want to withdraw our capital? Is China Bank of China really at a point where it can't continue? Or are you really like Tang An and the others said, and you don't care about the life and death of China Banking Corporation, and you just want to own more wealth? Someone took the lead, and everyone else followed up and asked. Faced with all the shareholders' questions, Ziming raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. I know you all have a lot of doubts and incomprehensions, but I can tell you responsibly that there is nothing in China banking that can't stick to it. We want to possess wealth, and we won't try to grab such despicable things from you. We will get the final profit distribution through the bank's business exhibition, and we will get the share we deserve. Ziming went on to say, as for what I say now, it's just because of the way you are at Tang People's Bank. I have already seen that there are always people who want to get more benefits and grasp greater wealth by all means. Although we have stabilized some situations now, it can only be said to be temporary. After all, Tang An and Tang Jingming, there is also Mr. Wood from the Big Wood family. They have suffered such a big loss this time, and they are unlikely to give up. Therefore, China Banking Corporation will have a lot of turbulence in the future. In terms of investment operations, this is very risky. High investment. Ziming paused before saying, I know that everyone's investment hopes to be profitable, so I think it is necessary for me to explain it clearly to you now and not let your investment loss be unclear. Listening to Ziming's remarks, the scene fell silent for a while, and everyone didn't know what to say at this time. So, if you want to divest now, we are very welcome, and we will still give you the best terms, and we can still be partners in the future. Ziming then turned to the front and said, but if you don't divest today, in the future, if China Banking really encounters any problems, you want to withdraw capital again. But there are no such good conditions. This time Ziming's words fell, and someone immediately said loudly, what are you talking about? Are we those who see profits and forget righteousness like that? Someone broke the silence, and other people immediately shouted, yes, we are also shareholders of China Banking Corporation. From the perspective of legal power, we can be regarded as the half-owner of the bank, so how can we meet up and retreat once we encounter a problem? This kind of behavior is a selfish coward and is not worthy of being a shareholder of China Banking Corporation. Some people also shouted, I am also named Tang. Since the day I graduated from university, I have owned shares of China Banking Corporation. Even though I can't say that I share the same relationship with the bank, at least he has become very important to me. I will never give up easily. Someone shouted, we are not money-saving slaves. Why would we give up? You say that you look down on us too much. It was brought to us by China Banking Corporation in the past. Benefits have always been the family helping us, so now it is our turn to do something for China Banking Corporation. And the first thing we need to do is to tide over the difficulties with China Banking Corporation. Shareholders in the audience, you said aloud, and in the end they all merged into one sentence, never divest. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin murmured. They looked at the scene in front of them, and they were really moved. He never thought that the shareholders of China Banking Corporation were so cohesive. You must know that in the past, even when the patriarch Tang Jingrong had the highest prestige, the general meeting of shareholders still had most of the people are pretty good looking, but there are plenty of them here. Later, people like Tang An and Tang Jingming came out. They had given up on cohesion, but now they are full of confidence in China Banking Corporation. In the end, Tang Jingxing and Tang Huiyin looked at Ziming, because if the cohesion of these shareholders is unheard of before, then Ziming who can stimulate this cohesion, his leadership and personal charisma are absolutely unparalleled. Chapter 339 The Fastest Gift Exchange. Congratulations to Moxia Bao, a lot of water for being promoted to the Golden Lord. Thank you for the support of Men Got Rise 9-0. Thank you for working hard to make soy sauce. 253,529,357. No. Is it popular? Hide love in your heart and long who did he monthly ticket support. An extended Lincoln limousine drove to San Francisco International Airport and parked in a dedicated parking area. Ziming and Tang, however, Lin Muking got out of the car one after another, and then came to the VIP terminal. Brother Ming, have you really decided? Tang Ran asked cowardly, but her tone was very unconfident. Ziming rubbed her little head and said to her, of course I have already decided, otherwise why would you send me here? And my ticket has already been bought. Do you know the refund of the ticket? The procedures are very troublesome, and a full refund is not possible. Ziming's words are undoubtedly very joking. After all, with his current wealth, let alone a ticket, even an airplane would be such a big deal. He would say that just to adjust the atmosphere. It's just that Tang Ran and Lin Muking couldn't laugh at this moment. Lin Muking gave Ziming a blank look and said to Tang Ran, of course you don't persuade this guy. He is a stubborn ass. I can't pull it back. Ziming didn't know what to say about it, so he could only smile without embarrassment, and then said to the two women, I know him a little irresponsible doing this, but I am also Thea's no way. Then everything in San Francisco will be left to you. However, she is still young and doesn't have that much time to contact with corporate management. Sister Muking, please help her more. Lin Muking waved her hand impatiently, said, okay, I know. You go to the waiting hall and wait for your plane. You can rest assured about the San Francisco affairs, and I will take care of it. After receiving this reply from Lin Muking, Ziming was relieved. After passing the security check, Lin Muking and Tang Ran held hands and stood there watching Ziming leave without blinking. Lin Muking's eyes finally became wet after Ziming's figure was no longer found. Seeing her like this, Tang Ran couldn't help asking, Cousin Muking, if you are so reluctant, then why don't we leave Brother Ming coming down? Lin Muking hugged Tang Ran, smiled and shook her head and said to her, because he has his ideas. What we should do is to support instead of becoming a stumbling block to him. Tang Ran blinked and asked, so, Cousin Muking, you also agree that Brother Ming went to Yitli? Regarding this question, Lin Muking thought for a while before saying, this should not be a question of approval or disapproval, but from the perspective of breaking the game, it is indeed necessary for him to go to Yitli. Otherwise if we don't give, if the Wood family strikes back a little, they will think that we are weak and will endlessly resemble the Troubles this time. This is very unfavorable. But Brother Ming didn't have any preparations, and he went to the opponent's base camp again. Can this work? Tang Ran worried. Quasi-prepare, this thing is relative, we are not prepared, and the other will not be the same. Lin Muking then said, and Ziming he chose the economy. Even if the Wood family have more strict control of the Yitli, absolutely Ziming would not think of going so fast tightly to fight back. So perhaps they will receive first-class passenger information, but there are hundreds of passengers in economy class. They cannot go one by one to check the identity. When saying this, Lin Muking remembered the situation when Ziming made this decision. It was in the lounge of China Banking Corporation. The shareholders' meeting had just ended, and it was even less than an hour before Wood, Tang An and Tang Jingming left. Time. It's not impolite to come and go. Since Wood came to San Francisco so generously and gave us such a great gift, then if we are not polite and pay them back, wouldn't it be unreasonable for the face? This was Ziming's original words at the time. His idea was very simple. It was to retaliate against Wood's coming to San Francisco, just like the original policy. No matter who was behind him, since there is no real behind thousands, then start from the front row. Whoever dares to make the move, since it is Wood who has made the move, then I am sorry, it is you. Of course, Some people questioned this situation at the time. After all, it was too fast. You can prepare more first. How can you say that they still don't know the specific situation on Yitli's side? However, Ziming said, this is what we want. After all, we only have a superficial understanding of the Yitli and the Bigwood family. We must act before they are ready. And now it is a good thing they could not think of time. Tang Jingxing wanted to say something, but Ziming said to him, then Uncle Tang, are you willing to be a tortoise with a shrunken head who has been bullied and never said a word? Or you are willing to be a tortoise who dares to provoke yourself? What about the hero who Xiaoxiuquan pressed on the ground and rubbed? In this way, everyone was finally persuaded by Ziming, and that's why today was the opportunity to give Ziming the opportunity. Recalling the situation yesterday, Lin Muking said to Tang Ran, it's just that we will have to suffer a little bit later. After all, the situation at China Banking Corporation has not completely stabilized. Tang An and Tang Jingming have admitted defeat on the surface, but they must be holding back. I have a lot of energy to find the place back, not to mention the experience of this series of things, whether it is the video of the previous shareholder meeting, or the later internal struggle for power. And now we have acquired Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management. The company forced Tang An and Tang Jingming to force the palace. Lin Muking said, no matter how we have to do these things, but the impact on the image of China Banking Corporation is huge. It is also a difficult task to get rid of these influences. Tang Ran certainly understands this. After all, the recent decline in the stock price and shrinking market value of China Banking Corporation are the best proof. But it doesn't matter, Sister Muking, we will definitely do it, Tang Ran said firmly. Of course, Ziming, he went to Yitli to do his things. Originally, we could not go to Yitli to help him. The only thing we can do now is to help him stabilize San Francisco. The situation cannot be made worse. Lin Muking also said. Tang Ran nodded heavily. At this time, Armin came over. She was originally the front desk of the fund company. Later, Lin Muking promoted her to become his secretary in order to fully control the fund company. Armin was also very capable and relied on hard work. He took care of everything in an orderly manner, and also learned a lot from Lin Muking, and finally she was able to be alone. Lin Muking also gave her a fund company of her own. This time, because of the complicated situation in the United States, Lin Muking was short of manpower, so she called Armin from Hong Kong City. Armin inspired Lin Muking's kindness of understanding, so when Lin Muking spoke, she immediately put herself in Hong Kong City. The fund company followed Lin Muking to San Francisco. On this side, Armin became Lin Muking's secretary from the president again, but Armin didn't mind it. On the contrary, he was very happy, as if he had gone back to the past. Sister Muking, it seems to be Tang An's car over there. Armin reminded Lin Muking. Lin Muking looked in the direction of Min's finger, and she saw that there was also an extended Lincoln courtesy car parked at the airport gate. When the car stopped, Wood and Tang An got out of the car one after another. Seeing them, Tang Ran immediately exclaimed, why did Cousin Muking come here? Do they already know the whereabouts of Brother Ming and are going to intercept Brother Ming or make trouble for Brother Ming? These damned guys. Then what should we do now? We must find a way to notify Brother Ming. Compared to Tang Ran's anxiety, Lin Muking was calmer and more stable. She signaled Tang Ran to stay calm, and then let her bodyguard go over and observe the other party secretly. What is the purpose of coming to plan again? About half an hour later, Lin Muking's female bodyguard returned. She told Lin Muking that Tang An and Wood came to the airport to arrange a plane and Wood was going back to Yitli. What is he going back to Yitli for? Is he going to trouble Brother Ming? Tang Ran asked immediately. The female bodyguard replied embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I don't know about it. After all, I was only observing secretly. I couldn't go up and deal with them. And there were also very good bodyguards around them. Tang Ran wanted to say something, but Lin Muking first said, I understand. What about their plane? If I remember correctly, Wood should have a private plane. Their female bodyguard nodded and replied, It is true. They are communicating with the airport now. This is the flight of this private jet. But it seems that the airport has some problems in the arrangement. It seems that due to the sudden air control of the military in the northern desert area, it is difficult to arrange flights other than the scheduled flight. So they all at least we have to wait until tomorrow to make arrangements. After listening to the female bodyguard's answer, Tang Ran thought for a while and said, Cousin Muking, if they have to wait for the private jet's route arrangement, then they should not know Brother Ming. That's right. This is normal. After all, the shareholders' meeting was only yesterday. Ziming took the opportunity to go to Yitli today. Without information, they would not know it. Lin Muking said with a disdainful smile, but from their appearance, they seem to be waiting at the airport until the end of control tomorrow before taking off. It seems that this is good news for us. Tang Ran also followed. Yes, look at Wood's appearance and you know that he is going back. Looking for a helper to trouble us again, but he will actually be one step later than Ming's brother. As far as his time concept comes, he must pay attention to his own status at this time, and Ming's brother has even taken the economy class. He's such a poor man is not meant to rival the Ming brother. Lin Muking finally looked to the airport. Yes, at this time is now such a thing. He is doomed to a good start. Just Lin Muking said this, but she couldn't help praying for Ziming in her heart. I just don't know how he would retaliate against the Wood family when he arrived at Yitli, and what would happen to the situation there. I only hope that Ziming said everything goes well there. As Lin Muking finished speaking, the airport also sounded a broadcast. The flight to Yitli is now open for boarding. Passengers who are going to take this flight should queue up at the boarding gate immediately. Thank you for your cooperation. On the radio, Ziming and the bodyguards arrived at the boarding gate with their luggage and queued up. No one knows what the future will be like. Chapter 348 Li Kingwood. For the new golden leader Moxia Bao has a lot of water. Congratulations. Bao and thank book friends 30,951,420 inches for your support. Thank you for the support of the 4 monthly tickets of 9 at Ild Bellcat and Mau Mau Moa. Thank you Gagu Y and Kien 1E29R20 supported by the monthly pass of Moose. After about 5 hours of flying, the plane finally landed at Yitli International Airport. As the door of the plane opened, a cool breeze rushed in. Obviously compared to the warmer California, Yitli, located at high latitudes, is much colder. Of course, fortunately, it is already April, otherwise Ziming would have to come again with winter clothes. Sitting machine field of car ferry leaving the airport and then a taxi go to Orlando. It is a county located in the outskirts of Yitli. Yitli is the richest and most stable county. Ziming ready to stay here. The entire Yitli and Wood family have a certain understanding before making plans. Ziming chose a Lincoln taxi, which is a major feature of Yitli, due to some special reasons. Plus the big 3 automakers in the United States headquarters are here, so Yitli of the rental car they are divided into 3 grades, namely luxury, business and ordinary. How Ziming grade is selected? This grade taxis are the Lincoln and Cadillac luxury brand. Specially trained drivers are also white, not only for the entire Yitli very understanding. Let customers have the most direct understanding of the city they are coming to. At the same time, they are also very professional. Yitli, where the crime rate is high, is also the safest taxi, and of course the cost is also the highest. Business service will not quite luxurious compared to not only brand models are ordinary, even the drivers are also black or white mixed, but at least, these drivers also have undergone special training, part of a large taxi company, so there are also guarantees in terms of professional ethics and safety. As for ordinary grades of rental car is not so people compliment, because taxis are affiliated with the grade of a small taxi company, so a wide variety of models, and even modified cars have the driver basically are invariably black although the price is low. The quality of the drivers is uneven, not to mention the professional ethics. And sometimes there is no safety guarantee. You have to worry about those drivers with tattoos. Will they suddenly pull out their guns to rob you? For this reason, there is a saying in Yitli, If you don't have a gun on your body, then you should not take a regular taxi, otherwise you will be ready to be a lamb to be slaughtered. So general to say, the most common grade taxis are poor, penniless, or outsiders do not understand the market, or is not afraid of anything black to help. Molecule will sit, even a little bit of pocket. If you have money, you will choose a higher class business grade taxi. Although Ziming is not afraid of having a protection, but since he only came to Italy, he has no idea about the situation here, so it must be better to take a luxury taxi to find out the situation. Up. Hello sir, the luxury seat of the Brontier serves you. May I ask where you are going? As soon as he got on the bus, the enthusiasm of the taxi driver in front spread to the back. His accent was a bit more Eastern European. Fortunately, Ziming had been in northern Russia, and he was no stranger to the accent there. Otherwise, he would really have to distinguish carefully between his continuous tongue curling. We are going to the Gross Hotel in Orlando County. Could you please introduce Italy to us? Ziming said to him, and gave him a $50 tip. After receiving the tip, the smile on his face of the driver named Brontier suddenly became more sincere. He said to Ziming, "Dear guest, thank you very much. I guess it must be the first time you have come to Italy. Is it a wise choice for you to choose Orlando, because it is the most luxurious and safe place in Italy? The Gross Hotel is also a very luxurious 5-star hotel, but if it is the Grand Wood Hotel, it's even better. It's our number one in Italy." Really? Then why is this Great Wood Hotel good? Is it because he is the property of the Wood family? Nothing is wrong, Ziming asked curiously. His curiosity was not entirely made. In fact, he was really curious. Unexpectedly, the guest, "You even know the Wood family. It seems that you have a certain understanding of Italy." The driver said, "Yes, this big Wood Hotel is the property of the Wood family." At first, it was said that the Wood family did it for the face-saving project built when hosting other consortiums or family guests, and therefore the Wood family made the hotel very luxurious. If the guests and your financial conditions permit, I highly recommend that you choose the Big Wood Hotel. No need, I have already decided. We went to the Gross Hotel, so we still went there, Ziming said. Of course, Ziming can't go to the Big Wood Hotel, although Ziming can be sure that the Wood family doesn't know that he has already arrived. If he wants to live in their family's hotel so grandiosely, it would be too blatant. I don't want to be so early. Be found. Regardless of the rest of the Gross Hotel, the most important thing is that it is a joint venture with the Tang family. In comparison, it is obviously much safer. Although the driver was a little strange to Ziming's persistence, he didn't say much, and continued to drive his car with due diligence. Although I don't go to the Big Wood Hotel, I have heard about the Wood family. I heard that this is the royal family of Italy, the Car Kingdom, right? Nothing is wrong, Ziming asked again. Faced with this problem, the driver immediately became energetic. He said happily, "That's right, this is the case. This Wood family is our Italy super family with the longest history and the largest and richest. Maybe the Wood family doesn't have it. There has been a president or something, but all the governors in the past 100 years have been supported by the Wood family. In fact, it is not just the governor, from Tefl to GM, from Lincoln to Cadillac, all automobile manufacturers. The reason why manufacturers can rise is because of the support of the Wood family, and the Wood family has an absolute controlling stake in the three major automakers. It can be said that in the past 100 years, the three major automakers have only been supporting the Wood family. The family is not working. Whether it is the cars that ran on the roads of Italy, or even most of the cars in the United States, broadly speaking, they belong to the Wood family. Their driver then said, "But if you say it is a real royal family, just holding holdings is definitely not enough." Actually, the Wood family also has absolute controlling rights in Italy's rubber processing plants, steel instrument, glass and other materials and parts industries. You know, you need to build a house. If you don't have steel bars, masonry is absolutely impossible. So now that the Wood family controls the production of all auto parts, it is equivalent to choking the neck of the three major auto companies. The driver became more and more excited. Guests, You know Yitli is the kingdom of automobiles, a family that allows the three major auto companies to bow their heads, and I can't think of any other names besides the royal family. That's it. When I came here, I only heard that the Wood family is very powerful, but I didn't expect to reach this point. In addition to the control of the three major automobile companies, is there any other impact? Ziming asked again. In this regard, the driver thought about it for a while and said, this is more difficult to say, because the Wood family's influence on Yitli is in all aspects. For example, every car produced by the three major automobile companies passes through Wood. Only the family logistics company can ship out of Yitli. Every new company registered in Yitli wants to get venture capital from the Wood family. If there is no such step, unless you have the support of another big consortium behind you, otherwise you are doomed to bankruptcy. For example, the guest you are going to stay at the Gross Hotel, behind him is the support of the California Consortium and China Bank. Their driver thought about it and said, or I can tell you a story about what I really met. I have been to the Pan American Auto Expo last year. The governor of the expo also participated. However, the expo that was originally scheduled to open at 9 o'clock in the morning was finally postponed until 12 o'clock in the morning. This was all because the members of the Wood family who participated in the expo were delayed by some things. I think you can understand what I said, right? There are many words without errors. Of course, Ziming can understand it. You must know that the governor of the United States is quite equal in terms of level. So the secretary of the provincial party committee in China. Now at the exposition where the secretary also participated, the exposition was postponed for 3 hours because someone from a certain family did not arrive. This influence is not to mention other things, at least in the state, it is an absolute authority that no one can provoke. The journey from the airport to Orlando is more than 2 hours, and the driver obviously thinks that Ziming has a strong interest in the Wood family. So he has been telling Ziming about the Wood family, from the original history of the Wood family to how the Wood family helped the three major automakers to gain a foothold in exporting products all over the world. The driver's vivid words along the way are obviously not the first time they have told their guests. No one knows how much money the Wood family has made in the past 100 years. But the Wood family can always stand in Yitli. I think it's because they have been giving back to the society. It is said that this year the Wood family's investment in philanthropy it has already exceeded $300 million US, and it is very rare to provide relief to unemployed workers, to women and children and terminally ill patients, said the driver. Compared with the driver's enthusiasm, Ziming did not say so much along the way. At most, he said a few more words on asking key questions. He was still listening to the driver for more time. After more than 2 hours passed, Ziming and were finally delivered to their destination. The car was parked in front of the Gross Hotel. Looking up, this Gross Hotel has a special style of ancient Greece. The big stone pillars that could not be hugged stood tall, and there was a statue of a Michelangelo-style figure in the Renaissance and a fountain square at the door. Ziming took out $1,000 and handed it to the driver, which immediately regained the spirit of the driver, who had been a little languid because of talking all the way. He said to Ziming, "Hey, guest, if you can, I hope you can still remember my contact information, because Yitli is not as safe as you think. In the urban area, especially those with frequent niggers activities. Places are very dangerous, and I can effectively help you stay away from danger. I know, but I don't think I need it anymore." "Thank you very much," Ziming said to the driver, and then walked into the grid with his luggage. Rose Hotel. On the other side, the driver excitedly counted the banknotes Ziming gave him. After Ziming disappeared from sight, the expression on the driver's face cooled. He took out an intercom and said in pure English, "In Bloom Tire, I am now Gross Hotel entrance. There is a Chinese guest just down from my car, I guess likely be above here looking for, that came from California Ziming." The first chapter 341 Touching Porcelain? Since the room has been booked in advance, Ziming and only need to confirm at the front desk, and then the waiter will send them to their room. For the sake of safety, Ziming still chose an ordinary room when choosing a room. After he arrived at his room, he put his luggage, and Ziming gave a tip according to the hotel's rules. I don't know if it's because of Ziming's generosity or the hotel's rules. After receiving the tip, the waiter did not leave immediately. Instead, he reminded Ziming, "Dear guest, if you have something to go out, if it is not necessary, it is best not to enter the urban area, especially the old urban area, because it is a black settlement area, which is flooded with drugs and violence, which is very dangerous." After the waiter said, he added, "If you go to the Northeast Industry District, it's best to take a detour from the suburbs." In addition, the hotel also provides car rental services. Various types of vehicles are available in the hotel, and Yitle's attractions are basically in the suburbs, such as the Tiffel Automobile Museum, and the Fisherman's Building. The central street where the Fuxing Center is located is also very safe. Ziming thanked him, and at the same time gave him some extra tips. The waiter thanked him and left. After sending the waiter to leave, Ziming closed the door and turned round and asked, "Is there any problem outside?" Just now after entering the room, Ziming noticed that he immediately went to the window to observe outside, even though he was acting as a bodyguard. I have always been very vigilant, but generally speaking, it is to check in the room or look at the outside situation. But I have never been like this. I have been looking outside and I don't know the reason. Ziming can't help but curious. I don't know how to say it. I always feel that the taxi driver we took just now has a problem, told Ziming. Ziming heard the words and passed. Looking down from the window, he saw a taxi leaving from the door. From the perspective of the model, it looked very much like the one that sent them. Ziming thought about this before saying, "Our worst plan is nothing more than it has been exposed. I am prepared." The current situation is that we should first take a closer look at this Yitle. If we are discovered instead, we can let go of our hands and feet even more. Talking about Ziming, he opened the window. "Anyway, we have now arrived in Yitle. Let's rent a car and look around. There are some things that you can't understand without walking around by yourself. There are also guns. Be prepared too. After all, the taxi driver and the waiter have reminded you to be careful." Ziming's knowledge of Yitle in the past also stayed on the NBA team, only knowing that this team just won the last one, the championship of the year and the bankruptcy of the city 20 years later. Nothing more. Now Ziming has learned a lot of information. He knows that Yitle is also a heavy industrial city centered on the automobile manufacturing industry. He also knows that the black community is constantly eroding the city. Now it is 100% in the center of Yitle. The population of more than 65 is black. So the urban area is full of drugs and violence. This is also the most important reason for the taxi driver and hotel attendant to remind Ziming. Soon after going through the car rental formalities at the hotel, Ziming and set off. They first went to the Bigwood Hotel. It was a very magnificent castle-like building. Ziming felt that this was indeed the facade industry of the Wood family. In addition to the reasons for the facade, Ziming also knew that the Bigwood Hotel was still the seat of the Wood family. Therefore, the hotel generally only had a castle open in the front, and a large manor at the back, which was owned by the Wood family. Like the Bshan Forest of the Adams family, Quainan of the clan is the central ancestral hall of the family. It only took Ziming a quarter of an hour to drive around the entire Bigwood Hotel, which is evident from the scale of this place. Later, Ziming and drove toward the city again. Although it was too late, they did not actually drive into the urban area occupied by the black ethnicity, but just turned around in the suburbs near Orlando Circle. But even so, we can see the very clear dividing line between rich and poor. On the side close to Orlando County, the streets are clean, the roads are tidy, and houses are arranged in a patchwork manner. But on the side close to the city, there are only a few unoccupied houses standing alone on the road. By the side, there are all kinds of strange graffiti on the outer wall of the house, and the road is also dirty. The rubbish on the road drifts with the wind, and piles of rubbish have accumulated under many telephone poles. In addition, several holes have been cracked on the horse pavement. It looks like a black giant python. which is scary, and it looks like no one has cared about it for a long time. Continue to drive forward, and according to the signs on the map, they have reached the Kansas Commercial Street. Not through the so-called Business Yip Street, only the last call it, and now most of the shops in this street have been closed, only a few bars still open. In front of all these bars without exception stood many blacks, they staring maliciously at everyone who comes and go. The noise from the bar is not difficult to judge what kind of place it is. Suddenly, there was a sound of gunshots not far away, and the black people at the entrance of the bar next to them immediately took off their guns, screaming in excitement, and shooting into the sky. Seeing all these pictures in apocalyptic style, Ziming shook his head helplessly. He remembered many articles he had read in his previous life, saying that it was black people who ruined the city of Italy. At that time, Ziming just chuckled, far from what he has now. Such an intuitive feeling, you know, where they're still lightly near the Austrian local Lando, relatively few blacks have become heirs, then Italy urban areas it. I'm afraid it's even harder to let people think about it. But at this time, Ziming had another question in his mind, that is, what is the Wood family doing? How could the blacks be allowed to destroy the city of Italy like this? Or is there something else in it? Ziming instinctively felt the problems, but what specifically, Ziming has no clue. Last week Ming reluctantly shook his head, facing the very late time, had to let the first to open the car back. Ziming galloped all the way to the car, and in Orlando and near the boundary river Italy City, when suddenly a shadow jumped out from the side of the road, despite early to see and depresses the brake, but still hit other side. What circumstances? Hit what sort of person do? Ziming, and this is very strange, so as they get off a post before the car came, and she saw a little black girl lying in front of the car, could not moan. This scene is not unfamiliar to Ziming, who has memories of his previous life. Ziming smiled helplessly. It seems that he had encountered porcelain touch, and he was touched porcelain by a little black girl on the other side of the ocean. Ziming reluctantly said to her, "How is your situation? If you are not injured, get up quickly, I will give you the money." Hearing Ziming's words, the little girl immediately got up and reached out to Ziming. He said, "I am not injured. You give me money soon." Just after this sentence was over, the atmosphere suddenly became embarrassing, and the little girl seemed to react, so she immediately said, "No, I was injured. I was hit by you in the waist. I must have suffered a very serious injury. You must pay me at least $1,000. Otherwise I will take you to court. No matter how rich you are, you will just wait for bankruptcy." There. Little girl's words made Ziming amused, but before Ziming could speak, there was a harsh siren not far away. Ziming looked around and saw two police cars driving from Orlando. Out. Seeing the police car, the little girl obviously became scared. She said to Ziming, "You give me money quickly so that I won't call the police." Ziming asked meaningfully, "Why don't you call the police? I think it's okay to follow the procedure for everything, right? If I really hit you, then it's not a big deal for me to lose you." Ziming hadn't finished speaking, the little black girl they ran away quickly, and the police car arrived. The four white policemen jumped out of the police car, shouted to stop, pulled out their waist pistols and fired in the direction of the little girl's escape. But in the end they also failed to hit the little black girl. "Damn it, let that little black bitch run away again." There. Four white policemen scolded, then put their guns away and walked back to Ziming. The leader looked up and down Ziming and asked, what are you doing? What's the relationship with that little black bitch? "I don't know her, I just drove back, and she suddenly fell in front of my car." Ziming told the truth. Listening to Ziming's words, a white policeman immediately smiled and said, "Asian people, you should drive over directly, so we do not have to think of a way to catch that little black bitch." There. Leading white policeman also said, "The little girl just now, he is already a habitual offender here. She uses this method to blackmail the traffic here every day. It is a very bad criminal. Next time you see such a situation, please catch her immediately and call the police. Deal with it." Ziming nodded and said, "Yes, but when he and the police both got in the car and were about to go back to Orlando, they were stopped by the 4 white policemen. Facing the doubts of Ziming and the police, the leading policeman said, "What do you want to do? Please turn around immediately. Orlando does not allow any vehicles to enter at night. This is to protect the safety of Orlando." "Mr. Officer, I think you must. It's a misunderstanding. I'm not a criminal. In fact, I arrived in Orlando during the day. I didn't know there was such a rule. Even my car was owned by the Gross Hotel, so I just need to go back." "Mr. Officer, if you don't believe you can call the Gross Hotel and ask," Ziming explained. But the white policeman waved his hand impatiently and said, "If I said that I can't enter, I can't enter. If you ask to testify, what do you want to do?" Ziming wanted to say something, but at this time the white policeman was even more impatient. He took out his pistol and pointed at Ziming. "I said I can't enter. If you want to say something, I don't mind using this stuff to communicate with you." Chapter 342 White Mother and Black Daughter. In the manor connected to the back of the Bigwood Hotel, a middle-aged man is training eagles on the lawn of the manor. He is the patriarch of the Bigwood family, George. And on his arm stood a golden eagle, half a human. George stroked the golden eagle and said, "The golden eagle is the most ferocious animal on the grassland." It hovered in the air and observed the movements of the prey on the ground. It would catch the prey through its own dive, and its claws can be very deep, hook into the flesh and skin of the prey, and it is also used to watching the prey struggle in vain under its own claws, because the weak cannot change their fate of being manipulated by the strong. George, having opened a cage next to which is a face of Jin Dynasty eagle shivering geese, and even the cage is opened, it will not respond until George pet on the cage a bit, and that this response came. Geese poked out the cage cautiously, then fluttered his wings and flew to the sky desperately. Looked into the sky. Geese. George smiled and said, "Weak in the face, always hurried to escape when the strong think they can escape the world. Everyone knows this is just a strong game." After talking, George shook his arm. The golden eagle knows how to flutter his wings and fly high. After a while, the scream of wild geese can be heard from the sky. George enjoys this. It's a beautiful call. Then George removed the hands of a special long leather gloves. Then came the old housekeeper was quickly reported to the intrinsic George. "I have people who have demonstrated a taxi driver named Bloomtire." Then, Ziming has indeed. When we arrived at Eatley, because he was flying in economy class, we did not find out for the first time. He is currently staying at the Gross Hotel. According to analysis, he is likely to retaliate against us. Retaliation? This is really interesting vocabulary, George said with a smile, the tone of which is filled with contempt and disdain. That what this gentleman revenge now? According to information just received, he has been in the Hotel Gross, rent a good car, and was pulled out of Orlando, drove forward the urban area. Speaking last, Butler asked tentatively, "I need to take what measures is it?" "No. Since this revenge gentleman wants to retaliate, and he came to Eatley so cautiously, if we tell him so directly that we already know, wouldn't it be a shame?" George continued, self-consciously, "Not over if he comes, well, just let him do those things that is not conducive to Largewood family. It seems not very good. This is really a headache." After he was hypocritical to himself, George finally said, "So let's welcome this Chinese friend in our own way, and welcome him to Eatley Hell." George last another turn waving added, "Not to keep an eye upon Avon family over there. I do not want to Brighton side of things occur again in the Eatley. After all, this gentleman China's eloquence and ability or alliance worthy of respect." "Yes, my husband, I think I already know what to do. I heard that knights in downtown Eatley can kill people there." Butler left after saying this, and George turned round and saw his own golden eagle has brought the poor big goose back to the ground, and is now dissecting the body with his own mouth and claws. This picture seeing, George suddenly laughed. It seems that the fate of that has already been at the weak was advertised, but how to ravage is at the issue today. At the strong need that to the consider, and now in this area of Eatley, the odds that the golden eagle And Ziming, sorry, you can only be the poor wild goose. Don't blame me, this is a world where the weak and the strong eat the strong. At this moment, Ziming and got in the car and left. In Orlando County, there is actually not only one way to get back to Orlando. However, after Ziming asked the hotel and there were no regulations that would not allow any vehicles to enter at night, Ziming could be completely sure that this was done deliberately. Ziming then said to the, let's find a reliable hotel first. From the map, there is a good hotel on Garden Street in front of you. Following Ziming's instructions, she was about to turn and drive towards Garden Avenue, but suddenly stepped on the brakes because someone ran over again. With the lights of the car, Ziming clearly recognized that it was the little black girl who had just touched porcelain at the entrance of Orlando. Ziming frowned. He rolled down the car window and asked, is there anything else you can do? If I don't pay you, you will always follow our car? I'm sorry, my distinguished sir. We didn't want to squander your money. My daughter did a mistake just now and caused you a lot of trouble. I apologize to you. A hoarse voice came. Ziming and Xiang later, I saw a white woman walking slowly. Her clothes were very old, her figure was extremely thin, and her yellow hair was faintly white. The little black girl also shook her head desperately following the words of the white woman, and kept bowing to Ziming and apologized. I'm sorry, sir, I did something wrong before. The police mistakenly thought that my accomplice was kicked out. But this is why my mother is sick and has no money. Please forgive me. This situation surprised Ziming, but it is reasonable to think about it carefully, because in fact, from the very beginning, Ziming noticed that the acting skills of black little girls were not so sophisticated, and at the same time, there was no such arrogance that people who touch porcelain should have. It seemed that they still had to be reasonable. At that time, Ziming felt weird about this. But now I'm afraid that she did it because of her mother's illness and was forced to do so. Since the other party had already caught up and apologized and explained the reason, Ziming naturally couldn't pursue it. So Ziming shook his head and said, you don't really need to apologize, because you are not specializing in touching porcelain, but you. It's a last resort, so even if I give the money, I won't blame you. And we can't get into Orlando and it has nothing to do with you. It's our own reasons. Ziming's words made the mother and daughter strange. Ziming no more explanation, just handed out $10,000 to the little girl and said, in fact, there are other ways to get money for your mother's medical treatment. For example, you can initiate a fundraiser. But you don't have to go this way. I have $10,000 here. You can treat your mother first. I hope it can help. Mom, we have money. You can go to the hospital for dialysis again tomorrow. You don't have to endure pain anymore. There. Little girl took Ziming's money, as if she had got the best treasure in the world. She would usually ask her mother for credit. The white woman didn't want it, but she accepted it only after Ziming's repeated insistence. Thank you very much for your help. Just now you said that you were stopped outside Orlando and can't go back to the hotel. Then you should come to our house for one night, the white woman said to Ziming, and then explained, please don't worry, don't you see that our clothes are very torn, but our home is not in a slum, and will not wrong you. The little girl also said, yes, our home is very big, and there are many. The room is enough for you to rest. Faced with the hospitality of the white women and the little girl, Ziming thought for a moment, and finally agreed to them, and the little black girl cheered for joy. Later, Ziming let their mother and daughter get in the car, while using Huixia language to say to them, I think they have a lot of problems with them. Anyway, we have nowhere to go now. And we don't have any goals. Maybe there will be something with them. Unexpected discovery. Nodded, actually, I also feel the same as you. In this way, Ziming and took the mother and daughter back to their home. Their home is not far away, a few minutes drive away. Here it is. It is a single-family villa with walls and a very large yard. Although graffiti is painted on the outer walls and gates, and the outside of the villa looks very dilapidated, it can still be seen. The villa is not ordinary. And when you enter the villa, it is even more surprising, because although the furnishings in the villa are very old, The overall layout is still very tidy, not the messy look of the usual slums, and the carpet is also on the table, all spotless. Seeing all this, Ziming knew that his judgment was right. There must be a story for the mother and daughter. Although Ziming could not judge whether it was related to what he was going to do, he would listen to her story about his current situation. It's not impossible to give her some help. How is it? Our home is not as bad as you think? The little girl raised her head proudly and said to Ziming, seemingly very dissatisfied with Ziming's previous suspicions. Ziming smiled at this and said, "It is indeed very clean. That is the 5-star hotel we stayed in." Ziming's words were obviously complimenting, but the little girl was very happy and chatted along the way. Just now, Ziming already knew that the white woman was named Marguerite, and the little girl was named Julia. From the words, Ziming's Marguerite's age was at least 20 years younger than it actually appeared, while the little girl Julia was 5 years older than she seemed. And it was only because of poverty and hunger that they looked very disproportionate to their actual age. Marguerite was going to help Ziming and the police to clean up a room, but was stopped by Ziming. Ziming said, "It's not in a hurry. Let's talk first." Speaking of Ziming, he sat down with Margaret Julia in the living room on the first floor. Ziming was not polite, and asked his doubts directly. "Can you tell me what happened to you?" "In my opinion, even if you are not rich, you shouldn't be poor and poor, right? Is it, Mrs. Margaret, that your illness requires a lot of money?" Ziming asked this question not without a target, because Ziming himself in his previous life, he was an ordinary poor man, but in this life he became a rich man and had contact with a lot of rich people. Therefore, Ziming knew very well that the rich and the poor were very different in many basic habits. One of the simplest examples is that the houses of big wealthy families are always very clean and tidy, but the shacks in the slums are always messy. Rich family members have special servants and nanny to clean up, and slum shacks must be cleaned up by themselves. This is not an excuse to cause mess. The most fundamental difference is that the poor people in slums have become accustomed to mess. Giving them a villa is still messy, but even if the rich live in a shack, they will still tidy up. And now the furnishings of Margaret and Julius' villas are simply telling Ziming. Their identities are not simple, at least they were once. So some habits will be deeply imprinted in their bones. It is these ideas. So Ziming have a question. "But this is not unexpected, Margaret. I know take you to be here certainly going to ask, because you also do not seem to ordinary people." Then the little girl Julia also said suddenly, "Of course we are not ordinary people, but my mother's identity is very noble. It should have been living in a house on the other side of the river." "Julia, shut up. Who made you talk? Did you forget to be polite?" Margaret interrupted Julia seriously and scolded her. Chapter 343 The undercurrent is rushing. I'm sorry, my dear sir, my daughter is too rude. I hope you don't blame her. 8. Margaret apologized to Ziming. Ziming said that it didn't matter, so Margaret continued to talk to Ziming. In the subsequent words, Margaret told Ziming that they were indeed a wealthy family living in Orlando. Her parents were both executives of the car company, but everything changed since she went to State University. The reason is she made a boyfriend at university, which was normal at first, but the problem is that this boyfriend is black. The United States is an inclusive great nation of immigrants, but at the same time the country is one of the most serious racial discrimination, and this in turn is particularly prominent in Italy. Margaret's family originally had a heavy prejudice against blacks because of the culture of the settlement. At that time, Margaret thought that if she became pregnant, her parents thought she could forgive her for the sake of her grandson. God made a very big joke to her at this time. On the second day after she found out that she was pregnant, a large-scale ethnic conflict broke out in Italy City. In this conflict, more than 100,000 people were involved, and more than 2,000 buildings in several blocks were destroyed. In order to quell the conflict, the Federal Army had to enter the town to suppress the conflict. In the end, nearly 10,000 people were arrested and nearly 1,000 people were in the city. Among the deaths or injuries in the conflict was Margaret's black boyfriend. Since the black man was taken to prison, Margaret's parents demanded that she immediately knock out the child in her stomach and cut off all contact with her black boyfriend, but Margaret, who was still in the rebellious period at the moment, did anything unacceptable. She thinks love is everything in her life, so she finally broke up with her family, moved out of Orlando and bought this villa here. The child was born 8 months later. Margaret's parents visited her once in the hospital at this time, but they couldn't accept the child's dark skin in any way, and thought it was a shame to the family, so they left her with something. Gyeonkai moved out of Italy afterwards, and later cut off contact with her completely. Margaret couldn't bear to abandon her children, so she raised the children by herself. Fortunately, she was white and had a state university diploma, plus the money left by her parents. Even if she raised her children alone, it would still be fine. But God seemed to make things difficult for her. At this time, she was found to be suffering from uremia, which made Margaret suddenly feel that the whole world was gloomy. It is important to know that uremia does not kill people all at once. Although it can be treated by kidney transplantation, it is difficult to find a match in other places because of the lack of contact with family members. In addition, Marguerite itself cannot pay the large amount of surgery and post-operative costs, as well as the huge risks of the surgery itself, made Margaret have to choose dialysis and ordinary medication to keep her alive. Dialysis principle is simply a machine to replace the patient's kidneys work, the body's metabolic waste from the body, to ensure the physiological function of being always run, and then pass through medication to supplement the body because of insufficient renal secretion of hormones. This kind of treatment can only prolong the life of a person, but cannot restore the already exhausted kidney. Therefore, this treatment is a bottomless pit that continues to spend money. At the beginning, Margaret was still able to barely pay the expenses, but after her company learned of her condition, she found an excuse to dismiss her. Because of her condition, other companies did not. She is willing to hire her, so she can only rely on her own savings and change the property in the cellar to maintain the treatment and the lives of their mother and daughter. After all, they have lost their income, and medical treatment is a place where money needs to be constantly spent. Over time, their family has fallen into what it is now. Now the family can sell the things are sold. My credit card has been supported, estimated at the latest next year the bank will come to take away my house. Margaret said with a wry smile, my words pretty, it doesn't matter. After all, I'm going to pay the price for my waywardness, but my child is innocent. Why should she bear this sin with me? When Margaret talked about it, she burst into tears, and the little girl Julia couldn't help crying with her mother. After listening to Margaret's statement, Ziming also felt very uncomfortable. After all, this was a very helpless tragedy. As she said, perhaps her initial willfulness was wrong, but it would not be the case. After crying for a long time, Margaret wiped her tears and said to Ziming, I'm sorry to make you laugh. I will help you clean up a room that you can live in. Ziming immediately got up and said to her, Mrs. Margaret, you don't have to worry about your physical condition. We can clean it up by ourselves. As for your current situation, I am very sympathetic and willing to help you. Only the $10,000 for you. If possible, I will give me your credit account, and I can help you pay off all the debts. How can this work? I originally accepted your gift of $10,000. I'm already very sad. How can you help me pay off all my credit accounts? Margaret originally wanted to refuse, but Ziming suddenly asked her, Madam, do you believe in God? Faced with this question, Margaret was stunned at the time, wondering why Ziming suddenly asked such a question. Ziming then told her, didn't you just say that uremia was God's willful punishment to you at the beginning? Of course the kind father would not see his children suffer as much in heaven. So I appeared at this time, God sent you to save you. Upon hearing this, the little girl Julia said immediately, really? Then you are the angel God sent to save us, right? But my mother's credit card has been overdrawn. There are $100,000. Ziming smiled and rubbed the little girl's head and said to her, don't say $100,000. Even 1 million I can settle it for you. That's great. Brother, it is really the angel God sent to save us, Julius said very excitedly. On the other side, Marguerite shed silent tears. She pulled Juliet to her knees and said to Ziming, "Dear sir, thank you very much. I can't find anything other than thank you." Language. Seeing the mother and daughter kneeling in front of him, Ziming's first reaction was to help them up, but they didn't get up. Ziming remembered that the $100,000 was not worth at all to him. Mentioned. But for them, it is their life. How can this not make them move? Put it more vulgarly, they are their saviors. Then Ziming and Xia went to the bedroom on the second floor. In the end, Mrs. Margaret helped clean up, because she said that if she didn't do this, she would hate herself forever. In the evening, when Ziming sat on the bedside thinking about the course of action for the next day, he didn't know that his arrival had affected the entire Yitli situation. At 9 o'clock in the evening, 3 Lincoln limousines drove to the door of the Gross Hotel. The door opened and a white middle-aged man got out of the car. If someone was reading today's Yitli newspaper and also saw it, what he said, then this middle-aged man would be very surprised, because he is Richard, the chairman of TEFL, who is on the front page of the newspaper. Richard waited at the door. Soon 2 people would come out of the hotel. They came to him and told him that the person he was looking for was not in the hotel. This answer made Richard frown. At this time, there was a rumbling of car engines behind him. A Land Rover luxury car stopped beside Richard. Then a young man walked down and said to him, "Mr. Richard, are you here to find someone?" But judging from your current situation, it seems that the person you are looking for is no longer in the hotel. Here Richard's subordinates told him something. Richard smiled. "I just heard that at the William Bridge there, someone was stopped outside to not let in. It seems that your Wood family is not so courageous. You have already forbidden him to enter Orlando. Are you so scared?" "There," young man said innocently, "is there such a thing?" "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "You can pretend to be innocent in front of me, but Ziming from California will be like a stone thrown into the water, and it is destined to make waves." Richard returned to the car as he said so, and the young man came over and said to him, "It seems that Mr. Richard has confidence in him, but I don't know how long you can maintain this confidence. Do you know this Yitli has a history of nearly 300 years since the establishment of the city? Do you think that in these 300 years, whether it was the founding of the country or the Civil War, what else hasn't been seen? I advise you, sir, don't do useless things." Faced with the young man's ridicule, Richard said with a flat face, "What are you? You are not qualified to teach me. Goodbye." Richard ignored the young man after he finished speaking, and went straight. Sit back in the car and asked the driver to leave. As for the young man behind him, he smiled and sent Richard away. And after Richard's car disappeared from sight, the smile on the young man's face also became cold. He said to the servant next to him, "Keep up with his car and always pay attention to all their movements. No matter what happens, you must report to me." Their servants nodded and said yes, and then carefully drove the car and followed Richard's car. It was 11 o'clock in the evening, and on 3rd Avenue in the Louis district, Yitli, which had completely become a black colony, and also the most chaotic street in the entire city, 2 very luxurious cars were driving. Along the way, these 3 luxury cars met drug dealers with guns, exposed women, or gangsters who whistled against them provocatively, but none of the 3 cars stopped until they drove to one who had been drunk and drugged. In the park occupied by men and women looking for joy, a few people armed with submachine guns got out of the car first. After clearing out the clutter in the park, a man in suit and leather walked out of the car and kicked an alcoholic who was sleeping under a chair with his foot. In the dim light, he could see the people underneath unkempt. His clothes were all tattered, and there was a disgusting smell. This made him frown, but he didn't turn around and leave. Instead, he squatted down and said to the drunkard, "A new storm is coming. This may be the best opportunity for us to change. You are still prepared? Will you continue to get drunk, or to your Escape. Chapter 344 came to visit one by one. The next day at 8 o'clock in the morning, Ziming got up, and he went downstairs with their. This by the time Margaret was already up and busy in the kitchen. Seeing Ziming and Xia go downstairs, she smiled up to say hello and asked them caringly whether they were sleeping well. "We are not as delicate as you think. We slept very comfortably last night," Ziming replied. This is not a polite sentence. Because of their living habits, even the houses they don't live in are often cleaned. Therefore, there is no uncleanness and peculiar smell, plus the high-end beds. As long as the beds are not recognized, they will not be disturbed by sleep. Margaret breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "That's good. If I invite you to come over, and you didn't sleep well, then my sin would be serious." Then she said, "I am now, make breakfast, and eat together if you don't mind." Marguerite's breakfast consists of toast and milk, and pasta with meat sauce and fried eggs. This is quite rich. But later Ziming realized that it was made by Marguerite specially for them to go out very early. Their mother and daughter originally had only 2 meals of mashed potatoes or noodles every day. "I haven't eaten meat for more than half a year." After eating breakfast, Ziming and his wife left the house. Ziming's first choice today was the Tufel Motor Company building, because according to the previous news, Tufel, as the first automobile family in the United States, has always wanted to get rid of wood. The control of the family has been openly confronted with the Wood family for this reason, and that is why Ziming believes that they are worth fighting for. However, Ziming was blocked at the door of Tufel Motor Company's building because he did not make an appointment. In desperation, Ziming had to temporarily give up his plan, and then Ziming went to GM again, with the same result. Ziming then realized that these companies were not easy to enter, so Ziming had to go back first, and then make plans after contacting the Tang family. Ziming returned to Margaret's villa. After all, Orlando didn't know that those people were still there, and Ziming didn't plan to clash with the American police. But when their car arrived at the door of the villa, the police immediately stepped on the brakes and frowned. "No, there is a problem with this villa." As if to prove it, the words of the police stopped, and immediately next to them, when the car's engine rang, several cars came up and surrounded them. At the same time, a strong white man walked out of the villa and said, "Hello, Mr. Ziming from California. Our boss invites you in. There are some things I want to tell you." Ziming glanced at him, and told him with a wry smile, "I lack weapons now, and I don't know what the other party has arranged in the villa, so I am not 100% sure that I can take you out safely." Ziming nodded that he understood. He thought for a moment, but eventually decided to go off, walked in front of the white man, said to him, "Now I'm out. You can take me to go looking for your boss yet." The white man gave Ziming a thumbs up, as expected. He is the person the boss is looking for. It is really courageous. He finished, then took Ziming into the villa. On the first floor of the living room, Ziming finally met their boss, but also the first time recognized them. Tufel Steam Chairman Richard Carr, "I didn't expect you to find me." It is not surprising that Ziming can recognize Richard himself. After all, as the chairman of Tufel, he often appears on newspapers, magazines and television. It is not surprising that he can recognize him. Richard Ziming looked up and down glances first and then asked him, interesting to suggest, "Ziming Xianqing, there's no fear of escape." "Run. It seems that you do a lot of courage." Ziming a very contemptuous smile, "If the reason Mr. Chad really kill me, or what I have to unfavorable, then the outside will be Hanson, and so I have to come in." Li Chad this happy clap hands. Ziming was sitting directly in front of him and asked, "Well, my people have been to. Do you have any questions to ask?" "To ask what there is that Margaret and her daughter, what did you do to them?" "Margaret and her daughter? You mean the house is home to the 2 women curse?" "I did not expect 2 people and you had nothing to do. They also care about the safety of you do?" Li Chektu asked. Ziming nodded and said, "This is perhaps that I still have a little humanity, although I do not know what you want to do to me, but I know them and I certainly do is irrelevant, because if they I have been what hurt, then my conscience will be very sorry. Lee Chad nodded and said something so it is, then waved his accept the Margaret and her daughter upstairs to bring down Ziming, a little relieved to see them all right. Margaret hurried to see Ziming said to him, "Mr. I'm sorry, all I have to trouble you. But in fact you do not control us, anyway, heaven and hell we have experienced, there is nothing good I'm afraid, if it hurts you." Ziming interrupted her and said to her, "Mrs. Margaret, I should be the one who caused your mother and daughter to be involved. It doesn't matter. It's okay." After Ziming's words are finished, Richard will do it. I waved my hand and asked my own people to take the mother and daughter Margaret down, and said to Ziming, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ziming, because our time is limited, so we can't chat with you more, but please don't worry, there is no habit of humiliating the lower class." Ziming spread his hands and said, "Well, Mr. Richard, please tell me why you are here." "No problem. I know the heir of the Bigwood family will go. I went to San Francisco. There should have been a lot of unpleasant disputes with the Tang family. Now that Mr. Ziming is coming to Eatley now, is he coming to retaliate?" Richard asked. Ziming nodded and replied, "Yes, I am here to take revenge on the Bigwood family." "What about you, Mr. Richard?" "This visit is going to join forces with me to deal with the Bigwood family, or last night. Like the police, do you want to help the Wood family eliminate me?" Richard thought for a while and said, "I think I will tell Mr. Ziming you will be more convincing than anything." "You know Tiffel Motors. The company has been called Tiffel since its establishment. The heirs of our Tiffel family have also inherited the position of chairman of the company, but in fact, this one is branded by the Tiffel family, and it should be completely owned by our family business. But let the Bigwood family hold 35% of the shares, more than our Tiffel family holds." Richard gritted his teeth and said. Ziming smiled, "I think I understand. It seems that the Tiffel family is on the opposite side of the Wood family. So Mr. Richard is here to join me this time? But you came to visit in this way. It's not polite." "I've already apologized, and I understand that this approach is undesirable. But I have no choice," Richard said. "From what I said earlier, I think Mr. Ziming, you've already knowing that my arrival was discovered by the Bigwood family. So in order to avoid contact between us, the Bigwood family sent someone to follow me, and I had to do this." "That's the case, but Mr. Richard, I think we can take a more civilized approach next time, because I know how to get to the headquarters of Tiffel Motor Company," Ziming said. These words made Richard's eyes light up. As expected of Mr. Ziming, this is really a good idea. But the goal of the headquarter building of Tiffel Motor Company is too conspicuous. In order to avoid being discovered by the Bigwood family beforehand, I have another good choice here," Richard said, handing Ziming a business card. "This is a restaurant indirectly controlled by me, and the Bigwood family does not know it." Ziming took the business card. "So that's the case, then I will accept it." Richard smiled and asked, "So we are already allies together?" Ziming said, "Dear Mr. Richard, if I hits you, I'm definitely not going to ask such a question." Richard was taken aback at this, then he laughed, then said goodbye to Ziming, and before leaving, he said one last thing, "That restaurant, from noon today from the beginning, it will be open to you, Mr. Ziming. You can contact me there anytime." After saying this, Richard and his people all left the villa, but none yes. Mother and daughter Margaret and Julia came down cautiously and saw the empty living room. It seemed that everything she was kidnapped was just an illusion. If her arm is not sore, if the door of the villa is still open there. Marguerite froze for a moment and then asked Ziming, "Are those people gone? Who are they? Should we call the police?" Ziming shook his head, then turned around and asked their mother and daughter to sit down. "I went to close the door and explain to them, I'm very sorry for what happened this time. I didn't expect to involve you as well. They belong to the Tiffel family, which is the special company that founded and has been operating the Tiffel Motor Company. The Fu family, that person just now is Richard, the heir of the current Teff family." Following Ziming's remarks, Margaret's mother and daughter immediately screamed. Ziming went on to say, "And I'm from California. Because I have a conflict with the Bigwood family, this time I'm here to retaliate." The Wood family, so the Tiffle family wanted to work with me to deal with the Bigwood family. Then brother, did you agree to them? If you don't agree, they won't leave. The little girl Julia asked. Ziming thought about this and said, is it promised? It doesn't count as promised, because I and them didn't understand before. And this kind of thing is also very important. It is impossible to rely on us to say this face to face here. If we agreed to join hands, that would be too sloppy, and we would not believe it. After all, people's hearts are separated by their belly, and it's too easy to believe that if others don't keep a hand, there will be no more bones left to be eaten easily. It's so complicated. Those who go around don't know what you plan to do, Julia said, clutching her head. In fact, it's not complicated. To put it simply, if two people want to fall in love and get married, they must first understand each other. You can't just go to the priest and say I want to. So now we are at this stage of mutual understanding. After explaining for Julia, Ziming said to Margaret, since the Tiffle family can find me now, the Bigwood family must also know that I am here. I don't know why they have been silent, but if I continue to live here, it will only cause you greater troubles, and may even endanger your lives, so I will move out now. After listening to Ziming's words, Margaret's first reaction was she wanted to stay, but then she felt it was wrong again. But at this moment, the doorbell of the villa rang suddenly, which scared everyone. Why do you visit one by one? Could it be that the Tiffle family members are back again? Or is it the Bigwood family this time? Or is it someone else? With such a question, Margaret went to the intercom at the door, and soon a voice came from there. Is Mr. Ziming, who came from California, here? Hello, immediately. Mayor Martin. Chapter 345 Murderer's Knife? Go to open the door of the house and the big iron door at the entrance of the villa. Then two limousines drove into the villa and parked at the door, and the last tall black man got out of the car. Who is now Mayor Martin Italy? Ziming Italy. No, he turned out to be the Pistons' star player, retired after a career in politics began, and was elected mayor. Became Italy in the previous year. After all, the other party is the mayor. Ziming and Margaret chose to greet him at the door. Martin got out of the car and walked straight to Ziming and leaned slightly and said, hello, Mr. Ziming, I am the mayor of Italy. Martin. Please forgive me for taking the liberty first, but I do have important things to tell you, Mr. Ziming. I hope you don't mind. Since you have chosen to open the door, then there is no need to be arrogant. Mr. Chang's saying I mind is very cool, but it is also very naive. In addition, Ziming also wanted to know the reason for the Black Mayor's visit, so Ziming then invited Martin into the villa. When they all sat down in the living room of the villa, Ziming immediately asked him, now Mayor Martin can explain what he came for. To this question, Martin answered innocently, I am for the entire Italy black man. I came as a group, hoping to get help from Mr. Ziming. Ziming said with some surprise, this proposition seems a bit too broad, and I don't think I can bring any help to the black community. No, I think Mr. Ziming, you are too humble. Judging from the situation in Brighton and San Francisco, you have the ability to change the overall situation of a place. This is what we desperately hope for, because we are very urgent. Hope can change the current situation of Italy, or the overall situation of our black community here. Martin thought for a while and then said, I know that you may be a little hard to understand what I said, so let me put it simply. It's just now that the city of Italy is a kind of white people who are afraid and disgusted when they see black people, and black people hate and angry when they see white people. The two races of black and white live in and out of the city. White settlements strictly prohibit black people from entering. Is the relationship normal? Ziming did not answer this question, because the answer is obvious. Ziming just reminded Martin, Mr. Mayor, I think we should make it clearer. Martin nodded, I know it is seen by many people. The reason why coming to Italy became what it is today is all the fault of blacks. The continuous influx of blacks into Italy has caused the crime rate to soar, and several riots have exploded due to racial discrimination. This has led to the current situation. I admit because we black people, because most people are very poor, even basic education is not comprehensive, and therefore the overall quality is very low, but that does not mean that we culprit that is causing the situation. Martin then turned because. We are also being used. Martin's tone was faintly angry, which surprised Ziming, because for a long time, whether it was the chapters on the internet in the previous life, or he had dealt with Iraq through the Tang family. Terry's understanding is that Etri is a city destroyed by blacks. It is the high crime rate and riots of blacks that keep whites from fleeing Etri. As a result, Etri's population has fallen by half in 30 years. However, given Martin's identity, Ziming was not in a hurry to speak, but Martin's next words were even more surprising. We blacks have no money and no power, that is, we do not control violent institutions, nor do we have the right to speak in public opinion. If it is not deliberately arranged by someone, how can we drive the white people who dominate the society out of Italy? It's a complete mission. Martin continued, and the 4 big families of Italy are planning all this. According to Martin's introduction, Italy has 3 major car families, namely the Tafel family and the Durant family and the Marshall family. They founded Tafel Motor Company, General Motors Company and Chrysler Motor Company respectively, while the Bigwood family is the royal family above these 3 car families, and it is very important to the 3 major car companies and other auto parts manufacturers. All state-owned large enterprises have absolute controlling rights. Tefu, Durand and Marshall, 3 families initially because of funding problems was compelled to accept funding and control of Largewood family, the so-called hard wings onto Solo, so over time, the 3 car family urgently want to get rid of the control of the Bigwood family. But how can the Bigwood family easily give up its royal status? So the 2 sides began an inevitable confrontation. Due to the large family of Wood, not only the big 3 auto companies have absolute controlling stake, also has a controlling stake of other auto parts companies. So in the beginning, the big car just about as long as the Wood family to their auto parts, or is about, let the car companies to view life in the capital chain operation. 3 family roots is very bad. Later, when the 3 big families saw that the car company was held in the hands of the other party, they couldn't compete head-on, so they picked up the black idea. Because black people are generally poor and low quality, the 3 major families deliberately distributed some very attractive messages through some companies to lure black people from all over the country, especially those black people with criminal records or low quality, to come to Italy. Wood placed in the large family of industrial zones, to influence crime and riots by large NG German family of industry. This approach was initially effective. As black people wandered in the industrial area of the Bigwood family, the rising crime rate reduced the income of the Bigwood family. The Bigwood family tried to get the police to disperse, and the 3 families immediately moved. Public opinion came to criticize this behavior, accusing it of racial discrimination, and the mayor of Italy that year resigned for this. Later, a large family of anti-Wood should come. Just Bigwood family has its own pride. Not only does he have 3 families a little compromise, but also continue to follow the practice of the 3 families, from all over the country to lure more black K might benefit and promote the exhibition of black populism. Speaking of this, Martin sighed heavily. Later, the situation was simple. In the confrontation between the Bigwood family and the 3 major families, Italy had the first black councillor and the first black mayor, but this was just on the surface. It is more of a conflict between blacks and whites. Outside, everyone says that we blacks destroyed Italy. But in fact we are being used by others. A criminal kills someone with a knife. Is the murderer the knife, not the criminal with the knife? Martin smiled and said, his smile was full of bitterness, we blacks also wanted to get rid of the situation of being exploited, but we all failed. We are not opponents of the 4 major families. Martin looked at Ziming and continued, so this time, when I know that Mr. Ziming, you have come to Italy, I am very happy, because I know that you are here to avenge the Bigwood family, and I also believe that your revenge on the Bigwood family can never be just a light lesson. That's all right, then this is our opportunity for all Italy blacks. Martin said solemnly at the end, so I sincerely hope that Mr. Ziming, you can take revenge on the Bigwood family and give us some black seeks help. For this reason, I and the more than 500,000 compatriots in Italy City will support you with all our strength and become the soldiers dispatched by you under your command." No doubt what Martin said was very surprising to Ziming, because Ziming had only heard of the chapter of Italy being destroyed by black people, and he also remembered the famous Italy bankruptcy news in his previous life, but he didn't know that it was also mixed with the internal fighting of the four major families. But think about it, it is true. Black people are only black people. Without the guidance of local forces and the indulgence behind them, how could black people flock to Italy from all directions? And can so many things happen here? Of course, this is the reason why Italy has not been able to become the top 10 consortium in the United States despite its unique conditions and the headquarters of the three major auto companies in the United States. Thinking of this, Ziming reminded him, "Mayor Martin, I think you said these words too early. Because you also know the purpose of my coming here, then I am still just a use of you." Martin said, "Of course I understand, and I don't mind, because the Bigwood family and the three major car families are Italy forces. They will continue to bully us if they use us, but Mr. Ziming, you don't similarly, you came to Italy only to avenge the Bigwood family, and you will leave. So even if you take advantage of it, it will only take a while." Martin spread his hands out. "Anyway, we black people are always taken advantage of. Between the four big families of Italy and you, Mr. Ziming, we would rather let you master this knife." Ziming nodded and said, "Mr. Mayor, first I am very grateful for your trust in me, but this matter is too important, and you also know that my arrival is not just on my own behalf. Any decision I make it's still closely related to the Tang family, so I can't give you the answer directly, but if we have the opportunity to cooperate, then I will definitely notify you as soon as possible." "Just kidding, of course Ziming can't simply agree to it. You have to know the other party is the mayor of Italy. A qualified politician, not Ziming. But God knows what his real purpose is. Now Ziming has only come to Italy. Before he has an accurate control of the situation, it is unwise to easily agree to any alliance. No matter it is anyone, Ziming does not want to be used by him. Of course, now after meeting Richard and the black mayor of the Tiffel family one after another, Italy's situation has obviously become more interesting. Martin also understood Ziming's thoughts. "It seems that Mr. Ziming still refuses to believe me, but it doesn't matter. I believe those four big families will make you change your opinion." Then Martin turned his gaze to the side and remained silent. Margaret said, "I always thought that Mr. Ziming you would choose to live here because you are already on our black side. Now it seems that I am overhearted. Now I only hope that Mr. Ziming you can play this card well, because the identity of Mrs. Margaret is enough to threaten the stable existence of the Bigwood family." Before Martin's words were finished, Margaret interrupted him loudly, "Martin sir, please don't say anything. Some things are over, I don't want to mention it again." Martin was taken aback in the face of Margaret's nervousness, and then he reacted and said, "It turns out that you don't know Mr. Ziming. Is this Mrs. Margaret? She is the direct cause of the Italy riot 13 years ago, and her identity is even more amazing." Chapter 346. Margaret Wood. "Enough is enough." Ziming said to Martin, "Mr. Mayor, it's okay to say something once. If you continue to say more, it will be a bit too much. Or do you think I am easy to be used by others? What about idiots?" Ziming's tone is very calm, because no matter how good Martin's acting, but Ziming did not believe he was unintentionally put forward, but hoped to use the identity of Margaret behind to make their own determination. But this trick obviously it won't work in front of Ziming, even though Ziming is really curious about Margaret, who is already poor enough for her. What kind of identity she has to affect the great Wood family on the Italy throne? Not too curious return of curiosity, but it does not mean that it can be manipulated by the curious. Ziming's cool to let Martin was very surprised, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and said, "I'm sorry weeks. Mr. Ming, I was too rude." In the weeks after the apology Martin went out to left, and so on Martin left. Margaret Ziming also came to apologize. "I'm sorry, distinguished sir, you are my benefactor and Julia, you have no reservations, but we really didn't intend to hide our identity from you, but that is a memory that even I don't want to face." Ziming is indifferent, waved his hand, said, "No matter, I did not need to rely on the press to a final value of the point where the poor woman." Margaret shook her head. "Although I believe that Mayor Martin came to you with no good intentions, there is one thing he did not say wrong. My identity is enough to threaten the stability of the Bigwood family, because I am a big man. The third overall pick Airwood family. My name is Margaret Wood." This answer was completely beyond Ziming's expectation. In fact, after hearing Mayor Martin mention it, Ziming also imagined what Margaret was, but he never thought that she would belong to the Bigwood family, the third-in-line heir. As a result of participating in the inheritance competition of the Tang family, Ziming also understood the rules of inheritance in these consortium families. Generally, the closer to the blood relationship of the current patriarch, the higher the inheritance qualification. Simply put, it is the same as the emperor's succession in the past. The first consideration is the prince, the son of the patriarch. This is the first order. After him, it is the turn of the brothers and the children of the brothers. This is the second and the first. Third overall. In terms of generation, I am the cousin of George, the patriarch of the Great Wood family, and the aunt of Wood, the first in line. Margaret said. Ziming Hart is really the case, he said, that it is due to the competition inheritance rights. In order to get your church Aussie position, patriarch wanted a way to put your big catch from Wood family out of it. Ziming said. Julia looked at it and asked, because? For the Negro problem. Marguerite nodded characteristically, and then she told Ziming the whole story of the year. In fact, it was basically the same as what she had said before. It was because she was pregnant with a black child and was kicked out of the family. Uremia, this has fallen to this point, but the only difference is her identity, and at the same time, all of this is not what she wants. 13 years ago, a large family of former Wood family Green heart attack and died. The heirs must all be competing for the right of inheritance. Margaret is a former family long small daughter, is third overall heir. Supposedly her position should be relatively safe fishes, and she herself did not really want to inherit the family. The problem is that she is the first a sister of the heir in the line. So, is that every man innocent pregnant by against himself? That, like most everything, the idea that romance drama that, as the second heir of George himself, but seeing competition Margaret's brother, and he put his mind to it. Hit Margaret. At a state university dance party, George asked someone to get Margaret drunk, and then he got a black man who had taken aphrodisiacs to have sex with her. Later, Margaret became pregnant, and more importantly, it was a black man. Children, which is the general yeetily white families, are very difficult to accept, let alone Bigwood family, and that is definitely a home race shame. In this way, Margaret was expelled from the family, and her brother was also affected by this and lost the right of inheritance to the patriarch. But Margaret's brother did not want to just give up. The black classmate also wanted to make up for his fault. At the same time, the three major Carr families also wanted to use this incident to deal with the Bigwood family. The Terry riots cannot but say that the riots dealt a great blow to the Bigwood family. It was not only a loss in the industry, but also a loss in influence that is hard to estimate. Not too later, as the new patriarch George's act decisively invited the federal troops into the city repression. This quelled the unrest. In the end, Margaret's brother was killed on the spot during the crackdown, and the black classmate was also missing. As for Margaret, maybe George didn't put her in sight at all, plus she herself was incognito. He never appeared to the outside world, and he has lived steadily until now. Originally, my brother wanted me to get rid of the child, but I did not agree. Although the family politics is dirty and contemptible, the child is always innocent, and we have lost the family now. I don't want to lose mine anymore. My child, even though she is the culprit responsible for everything. Margaret smiled helplessly when she said that. She raised her head and asked Ziming, "Sir, am I stupid to do this?" Ziming shook his head to answer her, was not. At that time, I would like to support Julie, who is the greatest force you to live. Margaret says with a smile, or the promise of it, but even though when I failed my brother, but I think my identity, and these things happened to me, at least in dealing with Largewood family above, or helpful of. Margaret said the last said, Zuxian Ming, you helped me and Dogwood Li Ya, we have no way to return, so if you want to use my identity, I'll be with you. Before she finished speaking, Ziming interrupted her and said, I said that I don't need to squeeze a poor woman. That is your most desperate memory. Why would I have to use your identity? Very grateful, thanks. Mr. Ziming, you really are God sent an angel to me, is my last hope in despair. Margaret cried and said to Ziming that it can be imagined that in the past 13 years, there must be many people who also want to use her identity to deal with the Bigwood family, but she did not agree or did not cooperate at all. So now she would fall into this field, otherwise, with her important status, whether it is the Black Mare or the 3 major car families, whoever helps, they will not even lose the house. A while talking, while Julie Margaret waved to the black girl said, Julie, ya come thank Mr. Xi Ziming together, only he is the real good-hearted people. Ziming says this, am not even what real good-hearted people. I just have not turned into cold-blooded capitalist. At the same time, just outside the Margaret Villa, a car drove out of the opposite alley, then drove back to Orlando, and finally drove into the Bigwood family manor. What? You said that Ziming is now in Margaret's villa? And today Richard of the Tiffel family and Mayor Martin went there. One after another. A surprised voice sounded in the backyard of the manor. That was the first heir of the family and the son of Patriarch George Wood. Although he was later than Ziming, he returned to Eakly as soon as he was applied for the private jet route. Now hearing the situation on Ziming's side, they immediately screamed. At the same time, his father George was here. Wood said to him, Father, they must be planning to deal with us and still want to use Margaret's identity. I said that they should be the first time after finding her. Just get rid of her. Keeping it will only be trouble. George also said in a meaningful way, at the beginning, keeping her was for the sake of siblings. She was so sensible and never used her own identity. What? But I didn't expect that she was actually waiting for the best opportunity. So father, then we should just burn the villa on fire, or just blow up the whole villa to the sky. They are giving us trouble, Wood said angrily. George turned his head and looked at Wood and asked, do you think it is good to do this? After all, Ziming is also a member of the Tang family, and our Bigwood family is also very famous in the United States. Although mutual competition is competition, it is not. As for when someone else comes over, we kill him directly. This will make it difficult for us to gain a foothold in the United States. Father, but Ziming is not really a member of the Tang family, Wood said, and he came to our Yeatily and we also did not greet Wood family. We just have to deal with it. Margaret, who knows what Ziming also that it. Moreover, it is not, it has nothing to do with us to create a conflict between a black group and spread to the villa. Wood said again. George looked at Wood a few times and asked, it seems that you have a deep resentment towards Ziming. Don't you hate him, father? It's that he locked up our tens of billions of funds when he was in San Francisco. And now he has come to Eakly in person. This simply doesn't put our Bigwood family in the eyes. If we don't do something, that would really be underestimated by all the big families. Wood finally said, besides, I don't believe that the Tang family really dared to go to full-scale war with us for Ziming, even if they didn't have that ability. George laughed, and then said to Wood, in that case, what you want to do, just let it go. Get George's permission. Wood very happy, a sense of Xi father, I will let him come to regret Yeatily's. Wood then grimly left the family estate, and after 2 hours, hundreds of handheld combustion black bottle came outside Margaret's villa, surrounded the villa to the last with a loud whistle, these blacks while they shrieking, while the handle on the combustion bottle crazy and threw it toward the villa suddenly ablaze. 8. Chapter 347 The Final Song. The movie just now is really amazing. Those meteorites and outer space creatures are almost in front of my eyes, as if I can touch them as long as I stretch out my hand, and I am obviously only in one room. But I feel I have been driving for tens of thousands of light years, and it's incredible to be able to go up and down. But it's a pity that my mother didn't come, and she would definitely be happier if she did. Ziming took Julia to go this road on the shore of the river Yeatali. Julia bounced excited that they had just come out Yeatali Science Center. Ziming just took her to see the 4 movies. You know, 4 movies even after 2 decades. There are still a lot of people feel very magical, let alone now. Many people do not know 4 movie really is something. Suddenly look a natural feel God surprising, especially a very curious little girl like Julia. Little say BR. But unfortunately, your mother's physical condition does not allow temporary. Ziming said, is not to it does not matter, anyway Science Center here do not move, thrall be a chance. Julia heavy nod, firm voice said, after waiting for me. Grow up to make money, I'll take the point of view of the mother. Ziming touched Julia's head and praised him. Ziming specially took Julia out to play. After all, I just heard Margaret talk about their heavy past, and I always want to take them out to relax. Yes, otherwise it would be easy to be depressed, but because Margaret was weak and needed to rest after the dialysis just now, Ziming took Julia out alone. Of course, in addition to letting Julia relax, Ziming himself also needs to digest the information he has received today. The head of the Tuffle family, Richard, will join hands with himself against the Bigwood family, and Mayor Martin asks himself to save Eatley. The black race was exploited. Later, due to Martin's intention, Margaret told Ziming that she was the 3rd heir to the Bigwood family. It used to be that everyone should think carefully about each of these things, but now that these 3 things happen in one day, it is even more necessary to think carefully. However, after these 2 hours, there is still a mess in my mind. I only know that the situation in Yeatley is very complicated. The 3 Carr families want to get rid of the control of the Bigwood family, and the black people are because of the 3 Carr families, and the struggle of the Bigwood family was involved. They hated the use of their 3 major Carr families and the Bigwood family to drive them out of their true independence. In the past few decades, these 3 forces have been constantly fighting each other to compromise, and they have reached a point of relative balance, but their sudden addition obviously broke this rare balance. I knew I should call Omar from Brighton for help. The future Mr. President obviously has this political wisdom and knows how to use the conflicts and entanglements between these 3 forces to achieve his own goals. And more importantly, is he still a black person, who can better communicate with the black people and build mutual trust more easily? Ziming smiled and said in his heart, but Ziming also understood that this was just thinking about it, and now that he is here, there is a way to solve it. Moreover, I have only been there for 2 days, and I have so much information. What if there are a few more days? It was already afternoon when Ziming and Julia came out. Now it's evening. Ziming took Julia to dinner. They finally chose a high-end French restaurant with an elegant environment, but I didn't finish eating here, because the little girl was thinking of her mother who was still at home, so they ordered some kidney-nourishing or less burdensome dishes for the kidney, and then packed them with them. This was originally a warm and normal thing, but when they returned to the villa, everything went wrong because the villa had already lit up a raging fire. The little girl Julia was stunned at the time. The steak in her hand fell to the ground, and she muttered, "How could this be?" But then the mumbling in her mouth turned into a cry, "Mom, my mother is still in the house, I want to save her." There. Little girl cried and ran towards the room, but was caught by Ziming. The little girl turned her head and said to Ziming, "Ziming brother, I beg you to save my mother. She must still be in the house, otherwise she will come to me. I can't live without my mother. Brother Ziming, I beg you to save her. I will be yours from now on." The slave listens to all your orders and asks me to do anything. I will repay you. There. Little girl knelt down to Ziming. Ziming helped her and said to her, "It's useless, there are heavyweights near your house." The smell of gasoline. You must have been pouring a lot of gasoline near your home. In such a fire scene, Anyone who enters will be burnt immediately. We can only wait for the fire brigade to come over. I have already called the police for you." There. Little girl raised her head. Looking at Ziming with tears of tears, he said, "But my mother is still inside." "She is still inside. Can she wait for the fire brigade to come?" "She can. Definitely can." Ziming encouraged her and said, "You forget, is it? At the beginning, your mother had no money to cure her uremia, and even credit card overdraft. Your house will not be kept. God sent me to help you. So now that my angel is here, there will definitely be more miracles happen. And your mother is so smart. She must know how to protect herself and wait for her to come to the fire brigade." Although Zuming had already said that, the little girl still couldn't calm down completely. She watched her family burn. The raging flames that erupted. I could only keep sobbing and saying, "Mom, you must survive, you will definitely survive, but a good home. Why is it on fire?" Zuming couldn't answer the little girl's questions. He could only hold her and watch from a distance, waiting for the arrival of the fire brigade. This is the only thing Ziming can do, but there is always no shortage of bastards in this world, so at this time, a very annoying voice suddenly sounded. "Oh, why is there a fire here?" Ziming said to this voice. "No, stranger." He turned his head and said, "Wood, I didn't expect you this guy to come back." The strange person beside him is Wood, the first heir of the Big Wood family. He looked at Ziming and said, "My home is in Italy, why can't I come back?" "I was surprised that Mr. Ziming would also come," Wood said and sighed deliberately. "It's just that Mr. Ziming might be called Mr. Catastrophe, which would be more appropriate. Otherwise, why is there a fire here?" "If I understand correctly, Mr. Ziming, you should live here, right?" Wood said. He deliberately came forward to Ziming and whispered, "It's just now Ziming, Mr. Ming. It's a pity that you didn't get burned to death in the house." There. Little girl Julia immediately reacted after hearing what he said. "You set the fire, right? You murderer, hurry up. Go and save my mother. I want to call the police to catch you, bastard." There. Little girl yelled loudly, and raised her pink fist to hit Wood fiercely, but Wood is not a good stubborn, so she just slapped the little girl. He threw his hand away, and stretched out his hand to hit her. "Where did this little bitch come from? I'll be a fool to kill you here." Of course, Wood's slap did not hit the little girl, but was beaten by Ziming. Stopped. Ziming grabbed his hand and said to him, "Mr. Wood, bullying a 13-year-old girl is very unmannered." Wood slanted his eyes and looked at Ziming disdainfully and said, "Then, according to Mr. Ziming, what you mean is that I am going to throw you into the fire scene over there and burn you to death, so that you are considered gentlemanly, right?" Following Wood's words, there were several strong bodyguards around in an instant. They came around, but at this time, the reaction was faster. He pulled out the pistol from his waist and quickly went around to Wood's back and pressed it on his waist. The action was done in one go, making Wood an exciting spirit at the time, yelling to keep his bodyguards still, and at the same time turning around and saying to Ziming, "The action is quite skilled. It seems that your people have done this kind of hijacking. Is it with murder? But I advise you not to act rashly here in Italy. You know what our Bigwood family represents in Italy. You have to die here if you move me." Ziming smiled. Of course he could see that Wood was just bluffing. In fact, he was terribly scared at the moment. "If I were you, I would never say that, because it would only make you very useless," Ziming continued, "and even if you are a bastard, I have no plans to change with you as a scumbag. I don't think it's worth it to me." Ziming's words made Wood very angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "You crap. Who do you think you are?" "It doesn't matter who I am, but I know you are the criminal who caused the fire," Ziming said. Wood was stunned when he heard this, and then he laughed. "What are you talking about? I am a criminal. Do you know that this is a serious slander against me? I can go to the court to sue you." The fire was obviously caused by two black gangs fighting. How can it be counted on my head? There are so many witnesses here. "You are really a bastard," Ziming said. Do you know that in that villa? My name is Margaret Wood. Is she your aunt? This is a big joke. Wood said. My aunt was already in the Eatley riots 13 years ago. Dead. Where is the aunt? There is only a damn uremia patient in it, as far as I know. Even if there is no fire, she should die. Wood then said, oh yes, forget it. To remind you, this family has not paid fire prevention fees for 2 years. So even if the fire brigade comes, she will refuse to save her. So if there is anyone inside, she will die. Looking at Wood's face with an incomparably hideous smile, Ziming scolded, you are really a wolf-hearted bastard. At this moment, behind Ziming, the little girl suddenly looked in the direction of the villa. It's mother, she is talking to me. She is still alive. She is still in the house. Ziming immediately turned her head and followed Xiao. Looking at the girl's gaze, she saw Margaret standing by the window looking at this place. In the flames, she seemed to be able to see her smiling. She was saying to the little girl, Julia, you be brave and don't cry. In fact, I should have died a long time ago. God allowed me to stay in this world for another 13 years to see your growth. Julia, don't cry. Remember that we sang together when we were young the Ballad of the Gods. Margaret sang afterwards, Julia is a strong girl who can't defeat anything. Don't cry. Cowardice is the temptation of the devil. Mom will always be by your side. No matter if it rains or snows or fire, nothing can stop. Mother will let Julia be the most beautiful princess. There. Little girl Julia stared at the burning villa, and murmured along with her mother's last song. With this song, tears fell from his eyes as if the bank had burst. Chapter 348 I want the Wood family to be buried. Bang. As the window glass exploded, the singing stopped abruptly. Everyone knew what it meant. The little girl Julia stared blankly at the still burning house. Her mouth continued to sing her mother's singing. The singing ballads, as if mother would come back to life as long as they continued to sing. Ziming felt a bit of sorrow in this heart, for the little girl Julia, and for the poor woman Margaret. It is said that poor people must be hateful, but Margaret does not seem to be. She did not participate in the family inheritance competition, did not cross races to fall in love with blacks and give birth to blacks. She just wanted to be a worldless girl. For the daughter of a big family, it is not the family politics and only wants to live happily. This should be the easiest goal, but he ran into George. If Margaret really did something wrong, then she must have failed to see George's true face, so that George would ruin her life, from a big family princess, to even eating meat. They are all a kind of low-level poor people who have extravagant hopes. And now, George's son Wood came and burnt her to death in his own house. Ziming didn't know how desperate Margaret was after experiencing those things back then. She might even think of death, but in the end it was the child in her belly that gave her a reason to continue living, or say, hope. Even today, at the last moment of her life, she did not forget to continue to give Julia hope and sing the song with all her life. Thinking of this, Ziming squatted down and hugged the little girl Julia and said to her, Julia, your mother is the greatest and most beautiful mother in the world. I won't let her die like this. Ziming's brother agreed. You will definitely help you get revenge. There. Little girl still did not respond. Ziming sighed, then stood up and motioned to let Wood go. Go away. Bring me a message to your father. I will use it. Your Wood family and the entire Eatley are here to bury Mrs. Margaret. Hearing Ziming's words, Wood Mingming could not help shivering, but still grinned hard and said to Ziming, are you telling me a joke? Thanks to what you said, I'm afraid you don't even know how big our big Wood family is. Ziming was not interested in arguing with him here, and coldly treated him. He said, get out. Wood could no longer hold Ziming's momentum. Hearing Ziming's words, he immediately turned his head and fled. Seeing his escape from the back, he said unwillingly, so let him. Really good for him. Ziming said, I never said to let him. If he was shot and killed just now, it is the most expensive of their approach. This at that time, the little girl Julia finally recovered. She looked up and asked, Brother Ziming, will you help my mother get revenge? Right? Ziming nodded, very solemnly assured her and said, no mistake, I make all the bad guys pay the ultimate price. I will let the rotten smell of Yeatily City have brought to your mother buried. You believe me? The little girl strong given point in head and said, if Ziming brother assure you that I fully believe. After about half an hour, the fire brigade finally arrived late. This was all because wood blocked the road. The fire brigade couldn't get through. When they arrived, the fire in the house was basically extinguished. In the weeks after the fire, Ming to help pay the fee, firefighters rushed into the house. Was carried out of Margaret's body was then rushed to an ambulance, transported to the morgue, buried in elective, done forensic identification later. After dealing with these matters, it was 11 o'clock in the night, but Ziming contacted Mayor Martin as soon as possible. Ziming: hello President, Margaret. Of things I already know, I am very sorry. Julia around you? Do please give me say to her grief. Phone was a pick. Yes. Martin's words were passed over immediately. It flew. Mr. Mayor's your care. I will take care of Julia. Ziming went on to say, I'm sorry I'm so late to bother you, but I want to ask you now. Have the time? I dogwood Leah will pass now. Martin said immediately, of course. I followed when waiting for Mr. Ziming. Dejia, I think my villa Julia enough to live. Hang up the phone. Let Ziming open. Car went straight to Martin Villa in the past. Ziming arrived half an hour later. The housekeeper greeted at the door. Ziming led the housekeeper to send a small girl. Julia went to her room. This go to Martin's study. Martin sat on his sand. He motioned Ziming to sit down and said, although I know it is inappropriate to say this at this time, I still want to say, it seems that you have made a decision, Mr. Ziming. Ziming sat down on the sand, looking out across. Martin nodded and said, I have indeed was made a decision. I would like to have witnessed such a thing, and no one will be indifferent. I do not know you, Mr. Martin. How do I save the black people? But my purpose is to let the Bigwood family and the entirety be buried with Mrs. Margaret. The cold words made Martin feel a jump in his heart for no reason. In fact, Ziming's words sounded very unreasonable, but Martin looked at Ziming at this time. Even though he had not seen Ziming for less than 12 hours, I believe that Ziming will do what he says, no matter how incredible he says. Martin took a deep breath. He extended his hand to Ziming. If a week, Mr. Ming, this purpose, I think we have room for cooperation in there. Ziming and Martin shook hands. Then Martin asked, not to, although I am sure Mr. Ziming your resolve, but a lot of things like determination is not enough. I need to know you more specific, Mr. Ziming's thoughts. My idea, in fact, 13 years ago, and you did the same, creating a disturbance by the black community to the white Yeatily completely from the city to drive out. Ziming said. Martin looked at Ziming with complicated eyes and said, first I need to say that this kind of behavior you mentioned is a lifelong jail sentence, and secondly, what I want to say is that this kind of behavior you mentioned was already 13 years ago. It proved to be useless. It was you who practice in question. Ziming said, first try it is just a means, not all. Public opinion and other financial instruments is the true weapon against large wood family. Otherwise you really think hundreds of thousands can black people take to the streets to bring down the Bigwood family? Of course. The scale and location of the riots must be within our control. Martin took a deep breath and said, I understand. I believe Mr. Ming is bound to be successful. Ziming Martin shake hands and say, I are confident, but not want to set off riots will be able to set off. I need the idea of a perfect playout. Once again, after shaking hands, Ziming and Martin were back on the rest of the room. Ziming here of course is arranged by Martin. And so on. Ziming returned to the room. He immediately called the Richard. Leave contact information. Soon the phone is switched on. Ziming said, I want the Bigwood family to die. If they think this is a chance to turn around, please follow on with it. This time Ziming did not know the name of the phone. He wants the script. Someone has sent him. When Ziming joined forces with Martin and Richard respectively, Wood on the other side had already returned to the manor. As the young master of the Bigwood family, he went directly to George's study. Wood greatly Lili came in. Sitting in front of George said to him, Dad, something I had been solved, but our Hansen time and Ziming is not that black bitch in the house, so only a burned Margaret people. Later I saw that there were too many people at the door, so I didn't do anything. After listening to Wood, George slowly took off his glasses, put down the book in his hand and said, "Margaret, she is finally dead. I heard that she is suffering from very serious uremia now, and she has no money for dialysis. Isn't it right? This is so pathetic. I should have let her die 13 years ago. That way, it would relieve her pain to the greatest extent." Then George said to Wood again, "You did the right thing. If Ziming is lucky enough to let him escape, anyway, as long as he is still in Italy now, he will have a chance. Father Pro, I think he is now no way to leave the Italy under the surveillance of our Bigwood family, right?" Wood interesting meaning of a smile. Then he remembered what George said, "Not to Father Ziming that seems to really bile of old and ugly mother and daughter angry. He actually said to our Bigwood the family buried Margaret and frightened me." "My child, do not use this folly. Language was no reason to scare it," said George. "Bird not had a psychotic bear. False witness is nothing. Even the dog would cry to him than fresh refined." Wood laughed. "Is indeed the case. Then the father of the Pro, how are we going to do?" George put on his glasses again. "My child, you know that golden eagles usually wait for the prey to fly to the sky before he catches up and kills the prey, so he can do whatever he wants, and maybe he will do it when appropriate. Give him a little hope, and finally beat him to death. This is really great. I can't wait to see it," Wood said. It was a little late at night, and outside Margaret's villa, a very formal black man came here with a backpack. He stared blankly at the villa that had collapsed in the fire, and threw himself down on his knees. "I'm sorry. I know I am no longer qualified to say this to you, but I still want to say I am sorry. It is clear that everything was my fault at the beginning, but in the end I still failed to protect you. I am simply the world. The most failed scum on the world. It's real hell that people should be me. I should have 13 years ago to go to hell, but I am afraid of death. I also want to die. Not over now, those who are cowardly and afraid to go to him, damn it. Now I should go to hell to report, but before I go down, I think I need to do something I should have done 13 years ago." Aside as if the oath general said, while he took off his backpack and pulled out a gun from inside, he gently stroked the frame. His tears involuntarily fell off. "I'm a bastard eggs. If I had not that, what cowardly. If I have another brave son, then perhaps today's sad drama will not be angry, and I will not be so hated myself." 340th 9 Sudden hatred to kill. Last night, in Austria there was a serious case of assaulting a police officer on the street. Wood County, a black after armed police shot and killed 7. He was killed by a sniper. It is reported that this black gunman is a retired Special Forces soldier who has participated in military operations in Southeast Asia and has extensive individual combat experience and shooting capabilities. Police media mining said during his visit to the name of the black gunman also have premeditated the crime, and at the time of the confrontation and the suspect, the police found that blacks seem very normal mental state. Police suspected the suspect in the crime have taken a certain type of hallucinogenic drug before, or have a history of mental illness, but the specific situation will not be confirmed until the forensic test results. In addition, the police also said that they are not yet clear about the other party's motives for committing the crime, nor whether the other party committed the crime by an individual or by a group committed by a certain group or religion. However, the police said they would increase inspections and also ask citizens to stay at home as much as possible. If any suspicious persons are found, they must choose to report to the police as soon as possible. The police will do their utmost to hunt down the culprits to ensure the safety of all citizens. On the third day Ziming arrived at Yitli. When the whole Yitli woke up from his deep sleep, a piece of news shocked everyone like a sudden thunderbolt. "Oh God! Did someone exchange fire with the police so fiercely last night? No wonder I always heard popping gunshots last night. It's really scary. The most important thing is that I'm not sure about the murderer. Is there a gang? This is too perfunctory. This murderer is so powerful. What if he brings a team? Is it going to turn Italy into a battlefield in Iraq? Or in case the murderer is now an accomplice, what should I do with him near my house now? Even if I don't go out, I'm going to be sifted. Can the Italy police do anything? Or is it just a garbage department that is a waste of taxpayers' money? After killing 7, how can I trust such a police? It is also said that the murderer is so powerful because of taking drugs. I want to know what kind of drug is it? If it is really good here, then the police will also take drugs. What do you say? Will do your best to protect the safety of the citizens, but if they can't beat the gangster unknown, it's really fucking news. I might as well have a dog, more cost effective. Everyone who reads the news is commenting frantically, expressing his own opinions, apart worried from distrusting the Italy police. He is also about his own safety. At this time, in order to obtain more information, the media also rushed into Wood Street to look for the murder scene. It was near Wood Manor, but it had already been blocked by the police and no one was allowed to enter. Faced with these serious expressions, no matter how powerful the police officers and reporters are, they can't shed any information. Of course, some people have already issued a public protest to the police about this, saying that the police are maliciously concealing the truth. This kind of protest had no effect in a short time, so the reporters had no choice but to turn their target to another person, that is Martin, the mayor of Italy. Since early in the morning, the door of Martin's villa has been. The reporter was overwhelmed by questions such as, Mr. Mayor, what do you think of this case, and is this another case of racial discrimination? Even Martin can hear it in the villa clearly. Damn it, is Chief Mike going abroad to investigate the case? Why can't I find his person at this critical time? I will definitely complain to him for such a sheriff. Martin shouted. He smashed his phone to the ground. He called the police chief just now, but the phone couldn't get through. Martin became angry. After that, the more he thought about it, the more angry he got. So he put the newspaper on the table again. They were thrown to the ground together. Ziming just walked in at this moment. He bent over and picked up the newspaper and said to Martin, it seems that Mr. Mayor is in trouble. This is a very troublesome trouble. Martin glanced at Ziming and then said, in fact, this matter has a lot to do with Mr. Ziming. Ziming was very surprised by this, and Martin told Ziming, because the black man who assaulted the police was the one who raped Margaret back then, he is the biological father of the little girl Julia. This surprised Ziming. Didn't this person have died 13 years ago? When faced with this question, Martin was a little embarrassed, and he touched himself. The nose replied, that was an external statement. In fact, it was hidden by us. However, he himself was very painful and felt very guilty for Margaret. Therefore, the past 13 years was also a torment for him. Originally, I planned to let him meet Margaret recently. Due to Margaret's death yesterday, I finally didn't say anything. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. He was so impulsive. How could he take it by himself? Go with the gun to find the Bigwood family for revenge? Martin finally sighed helplessly. Obviously he felt very sorry, but Ziming knew that Martin's regret was for the situation in Italy as a whole, not for that. A black man and Margaret. For Martin, because they kept the black man who raped Margaret at the beginning. They wanted him to be a tool to deal with the Bigwood family. Now they want him to meet Margaret for the same purpose. Just what he never expected was that Wood first shot Margaret to death, and then made the black man lose his mind, and wanted to seek revenge on the Bigwood family on his own. It's a pity to suddenly lose such a useful card. Of course, through Martin's answer, Ziming finally understood the ins and outs of the whole thing. I thought it was because Margaret was burned to death by the Bigwood family. This black man was angry and wanted to avenge Margaret, so he took the gun. Take revenge. But the problem is that his enemy is Italy's royal family, the Great Wood family. His manor must be protected. Even if he is not prepared, if you want to sneak in and kill people without being discovered, it is very difficult, let alone a person who has been decadent for 13 years. So he was found out, of course, and the Italy police were dispatched after the Bigwood family called the police and successfully killed him after the loss of 7 police officers. Mr. Mayor, You said that when this black friend was under siege by the police and was shot to death by the police when he was outnumbered, did he hate himself and feel desperate for the world? Ziming asked Martin suddenly, and Martin was right. Suddenly, he was stunned. I didn't understand why Ziming suddenly asked such a question, but Ziming didn't plan to ask Martin to answer. He then said, "What I want to say is, I think we can help this." A black friend took revenge. Martin's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Ziming's words, because he knew exactly what Ziming's revenge meant. So he gestured to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, please tell me." Look, how can Ziming not know what Martin is expecting? But he also understands that it is not the time to care about this. He told Martin, "The reason is very simple, Mr. Mayor. Think about this black friend, why he chose to go to Wood Street and shot and killed 7 white policemen in the end." Martin was stunned again. He didn't expect Ziming to ask such a question, but he still stunned and replied, "Of course he did it for Margaret." When he said the name, Ziming immediately interrupted. Yes, he was trying to avenge his dead wife. And the murderer who killed his wife was the white man living on Wood Street. This black man was here. After being insulted by the white power man, he chose the most helpless way of revenge, so now it is the racist who killed his wife. Martin suddenly realized that he gave Ziming a thumbs up. Mr. Ming, you are really a genius. This incident is indeed a tragedy caused by racial discrimination. It seems that Mr. Mayor has understood it. Ziming stretched out his hand to the door of the villa, but the media reporters are still there. "I'm waiting at the door to interview you," Martin replied with a smile. "Mr. Ziming, please rest assured, I have fully understood. Now I will go out to accept interviews with reporters." Martin stood up and walked towards the door of the villa, but was stopped by Ziming. Ziming asked him, "However, some things are just incentives, but it is not so easy to defeat the Bigwood family. I think this has been proven 13 years ago, and now I am going to do it. It's not a copy of what you did back then. So I need information on the distribution of the Bigwood family's properties in Italy." Martin certainly has no opinion on this, Mr. Ziming. Don't worry, I know you will need this information. So I have sent people to investigate and prepare very early, but I think you also know that after all, the Bigwood family is the largest family in Italy, and his industry distribution is also very comprehensive. If you want to really investigate all of them, it takes a certain amount time. I understand, Mr. Mayor. You just need to take over the information that you have investigated clearly, and I will analyze the specific situation by myself," Ziming said. Martin nodded in agreement, and then he asked his housekeeper to fetch information for Ziming, and then he left the room and walked towards the door of the villa, while Ziming stood up and paced to the window. Here, he happened to see Martin opening the door to greet the reporter. Ziming did not understand why the black man would do such a radical thing, but he thought it should be in the past 13 years that his guilt towards Margaret has gradually sublimated into feeling it. After all, keep in mind a person saved 10 for 3 years. No matter what the cause was, in the end, he would definitely be unable to let it go like a family member, let alone the black man who survived 13 years because of Margaret. So now when he hears the news that Margaret was burned to death, it means that the sky is falling for him. That is, his wife who lives and dies with him had been killed. As a man, he naturally seeks revenge from the murderer, even if he knew it was to die, and he did not hesitate to turn back, no matter when he moved of what is. But at least to Ziming, he has decided not to let him waste his own soul. Thinking of this, Ziming picked up his cell phone and dialed Lin Muking's phone and said, "Sister Muking, you say to Ranran, let the Tang family contact other important media outlets across the United States, and pay more attention to the recent news of Italy, especially with regard to racial discrimination. I have decided to take action and let the Bigwood family and the entire Italy city be buried for Margaret." Chapter 350, the most direct entry point. I know we are very concerned about the students in the Austrian assaulting a police officer case on Dillon County Wood Street. It is indeed sad, but according to the latest news I got, the crime-motivated staff, is the best thing for us to reflect on. Yes, because his motive is racial discrimination. Chinese question mark? I don't know if you still remember the fire that was born yesterday on Garden Street, not far from Orlando. In fact, it was not an accident, but a man-made vicious case. Someone deliberately set fire to a man named Marguerite. The special woman was burned alive in the house. This Margaret was the wife of the suspect in the police assault. Later, I do not know what the police forced kinds of pressure, but also is the original. There are some unspoken rules of what is handling the case. In short, the police did not apprehend any killer because justice is not done. The suspect can only choose the most extreme way of retaliation. I believe he originally didn't want to confront the police, let alone kill the police. He just wanted to kill the criminals. But unfortunately our police are doing their best to protect the criminals because the criminal who arson and murder is a criminal. White people, so our suspects had no choice but to choose a gunfight with the police. Only then did we have the current result. For this kind of incident, I personally feel very sad, because he shouldn't have been born. If there is no racial discrimination, if our white friends can let go of their prejudice and not hate and kill black compatriots, if the white police can let go of their prejudice, fair law enforcement, instead of treating blacks as second-class citizens lower than whites, I don't think such a tragedy will happen. The last thing I want to say is that all the people who have passed away will go all the way, and heaven. There is no longer a tragedy of racial discrimination. After finishing his speech, Italy's Mayor Martin ended the reporter's interview and went back to his villa. His speech was immediately spread by the media, shocked the entire United States. What's the situation? Was the attack on the police a racial discrimination? After Martin's speech, the major newspapers urgently revised the headlines of the latest pages of the newspapers, and they all included headlines such as "Blood cases caused by racial discrimination" and "7 white policemen became the victims of racial discrimination." There were even newspapers titles such as "Desperate Negro Violence Against Racial Discrimination" and "The Last Cry of the Black Community." Although later, the Italy police emphasized in an interview with the media that they have not yet found out the suspect's motives for committing the crime. They also don't know from what channel Mayor Martin got the news. They also denied there is any connection between the assault on the police and the fire that broke out in the evening, and he emphasized that these are two separate cases, and the police are fully investigating them. However, with Mayor Martin's previous statement, to ordinary people, the words of the Italy police obviously do not have any credibility. Just an hour after Mayor Martin's speech, Italy's black group surrounded the police station to protest racial discrimination in the police station. This was obviously organized behind the scenes. When the black group surrounded the police station, Mayor Martin was happy to report the situation to Ziming. Mr. Ziming, according to your statement, it is really influential. After I spoke, I did not even contact those black groups. They took the initiative to start marches and protests. Now they have surrounded the police station. I contacted black groups in other cities, and they all expressed that they would organize parades in support of Italy's anti-racism parade. Martin said to Ziming happily. Compared Martin happy, Ziming is a lot of cool. This is just the beginning, and then we can assure various media a few more cases of racial discrimination. Whites against blacks maybe, it can be white police against blacks. Yes, I believe there must be many such cases, right? Martin nodded and said, there are really a lot. In Italy, almost every 3 to 4 days there will be a black man died in police hands. In between there are a lot of police shooting for no reason, sometimes as long as the Negro is not the first. Put your hands where they can see, the police will shoot. And such things will not be dealt with afterwards. I was also a member of a black group, and I have seen many similar records. Ziming are not surprised, because in 20 years later, there will be a black American policeman helping an autistic because, while the police mistakenly thought was so dangerous, shot and killed this incredible thing students, let alone in the more violent. Now that law enforcement know the age, or perhaps you just want to and not when the handle is placed and the local police can be seen, the police drew a will that it took these messages full disclosure out of it. We need to share a police responsibility, Ziming said. Therefore, under Martin's arrangement, all major media and black groups across the country received information about racial discrimination causing blacks to be shot and killed by white police for no reason. As these news were revealed, all blacks in the United States were furious. A few hours later, many cities including New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, New Orleans and Chicago burst into large-scale black demonstrations to protest the racial discrimination by the police. In New York, thousands of blacks took to the streets march. They occupied the Union Square, played the anti-racial discrimination and Black Life is Life, the slogan of the class, and the police arrived and carried out confrontation. During the confrontation, photos of a black woman holding a slogan calmly facing the arrests of 5 heavily armed policemen went viral all over the United States. After seeing this photo, countless people couldn't help but exclaimed, "Look, this. She is the hero of the new century. She is standing in the center of the storm, facing everything calmly. I seem to see the Statue of Liberty holding a torch." Of course, some people pointed the finger at the opposing police officer. Look at how wretched and unbearable those police officers look like. They are clearly facing an unarmed and weak woman, but they still have guns, wearing bulletproof vests, and asking 5 people to dare to step forward. I can't imagine how cowardly these police officers are. How can I believe that such a cowardly police can protect our safety? Compared to New York, blacks marched in places like Chicago and New Orleans. It was not so peaceful anymore. Violent conflicts broke out. Blacks threw stones and other objects at the police, while the police shot rubber bullets and tear gas at the blacks. Many conflicts resulted in injuries to the blacks and the police. Damned Martin. He must have deliberately, media say, is trying to magnify things, to become the nation's racial conflicts. This is definitely the Ziming idea, really disgusting. In Bigwood in the manor room, Wood yelled in front of his father George. He also said, "I knew Ziming would join forces with Martin, that nigger. We shouldn't let that nigger become the mayor of Eatley. He just listens to us on the surface, but in fact he will always be just a nigger and won't be attentive to us." Compared to Wood's cursing, George was still very calm. He waved his hand and said, "My child, as a nobleman, your behavior and words should be elegant, not so manic. Besides, what is happening now is just a group of niggers making trouble. What does it have to do with us? This has been proven 13 years ago, isn't it?" Listening to George's explanation, Wood calmed down. "Indeed, these black parades are nothing at all. You must know that 13 years ago, black parades have evolved into a parade that spread to almost half of the city of Eatley. There was a large-scale riot in the district. But even so, after the Federal Army enters the town in the end, no matter how serious the destruction of the blacks is, no matter how many houses are damaged in a few blocks, it still has no effect on the Bigwood family. I do not whether to recognize Martin Will and the Chinese people together, but I obviously overestimated their ability to actually set this or racial discrimination. Are they also naive to think that as long as those blacks took to the streets to walk, we'll be able to did our Bigwood family cause trouble? This is too naive," George said disdainfully. At the same time on the other side of the villa, Martin also asked to Ziming out of the same problem. Ming, now blackface racial discrimination potential has made large enough. I think we should be the next action, or else no matter how procession, we're not hurt would big family. Martin said. Ziming said, "It's real hurt to hurt less, do not just talk about it, the key to look at how we do it." Martin nodded. "I understand that Ming you mean. In fact, in the past, wood procession for large family we have tried. We have specially selected real estate area large family of wood procession, also to no avail. George Square, where you have to go for special before." Ziming asked. Martin froze for a moment and asked, "Isn't George Square a more prosperous commercial area? Whether the city council or the state assembly, there are many people's industries there. If you rush to march there, wouldn't it be bad? There are even what is not good black parade behavior from the community. Not with any political tendency, if any. that is politicized against racism. Ziming said Martin, but business industry zone it will always be more sensitive than residential areas, because most businesses need a stable environment. If there are demonstrations in one place every 3 days, I don't believe how many shops are willing to be there. Furthermore, residential houses are people who already buy. To sell it is not a simple matter, and the cycle is generally very long. In contrast, mostly shops rent down, and a large family for would the pursuit of benefits is to renew the rent every month. In this way, his cycle will become very short and it will be easy to produce results. Ziming then continued, and with the company and business shop to leave, will be very easy to take more people, because everyone is required to work. Since then there has been no work, then people will naturally I chose to leave. Martin just came round to understand the situation. The really so. If the quotient from the start is the best entry point for the most direct industry circles. At the end of the question, Martin changed the conversation, but the Bigwood family is very big. The parade in George Square can indeed affect his income, but it still can't really hurt them, right? Ziming laughed. If you only will be able to defeat the big parade Wood family of George Square, then such a family cannot become yearly royal procession in George Square, so it's only the first step, and we are the most important. The first step was accomplished through financial means. So City Mr. Long, as I say you like to arrange, I will not let you down, Ziming said. Martin nodded, then picked up the phone in front of Ziming and dialed the number of the black group, explaining what Ziming had arranged.